Cataclysm. After the sudden cataclysm, the world was left in ruins, creatures mutated, food became scarce, living conditions deteriorated, the era completely collapsed, and civilization vanished without a trace. On an unnamed street in the ungoverned zone awaiting planning, 300 kilometers to the left of the 9th Special District, a 23-year-old young man tightly clenched his sleeve and walked quickly with his head down. The street was in ruins, with the underground sewage system having collapsed who knows how many years ago. Improvised outdoor toilets emitted a pungent stench, connected to rows of storefronts. The entire area was dimly lit, occasionally revealing groups of people by the roadside, mostly women, while men were noticeably scarce. The young man walking straight ahead without distraction was named Kevin. Standing at 1.82 meters tall with a sturdy build, he had just lost his job and was planning to purchase an official residency ID for District 9, taking the first step toward his plan. Kevin originally had well-defined features and handsome looks, a sunny and attractive young man. However, his current appearance seemed somewhat disheveled, unshaven, his slightly long hair clumped together, and his clothes smeared with grease and grime, making him inconspicuous in the crowd. Walking briskly along the road, Kevin looked up at the intersection, preparing to return to his residence from the left side. Hey, mister, a clear voice rang out, and a woman wearing a slightly faded dress with a jacket over it gently tugged at Kevin by the roadside. Kevin paused for a moment, then turned to look back. What is it? 30 yuan. The woman raised 3 slender fingers and said softly, let's go over there. Heh, can't handle it. Kevin chuckled and continued walking. Wait. The woman reached out and grabbed Kevin again. 25. How about 25? Kevin sized her up, paused for a moment, and then shook his head. I have no money. Not interested in me? There's someone else inside. I'm really out of money. Kevin shook his arm. Let go of me. I need to hurry home. The woman bit her red lip, her small hand tightly gripping Kevin. After a moment of silence, she softly added, 2 bowls of rice will do, but you have to measure it with my bowl. Kevin frowned. I said I don't have any. Get lost. The woman still didn't let go, her eyes pleading as she looked at a group of 7 or 8-year-old children next to the storefront. I have 3 kids. If I don't get any business tonight, I won't be able to feed them. Sir, please, have mercy, help me just this once. Even 1 bowl of rice will do. I'll kneel before you. Kevin looked at her coldly. How many years has the world been like this? In an environment like this, if you don't have the ability to support yourself, why give birth? The woman froze. Kevin forcefully shook off his arm, pressed his sleeve, and continued forward. She stood in place for a moment, then quickly ran back to the storefront, gasping for breath as she said, that person has it, he has it. When I grabbed him, I saw the thing in his coat. About half an hour later, Kevin returned to a dilapidated 6-story building, climbed the dusty old stairs, and entered his home on the 5th floor. In this building, only Kevin and his friend David lived. Many parts of the outer walls had already collapsed, and by previous standards, it would be considered a dilapidated building on the verge of demolition. However, in this era, the meaning of home is limited to where you are, unrelated to where you live. Kevin chose this place because it had no electric lights or water supply, meaning he didn't have to bear any expensive living costs. The interior was very simple, with just a bed, 2 broken cabinets, no entertainment facilities, and the only item of interest being a well-worn military enthusiast magazine, with an issue date of 2019. After entering the room, Kevin took off his dirty jacket, pulled out a well-worn canvas bag from his chest, carefully walked to the bedside, picked up a broken bowl, scooped out some enticing white rice, and then called out, David, is the food ready? Not yet, I just got back too. Someone responded from the inner room, and soon a young man of similar age to Kevin walked out, with dark skin and a resolute face. Thud, thud, thud. Just as Kevin was about to talk to David, deafening footsteps suddenly echoed from downstairs. He froze for a moment, quickly hid the bag and bowl in the cabinet, and stepped to the doorway, which was only covered by a shabby wooden plank door. In less than 10 seconds, 7 or 8 children under the age of 10, leading dozens of men and women, appeared in the stairwell. The staircase was outdoors, with cracked cement and aging iron railings. As the crowd rushed up together in hurried steps, the dilapidated building seemed to tremble as if it might collapse. Kevin immediately reached out and shouted, Don't rush like that, damn it, the stairs are going to collapse. Uncle, hungry. Uncle, I want to eat. The children, each holding a small bowl, stood on the stairs, looking at Kevin with dirty faces. Uncle is hungry too. Has your family had dinner? If not, let's eat together? Kevin responded with a cheeky smile. The children's eyes were pure, their thoughts simple, but the adults behind them had torn away the most basic facade of humanity. A burly man with a shaved head was the first to shout, hand over the food, or you won't get through. I don't have any food. Kevin waved his hand and replied, really, I don't. We're all starving ghosts in this unplanned area. It's not easy for anyone. If I really had food, I wouldn't say I'd protect you, but at least I'd share some. Cut the nonsense, we saw you carrying food. The burly man continued to shout, hurry up, hand it over and we'll leave. We won't take much, just half. No. Kevin shook his head. Go into his room. The burly man's voice was thunderously loud. Uncle, I want something to eat. Give me food. The crowd surged forward, and the staircase shook once again. again, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Kevin looked at the dense crowd, fury burning in his heart. He lifted his right leg and drew a dagger from the dirty pant leg with his right hand, pointing it at the crowd and shouting, "Damn it, you think I'm an easy target because I'm alone? Who the hell is afraid of death? I have food, but I'll give it to you only if you break this knife." The crowd was briefly stunned, and the burly man coldly shouted, "The kids are ahead, go stab them all to death first, you son of a—" Kevin was momentarily at a loss for words. "Get inside and grab the food," the burly man roared again. As soon as he finished speaking, the people on the steps swarmed forward, and the children instantly surrounded Kevin, tugging at him and shouting, "Uncle, give me something to eat. Uncle, I haven't eaten for days. All of you, get out of here." Kevin held the dagger, helplessly shouting at the children, "Or I'll really stab, I will stab." Inside the house, David saw the conflict at the door and immediately stepped forward to stop Kevin, shouting to everyone, "Don't act rashly, let's talk this out calmly." The children were extremely hungry and feared nothing, relentlessly clinging to Kevin, while the adults from the rear had already squeezed through the gaps to approach. Kevin, with his sturdy build, stepped sideways to block the doorway and shouted with bulging eyes, "I only live for myself." The crowd surged madly toward the door, ignoring Kevin's warning. Kevin was being tugged at by a group of small children, but he didn't dare to truly lash out. He could only struggle, preparing to deal with the adults coming up. "Uncle, just give me a bowl of rice. Get lost." A 10-year-old child clung tightly to Kevin. The latter forcefully shook his arm, trying to break free, but unexpectedly, the child collided head-on with an approaching adult, lost his balance, and fell backward through the gap in the iron railing. The child's terrified screams echoed in the air, immediately followed by the sound of a body hitting the ground. Kevin and David froze, panting as they looked toward the iron railing, momentarily at a loss for what to do. The crowd fell silent, and the staircase returned to stability. That child fell down. David shouted urgently. Dozens of people turned their heads to glance downstairs, their expressions blank. After less than 2 seconds of silence, they collectively turned their heads back. Meanwhile, the child's mother froze for a moment before letting out a wail and rushing downstairs. Kevin was stunned. "Food." The child fell. "If we don't give him food, he definitely won't leave. Rob him." The shout shook the sky, imposing and overwhelming. None of the others turned to check on the child who had fallen but instead continued to push forward together. David stood at the doorway, glaring at the crowd of people squeezing together. He knew very well in his heart that if there wasn't some bloodshed today, it would come down to a life or death struggle. He licked his lips and shouted, "Fine, you're tough. I admit defeat. I give in. I'll get it for you." Kevin immediately grabbed David's arm upon hearing this and ordered in a low voice, "You can't give it to them, not even a little." David looked at the dense crowd outside the door, his eyes wide as he responded, "The food's already been exposed. If we don't give them a little taste, these people definitely won't leave. You'll cause more trouble if you give them a taste." Kevin retorted seriously, "I'd rather fight to the death than give in." "Nonsense," David insisted. "You're the only one with a gun, but there are so many people outside. Can you guarantee you'll keep them under control? If you can't, then we'll definitely get robbed. They're already desperate. Can't you see that? Just listen to me. I'll go back and get the gun." "Kevin, didn't you see? Even after the child fell, they didn't leave. These people have already lost their sanity." David pulled Kevin's arm away and said in a low voice, "We've already eaten enough and we've exchanged what needed to be exchanged for money. Giving them a bowl of rice won't cost us much, so I don't want to gamble with our lives. The food belongs partly to me, and I have the right to decide how to use it." Kevin was speechless upon hearing this. David straightened his posture, glared at the burly leader, and shouted, "Even in the unplanned zone, there are rules for survival. You've taken the rice, so stop causing trouble and get lost. We won't starve, we'll leave right away." The burly leader nodded. Upon hearing this, David stepped back, walked into the house, and brought out a large bowl of rice, slamming it onto the ground with a bang. "Get lost." Dozens of people stared at the rice on the ground, their eyes full of greed, but none stepped forward to take it. The burly man leading the group remained silent for a few seconds, then reached out to remove the cloth bag tied to his waist and poured the rice into it in one go. "Get lost," David said impatiently, driving them away. The crowd stood at the door without moving, while the burly leader sized up the two men, sweat dripping from his forehead, tightened the food bag, but did not leave immediately. "I told you to leave, don't you understand?" David frowned and drove them away again. After a moment of silence, someone in the crowd shouted, "Damn it, he can give us a bowl of rice. At least there's still a big bag of rice. Give some more, there are too many people, this is far from enough to eat. Give rice. Otherwise, just go in and take it. What's there to talk about?" Shouts and curses once again echoed through the 6-story building. This time, someone in the crowd secretly pulled out a knife, staring at David with a grim look, their expression devoid of any gratitude. The burly leader spread his hands and said in a low voice, "You see it too. These people are starving mad. I can't hold them back. How about you bring out the sack of rice, and we take half of it?" "You damn." David got anxious and pulled out a knife. "What are you doing? Want to fight? Afraid of you? We're starving to death. Why would we fear knives and guns?" The crowd was not afraid of David at all and followed the burly man, rushing into the house. David was was stunned, standing in place, at a loss for what to do. At this moment, he wanted to take action but lacked the confidence to handle these frenzied grain robbers in front of him. Yet if he didn't act, it was clear he couldn't protect his belongings. Crunch, crunch. At that moment, Kevin pulled out a large caliber revolver with a 20-centimeter barrel and a 3-cylinder rotating loading mechanism from the cabinet. He immediately rotated the cylinder and loaded a bullet. The crowd instinctively stopped in their tracks upon seeing the gun. Kevin, expressionless, pulled out a large bag of food from the cabinet and casually tossed it onto the floor, shouting, "All the food is here. If you want to eat, come and take it." The crowd remained silent. "Who are you trying to scare?" The burly leader sneered with reddened eyes. "Starving to death is the same as dying. Do you think we're afraid of your lousy gun?" Kevin tilted his head, looked at the other party, pointed at the sack of grain with his left hand, and shouted, "The grain is right here. You can grab it if you reach out. Come on up." The burly leader hesitated for half a second, then turned around and shouted, "There are so many of us, and he only has one gun. I don't believe he can kill us all." After saying that, the burly leader stepped forward and reached out to grab the sack of grain. Bang! Gunshots rang out, gears turned. The burly leader was thrown half a meter away, blood splattered on the floor, and a large hole was blasted in his chest. Kevin held the gun in his right hand and shouted expressionlessly, "Without food, you might starve to death in a few days. But if anyone reaches out to take it now, I'll shoot them dead first." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other in silence, saying nothing. "I still have 2 bullets left. Are you taking them or not?" Kevin suddenly shouted. The crowd stepped back 2 paces upon hearing this. Kevin stepped forward, bent down, and untied the food bag tied around the strong man's waist. He called out in a low voice, "David, grab the stuff, we're leaving." David immediately went back into the house upon hearing this. Kevin held the gun in his right hand and shouted, "Line up in 2 rows and make way for me." The crowd didn't move. Kevin raised his hand, pointing the gun at the person closest to him, and roared, "Are you moving or not?" That person hesitated for half a second, then immediately stepped aside, and the others quickly followed suit, clearing the way downstairs. 5 minutes later, Kevin walked downstairs and saw the mother holding her injured child, crying in pain. Kevin remained silent for a few seconds, then reached out and threw the rice he had just given to the burly man over. "They'll be down soon. Hide the food." The mother was stunned for a moment, then immediately took the bag of rice and responded, thank you, I'll kowtow to you. With food, we won't have to die." Kevin led David and quickly disappeared into the night. Around 3 in the morning, Kevin divided the food and tossed it to David. "Take your stuff, let's part ways." David was stunned and asked in confusion, "Is it really necessary? Wasn't it just that we had a disagreement earlier? I don't think I even." Kevin waved his hand to interrupt. "David, if people aren't on the same path, don't force them together. It will harm both you and me. I'm going to District 9. Take care of yourself." After speaking, Kevin turned around without hesitation and left, heading toward the first stop of his new life, the 9th Special District. In the military camp on the left side of the planned area, a black man with a bright white smile asked in fluent Chinese, "There was gunfire inside just now. Should we go take a look?" "Take a look at what?" "There's gunfire here every day over food. People dying isn't even surprising. They even dare ambush military vehicles. What do they care about us?" Inside the room, an old-timer smoking a cheap hand-rolled cigarette lazily replied while lying on a worn-out wooden bed. "Northern Asia, 9th Special Zone, Songjiang City." Kevin stood inside the office building belonging to the Blackstreet Police Division of the City Police Department, smiling as he asked a middle-aged man, "Is it okay now?" "Yes, come in." The middle-aged man waved his hand and turned to walk into the office on the left. Hearing this, Kevin adjusted his attire and stepped forward to follow the middle-aged man inside. The office was not small, about 60 square meters, but there was only one person sitting behind the desk. The man looked to be around 40 years old, had a handlebar mustache, a face with prominent flesh, and a fierce appearance. The middle-aged man walked to the desk, placed 2 stacks of documents in front of the man with the handlebar mustache, and said softly, "Director, this is the last one." "Did they undergo the physical examination?" The man with the handlebar mustache picked up the documents and asked. "Yes, well, you can leave." "All right." After a brief exchange, the middle-aged man left, while Kevin took 2 steps forward, stood in front of the desk, and said nothing more, simply watching the man with the mustache review his file. Behind the desk, the man with the mustache frowned as he stared at the file and began reading softly. "Kevin, 22 years old, 75 kilograms, 1.82 meters tall. Born before the epoch, ancestral home in J City, H Province. That's not far from present-day Songjiang. Before joining, you lived in a planned area, parents missing, presumed dead, no relatives." Why is your resume blank?" "I don't have a resume," Kevin replied with a smile. "It's hard enough to survive in the unplanned zone. You just do whatever puts food on the table. Where would I get a resume?" The man with the mustache chuckled. "You could have at least written something before coming here. Having no resume in the system doesn't look good." "All right, I'll fill something in later," Kevin agreed without arguing, immediately responding. The man with the mustache stared at the documents and asked again, "No resume, which means you haven't served in the military. Do you have any experience
experience using firearms? Kevin shook his head without hesitation. No. Have you ever had a criminal record? No.
The man with the mustache pondered for a moment, slowly put down the documents in his hand, looked up at Kevin, and said with a smile, in that unregulated and lawless area of the pending planning zone, to be able to make it to the point of paying for a work and residence permit in the 9th Special Zone, you, kid, have quite some experience.
Not at all, Kevin grinned, showing his teeth. I just got lucky and met some benefactors.
The man with the mustache picked up his water cup, glanced at Kevin, and nodded symbolically.
The young man looks quite spirited.
Kevin pursed his lips into a smile and did not respond. The man with the mustache set down his teacup, placed both hands in his pockets, and gave a concise reminder. The situation in the 9th Special District is quite unique. Although it falls under the administrative framework of the United Government, it possesses a high degree of autonomous rights, fundamentally different from the 8 major districts. This area is a mix of multiple ethnic groups. Besides us Asians, there are also many black and white people. The social environment is very complex, and in some areas, there are chaotic phenomena that we want to change but cannot change for the time being.
As a law enforcement officer, you need to adapt comprehensively to the environment here. Understood. Kevin nodded solemnly. Also, I don't care what you've been through, but when you're eating at my table, if you're a dragon, you stay coiled. If you're a tiger, you lie down.
Cause trouble, stir things up, and I'll deal with you immediately. The man with the mustache crossed his arms and calmly reminded him. Director Lee, I'm here to help you reduce trouble.
Kevin chuckled. Ha!
The man with the mustache chuckled, tapped a few times on the touchscreen phone on his desk, and lowered his head to speak into the microphone. A few seconds later, a male voice sounded. Hello, Director, this is the 1st Criminal Investigation Team.
Where's Alan? Director Lee asked. Captain Yuan is not here, he just went out.
I'm assigning you a new member, come and pick them up quickly.
Alright, that's it.
Director Lee stroked his mustache, reached out, and pressed the hang-up button. Go wait at the door.
Someone will come to get you in a while. You'll learn the specific rules when you get to the team. Understood, Director Lee.
Kevin nodded and immediately took 2 steps forward, pulling a small black pouch out of his pocket and placing it on the desk. Andy specifically reminded me, saying that the Special Zones police system is the hardest job to get into right now. Without your help, I wouldn't even know how long I'd have to wait in line for a position, so I mustn't forget proper etiquette.
Director Lee casually picked up the pouch and opened it. Inside was a diamond about the size of a soybean. He was slightly taken aback. You guys in the planning zone have some capable people, huh? Even managed to get your hands on this? Wow, it's been years since I've seen one of these. Kevin smiled slightly and didn't respond.
Director Lee casually tossed the small bag into the drawer and locked it, then looked up and pointed at Kevin, saying, You're young, but you really have a bit of presence. I don't have much to offer. Kevin pretended to scratch his head sheepishly. Seeing that Director Lee wasn't leaving immediately for lunch, he chatted with him a bit more. A few minutes later, a slightly overweight young man of the same age as Kevin stepped into the room, standing straight and saluting as he said, Report, Director Lee, 3rd Level Officer of Team 1, Cullen, reporting to escort the new colleague back to the team. Director Lee patted Kevin's arm upon hearing the sound. Work hard, strive to let me see you in the year-end evaluation.
Alright, Kevin nodded. Alright, head back to the team.
Director Lee casually pointed at Colin and said, Tell Alan to look after this young man. After a brief chat lasting less than 10 minutes, Kevin only managed to get a single sentence about looking after him from Director Lee, and that seemed to be all.
In the corridor,
the chubby Colin walked on Kevin's left side and asked talkatively, Where are you from, brother?
Area to be planned. Coming from that godforsaken place? Colin was taken aback. That's not easy at all.
A bit of luck, Kevin replied with a smile.
Colin nodded and didn't press further.
In these times, with food and drink scarce and survival tough, everyone might have some secrets they prefer to keep hidden. As the two walked briskly, Colin introduced the basic structure of the Police Affairs Department. This functional department mainly handled criminal work within a region, including public security and case investigations, but did not cover administrative tasks such as household registration, deregistration, issuing residence permits, or processing entry and exit procedures. Simply put, it was somewhat like a district bureau from the pre-era days, though its functions were not as finely divided. For instance, the department Kevin belonged to not only dealt with major criminal cases but also managed basic public security. It took about an hour for Colin to lead Kevin through the 5 floors of the Police Affairs Department, introducing him to functional areas such as the armory, interrogation room, public case handling area, training room, and cafeteria. During their interaction, Kevin discovered that Colin was a very smooth operator, able to strike up a conversation with almost anyone they encountered. Moreover, he was extremely patient, providing detailed answers to all of Kevin's questions, at least on the surface appearing to be a warm-hearted person. Around 2 in the afternoon, Colin took Kevin to the communications department to buy an in-house phone. However, Kevin glanced at the counter and found that there was only one model of phone available, which looked outdated and was priced quite unfavorably.
What brand is this?
I've never even heard of it, Kevin said, glancing at the phone and then turning to Colin. Forget it, I'll wait until I settle in and go out to buy one separately.
It's too expensive here.
Colin chuckled at the remark, glanced at the young man sitting behind the counter, and then leaned close to Kevin's ear to whisper, "You'd better buy it here."
Why? Kevin asked, puzzled.
It's not really for any particular reason. The communications department belongs to the police bureau, but the mobile phone counter is privately contracted. The owner is a friend of Captain Yuan, so all new recruits buy their phones here, Colin said, blinking.
Since you're new here, it's best not to stand out.
These phones might not be very durable, but you won't need to connect them to the communications department's system anymore.
Once your information is entered into the main system, you can use it directly by inputting your name and police ID.
Kevin had lived for years in an ungoverned, unplanned area.
Could he not understand the most basic social norms?
So, after Colin explained a bit, he didn't insist further. Reluctantly, he turned to the clerk and said, "Then please get me one, thank you."
Why reluctantly? Because Kevin is an extremely miserly and stingy person. He would even want a warranty manual for buying a pair of socks.
It is precisely because of this personality that he can come up with money at critical moments to support himself and afford to buy a job in the 9th Special Zone. After taking the phone, Colin let him out of the police department and headed to a daily goods store across the street. It was August, and although the sky was clear, it was still as cold as winter, with traces of snow visible on the streets.
Does it always snow in the Special Zone? Kevin asked.
3 years.
Colin replied. Damn, they won't let people live in peace. Kevin shook his head inside.
The two chatted as they stepped into a large general goods store. Kevin glanced around after entering, patted the small mud spots on his leg with his hand, and said with a smile, "This store is pretty big, not many people here."
Take a look around. Buy whatever you need. Colin took a puff from his e-cigarette.
Kevin wandered around the shelves upon hearing this, but the more he browsed, the more his brows furrowed. After pacing back and forth for over 10 minutes, he didn't pick up a single item.
Why aren't you grabbing anything? Colin walked over from the counter and asked. Frowning, Kevin looked at Colin and blinked as he asked, "Bro, are you a shill? What's wrong?"
"The goods in this shop are at least 30% more expensive than outside, and many of them are fake. I squeezed a quilt, and it feels like it's stuffed with steel wool.
It even pricked my hand. Man, the goods aren't great, but all the newcomers at our police station buy here." "Why's that?" Kevin asked, puzzled. "Because this shop is run by Captain Yuan's cousin," Colin said in a low voice. "It's considered a designated procurement unit by the police department." Kevin's expression collapsed upon hearing this. After holding back for a while, he replied, "Then I want to ask, does Director Lee also shop here?"
"Now you're just being argumentative. Even if Director Lee dared to buy here, Captain Yuan wouldn't dare to sell to him," Colin explained, rolling his eyes. "The ones who shop here are all newcomers. You buy for 2 months, and after that, there's no need to get supplies here anymore."
"I wouldn't buy here for even a day. Isn't this just treating people like fools and ripping them off?"
Kevin said without hesitation. "Let's go, take me to another place."
Colin was stunned. "You've already spent so much money. Does this little bit still matter?"
"Listen to me, buy everything here, don't make exceptions."
"Buying a phone here is already giving the captain enough face." Kevin stepped out as he spoke. "Hey, Kevin, listen to me for a moment. Do you get a commission or something?"
"Listen to me, trust me, you should buy some."
"Buy what?"
"The toilet paper feels like it's made of razor blades.
Every time I use it, I end up needing a band-aid."
Kevin had no intention of discussing further and simply walked out.
4:30 p.m.
The dormitory building of the Police Affairs Division, at the entrance of Dormitory 2 of the 1st Criminal Investigation Team, Colin smiled and called out to the people inside, "Third brother, I've brought the newcomer back." Inside, 6 or 7 young men were gathered around a round table playing cards.
Among them, the leader looked up at Kevin upon hearing Colin's voice and said, "Come in." The two entered the room upon hearing this.
Kevin glanced around at the interior and saw that the room was less than 30 square meters, yet it contained 6 bunk beds, totaling 12 beds, along with 2 communal iron cabinets and many personal belongings. Overall, it looked very cramped, but it was relatively tidy, at least without any particularly unpleasant odors.
"Kevin, let me introduce you. This is Third Brother, the leader of our Action Group 1, Colin said tactfully, pointing out the other's identity.
Third Brother has been on the job for 3 years now, has outstanding professional skills, and is Captain Yuan's right-hand man. Third Brother, this is Kevin, our new brother."
"Hello, Third Brother." Kevin smiled and extended his hand toward the other party.
The third brother, sporting a crew cut, glanced sideways at Kevin, holding a card in his hand.
He gave him a symbolic nod before asking, "Where are you coming from?"
"The pending planning zone," Kevin replied truthfully. The third brother was taken aback.
"The pending planning zone? What are you doing there?"
"Helping the boss deliver some goods, mainly daily necessities."
"Running deliveries? That's not easy."
"No, I just drive."
"Ah, a driver."
The surprised look in Lao San's eyes had disappeared, and he lazily asked again, "What connections did you use to get into the police department?"
"A friend greeted me. I joined the police department at my own expense."
Bought your way in, huh?" The third brother kept his head down, staring at the cards in his hand, and said, "All right, wait for Captain Yuan to come back and make arrangements."
"Colin, let him take the bed by the window."
"Okay."
Colin turned to Kevin and said, "You can take the bed inside.
Alright. Kevin carried the luggage he had just stored in the guardroom, along with newly purchased daily necessities, and stepped inside.
Hey, wait a moment.
Lao San turned his head and saw the things Kevin was carrying, immediately calling out.
What's wrong, third brother? Kevin turned back. Lao San glanced at the plastic bag in Kevin's hand. Where did you buy the daily necessities?
I also forgot the name, it's just a store next to the unit, Kevin responded casually.
The third brother, playing cards with a blank expression, asked with his back to Colin, Colin, didn't you tell the newcomer where we buy things? Colin felt a bit awkward upon hearing this.
Because if he admitted in front of Kevin that this guy didn't listen to advice, it would make him seem disloyal.
But if he didn't say anything, he'd inexplicably take the blame.
After a brief 2-second silence, Kevin immediately interjected. Colin told me to buy daily necessities across the street. But the stuff there is a bit expensive, and I don't have much money left, so I went next door instead.
Pair of twos.
The third brother played his cards, leaving Kevin hanging for several seconds before finally responding, oh, it's nothing.
Go ahead and tidy up your bed.
All right. Kevin nodded, walked to the inner side, and began unpacking his belongings to arrange the bedding.
Colin stood nearby, diligently helping to organize while quietly advising, newcomers to the dorm always sleep on the upper bunk by the window because it's drafty here and gets pretty cold at night. Later, you can use your jacket as an extra blanket. Stick it out for a while, and once new people arrive, it'll get better.
This is nothing, I've lived outdoors for months before. Kevin didn't mind at all, lowering his head to open his luggage and discreetly pulling out 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes, which he slipped into Colin's hand.
What's this?
Colin froze as he received the cigarettes. I just saw you smoking an e-cigarette earlier. Kevin replied with a smile, I don't have much on me, so I'm giving you these 2 packs.
You've been helping me out all day, thanks a lot.
In an era where even having enough to eat was a problem, tobacco-flavored cigarettes were an incredibly luxurious item. What's more, these were a classic brand from before the epoch, something most smokers had never even seen, let alone smoked.
Colin held the 2 packs of cigarettes, his eyes filled with astonishment, and said, you managed to get your hands on this stuff in the unplanned zone? Zhonghua, huh?
I haven't seen these in years. Even poor places have their advantages.
Kevin grinned, I'll handle it myself. You go ahead, and I'll treat you to something later.
Thanks, brother.
Colin didn't stand on ceremony and immediately tucked the cigarette into his pocket.
While the two were chatting, Lao San suddenly turned around, tilted his head, and looked at Kevin with a smile, saying, oh, still holding on to some good stuff, huh? Kevin hadn't expected this person to be observing him all along, so he paused for a moment before replying, a friend gave it to me.
Good stuff, we've never seen it before, old 3 sneered.
Colin paused briefly, then immediately took out 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes, bent over, and walked over, saying, we're all brothers here, let's smoke together.
Come on, everyone take one.
Kevin gave cigarettes to Colin because the latter had accompanied him for most of the day, and he felt a bit embarrassed, so he offered 2 packs of cigarettes as a token of gratitude.
However, he didn't feel he owed anything to the people in this room.
But now that old 3 had seen it and even pointed it out, Kevin, considering that he would still be living in this room in the future and didn't want to make things too tense, thought for a moment and then lowered his head to take out another pack of Zhonghua from his bag. At the card table, old 3 pushed Colin's arm away with his hand.
These cigarettes are too good.
I've never smoked them before, can't get used to it.
Colin froze in place upon hearing the voice.
Kevin found the remark somewhat barbed, frowned, and stuffed the cigarette back into the pack, continuing to pack his belongings. The third brother threw down his cards, a smile on his face, turned around, and said to Kevin, we have a rule here, when a newcomer arrives, they work 3 consecutive shifts. Tomorrow, the day after, and the day after that, you'll be on patrol duty.
No problem, right? Kevin looked up at Colin upon hearing this.
The latter's gaze was somewhat evasive, and Kevin immediately understood something. Third brother, how are the 3 shifts arranged? Just working non-stop during the day with the team, at night on the streets.
Lao San took a sip from his water cup. There's overtime pay, right? Ha ha, Kevin asked again. The rules of our own team, where would there be overtime pay? Lao San replied without even lifting his head.
Xiaoyu, just take the 3-day shift. I'll find someone to swap a shift and accompany you for 2 days.
Colin hesitated for a long time, looked down at the Zhonghua cigarette in his hand, and finally mustered the courage to chime in.
You're quite loyal, Andy, the young man sitting to the left of Lao San teased with a smile. We're all brothers, just helping each other out, Colin replied with a smile. Lao San put down his water cup and pointed at Colin, saying, after he gets his uniform, tell him how to schedule shifts.
All right, Colin nodded.
Third brother, I can't take this shift, Kevin suddenly said.
As the words fell, the room instantly fell silent.
The third brother licked his lips, tilted his head, and looked at Kevin, asking, even the newcomers can take it, why can't you?
My heart's not good, I can't handle staying up late.
Don't worry, I'll get you some quick-acting heart pills. You've been in line for 3 days. I told you, I can't wait in line, Kevin replied with a smile.
Son of a b**********.
The third brother's face instantly darkened after being retorted twice by the newcomer.
You got 2 dads or something? Everyone else can wait, why can't you?
Third brother, we're all brothers.
brothers here. What's this about? Let's talk it out. Haha. Colin stepped forward to mediate. Bang! The third brother punched Colin on the shoulder. You're a piece of crap. Do you think you have the right to speak? Who said we're brothers? Colin clenched the cigarette in his hand, lowered his head after being hit, standing there awkwardly, unsure whether to keep talking or just walk away. The third brother led 4 people forward, tilted his head, and looked at Kevin, asking, next week, the whole week is your shift. Whenever you decide to have a heart attack, that's when it ends. Got it? In the dormitory. Kevin squinted at the third brother and the others in front of him, and said succinctly, I understand what you're saying, but this isn't my job. I can't do it. What, you got relatives in the department who are big shots? The third brother grinned, reached out, and grabbed Kevin's collar. Just got here and already want to climb up? You think you can? Don't touch me, Kevin frowned and said. Are you a cactus or something? I just touched you, so what? The third man, who was also quite burly, raised his right arm and swung a punch straight at Kevin's temple. Kevin sidestepped and pulled, clapping both hands onto the third man's wrist with a sharp snap, while his right leg made a small lateral sweep. Bang! Crash! A deafening sound erupted as the third man was flung onto the bed with a swoosh, his head smacking directly against the iron railing. Beat him up! The third brother covered his head and shouted. Kevin bent down, his upper body leaning into the lower bunk. With his left hand, he grabbed the third brother by the collar, and in an instant, his right leg lifted, his knee slamming straight toward the man's temple. Bang! Old Three's head was jolted backward, his rear skull banging against the wall with a loud thud. Beat him to death. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. As the words fell, the crowd instantly surged forward. Kevin, however, nimbly crawled out from the bed, took 2 quick steps back, slightly crouched his body, and positioned himself in the dead corner between the windowsill and the bed. Old Three got up, casually pulled a telescopic batten off the wall, and while stepping toward Kevin, muttered under his breath, you little punk, trying to flip the game as soon as you step in. At that moment, the half-closed door was pushed open, and a woman in a light green police uniform shouted loudly, what's going on? Everyone turned their heads in unison. The third brother froze, wiped the blood off his forehead, and immediately said with a smile, Sister One, I could hear the commotion in your room from the hallway. What's going on? Trying to kill someone? The woman was probably in her early 30s, slightly short in stature, but her features were very attractive, an oval face, big eyes, looking quite lively. It's nothing, just a new friend here. We're chatting for a bit, the third brother replied with a grin. The woman glanced around the room, her eyes showing some annoyance as she looked at Lao San. Why are you so overbearing? He just arrived and you've already offended him? No, I asked him to take shifts, but he refused and even cursed at me. Lao San casually put down the baton and explained with a grin. You've been playing cards during your shift, and I've caught you several times already. Sister One gave Lao San a sidelong glance, her tone impatient as she reminded him, if there's any more commotion, don't blame me for noting it down in my little book. Got it, Sister One. Lao San nodded repeatedly. Sister One couldn't be bothered to enter the dormitory. She just stood at the door and called out to Kevin. Are you new here? Yes. Kevin nodded. Why haven't you gone to get your clothes? I just went, but no one was there. Kevin responded with a silly grin. Sister One blared. Nonsense, I've been in the office the whole time. Kevin was stunned. Ah, then I must have missed you. Come with me to get the clothes. Sister One threw out the words and turned to leave. All right. Kevin immediately nodded, bent down to pick up his luggage, and walked out while calling out to Colin. Come with me, will you? Colin was at a loss about how to face Lao San at this moment, so as soon as he heard this, he immediately followed him out. In the dormitory, Lao San sat up and rubbed the large bump on the back of his head, then spat a mouthful of bloody phlegm onto the ground. That bastard knows a few moves, huh? Hits pretty hard. Are you okay, third brother? The others asked with concern. Lao San didn't respond, lowered his head, took out his phone, and dialed a number. Hello, are you in the office? No, it's nothing. I just wanted to ask you, does that Kevin, who joined our team today, have some kind of connection up top? No? Are you sure? Ah, okay, got it. In the corridor, Sister One asked Kevin with her hands behind her back, do you have someone above you? Kevin was stunned. No. If you don't have it, just behave yourself. The environment here is very complicated, Sister One reminded with a stern face but a warm heart. Don't argue with them too much usually, and doing a bit more work won't kill you. Thank you, Sister One. Kevin nodded. Sister One said no more, leading Kevin to the first floor warehouse. She picked out a set of regular police uniform, a set of police training uniform, a pair of handcuffs, and a baton for him, then left gracefully. In the first floor lobby, Colin glanced down at his watch and said, I have to deliver some materials in a bit, so I won't accompany you. Go back and say something conciliatory, don't stir up trouble with them. That third guy has Captain Yuan backing him, and if you offend him, there won't be any good outcomes for you in the future. Hee hee, alright, I got it. Kevin nodded with a smile. If you're free tonight, let's have dinner together. Okay, if I'm free, I'll come find you. Colin readily agreed. After a brief exchange, Kevin carried his things and returned to the dormitory. However, by then, the third roommate and the others had already left, leaving only 2 people in the room. They gave Kevin a cold glance before continuing their conversation on the bed. Kevin glanced
glanced at the two of them, casually returned to his bed, and swiftly began organizing his belongings, completely ignoring the pair. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, Kevin packed up his things. Seeing that Colin hadn't come to find him yet, he decided to take a walk on the street alone, get familiar with the surroundings, and have dinner along the way. Kevin got out of bed, pulled a waste bag from under the pillow, strapped it on, and stepped outside. "Oh, sorry about that." Kevin had just stepped out when he bumped into Colin, who was hurrying over. The two exchanged a surprised look, and the latter immediately explained, "There was a last-minute meeting, so I'm late." "You are? I thought you weren't coming, so I was just about to go out for a walk and grab something to eat," Kevin said with a smile, gesturing. "Come on, let's go eat together. I have another friend, and we happen to have something to discuss today. Is it convenient for you to join us?" Colin asked. "Sure," Kevin replied after a brief pause. "I don't mind, let's go together." "Okay." After exchanging a few words, the two walked downstairs together and met another young man at the entrance of the dormitory building. Colin's friend was named Lee Fugue, nicknamed Old Cat. According to some veterans within the police department, he had a certain connection with Officer Lee, but the two rarely interacted. As a result, the exact nature of their relationship was unclear even to those on the fringes. Moreover, this guy was usually quite unconventional. The most outrageous thing he ever did was getting drunk and openly soliciting prostitutes while on duty, insisting on holding an open audition, only to be caught by the inspection team. Yet, in the end, he only received a demerit and a 2-week administrative suspension. Meanwhile, two colleagues who had always been at odds with him ended up suffering the consequences. They were directly dismissed and stripped of their uniforms. Despite his somewhat rustic nickname, Old Cat was actually quite handsome. If Kevin's appearance could be described as rugged and exuding a heroic spirit, then Old Cat had a roguish charm, a kind of mischievous handsomeness reminiscent of the once popular Zhang Yishan. The three met, and Colin briefly introduced them. "This is Old Cat, a friend who often looks out for me. This is Kevin, a new intern officer in our team. I heard you just got here and already had a run-in with Old Three and his crew?" Old Cat asked with a mischievous smile, one hand in his pocket. "Got some temper, huh, brother?" "No, we just argued a bit." Kevin felt Old Cat's personality was a bit brash and responded vaguely, "I can't stand them either." "If it needs doing, just do it." Old Cat sneered and cursed. "The whole team is full of scoundrels, always up to pointless crap." Kevin was speechless upon hearing this, turned his head to glance at Colin, who scratched his head and explained, "That's just Old Cat's personality. He says whatever's on his mind." "Where are we eating?" Old Cat asked. "I just got here, so I don't know where the good food is," Kevin said softly. "You guys pick the place. Who's treating?" Old Cat blinked his clever little eyes and asked quietly again. "I'll treat, hee hee." Kevin smiled. "Ah, you're treating." Old Cat waved his hand. "Let's go to Second Sister's place." "Don't go, it's quite expensive," Colin advised. "Is it your money we're spending?" Old Cat asked with a sidelong glance. It's fine. I still have some coins in my pocket, enough for a meal." Kevin actually felt a bit distressed in his heart because in these times, material resources were extremely scarce. Items like vegetables and grains, which required large tracts of land for cultivation, were especially luxurious. In the unregulated areas, compatriots without supervision had to fight desperately just to secure a portion of food. Therefore, going to a restaurant was something most poor people might not experience even once a year. However, while Kevin felt the pinch, he also understood that as someone new to the area, he needed to make some friends. Necessary social expenses were unavoidable, especially since he had just found a stable job. After the three of them discussed where to go, they walked about 2 kilometers along the road and found a restaurant called the Tavern. Standing by the roadside, Kevin glanced at the restaurant's facade and unconsciously touched his wallet, feeling another pang of distress. "Let's go," Old Cat called out, stepping forward to climb the stairs. V-room. At that moment, the deafening roar of an engine suddenly erupted from the roadside, followed by an old, worn-out off-road vehicle pulling up at the entrance. The three turned their heads at the sound, and Old Cat remarked in astonishment, "What kind of family is this, driving a gasoline car?" By this time, gasoline cars had become extremely rare as a mode of transportation. Most of the land had turned into uninhabitable zones, either freezing cold or riddled with deadly radiation. With oil no longer being extracted, it had naturally become an exceedingly scarce resource, which explained Old Cat's surprise. The off-road vehicle stopped by the roadside, and 4 men and a young woman got out of the car, striding toward the restaurant. "Let's go, let's head inside." Kevin, who had seen some of the world in the unplanned area, only glanced at the gasoline-powered car twice before turning toward the restaurant's main entrance, but Old Cat remained rooted in place, his eyes fixed on the young woman among the 4 men, grinning as he said, "Gorgeous, beautiful, stunning." Hearing this, Kevin turned back, glanced at Old Cat's flirtatious expression, and helplessly called out, "Come on, she's here with the guys." Among the 4 men, the young woman blinked her beautiful big eyes, glanced around briefly, then lowered her head and said, "I need to go to the restroom." "Don't even think about causing trouble, just leave." A very short middle-aged man lowered his head and scolded, his accent stiff, with a hint of Japanese. "Buzz buzz." At the same time, Colin's phone in his pocket rang twice. He took out his phone, glanced glanced at the text message, and immediately looked at Kevin, who was walking ahead, with a complicated expression.
Inside the restaurant,
After Kevin and the other two sat down, Old Cat ordered 3 medium-sized dishes, 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetarian dish, along with a half-liter bottle of the cheapest white liquor.
"No need to save money for me, go ahead and order 2 more dishes," Kevin said, pretending to be polite. "Forget it, you just arrived and don't have a salary yet, this is good enough."
Although Old Cat's words were a bit blunt, it was clear he had a good heart.
He rubbed his dry, cold hands together, looked up at Kevin, and asked, "I heard you came from the planning zone?" "Yeah," Kevin nodded. "Not easy over there, right?" "Not really. People are just afraid of getting used to things." Kevin smiled. "Once you adapt, it's the same anywhere."
True, the three were all young people, and there was no generation gap when they chatted. Moreover, Lao Mao and Kevin were both outgoing and loved joking around, so everyone quickly became familiar with each other. During the conversation, Kevin noticed that Colin seemed to be ingratiating himself with Lao Mao in his gestures and tone of speech, overall displaying a very humble attitude. When the food and drinks arrived, Kevin raised his glass and said, "Sitting together makes us friends. I'm new here, so let's stay in touch and look out for each other in the future."
"There's nothing to look out for.
These days, if you're capable, you'll thrive anywhere. If you're not, no amount of help will make a difference," Lao Mao replied straightforwardly, raising his glass with a grin and adding, "But staying in touch is a must. Just for the fact that you dared to stand up to Lao San, we can definitely be friends."
"Hee hee," Kevin chuckled. "Cheers." "Done. Done."
The three raised their glasses and drank it all in one go.
"Come on, pour a little more."
Colin wiped his mouth, picked up the bottle, and continued pouring wine for Old Cat.
"Brother, about that thing I mentioned to you last time, can it be done?"
Old Cat rolled his eyes upon hearing this, holding a pair of chopsticks in his right hand and picking up a small piece of beef as he teased, "You're way too cunning. Xiao Yu is treating us, you're asking for favors. How did you end up with all the brains?"
Colin wasn't embarrassed upon hearing this. He just scratched his head and replied, "Isn't it, because money's tight?" "Ugh, when has it ever not been tight for you?"
Old Cat ate his food, frowned, and continued, "Hey, about that thing of yours I asked around, but there are no vacancies in the clerical positions right now.
"If you want to get in, you'll need to pray to the gods. But you don't have the money for that either, so just wait a bit longer."
Kevin was taken aback upon hearing this and curiously asked, "Why do you have to go for a clerical position?"
"He's just timid."
Old Cat responded with a sneer, "Last year, the police department reported upwards, and in 6 months, we lost 35 people here.
The world is too chaotic now. He doesn't feel secure in the first team and wants to find an easier job."
"Oh, I see." Kevin's face showed no sign of surprise, as the security environment here was far more peaceful compared to the unplanned zones. Old Cat turned to look at Colin, his gaze carrying a hint of disdain as he reprimanded, "Colin, you need to understand one thing.
The environment has changed now.
If you don't fight, don't risk your life,
When will you ever turn things around? I got you into the administrative department, but without connections above, won't you still get squeezed out after a while? What's that saying? Times create heroes, right? Let's not talk about distant examples, just look at Alan's big brother. Before the 9th Special Zone was established, what was he?
But when the world turned chaotic, he rose up instead.
Now, in this Black Street area, no one dares to mess with him, right?
He's married 6 wives.
Who did he rely on? No one, right? I can't compare to him."
Colin grinned, showing his teeth. "I just want to live a simple life without illness or trouble, earn enough to support my mom and sister, and that's enough for me."
"That's all you're capable of."
Old Cat replied somewhat disappointedly, "I got you into the first team, hoping you'd find some opportunities and make something of yourself. But instead, you spend your days washing socks for others, serving tea and water."
"Honestly, with the way you are, no wonder people take a swing at you whenever they're bored. You don't even have an equal footing, so what are you talking about building connections? Is that how you make friends?" Colin lowered his head and remained silent.
"Sigh, with such a spineless personality, your dad named you Colin.
And here I am, so damn outstanding, yet my mom named me Li Fugue. Tell me, where's the justice in that?"
Old Cat shook his head and sighed.
"Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's chat about something else." Kevin stepped in to smooth things over.
The conversation ended there, and Colin no longer brought up the matter of transferring jobs with Old Cat. The three of them drank and chatted casually, and time passed quickly. By 9 o'clock in the evening, Colin glanced down at a newly received text message and immediately said, "Something's come up at home, I need to leave now."
"See you tomorrow." "Not staying for a bit longer?" Kevin asked. "No, I really have to go." "Then I'll see you off." "No need, I can walk by myself." "Take it slow. It's fine."
After exchanging a few pleasantries, Colin hurriedly left with his phone, while Kevin stayed behind with Old Cat, who had no intention of leaving, to continue drinking. "Old Cat, if we can sit together and drink, that means we're friends," Kevin said, his face slightly flushed as he tried to persuade him.
"In the future, give Colin some face." "Did I scold him?"
"I'm trying to motivate him," Old Cat said passionately, pointing at the table and speaking sharply. "You see, if a person keeps kneeling, they'll never learn to stand up.
Do you understand?"
Kevin seemed thoughtful upon hearing this and unconsciously nodded. "In the police force, he's my only friend.
I feel anxious watching him like this. Old Cat shook his head, stopping himself. Forget it, let's not talk about him anymore. I'm going to take care of some business. What business? Kevin was taken aback. I observed that little girl just now. She doesn't seem to have any romantic relationship with those 4 guys. Old Cat blinked and said in a low voice, I think it's time to make a move. Kevin was a bit confused. Which girl are you talking about? Damn, why are you so clueless?
The one who just got out of the car at the door. Old Cat grinned and said, she looks amazing. I took one glance at her. Hey, doesn't she look like that celebrity from before, Jun Ji-hyun, tall, with long legs? Kevin broke into a cold sweat. Buddy, take it easy. Times are different now. Things are pretty chaotic. No worries, I'll give it a shot. Old Cat rubbed his palms together, stood up with a mischievous grin, adjusted his pants, and headed over to the table near the window. Outdoors, Colin stood by the roadside, taking 2 deep puffs of his e-cigarette. After hesitating for a long time, he finally took out his phone, intending to call Kevin. But as his thumb hovered over the screen, he remembered that Kevin's new phone hadn't been connected to the communication system yet, so he could only pull up Lau Mao's number.
Inside the restaurant,
Old Cat smoothed his short hair, stepped over to the table by the window, and smiled as he asked the young woman, Hey, hello there, miss.
Out for a meal with your family?
The young woman had been gazing out the window repeatedly. Hearing Old Cat call her, she turned her puzzled gaze back to him. Do you need something?
Well, here's the thing. I'm the director of the TV station Star Anchor program. We're holding auditions. Would you be interested in learning more?
Old Cat asked, completely making it up. As the words fell, the short middle-aged man sitting opposite asked his companion in Japanese with a strange look, Is it for delivery? The companion glanced at Old Cat and frowned slightly. He's not speaking in code. While the two were conversing, the young woman had already regained her composure. Her charming face lit up enthusiastically as she responded to Old Cat. Is it really the TV station? What a coincidence. I happen to be studying hosting. Old Cat hadn't expected the young woman to be so quick on the uptake. His eyes brightened as he eagerly said, That's great. Do you have contact information? Leave me one, and we can connect privately later. While speaking, the Old Cat had already taken out the phone he had prepared earlier and handed it to the girl. However, this phone was his personal one, not the mandatory one purchased by the police force. The girl took the phone and lowered her head to input the number. Snap! The short middle-aged man stood up, grabbed the girl's arm, and frowned slightly. Give the phone back to him and eat.
Uncle, I'm quite interested. The girl looked up with a smile. I told you to return the phone.
The short middle-aged man repeated once again. Old Cat tilted his head and glanced at the man, beaming as he said, I really work for the TV station. Don't worry, I mean no harm. The girl hesitated for a moment, then immediately returned the phone to Old Cat and said with a smile, Alright then, sorry about that, huh? The Old Cat was overjoyed to see the girl so cooperative, but then an unromantic goblin suddenly interrupted, ruining the moment. Instantly feeling annoyed, he opened his mouth to try again. Forget it, thank you, the girl insisted. The Old Cat was stunned, stared at the girl for 2 seconds, then bared his teeth and replied, If it doesn't work, then forget it. Sorry to bother you. 1 minute later, the Old Cat bent over and sat opposite Kevin, his expression peculiar.
Got beaten up, huh? He. Kevin asked while picking up some food.
The Old Cat blinked a few times and kicked Kevin under the table. Look down. Kevin was startled and looked under the table. The Old Cat was holding a phone in his right hand and said in a very low voice, Look at the screen. Hearing this, Kevin looked over and saw the dial page on the screen displaying 959595. What does it mean? Kevin was a bit confused. The Old Cat rubbed his cheek with his left hand and replied under his breath, Damn it, stumbled into something, I guess.
Do you mean, those 4 men and the girl are definitely not together? She even kicked me under the table just now.
Old Cat put away his phone and took a sip of his drink.
But I can't figure out what they're up to. Something's definitely off though.
That girl wants us to save her. By the dining table near the window, the short man glanced down at his watch, his face stern as he whispered to his companion, The person who just came, was it a coincidence or a probe?
Hard to say.
The companion shook his head. Looks dazed. The short man glanced uneasily at Old Cat. Time's up, we won't wait, let's go.
All right.
His companion nodded, his voice cold as he said to the girl, Don't cause trouble, come with us. Beads of sweat formed on the girl's fair forehead. She stole a glance at Old Cat before nodding in response.
Not far away.
The Old Cat rubbed his cheeks irritably and asked Kevin in a low voice, What should we do?
Are we going to intervene or not?
Squeak. At the same time, a fully electric car stopped at the restaurant entrance.
Inside the restaurant,
Kevin originally had no interest in the 4 men and 1 woman, but after Old Cat mentioned them, he glanced toward the window with the corner of his eye. The 4 men were uniformly dressed in shearling jackets, work pants, worn-out leather boots, with sharp gazes and slightly reddened skin exposed to the air. I don't think they're from the special zone. Kevin lowered his head and reminded softly, How can you tell?
Old Cat asked curiously.
They're dressed too warmly, and they have frostbite, Kevin replied succinctly.
Looks like they're from the unplanned area, the Thunder Zone. What is a lazy? Someone who makes a living on the edge. Kevin scratched his nose. Hearing this, boss, Old Cat felt a bit uneasy. If we recklessly try to be heroes, there's no way we can take them on, right? Did you bring your gun? Kevin asked. Come over to eat. You definitely didn't bring it. Old Cat shook his head. Then I suggest not making a move yet. Kevin frowned, thought for a moment, and replied, call the team. While the two were quickly exchanging words, the four men had already stood up with the girl and started settling the bill, preparing to leave. Damn it, they're leaving. Old Cat picked up his wine glass with a slightly trembling hand, nervously stammering, should we follow them? Are you Neza or something, with wind fire wheels? Kevin responded speechlessly, they drove here, and you're going to chase them on foot? Are you kidding me? I totally forgot. Kevin glanced stealthily at the four men, furrowing his brows slightly as he added, if these four lay guys are really up to something, they're definitely carrying stuff. Even if we jump out, we won't be able to stop them. Old Cat was actually quite nervous inside, because although he was part of the frontline investigation team, he was more of a loose cannon type, and dangerous tasks rarely fell to him. So usually, the guns below were more effective than the one in his hand, and he hadn't participated in any large-scale operations or arrests. But even so, he still said to Kevin, if we were just ordinary people, we could let it go, but wearing this uniform, we can't ignore it when we run into something. You better think of something. There's nothing on me, we're outnumbered, can't keep up, and it's too late to notify the team now. What the hell am I supposed to do? Kevin sweated profusely. Unless a miracle happens, otherwise. At that moment, the restaurant door opened, and 6 sturdy young men walked in, glancing around. The leader, Lao San, opened his mouth and shouted, Kevin. As the words fell, Kevin and Old Cat instantly turned their heads, their eyes wide with astonishment as they looked at Lao San and his team. Almost simultaneously, their eyes lit up as they muttered, damn, a miracle really happened. Lao San, dressed in a light green police uniform, led his 5 brothers over, tilting his neck and puffing on an e-cigarette as he looked at Kevin and cursed, just got here and you're already hitting up a restaurant? Got some cash in your pocket, huh? Come on, step outside, Old 3, are you here to scout the case? Before Kevin could speak, Old Cat stepped forward, grabbed the other's arm, and asked. Old 3 looked completely baffled. Scout what case? Aren't you here with us? Old Cat's eyes showed confusion. Yeah, I asked around and heard he was here. That's right. How many people did you bring? Are there still brothers from the team outside? The third brother grew more confused as they talked. No, what are you talking about? Are you stupid? I ran into it too. Why are you hiding it from me? Old Cat slapped his arm and asked urgently, are we catching them here or outside? No, it seems like we're not talking about the same thing. The third brother pointed at Kevin and said, I came to find him. The Old Cat was stunned and suddenly pointed to the 4 men by the bar. Aren't you here to catch those guys? Catch them? What's wrong with them? That's quite a coincidence. Beads of sweat appeared on the Old Cat's forehead as he whispered, those 4 men have taken a girl hostage, and we happened to run into them. Just now, Kevin and I were discussing what to do, and then you showed up. Say no more, let's pin them down here. We've got enough people. Old Third looked utterly confused and, after holding back for a long time, blurted out, what the hell? I'm here to find Kevin. Second Sister's restaurant isn't in your team's jurisdiction, is it? Why are you still talking about finding Kevin at this point? Old Cat said in a low voice, figure out how to catch them. How am I supposed to figure it out? I wasn't prepared for this. Old Third said dejectedly, glancing again at the 4 people. I don't even know what they're up to. As soon as Old Third and the others entered the room, the 4 people across from them had already noticed. Seeing this group in police uniforms and meeting with Old Cat and Kevin, they immediately felt uneasy. The 4 exchanged glances, quickly placed the girl in the middle, lowered their heads, and started heading out. Stop dawdling, figure out how to catch them and give me a plan. Old Cat's heart was pounding as he lowered his head and urged Old 3 and the others. Old 3, utterly dejected, took a step back. You two ran into this mess, and you want me to come up with a damn plan? You're the main force here. We don't have anything on us. Main force? My ass. Old 3 broke into a cold sweat, turned around, and said to the police team brothers he had brought along, we can't just ignore this. Old Cat's an idiot. If we bail, he'll probably snitch on us. What's the plan? Xiao Hu, notify the team, and have the others spread out a bit, Lao San instructed with his head down. Guyer, go up for a spot check and ask them for their residence permits. If they don't have one, ask for their special zone entry and exit permits. If they show any signs of resistance, shoot. I'm going for the spot check, bro. The young man called Guyer was almost in tears. Let Old Cat go instead. They're not in uniform. You go. Damn, this is so depressing, Guyer cursed, bracing himself as he sidestepped 2 steps to directly block the path of the 4 men. Blackstreet Police Department, show me your residence permits. The 4 men stopped in their tracks upon hearing this, looking expressionlessly at Lao San and the others. The young woman stood in the middle of the 4, sweat streaming down her temples, her fists clenched tightly. I'm talking to you. Take out your residence permits and let me have a look, Guyer repeated once more. We're from the unplanned area, here to stock up, the short middle-aged man said in a low voice. We don't have long-term residence permits. Show me your entry and exit permit. Guyer extended his hand. All right. The short man lowered his head and reached reached into his pocket. Lao San, also a seasoned veteran, glanced at the other man's attire and instinctively stepped back. His right hand pretended to move behind his back, but his real intention was to reach for his gun. The short man had just put his hand into his pocket when the girl suddenly let out a sharp scream. "Help me, they're kidnapping me. Nobody move." As soon as the words were spoken, the short man's companion next to him flicked his sleeve, clutching a T-34 military grenade in his right hand and shouted, "The pin's pulled, move, and everyone dies." In an instant, the restaurant descended into chaos, with diners scattering in all directions, clutching their heads. The short man grabbed the young woman and stepped back, his expression calm as he said, "Cover me, I'll leave through the back door." Sweat streamed down Lao San's forehead as he placed his right hand on his holster and pointed at the middle-aged man holding the grenade, shouting, "Don't get worked up, brother. This thing not going off is one thing, but if it does, that's a whole different story." Bang! As soon as the words were spoken, Old Cat suddenly sprang up, grabbed a wine bottle from the table, and smashed it against the opponent's wrist with a loud bang. Whoosh! The middle-aged man stepped back, his expression extremely fierce, and without a moment's hesitation, he threw a grenade into the crowd. Kevin suddenly sprang up, grabbed Old Cat by the collar, and retreated several steps in succession. Boom! A loud explosion erupted. A large pit appeared out of nowhere. Countless brick fragments soared into the air. 2 tables were blown to pieces and scattered, and 3 police officers were injured and fell to the ground by shrapnel and flying debris. The third man lay on the ground, shouting loudly, "Take cover, shoot the one holding the grenade." Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out. Just as Lao San was about to get up, a mist of blood burst from his buttocks, and with a thud, he fell down again. Damn it! Damn it! Lao San frantically touched his buttocks. Seeing the blood streaming down, he glared and cursed, "I'll damn your mother, Lao Mao, you really are a motherless bastard." After the explosion, Kevin fell to the ground, shook his head to clear it, and asked Lao Mao, reeking of alcohol, "Are you okay? Thanks to Lao San and the others for coming, otherwise, if it were just the 2 of us, we'd be done for." "You have to admit, Lao San and the others really are iron-blooded warriors," Old Cat said, still shaken, as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Seeing that this guy was fine, Kevin immediately reached out to push him aside, turned his head to scan the surroundings, and then shouted softly to a colleague not far away, "Give me the gun." The other person was hiding behind a wooden table, his cheeks pale with fear as he glanced at Kevin, his expression clearly dazed. "Give me the gun," Kevin growled again in a low voice. The other party snapped out of it and, without thinking, tossed the gun across the floor, then continued crouching motionlessly under the table. The gun was an A2911 model, but its design was an improved version of the M1911, with an increased capacity of 9 rounds, specifically used by frontline police units. Kevin had never handled this type of gun before and had only seen it in magazines. However, the structure and feel of firearms are universal. He picked it up, glanced at it briefly, and habitually ejected the magazine to inspect it before racking the slide again. The movements were fluid and highly efficient. With the gun in hand, Kevin crouched and stood up, took 2 steps to adjust his angle, positioned his left arm horizontally as a gun rest, gripped the gun single-handedly, and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out, and the back of the head of the middle-aged man who had just thrown the grenade in the front left exploded, causing him to fall to the ground instantly. Yes, Kevin did not choose to injure but to kill. Because the opponents were all armed and extremely ruthless, showing mercy could mean potential casualties for others. After firing 3 shots, Kevin didn't look elsewhere but bent down. Bang bang bang. Sure enough, a barrage of bullets came flying, sending wall debris scattering everywhere. Kevin pinpointed the source of the sound, crouched forward, and fired 2 shots outside like lightning, but the bullets missed. The 2 opponents reacted quickly as well, showing considerable skill. One provided cover while the other kicked open a window and climbed out. They avoided the door because they weren't sure if there were still police teams outside waiting to capture them, while escaping through the window offered an element of surprise. Seeing the 2 flee, Kevin didn't pursue them further. Instead, he held his gun and ran up the stairs to the 2nd floor. In the hall, Lao San sat on the ground, clutching his buttocks with his left hand, staring in shock at Kevin, who had chosen to shoot to kill without even blinking. He looked completely dumbfounded. "Damn, Andon is so fierce?" Old Cat exclaimed as he stood up and shouted at Old 3, "Chase him, help Andon, he's all by himself." Old 3 gave him a sidelong glance, so angry he could explode. He felt that his bad luck was directly related to this Li Fugue. Nothing good ever happened when he ran into this guy. 2nd floor. Kevin ran toward the back door, lowered his head to glance under the window, and through the glass saw that the short middle-aged man had already dragged the girl across the street and into an alley within an old residential complex. After much deliberation, Kevin gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, no backup? There's only one left, I can take a chance." Clang! Kevin opened the window, braced himself against the biting cold wind rushing in, and leapt out. After landing, Kevin unleashed the speed that matched his physical capabilities, crossing the road in less than 3 seconds and positioning himself alone at the alley entrance. He raised the gun barrel slightly and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out. Not far away, the short middle-aged man heard the gun
gunshots and immediately pulled the young woman to hide by the alley wall, standing in the shadows with a furrowed brow.
Brothers from the unplanned area? Kevin shouted.
The short middle-aged man lowered his head to check his firearm and responded in broken Chinese, yes.
The roads outside are starving people to death. Came into the city to get a bite to eat.
Where did you start tailing us?
We weren't tailing you, just ran into the situation, Kevin replied truthfully. Can you let it slide? I have tickets in my bag.
Say the word, and you can take them. The short middle-aged man licked his lips.
Kevin blinked. The road outside is cold, I understand. But I'm wearing this outfit, and now I've run into trouble, so I can't just ignore it. I don't want the ticket, but you leave the person.
The short middle-aged man hesitated slightly. I still have a goldfish in my pocket. I'll take the person, but I'll leave the ticket and the goldfish with you.
Not acceptable. Kevin decisively refused. Alright, I'll leave the person.
The short middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, then pushed the young woman forward. You walk ahead, start slow, then speed up after 3 seconds.
If you don't listen, I'll shoot you dead.
Kevin licked his lips, leaned forward, and glanced into the alley. Come here. The girl hesitated for a moment, then immediately stepped forward, while the footsteps in the alley sounded more chaotic. 3 seconds later, the girl quickened her pace. Kevin hesitated briefly, then stepped into the alley and waved, shouting, hurry over. The young woman looked up at Kevin, her eyes filled with urgency as she shouted, he didn't leave. As her words fell, a short middle-aged man stepped out from the shadows and raised his hand, aiming directly at the alley entrance.
Bang, bang, bang.
The rapid gunfire exploded in the dark night, and the young woman, terrified, covered her head with both hands and crouched on the ground, screaming. A second later, a muffled thud echoed in the alley, and the short middle-aged man fell to the ground. Kevin stood in front of the young woman, cautiously refraining from stepping inside. Instead, he raised his arm and, without hesitation, fired 2 more shots at the bandit's head.
Ah!
The young woman was still shouting, covering her ears. Kevin ignored her, carried the gun, and stepped up to the short middle-aged man, kicking his head with his foot before turning to glance at the grazing wound on his shoulder caused by a stray bullet.
He let out a sigh of relief and cursed, cunning, so close. Damn, did we kill him?
At the entrance of the alley, a familiar voice sounded. Kevin turned his head upon hearing the voice and saw Lao San clutching his butt, standing under the dim light. Where are Old Cat and the others? They're chasing over there too. The gunfire is chaotic. They ran to the left side.
Lao San gasped as he looked back. Were the bandits killed?
Kevin blinked, stepped forward to Lao San, glanced around, and suddenly reached out with his left hand, pulling him into the alley.
What the hell are you doing?
Lao San was a bit confused.
Do you want to fight me? Kevin suddenly asked with a blank expression.
The third brother froze, only then remembering that he came to the restaurant to deal with Kevin.
Just now you wanted to talk to me, about what? Say it here. Kevin squinted his eyes and asked again. What do you mean by that? Kevin raised his hand and pressed the gun against the third brother's head. CNM, have you ever been to the unplanned zone?
When the army's grain trucks pass through Sankanzi, even the king of hell has to get out of the car to worship and burn incense money.
I fought my way out of there alone, and now that I'm here, you think you can teach me the rules? Ha!
The third brother froze.
Bang! A gunshot rang out, scattering souls.
Seconds later, the third brother collapsed to the ground, gasping, his eyes wide open. Kevin threw the gun onto Lao San. From now on, we need to handle dangerous jobs like this together. Don't piss me off, or next time if I get scared, who knows where the gun barrel might end up pointing. After speaking, Kevin walked over to the young woman, lowered his head, and asked, what kind of trouble are you in, sister?
Police Department office building, interrogation room of Teen 1. Kevin twirled a pen in his right hand and softly asked the young woman in front of him, feeling a bit better now?
The young woman brushed her hair tips, her eyes slightly vacant, with a look of lingering fear on her face. She hesitated for a long time before nodding. Kevin glanced at her condition, got up, walked to the water dispenser, poured her a cup of hot water, and placed it on the table. Drink some water. If you feel unwell, you can go to the hospital for a checkup.
Thank you. No need to go to the hospital. I don't have any external injuries.
The young woman picked up the cup, politely thanked him, then took a deep breath. Go ahead and ask.
Alright, then I'll ask. Kevin sat down again, holding the inquiry notebook and began taking notes. Name, Lin Nianlei. Age, 20 years old. Gender. Edison was a bit dumbfounded. Can't you tell? There's a law enforcement recorder filming. I have to ask. Kevin explained with a smile. Female.
Place of residence rights.
Edison hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. Fongbei City. Are you from the Special Administrative Region's capital?
Yes.
Then what brings you here? Work or residency transfer?
Kevin had never done inquiry work before, but the notebook contains simple and easy to understand classification forms, making it clear at a glance. He was also worried about making mistakes during his first inquiry, so he asked very thoroughly. Work. After verifying the basic information, Kevin began preparing to ask about the case. You were kidnapped.
kidnapped. Where did it happen? Do you know who the perpetrators are? I'm not sure either.
I just came from. Edison was about to answer questions related to the case when the office door suddenly swung open and Director Lee entered with Old Cat and others. Kevin turned his head to glance back, immediately stood up and greeted Director Lee.
Still asking?
Lee asked with his hands behind his back.
Yes, currently verifying the basic situation. Hello, Miss Lin.
After nodding to Kevin, Lee extended his hand politely to greet Lin Yanlei. I am the chief superintendent, surname Lee.
Hello.
Edison nodded and shook hands with him.
Someone from the online broadcast side is here to pick you up. You can leave first.
Lee pondered for a moment and then said with a cheerful smile, we'll handle the case, and the remaining two suspects definitely won't get away. Kevin felt a bit curious upon hearing this, as Lee had not been inside earlier, yet now he knew the girl's name and seemed ready to let her go without further questioning. Because of this, Kevin took a closer look at the girl. She was about 1.7 meters tall, with a slender figure. Although her face had some dirt and her hair was messy, it couldn't hide her delicate and beautiful features. Old Cat said Edison resembled the previously popular Jun Ji-hyun, but Kevin thought she was even more attractive. Her eyes were larger and more expressive, her body proportions better.
Most importantly, this girl had incredibly fair skin, translucent and radiant like porcelain. In this era, what kind of family could raise a child to look like this, without doing any work at all?
Clearly, Director Lee's sudden visit and decision to release her without even basic questioning must have had a certain rationale behind it. Edison exchanged a few words with Director Lee, and then everyone went downstairs together.
5 minutes later, downstairs,
a few middle-aged individuals got out of a pure electric sedan, exchanged a few pleasantries with Director Lee, and quickly took Edison away. Kevin glanced at the pass on the car's windshield and saw that it was a vehicle from the Songjiang City Publicity Department. After everyone watched Edison leave, Director Lee stepped aside to make a few phone calls, then turned back and said, "Come to my office."
"What's the matter?"
Kevin turned his head and asked Old Cat. The Old Cat scratched his nose and responded in a low voice, "Kid, you really stepped in the Dog King's crap. Just got here and already got noticed by the higher-ups."
"Ah, but it's normal. Capable people always stand out no matter where they go."
When Kevin heard this, he immediately felt reassured.
A few minutes later,
in the office, Lacey patted Kevin's shoulder inside. "I always said you had some potential, but I didn't expect you to shine so quickly." "It was just a coincidence," Kevin grinned.
"Impressive, truly impressive."
Director Lee couldn't hide his excitement as he clasped his hands behind his back and paced around the room, laughing and cursing. "This Matsushita has been involved in several major cases and is someone the Central Bureau specifically wanted to catch. But he fled to the planning zone 2 years ago, and the higher-ups couldn't do anything about it.
Yet, as soon as he came back, you managed to take him down. Tomorrow at the meeting, I can brag at the Bureau.
You've just arrived and already boosted my morale. Commendable."
Kevin listened quietly without responding.
Sigh. Director Lee bent over and sat on the chair, lowered his head, lit a Zhonghua cigarette that Kevin had given him, and continued speaking with a somewhat regretful expression. If this matter were about someone else, they could directly jump from a third-level officer to a first-level one. With the corresponding rank adjustment, becoming a team leader would be no problem at all. But it's a bit difficult for you. You've just arrived, and your information has only been in the system for less than 24 hours.
If I push for your promotion, there might be some gossip."
Upon hearing this, Old Cat immediately spoke up for Kevin. "Credit isn't something you force onto someone, it's earned through risking one's life."
"Who chased down Matsushita? Who killed him? Who rescued the hostages? All of this is clear as day. What are you afraid of gossip for? If you keep listening to people babble, you won't even be able to take a dump properly. How can you be a director like that? Can you use your brain when talking to me?"
The usually composed Director Lee glanced awkwardly at Kevin and immediately cursed at Old Cat.
Old Cat blinked and said nothing more.
"Andon, the credit is yours, and no one can take it away.
But the situation in the department is a bit complicated.
You just arrived, and if I push you up too hard, it wouldn't look good," Director Lee said expressionlessly as he looked at Kevin. "But there's plenty of time ahead. We'll take it slow." "Director, you've already helped me a lot, and I'm grateful," Kevin replied with a smile.
"It's not a big deal. Within a month, I'll first promote you from a trainee officer to level 3.
Tomorrow, I'll have someone write up a case report and send it to the police bureau.
Getting a personal third-class merit shouldn't be a problem. Once the certificate comes through, it'll be logical for you to be promoted to level 2 by the end of the year." Director Lee deliberated for a moment before continuing. "For now, you can't be a team leader because you've been here too short a time. You don't even know anyone in the team, and if you suddenly became the leader, no one would respect you. Here's what we'll do. I'll talk to Alan and have you serve as deputy team leader. This position is decided internally by the department, so it won't go into the system or carry a title. But once you're more familiar, I'll find an opening to make it official. Also, you'll get a separate 3,000 yuan bonus for this case, and at the end of the month, you'll be recognized as an outstanding individual." "Thank you, Director."
Kevin was actually quite pleased with this outcome and immediately saluted in gratitude.
"All right, that's it then."
Lee waved his hand and
and said, "You two can leave now. Rest early. Let's go." As the words fell, Kevin and Old Cat left together. Meanwhile, Director Lee took a sip of water and was just about to get up and head home when the phone rang. "Hello, Lee C. I want to ask. In the case report, how is the situation regarding Lao San written? Should we take Captain Yuan's factors into consideration?" Director Lee pondered for a moment. "I've heard a bit about his situation. That kid didn't go to the restaurant to make arrests. How about this, you emphasize. The next day at noon, inside the hospital. What did the higher-ups say?" Lao San asked a colleague from his hospital bed.
"The department will cover all medical expenses for the injuries, and they'll also apply to the police bureau to get a collective third-class merit award for our team. As for financial rewards, apart from Kevin, those who were seriously injured in the case will each receive 5,000, and those who weren't seriously injured will each get 3,000, the colleague replied, lowering his head with a sheepish expression. Lao San was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. "What about Kevin and Lao Mao?" "I have no idea about Old Cat," the colleague shook his head and replied, "but I heard that Director Lee has already promised Kevin that by the end of the year he will definitely be promoted to a level 2 officer, and they will also apply for a third-class personal merit for him. Ha, and the office has already notified the team that he will be made deputy team leader." When Old 3 heard this, his head buzzed. Is there no justice? Is there no fairness anymore? Is this Kevin Director Lee's illegitimate son or something? "I contributed the most people, took the hardest hits, and when a grenade was thrown over, I thought we brothers would only meet again in the martyrs' cemetery. But in the end, the one who benefits is some rookie who just arrived? Why? Why does the director apply for a third-class personal merit for him but only a collective third-class merit for me? Look at this gunshot wound on my backside. If I hadn't dodged quickly, that damn bullet would have gone straight into my rectum. And in the end, the director only gave me a 5,000 yuan bonus. What does that even mean? I'm asking you, what does that mean? What's the point of asking me?" The colleague rolled his eyes. "Someone in the team did speak up for you, but Director Lee shut it down with one sentence. Matsushita was a hard target, and whoever took him down gets the credit. Besides, Kevin didn't just kill him on the spot, he chased him down and finished him off. And as for why we went to the restaurant, the higher-ups are well aware." "Stop talking." Old 3, too tired to listen, lay on the bed with a weary face and muttered, "Ever since I was a kid, my mom always said, I have bad luck." The third brother was very dissatisfied. He felt that Kevin had stolen the credit he deserved. But in fact, Kevin was somewhat wronged, because the biggest beneficiary of this matter was not him, but Old Cat, whom Director Lee hadn't even mentioned before. A first-level police officer was directly promoted to a third-level police chief. At the same time, internal positions were adjusted, and he quietly became the deputy captain of the third team. Moreover, his personal third-class merit application was approved within a day. This matter is known by few people in the department, but anyone who has heard about it privately speculates about the relationship between Old Cat and Director Lee, including Kevin. At the same time, they sigh, realizing that hard work cannot compete with good fortune, and good fortune cannot compare to those who control their destiny. The day after the minor incident ended, Lao San's supporter, Alan, boarded the train back to Songjiang City. Although Kevin gained some recognition in the Songjiang case and received praise from Director Lee, his status within the team did not improve. On the contrary, among the 45 members of Team 1, the vast majority of colleagues ignored him. Apart from Colin, Old Cat, and a few peripheral colleagues who were slightly closer to him, the other core members treated him with indifference. If it were only external colleagues treating him this way, Kevin might have been able to endure it, but even his dormitory roommates, with whom he had to interact daily, subjected him to silent treatment. Although these people did not actively provoke him, they were unwilling to talk to him. As soon as he entered the room, everyone would instantly fall silent or collectively leave. Once he left, they would return, resuming their card games and conversations. The crowd treated Kevin this way simply because he had offended Lao San, acting like a troublemaker, and had taken credit for an achievement as soon as he joined the team, inevitably stirring jealousy among others. If it had been someone else, they might have regretted offending Lao San, but Kevin felt nothing about it. His personality was inherently indifferent, and not just anyone could enter his heart. Moreover, he never believed that flattery and sycophancy were the ways to integrate into a group. In his mind, living in such an environment, being overly weak would lead to endless demands from others. If Lao San could suppress him once, he could suppress him 100 times. If he silently accepted being assigned 3 extra days of shifts today, Lao San would likely assign him 4 days next time. As things progressed, he might even end up responsible for cleaning the dormitory or washing other people's clothes, which was absolutely unacceptable to Kevin. Although Kevin didn't care about the cold treatment from his colleagues, staying in the dormitory did make him feel somewhat uncomfortable. After all, living under the same roof and constantly facing cold stares from each other would inevitably affect his mood. The Matsushita case brought Kevin a bonus of 3,000 yuan, an unexpected windfall he hadn't anticipated. So, he decided to move out and rent a place on his own. Since they couldn't get along, it was better to avoid unnecessary frustration. However, Kevin wasn't familiar with the local situation situation, so he had to turn to Lao Mao for help in finding a place. His requirements were simple, affordable, with electricity, and suitable for living. The old cat felt that Kevin had a straightforward and resolute personality, was easygoing, and could get along well with him, so he readily agreed. The next day, just as Kevin entered the office, preparing to find someone for a handover and officially start his job, someone suddenly shouted from outside the office, "Kevin, Captain Yuan is calling you to the restaurant." He turned around, intending to ask the person who had called out, only to find that they had already left, clearly not planning to continue the conversation. Ha! Kevin gave a bitter smile, picked up his coat, and walked out of the office. In the department's cafeteria, Kevin asked the staff and then looked up to see Captain Yuan sitting by the window. Alan was about 1.78 or 1.79 meters tall, with a slim build, fair skin, and handsome features. His almond-shaped eyes had slightly downward curving inner corners, resembling crescent moons, while the outer corners tilted slightly upward, giving the impression that his eyes could smile. This made him seem exceptionally approachable upon first meeting. "Hello, Captain Yuan? I'm Kevin. Hee, hello, hello." Alan stood up with a smile and shook hands with Kevin. "Originally, I should have welcomed you to the team the day before yesterday when you arrived, but unfortunately, I wasn't in Songjiang the past few days. I just got back today. I heard about it. I know you went to Feng Bei for a meeting. All settled in?" Alan gestured for Kevin to sit down. "Well, all the necessary procedures have been completed." Kevin sat down across from Alan. "That's good." Alan personally poured a glass of water for Kevin and said with a cheerful smile, I heard about the kidnapping case. You really brought honor to the team." "It was just a coincidence, luck played a part." Kevin grinned. "This morning, as soon as I arrived, I had a chat with Director Lee. He told me about your situation as well." Alan naturally transitioned to the main topic. "Originally, with a criminal like Matsushita being captured, the main personnel involved in solving the case would definitely be commended. Positions below the rank of sergeant would at least be promoted by one level. So Director Lee's idea was to let you directly take the position of team leader and advance to a second-level officer. But since you've only been here for less than a day and then encountered this incident, it does seem a bit coincidental. If we push for the promotion, it might raise some eyebrows. Therefore, after discussing it with Director Lee, we decided to let you wait a bit longer. No rush, we have plenty of time ahead." "Yes, Lee Si told me about this situation." I'm not in a hurry either," Kevin responded in line with the others' remarks. "Just arrived. It's better to adapt to the environment first." "No worries, what's meant to be yours, I'll definitely help you fight for it." While the two were exchanging pleasantries, the restaurant staff brought over 2 plates of hot dishes and 2 plates of cold dishes, including beef and some rather expensive greens. This made Kevin feel that Alan's style of doing things was quite generous, at least he seemed like a straightforward person. "During work, no drinking. Let's just have a quick bite." Alan refilled Kevin's water. "This is pretty good. Don't just look, eat while it's hot." "Got it." While speaking, the two began to eat, and Alan observed Kevin out of the corner of his eye. He noticed that this young man, who had emerged from the planning district, was not at all uneasy. Though he didn't eat ravenously, he showed no signs of restraint either. "Andon, you should join the third group in the team," Alan said after a moment of silence, suddenly breaking the quiet. The original leader of this group was internally disciplined for dereliction of duty and corruption, and no one is managing it now. "It's perfect for you to take over as acting group leader." Kevin was taken aback. "That's not right. Director Lee said I was supposed to be the deputy group leader?" An acting group leader is essentially at the deputy group level, and Director Lee's original intention was to promote you to a second-level officer. "Once your title is finalized, we'll remove that acting designation," Alan replied with a smile. "When it comes to matters within our own team, it's easier to handle." "Then thank you, Captain Yuan, for your support." "Andon, this police department isn't my family business, but this captain position was earned through everyone's support. Without the 40 or 50 brothers in Team 1 working tirelessly on cases, what would Alan, have to chat with Director Lee about?" Alan's words were concise, filled with boldness and loyalty. "Now that you're here, you're one of my people. You support me, I take care of you, that's how it should be. There's no need for formalities between us. If anything comes up in the future, just bring it to me directly. Whatever you deserve, I'll do my best to help you fight for it. We're all eating from the same pot, just playing different roles, but at the core, we're the same, trying to live a little better in this chaotic environment." Kevin had initially thought that, since he'd offended Lao San, Alan would see him as a troublemaker. Perhaps Yuan wouldn't openly target him, but he'd likely make things difficult to assert his authority. However, to his surprise, Alan's words today were incredibly genuine, without a hint of bureaucratic airs, so straightforward that they felt heartwarming. "Captain Yuan, since you've said this, let me toast you with water instead of wine." Kevin, fully understanding the situation, raised his cup and said earnestly, "From now on in Team 1, I'll do my utmost to get things done well." As soon as the words were spoken, the two drank it all in one go. After putting down the glass, Alan wiped his mouth, looked up at Kevin, and said, "All right, we've finished talking about making friends. Now let's discuss work matters." "Sure, go ahead." This morning, a wanted notice came from the
police station. A few major criminals have appeared in the planning area and might show up in the Blackstreet. This task has been assigned to Team 1.
I came back to organize personnel and prepare to monitor them, Alan said to Kevin with a frown. But I have another important case on hand that needs manpower to handle. Since you're new here and lack experience with major criminal cases, I want you to lead Team 3 to handle this case first.
What kind of case is it? Kevin asked.
It's a drug trafficking case, Alan explained after taking a sip of water. Recently, a large batch of smuggled drugs has appeared on Blackstreet, including counterfeit drugs and ones from unofficial channels. Normally, no one would care about this kind of thing after all. Where there's demand, there's a market.
With major cases already overwhelming us, who has the manpower to deal with this?
But two major pharmaceutical companies in Fengbay's capital jointly pressured the government, claiming this issue is affecting their market. You know how it is, the more chaotic the world gets, the more influence the healthcare industry has. The higher-ups had no choice but to pass the pressure down, which has caused the leadership of Songjiang's medical bureau to call the police department every day. The police department, in turn, is pressuring Director Lee because the main area where these illegal drugs are rampant is Blackstreet. Director Lee is practically losing his mind over this and announced during a meeting that within 3 months, our team must completely clean up all the drug dealers on Blackstreet.
Are we really cleaning it up, or is it just talk during meetings? Kevin blinked, asking subtly. Alan paused for a moment, his expression showing slight surprise as he replied, "It's a real crackdown, not just talk. We're actually going to clean it up." Do those 3 teams have enough manpower?
You guys start working first. Once you find the main clues, our team will concentrate firepower to take them down, Alan responded softly. But before we have the main clues, let's focus on catching those major bandits first.
Alright, I understand.
Kevin was very clear in his mind that once he put on this uniform, he had to follow the orders here.
This was an ironclad rule,
and at the moment, he had no power to choose otherwise. You also know that the joint government is cracking down on counterfeit drugs with unprecedented intensity. This is to protect the interests of pharmaceutical companies still engaged in research, as well as the interests of numerous patients. So, smuggling and selling drugs, whether real or fake, as long as it exceeds 5 kilograms, it's a death sentence. Alan reminded with a frown, so you must be careful when handling matters. The case must be solved, but the safety of team members and yourself must also be ensured.
I got it. The materials will be sent to Group 3 this afternoon.
Make sure you grasp them quickly, and the group members should also familiarize themselves as soon as possible. If it really doesn't work, you might have to spend a little, treat everyone to a meal and build some rapport. You're all young people, easy to get along with. Alan stood up, and just as he was about to settle the bill, he suddenly turned back and said to Kevin, "Oh, I almost forgot. Old Third has a bit of a temper and sometimes doesn't think things through when he speaks or acts.
Don't be like him.
I'll arrange for the two of you to sit down together later and put the past behind you."
Kevin was taken aback. That would be troublesome.
I'll go settle the bill.
It's almost time to get back to work.
Alan smiled at Kevin and then walked toward the cashier. Kevin looked at Alan's back and murmured softly, quite broad-minded.
Afternoon.
Just as Kevin was about to return to Group 3, Old Cat informed him to head to 88 Tongbai Road in the Blackstreet district immediately, as a new house had been found. Kevin glanced at his phone and felt there was still some time before work, so he immediately headed out. After walking for about 15 minutes, Kevin hurriedly arrived at the gate of number 88 Tongbai Road.
He didn't see Old Cat but heard someone behind him shout, "Unisex? Is that you?"
Hearing the voice, Kevin turned around and saw Edison wearing a fitted wool coat, standing below the steps with a radiant smile. Her face no longer showed the fear from the previous day, and with the sunlight shining behind her, she looked as beautiful as a woman stepping out of a painting.
At the gate of number 88, Kevin smiled and asked, "Edison, what are you doing here?"
"I came here to look at houses."
Edison tidied her hair and casually asked, "What about you?"
"What a coincidence." Kevin was stunned. "I also came here to look at houses."
Edison blinked her bright, sparkling eyes. "Doesn't your police department have dormitories?"
There are too many people in the dormitory. I can't get used to it, so I wanted to rent a place outside."
"Oh."
Edison nodded playfully and gracefully extended her hand, saying, "Since it's such a coincidence, let's get to know each other."
"I still don't know your name." "My name is Kevin."
"Brother Kevin, thank you so much." Edison took the initiative to chat with him, clearly wanting to express her gratitude. Kevin knew that Edison's thanks were because he had saved her life in the alley, so he pretended to respond modestly, "It's my duty, I couldn't refuse."
"You don't need to be so polite." Edison heard this and solemnly saluted. "Salute to sir. Let's go in and take a look together."
Although Kevin had no resistance to attractive girls, his previous circumstances didn't allow him to flirt even if he wanted to. Now that things were temporarily stable, he somewhat wanted to chat more with a pretty girl.
"I finished looking and already made a decision. My colleague went to buy something, and once she's back, we'll leave."
Edison responded warmly and generously, "If you're renting here, we might run into each other in the future. Once I get my paycheck, I'll treat you to a meal." Well, I need to check first if the house is suitable. I work at the online platform, so I'll definitely definitely be interacting with the superintendent's side in the future. See you. Alright. After a brief exchange, Kevin stepped into courtyard 88. He hadn't had the chance to ask Edison for her contact information before she left with a female colleague. Inside the courtyard, old Cat sat on a stone stool and waved, shouting, "Kevin, over here." Here. Kevin rushed over upon hearing the voice. "I just heard you talking at the door." "Who were you talking to?" Old Cat casually asked. "Did Colin come too?" "No, I just ran into the girl who was kidnapped that day and chatted a bit." Old Cat was stunned for a long time. "You ran into that girl? Where is she? Can you not act like you're about to eat someone? She's already gone. What was she doing here?" Old Cat asked with great interest. "Who did she come with? What did she say to you?" "She works at the network station, not far from our police department, so she came here to look at houses and happened to run into me," Kevin replied impatiently. "Why are you asking so many details? Did she rent a house in this courtyard? Seems like it's rented." Old Cat frowned in deep thought for a while, then suddenly looked at Kevin and asked, "Hey, do you need a roommate or something? I can cook." "You really are a piece of work." Kevin was speechless. "She's really got me, brother." Old Cat chattered on. "How about we rent together? Live together, I'm telling you. Let's talk about it later. Let's check out the house first." Kevin waved his hand to urge, "Hurry up, I still need to get back to the team later." Alright, let's look first." As the words fell, the two stepped into the main hall of the house. The house Old Cat showed Kevin was about 30 square meters. Inside, there were some simple pieces of furniture, and the walls had been painted. The overall environment looked very clean, but the price was a bit high. The female landlord was asking for $300 a month, with payment required for 6 months at a time. This price is indeed not low, but it is reasonable. The 88 courtyard is located in the area with the highest concentration of government institutions in Songjiang City, adjacent to departments such as the TV station, online broadcasting station, police department, and traffic bureau. This is also the reason why Kevin and Edison were able to meet. Their workplaces are not far from each other, so even if they hadn't met here, there would have been opportunities to meet in the future. The 9th Special Zone currently uses the newly issued Asian yuan as its common currency, while the global currency is the alliance coin issued by the United Savings Institution under the United Government. Of course, the European Union region also has its own currency, the euro, but that won't be discussed for now. The exchange rate is approximately 1 alliance coin to 6 Asian yuan. Since the Asian yuan was only recently issued, its purchasing power is very high. Roughly calculated, it might be about 10 times the purchasing power of the previous renminbi. So, 300 Asian yuan is equivalent to the previous 3,000 renminbi. Currently, Kevin's monthly salary is only 500 Asian yuan, so if he rents this house and deducts expenses for food and drink, there would basically be no money left at the end of the month. This also reflects the current life situation of the lower class people in the 9th district. The cost of living is rising day by day because various resources are dwindling. Relatively speaking, there are more people in fewer positions, so incomes are very low. That's why Colin is racking his brains to become a second-level police officer, because with a higher rank, the salary will also increase. Old Cat saw Kevin taking a liking to this house but feeling a bit distressed about the 300 yuan rent. He whispered, "In the police department, apart from people like Colin, who are timid and single-mindedly act like bootlickers, most people don't rely entirely on their salaries to live. I don't think you're any better. You'll definitely have to dabble in some gray income in the future." "Do you have gray income?" Kevin asked with a sidelong glance. "Of course, how could I not? What kind of under-the-table income do you have?" "I specifically bully those who run private transport. If they don't pay their share, I deal with them," Old Cat shamelessly responded. Kevin was speechless. "Stop overthinking it, just rent it. Then I can come and stay here too," Old Cat urged again. Kevin pondered for a while, thinking that it might be hard to find a better and cheaper place for the time being. Moreover, this courtyard was indeed very close to the police station. After hesitating for a moment, he replied, "Alright, I'll rent it. Let's start with 6 months." After work started in the afternoon. In the less than 50 square meter office area of Group 3, 9 young people stood at attention in uniform. Alan smiled and looked at everyone, saying, "Let me keep it brief." Although Kevin has just arrived, he has successfully taken down the notorious bandit Matsushita and cracked a kidnapping case. After thorough consideration by the department and the team, it has been decided to temporarily appoint Kevin as the leader of Group 3 in Team 1. Everyone exchanged glances for a while before bursting into enthusiastic applause. Kevin's individual third-class merit has already been reported to the department, and his rank will be promoted when the time comes. So, don't have any other thoughts about this. As I've said before, as long as you prove yourself capable, I will promote you in Team 1. This applies to everyone equally. After finishing, Alan reached out and pulled Kevin forward. "Introduce yourself to everyone." Hearing this, Kevin stepped forward, dressed neatly in a light green police uniform with 2 stripes on his shoulders. He saluted and said loudly, "My name is Kevin. I look forward to working with all of you." In the crowd, Colin stared blankly at Kevin, feeling an indescribable bitterness in his heart. Just dozens of hours ago, he had had personally brought this newcomer back to the team. But in less than 2 days, the newcomer had become his leader. This feeling was indeed somewhat hard to accept. I'll reiterate once more, everyone wearing this uniform must abide by the rules here. Although Kevin is new, if any of you bully him, mess around, or disrupt work, don't blame me for turning my back on you. Alan smiled as he reminded everyone, then turned to Kevin and said, alright, you guys go ahead and talk. Got it. Kevin nodded. Thank you, Captain Yuan. There's no need to be so polite, Alan said as he floated away. In the office area, Kevin blinked at everyone, casually pulling out a box of premium Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket, ones he usually couldn't bear to smoke. With a cheerful smile, he said to the group, I came across a stroke of good fortune by sheer coincidence and ended up becoming the team leader by mistake. However, my personal experience is certainly not as rich as yours. So, when it comes to case work, I'll have to rely on everyone's help. Come on, let's relax and have a smoke. Kevin's words were purely a polite opening gambit intended to foster closer relations with the team. However, to his surprise, the oldest of the group, standing to the far left, reached out, took the cigarettes from Kevin's hand, and skillfully tore off the packaging, saying with a chuckle, "Ha, brother, you've got some good stuff. Even premium cigarettes like these?" Kevin was momentarily stunned but responded with a smile. A good friend gave them to me. The person talking to Kevin is Elvis, an old member of Group 3 who has been employed for 4 or 5 years. Due to his rather blunt personal style, he has not been able to advance. However, if Kevin hadn't come, the team might have considered promoting him to group leader during the selection process, as his seniority is evident, and he usually gets along well with Alan. Elvis pulled out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and then passed the pack to the others. "Sit, everyone sit," Kevin called out. Smack! At that moment, Elvis suddenly reached out and slapped Kevin's arm, laughing loudly as he said, "This stuff is satisfying, smoking it feels great. Brother, you handle things generously, not stingy, haha." There's nothing wrong with what he said, but Elvis's slap happened to hit the scrape on Kevin's arm. That day, he had a shootout with Matsushita, and his arm was grazed by a stray bullet which hadn't fully healed yet. Ah! Kevin winced in pain, furrowing his brows as he stepped back and turned to look at Elvis. "Brother Wei, the team leader is injured." At this point, Colin had already changed how he addressed Kevin, unconsciously starting to call him the team leader. "Damn, what happened?" Elvis asked casually, looking at Kevin. "Where are you hurt?" Kevin glanced at Elvis and replied with a smile, "Got grazed by a bullet when catching Matsushita." "Grazed, huh? Then it's no big deal. Just go to the hospital later and get some medicine," Elvis said with a grin, showing his teeth. "Don't bother with injections, it's not life-threatening. Nowadays, one shot costs half a month's salary." Hearing this, Kevin squinted at Elvis but said nothing more, simply motioning for the others to take their seats. Once all 10 members of the third group were seated, everyone began chatting softly. During the initial conversation, Kevin roughly understood the situation of the third group. This group, including him, consisted of 10 members, among whom were 3 Taiji nationals, 1 non-Z national, and 6 locals. However, since the 9th Special Zone was located in the northeastern part of the country, Mandarin was the official language. Having lived here for quite some time, they all spoke fluent Mandarin, even with a slight northeastern accent. After a brief discussion, everyone began to focus on their respective tasks, studying the information on the drug trafficking gang. Time came to evening. Kevin had just finished inspecting 2 old 3-unit police cars downstairs and turned back to the office, only to find that no one was there anymore, except for Colin and that non-Z brother, fiddling with the clue notebook. "Where is everyone?" Kevin asked. "Brother Elvis took them out to handle something," Colin replied. Kevin frowned. "We agreed to study the case and have a meeting tonight. Why did he suddenly take people out to handle something? Is there a case?" "No, he seems to have taken someone to handle some personal matters. It's not even time to clock out yet, and he just left with someone without saying a word?" Kevin muttered expressionlessly. Colin remained silent for a while and didn't respond. Kevin frowned as he sat in the chair, looking down at the desk phone, his fingers lightly tapping the tabletop. What does Elvis mean? Does he want to play himself? On the first day of officially leading Group 3, Kevin's test arrived. At 5:30 in the evening, Kevin, Colin, and the non-Z brother Lao Hei had already eaten in the cafeteria when Elvis returned with the others. "Heh, went out?" Kevin asked, sitting on the chair. Elvis gulped down water noisily and casually responded, "Some little punk was causing trouble for my family, so I took the guys over to check it out. It's fine now, all sorted." Kevin remained silent for a few seconds before nodding with a smile. "Alright, let's talk about the case then. Are we all working overtime tonight?" Elvis put down the glass and swaggered over to Kevin, asking, "Got any cigarettes left?" "Give me one." "None left, just had that one pack, and it's all gone." "Damn, you're smoking pretty fast. You guys should take it easy with the good stuff." Elvis opened his drawer, took a puff of his e-cigarette, and continued to ask, "Are we working overtime tonight?" "Yeah, Captain Yuan instructed us to investigate this case quickly." Kevin nodded in response. "Tonight, everyone will have to work hard. Let's scout the area first and figure out the drug dealers' routines." Before anyone could respond, Elvis plopped himself down on the desk and said again, "No need to figure it out. All the drug dealers are working on Tuza Street. If we go there, we'll catch them for sure.
Kevin was taken aback. We'll find them as soon as we go? Ah, if it weren't for the higher-ups giving orders, who would bother with these drug dealers?
Elvis said, counting on his fingers. They openly sell drugs on Tuza Street.
I've run into them many times. Captain Yuan told me that drug control is very strict in the special zone here. How dare they sell like this?
Our 9th special zone is different from other zones, Colin explained, because it was built later and is the only one composed of so many ethnic groups. The situation is quite complicated. Last year during the chief executive election, military conflicts broke out in Songjiang and Fongbei, and it was a real mess.
Oh, Kevin nodded and asked again, then is it feasible to directly sweep the streets? Colin was about to respond when Elvis interrupted, why not?
While the crackdown on drug dealers hasn't leaked out yet, we should seize the chance to gather some leads.
That way, the case will be easier to solve.
Kevin felt that Elvis was a bit unreliable. This guy was quite reckless.
So he turned to Colin and asked, do you think it's appropriate to investigate directly?
I'm not familiar with the situation over there, Colin said, scratching his head.
Haha, him?
Elvis laughed, curling his lip as he cursed. Colin, this little punk, is really good at dodging work. Whenever something comes up, he hides. Wherever it's dangerous, he avoids it.
So how would he know anything about the situation over there?
These words were a bit harsh, but Colin just smiled without saying anything. Andon, you just got here. Trust me, you won't go wrong. Tonight, we'll head out to sweep the area, catch a few leads, and it'll be easier to handle things later. Elvis, completely unaware of his position, shouted, guys, get moving.
I'll go sign at the armory and get the guns. Everyone was already accustomed to following Elvis's orders, so they all stood up one after another.
Kevin sat in the chair, his eyes fixed on Elvis. He didn't stop him but softly said, all right, let's go check out the situation then. Elvis jumped down from the desk, slapped Kevin's arm with a smile, and said, brother, getting assigned to Group 3 is like hitting the jackpot. Our group of brothers isn't the type to cause trouble. You handle things openly, and Brother Zhu will definitely lead everyone to support you. After being slapped, Kevin gritted his teeth and glanced down at his arm. Damn, I forgot you're injured. Elvis froze for a moment, then quickly stepped forward and said, are you okay? Kevin looked up and glanced at him. I'm fine. You go get the gun first. Alright, I'll go first. Elvis turned and left. Kevin glanced at Elvis's back, his brows slightly furrowed, looking thoughtful.
Team leader, Elvis is different from Lao San.
He doesn't have any bad intentions, he's just carefree, loves joking around, and messing with others.
Colin walked over and said softly, don't take it to heart, okay? Have you ever encountered someone like Elvis in your life? They don't care what kind of personality you have but often like to make excessive jokes.
Carefree every day, they don't treat themselves as outsiders and completely disregard others' feelings in their actions. When you're about to lose your temper, they shamelessly grin and say, we're just joking around. Why are you so petty? Then they continue behaving the same way, absolutely refusing to change. If you encounter such a person in an ordinary circle, you might choose to stay away and ignore them in the future. But Kevin couldn't do that. Elvis was his colleague, and they had to work together every day, stirring the pot in the same kitchen, making it impossible to avoid him. However, Elvis's reckless behavior, disregarding priorities, often issuing orders on his behalf and stealing the team leader's lines. How was Kevin supposed to work in the future? What's more, the trickiest part was that the people in Team 3 were all Elvis's friends. If he clashed with Elvis right after joining, it could easily lead to internal conflicts. What should he do? While Kevin was weighing his options, Colin was also watching coldly from the sidelines. He wanted to see when this new guy would fall out with Elvis. After the fallout, would he still be able to hold on to the position of Team 3's leader? 8:30 p.m. Two police cars stopped at the entrance of Tuza Street. Kevin and his companions, dressed in plain clothes, got out of the cars and strolled leisurely into the street. Tuza Street is the most chaotic area in the entire Black District. It is home to tens of thousands of low-income residents who have the right to live there but lack stable jobs. On both sides of the road, in front of every storefront lit with pink lights, there are at least 7 or 8 women standing. They strike seductive poses and wave incessantly to attract customers. In the dark alleys, it's common to see heavily intoxicated opium addicts, sniffling and staring blankly at the street. These people are homeless, stealing one day, robbing the next, just to get a bite to eat or buy some drugs. When they finally feel a fleeting sense of happiness, a heavy snowfall might come and bury them in the cold alleys. Kevin had already seen too many people like this and environments like this in the unplanned zones, so his gaze was indifferent as he kept his head down and walked forward. After walking for nearly a kilometer, the group finally stopped in front of a storefront without a sign. Elvis scratched his nose and said in a low voice, "This place sells medicine.
Doesn't seem like there's anyone around."
Kevin glanced around and said in a low voice, "I'm not very familiar with the situation here.
"If we act directly, can we take the person away?" Colin thought for a moment and replied, "Catch them red-handed. Wait for someone to come by medicine, then we'll go in."
Kevin stood by the roadside, frowned and thought for a long time, then said with some uncertainty, "They dare to openly conduct business here. Can they really have no preventive measures at all? I'm afraid we won't catch them, but instead a alert them. Elvis's face immediately showed impatience as he said, I've already told you, no one cared about this matter before. If you want to clean it up, you need to act suddenly. If you investigate secretly and figure everything out first, they'll definitely catch wind of it, and solving the case will be much harder then. Kevin indeed lacked experience living in the 9th Special District and was not considered a veteran in case-solving work, so he pondered for a while, then turned to look at Lao Hei and asked, Zabby, do you think we can catch them? This kind of thing really wasn't managed before, Lao Hei replied honestly, but if you conduct long-term investigations, the information will definitely leak.
There's no real secrecy in the department. Kevin remained silent for a few seconds before immediately giving orders. Police vehicles are too conspicuous, we can't drive them in here. Lao Hei, Xiaolu, you two move the car to the back of the street. Once we finish here, we'll get in the car and leave. Understood.
Everyone else, spread out and check your firearms, ammunition, and bulletproof vests, Kevin instructed again.
As soon as someone enters the shop across the street, we rush in. Ha, you even came wearing a bulletproof vest? You're really timid, Elvis sneered and teased.
These drug dealers have no standing in the underworld. A few years ago, when I was on patrol, I used to beat them up all the time. These guys are afraid of trouble. Kevin glanced at Elvis and still cautiously instructed, get to work.
Half an hour later,
two young men led an old man swaggering into the storefront. Kevin hid in the alley, holding a walkie-talkie and asked, observe through the glass and see if they're here to get the medicine.
Waited for a moment, Colin responded, yes.
Everyone move, Kevin immediately shouted, get inside. As the words fell, 8 people rushed to the storefront from 3 directions, pulled open the wooden door, and charged into the interior. In the dark hall, 2 young people and an elderly man stood by the counter, currently packing medicine, while a burly guy with an e-cigarette in his mouth looked toward the door in astonishment. Elvis stepped forward, holding a gun in his right hand and pointing with his left hand at the sturdy young man, shouting, police, hands on your head, stand to the side. The young man snapped back to reality, retreating hastily, inadvertently revealing the handgun at his waist and failing to immediately put his hands on his head. In such a chaotic environment, a criminal facing an officer might do anything reckless, so as soon as Elvis saw the gun, he grabbed the young man's collar with his left hand and, without hesitation, smashed the butt of his gun toward the man's head. Bang, bang, bang. Elvis struck the opponent 6 or 7 times with the gun, but the young man was still struggling. In a panic, he grabbed the man's hair and slammed his head against the corner of the counter with a loud bang. Blood flowed from the sturdy young man's head, his eyes rolled upward, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. At the same time, intense footsteps echoed from upstairs. A bald man wearing a military coat hurried down, his eyes scanning the scene in shock. He grabbed a walkie-talkie and shouted, damn it, store 2 has been hit. Everyone, get out here. Silence. After a brief moment of quiet, deafening footsteps suddenly erupted on the street. From the houses and buildings on both sides, dozens of people rushed out in an instant. These people, wielding knives, steel pipes, chains, and even firearms, swarmed like a tide in front of the storefront. Kevin looked at the dense crowd outside, his scalp tingling as he instantly thought of the scene of looting grain in the unplanned area. He then unconsciously disengaged the safety on his pistol. Elvis, looking at the scene outside through the glass, swallowed nervously with sweat on his forehead. Wah, when did the team grow to this size? This is getting a bit out of hand. Inside the storefront, a bald man with a military coat draped over his shoulders stood on the wooden staircase. His cold gaze swept over the burly young man knocked down by Elvis on the floor, and he asked in a low voice, whose dog got loose and dared to cause trouble in old Ma's shop. Kevin's forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat. He turned to look toward the shop entrance and saw over 20 people had already pulled the door open and entered, blocking the exit. We're from the police department. Elvis snapped back to his senses, reached into his pants pocket with his left hand to take out his badge, held it against his chest, and said, everyone unrelated, don't move. We're here to investigate a drug trafficking case. Ha! The bald man sneered, who's selling fake drugs here? Elvis held a gun in his hand, pointed at the counter, and shouted, when we arrived, we saw these people conducting a transaction with our own eyes. Do you see? Do you represent the law? The bald man stood motionless on the steps, raising his hand to point at the person at the door and shouted, ask them, who saw anyone in this house selling drugs? As his words fell, the 20 or so people at the door remained silent, nearly advancing with weapons in hand, already surrounding the 3 groups in the center of the living room. Elvis felt extremely awkward standing there, not knowing what to say anymore. At the same time, he was somewhat intimidated, as none of the people rushing in from outside looked like they were easy to deal with. Kevin hesitated briefly, then stepped forward to speak. At this moment, the sturdy young man who had just been knocked down by Elvis suddenly sat up with a thud, clutching his bleeding head and cursing, you son of a b********, how dare you hit me here? Don't move. The young man next to Colin pointed at him and shouted, don't move? Your mother. The sturdy young man instantly sprang up from the ground, and without a word, swung his fist and smashed it onto Elvis's head with a bang, waving a crappy gun. Are you trying to scare your old man? Elvis was hit and staggered back 3 or 4 steps.
Don't make a move. Don't move. This is an assault on law enforcement personnel. The three groups of people were fairly united. As soon as they saw Elvis being attacked, they immediately stepped forward to surround the burly man. I just attack you, so what? The burly man had almost been crushed to death by Elvis earlier. Now, his anger surged as he turned around, grabbed a box-cutting knife from the counter, and charged forward, shouting, F*** your mother. Don't even talk about just you few guys. Even if Fatty Lee sent another 500 people, if I'm not happy, none of you are getting out of here. With a furious roar, the burly young man charged at the crowd with a knife. Colin had been dodging all along, but he didn't expect the burly young man, standing amidst the crowd, to aim his first strike in his direction. Elvis, upon seeing the knife, immediately sidestepped to avoid it. Damn! Colin cursed, realizing he no longer had time to dodge. He could only stick his rear out to protect his vital areas. Thud! Just as the knife was about to pierce Colin's body, Kevin pushed through the crowd and grabbed the burly young man's dagger with one hand. The palm gripped the blade, and blood gushed out instantly, streaming onto the floor. Colin took 2 steps back in shock, his gaze filled with astonishment as he looked at Kevin. Silence. After a brief moment of silence, the burly young man glared at Kevin and cursed, You can grab a blade with your hand? Are you ****ing invincible? After saying this, the burly young man pulled out the knife, ready to stab again. Kevin swiftly grabbed the young man's wrist with his left hand, looked up at the middle-aged man on the stairs, and shouted, Brother, we're not here to cause trouble. The department has been receiving continuous reports about fake medicine being sold here. We had no choice but to come and check it out. But as soon as we entered, your brother tried to pull a gun. My colleague had no choice but to respond and control the situation. The bald man, draped in a military coat, bent down and sat directly on the staircase steps, pulling out an e-cigarette without replying. Kevin still held the strong young man's wrist, smiling as he continued, I just arrived in Songjiang, so I don't know how things work around Tuza Street. Since this is a misunderstanding and there's no medicine being sold here, we'll leave. What do you think, brother? If there's no medicine being sold here, then why did you hit people? The bald man puffed on his e-cigarette, a smile lingering on his face as he asked. Kevin paused for a few seconds after hearing this. Big brother, it's because of you that we have food to eat. Everyone relies on each other, and life isn't easy for anyone, so it's best if no one makes things difficult for anyone else, don't you think? If I make things difficult for you, what can you do about it? The burly young man asked aggressively, his gaze fierce. The bald man puffed on his e-cigarette, turned his head, and spat out a mouthful of yellow phlegm, still remaining silent. Kevin paused briefly, still wearing a smile on his face, then turned to the bald man and said, Big brother, we might not be able to solve the case in Tuza Street, but once you're out of Tuza Street, don't you still have to do business? The bald man paused his arm slightly upon hearing this, then opened his mouth and said, Let them get lost. Just like that? Then hitting me was for nothing? The sturdy young man retorted to the bald man, his gaze dark as he shouted at Kevin and the others, If you want to leave, fine. Take off your shirts and frog jump your way out of Tuza Street. Don't you dare go too far. Leo, who was usually introverted in Group 3, shouted while gripping his gun. Pop. Kevin turned around at the sound and grabbed Leo's arm, saying sternly, If you want to jump, then jump. What's the big deal? Leo responded indignantly, Leader Chin, if we don't go out, will they have it easy? Damn it, these people really think they can just. I told you to listen to me, Kevin shouted, glaring fiercely. Leo gritted his teeth and said no more. Take off your clothes and frog jump out. Kevin turned around and shouted to his team. On the stairs, the bald man suddenly asked softly, There are plenty of people in this line of work. Why are you only investigating our shop on Tuza Street? Kevin paused and replied, We received some reports, and the higher-ups told us to come and check it out. I'm not sure what's going on either. The bald man slowly stood up and walked upstairs, his back to Kevin as he said, Tuza Street is a bit chaotic and hostile to outsiders. Don't come poking around here if you don't have to. With so many people outside, if each one stabs you once, where would your police department even start looking for the culprit? After speaking, the bald man disappeared up the stairs. 5 minutes later, including Kevin, 8 police officers, shirtless, squatted in a row and hopped towards the outskirts of Tuza Street using the frog jump method. Dozens of young men holding weapons stood by the roadside, watching the crowd coldly without saying a word. On the buildings lining both sides of the street, almost every window was open. Some people smoked, others crossed their arms, indifferently watching Kevin and the others as they hurried toward the outskirts, hopping and skipping. No one knew how long the silence lasted, but suddenly someone shouted from a building on the right, CNM, come again and we'll kill you. A furious roar echoed in the night for a long time. Right after, a large number of glass bottles, medicine jars, and discarded items came crashing down from upstairs. Run! Kevin got up first and shouted, and the group disappeared into the night in a panic. Inside the second floor of the storefront, the bald man sat on a worn wooden chair, frowning as he asked the sturdy young man wrapping bandages around his head, Have the brothers dispersed? They've all left. The sturdy young man nodded. Call a few brothers over and move the goods, the bald man instructed softly. Don't release any goods for the next few few days. Keep things quiet. The sturdy young man was taken aback. Are you scared, third uncle? No way, those guys just now were clearly clueless rookie cops. Do we really need to guard against them? The price of the medicine outside has skyrocketed, and there are so many poor patients in this dust street relying on us to survive. If I shout, thousands of people from this street would come out to back us up. Do we really need to care about their attitude? Do as I say and stop messing around with me, the bald man said succinctly, crossing his arms. Hurry up and call two brothers. Sigh, I'm really getting more timid the more I do this. Jim muttered discontentedly, but ultimately couldn't resist third uncle and went out to call the brothers to carry the goods. On the outer streets of Tuza Street, Kevin first put on his clothes, then pulled a medical kit out of the car and hastily wrapped his injured palm with gauze. Beside the vehicle, Leo glared and cursed. Damn it, the enforcers couldn't handle the thieves, and in the end, they got stripped of their clothes and had to frog jump out. This is so humiliating. If this gets back to the team, we'll be laughed to death. We shouldn't have backed down. We shouldn't have taken off our clothes. What could they have done to us? Elvis, in high spirits, complained to Kevin, you're just too timid. Let me tell you, cases in Songjiang aren't handled like this. You're the team leader, and at critical moments, you don't step up. Kevin bit down on the gauze, looked up at the group, and said, come closer, I have something to say. What is it? Leo asked. Come here, Kevin shouted with a frown. Everyone exchanged a few glances, their spirits very low, and even somewhat impatiently walked over to Kevin. Check your ammunition, those without bulletproof vests get them from the car. Lao Hei and Xiao Lu continue to take care of the vehicles. Kevin instructed the group expressionlessly. Everyone listened to Kevin's words with a bewildered look. On the second floor, indoors, Kevin had no time to waste with third uncle. He went up and fired 2 shots at the man's head, and Elvis immediately cuffed him. Move, hurry up. Kevin grabbed third uncle, shouting urgently as they rushed downstairs, forget about the small fry, take the ones we've caught and leave immediately. Don't waste any time. As he shouted, Kevin, Elvis, and the others had already dragged third uncle out of the storefront. Outside, Ma Lauer, who had been pinned down, acted like a wild animal, opening his mouth to bite Colin's hand and screaming madly, damn it, grab your weapons. Those police officers are here again. As commotion broke out on the street, nearby drug dealers immediately rushed out. Seeing Jim shouting, Kevin swung his arms and smashed the gunstock into Ma Lauer's mouth with a loud bang. Ow! Jim rolled on the ground in pain, spitting out 2 front teeth, with his lips smashed into a bloody hole. Go from the side. Kevin stepped across the road behind the storefront, waving his hand to urge, stop dawdling, damn it, just grab 5 kilograms of the dirty goods, that's enough to get them a full sentence. Why are you carrying boxes, you idiots? The simple-minded Lao Hei dropped the box upon hearing this, grabbed 2 bags of antiviral drugs, and quickly dashed into the alley across the road. On the street, a crowd surged, with dozens of people striding over rapidly. Bang, bang, bang. Kevin fired 3 shots into the crowd, but the opponents still didn't disperse. Instead, they charged forward like madmen and even fired back. Damn it, these drug dealers don't care about their lives. Kevin, stuck at the alley entrance, realized his shots couldn't control the situation and immediately turned around and ran. A few seconds later, just as the group passed through the narrow alley, they heard 2 sharp screeching brake sounds. Get in the car. Old Hay and Xiao Lu drove 2 vehicles, opened the doors, and shouted loudly. Kevin and the others dared not linger. They stuffed Ma Lauer, third uncle, and 2 accomplices into the police vehicle and quickly jumped into the rear truck bed. Police vehicles in the Black Street District come in 2 types, a 7-seater SUV and a 5-seater pickup with a truck bed. Pure sedan-type police cars are reserved for high-ranking officials like Director Lee, and are rarely seen during routine patrols. In these times, practicality and utility are valued, and there aren't enough resources for showy displays. Fortunately, the design of the police vehicles is practical enough, at least providing a truck bed for passengers. Otherwise, there would be no way for everyone to fit inside the vehicle. V-room. After everyone got on, Old Hay floored the gas pedal, speeding toward the outskirts of Tuza Street as fast as possible. As the 2 vehicles sped along, gunfire rang out almost incessantly. The cars were riddled with bullet holes, and the 2 Tai Ji brothers from Team 3, sitting on the outer sides, both sustained varying degrees of gunshot wounds. Damn it, no need to hold back. Whoever blocks the way, just hit them with the car, Kevin shouted from the truck bed. Lao Hei didn't dare to lift his head to look forward properly. He kept his head low below the steering wheel, continuously steering the car to knock down several people. Only then did the crowd rushing toward them begin to scatter. The car roared at full speed through the dirt-strewn streets for over a minute before finally breaking through. Kevin glanced back at the street, where hundreds of people were still chasing
running after them. Wiping the sweat off his face, he sighed and said, if this place isn't managed well, who knows what kind of state Songjian will end up in. Smack! Just as he finished speaking, Kevin heard a crisp sound on his head, followed immediately by a sharp pain. Awesome, brother! Elvis shouted after giving Kevin a slap on the back. You've got guts, and that counterattack was brilliant. Kevin frowned and glanced at him but remained silent. Past 10 o'clock in the evening, inside the police department office building, Kevin finished stitching up his injured palm in the clinic and stepped into the interrogation room. Jim sat lazily on the ground, glancing at Kevin with a sideways look. You're in trouble. Within 3 hours, bang! Kevin lifted his foot and rudely stomped on Ma Lauer's head. Damn! Jim was kicked so hard that his head hit the wall, instantly seeing stars. Even 500 people aren't enough, huh? Bang! On Dust Street, you're the most badass, huh? Bang! F asterisk 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 NM, the boss, huh? Bang bang bang! Kevin cursed while kicking Jim in the head 7 or 8 times. The latter had already collapsed on the ground unconscious, blood streaming from his nostrils, his body convulsing. Come on, get some cold water and quickly extinguish the burning hot blood of our brother Ma. Hurry up, Kevin shouted back at Lao Hei. Old Hei didn't hold back, went to the bathroom to fetch a bucket of dirty water filled with ice shards, and poured it over Ma Lauer's head with a splash. After less than half a minute, Ma Lauer's eyes finally showed some focus. Kevin stepped on Ma Lauer's calf, bent down, and shouted at him, you want to watch frog jumps, huh? At this moment, Jim looked at Kevin with a slightly fearful expression, no longer daring to speak tough words. Kneel! Kevin suddenly shouted. Jim was so frightened that he shivered and immediately backed away. I told you to kneel. Kevin pointed at the ground, glaring as he shouted. Jim was dumbfounded and stammered, don't make it too ugly, okay? Kevin immediately lifted his right leg upon hearing the sound. Thud! Before his foot could kick Jim in the head, Jim quickly got up and knelt on the floor. Kneel and frog jump. If I'm not satisfied, you can't stop. Stop for a moment, and I'll kick you. Kevin grabbed Jim's hair and said word by word, do you understand? 2 minutes later, Jim gritted his teeth and, kneeling on both knees, began frog jumping around the room. A wise man doesn't suffer immediate losses. Damn it, I admit defeat. Outside the door. Working overtime to interrogate tonight? Colin asked. No need, go to sleep if you need to sleep. Kevin shook his head and replied, let them sit for a night. Tomorrow morning, we'll interrogate those two small fry first to get evidence. Otherwise, Jim and that so-called third uncle definitely won't talk. You can tell these two have been in this line of work for a long time. Got it. Colin nodded and asked, are you going back to the new rental? I can give you a ride. No need, I'll stay here tonight. Kevin shook his head. I'll just make do for the night and get to work in the morning. All right. After a brief conversation, Kevin turned and went to the bathroom. In a certain entertainment venue on Black Street, Alan answered the phone, his eyes showing a hint of astonishment as he asked, really? Kevin led a team to Dirt Slag Street to make arrests and actually succeeded? Ha, this kid really gave me a bit of a surprise. The next day, at 8:30 in the morning, Alan sat in his private office, smiling as he said to Kevin, let's skip the pretentious words. Last night, every person involved in the case will receive a 300 yuan subsidy. This money will come from the team's budget. Kevin was momentarily stunned, then immediately gave a thumbs up. Classy. Hurry up with the interrogation. I'm waiting for the results. Got it. Kevin nodded. If there's nothing else, I'll head out. Hey, wait a moment. Alan opened his small cabinet, took out a pair of new leather boots, and asked, what size are your feet? Size 43. That's perfect. We have the same shoe size. Alan placed the shoebox on the table. A friend gave them to me. I haven't worn them. You can take them. This is quite expensive. A pair of shoes is nothing. Alan waved his hand. Take them. Kevin lowered his head to glance at the shoebox and suddenly felt that Alan's loyalty was not just empty words, because as long as you delivered, he would fight for your interests to the fullest extent. Thank you, Captain Yuan. Thank me for what? Go on. Alan chuckled. All right. Kevin left with the shoebox in hand. Over the next 2 days, the brothers of Group 3 devoted almost all their energy to the interrogation work. However, what Kevin didn't expect was that third uncle and Jim were both incredibly tight-lipped. Although the two henchmen had already confessed, these two either feigned madness or refused to say a single word. Interrogation work was not Kevin's strong suit, as this wasn't the unregulated zone where many of his experiences and methods could be applied. When it came to pure interrogation experience with criminals, the other members of Group 3 were clearly more seasoned, so he simply handed the matter over to Lao Hei, Leo, and the others to handle, while he waited for clues and results. Thursday afternoon, a little past 3 o'clock, Kevin was sitting in the office chatting idly with Colin, Lao Hei, Xiaolu, and others when Elvis, having had a few drinks, swaggered back in from outside. Damn, no one's interrogating? Everyone's resting? Elvis burped and asked with a grin. Yeah, just took a short break. Kevin nodded. Smack! Elvis habitually slapped Kevin's head with his hand. Move over there and sit. Kevin smiled and shifted his position slightly. Stop messing with me. Why do you keep patting my head? F asterisk asterisk asterisk. What's wrong with patting your head? You're about to get promoted. Is that why you're acting all
high and mighty now? Elvis teased. Why are you drinking during work hours again? Kevin casually asked. I mean, even if your body can handle it, your wallet can't, right? Drinking is so expensive. Lots of friends, lots of socializing, can't help it. Elvis replied, crossing his legs. My family is pressuring me to get married. They introduced me to a Japanese chick, so I went to meet her and had a few drinks. Ah. Kevin nodded, deliberately pulling a Zhonghua cigarette out of his pocket and placing it in his mouth, lighting it with a lighter. What the hell? Elvis was stunned for a moment, then stretched his neck and cursed, you bastard, didn't you say you were out of cigarettes? How could you hide some from your own brother? Come on, give me one. That's it, just this one. Kevin replied after taking a puff. Come on, stop bullying the team leader all the time. These cigarettes are pretty expensive. Why do you keep mooching? Leo joked with Elvis in a playful tone, then reached out with a grin. But I'm not like him. I made a breakthrough today, didn't I? By rights, you should give me one as a reward. If no one is willing to joke around or mess about, perhaps no one in the group would actively engage with Kevin. But with Elvis, this reckless guy, often teasing Kevin without any boundaries, it has made everyone, regardless of the occasion or activity, speak without much restraint. Really, there's none left, Kevin said, pushing Elvis away. I only have this one. Damn, why are you so stingy? Hurry up and give me one. Elvis reached out and grabbed Kevin's wrist. Team leader, don't be stingy. Take it out and share it with everyone. Even half a stick each would do. Lao Hei chimed in as well. There's really none left. Kevin sat on the chair, leaning back to dodge. Get him. Elvis, reeking of alcohol, pressed down on Kevin's arms and shouted, come on, hold him down, take the cigarettes out of his pocket and split them up. Damn it, this guy doesn't know the rules, just got here and is already so stingy. Old Jew, stop messing with me, I really don't have any left. Kevin emphasized with a laugh. Hurry up, hold him down, Xiao Lu, pin his legs. Elvis continued calling out. The atmosphere was stirred up like this, and all the members of the third group, except for Colin and the two injured Thai brothers who were absent, rushed to the chair and reached out to grab cigarettes from Kevin. Come on, stop messing around, I really don't have any left. Kevin, with a face full of smiles, pushed and shoved with the others, while a few strong guys followed Elvis noisily and started teasing Kevin. How are we going to get through the day? It's like none of you have ever smoked before, Colin said with a laugh as he got up to pour water. Damn it, you think I can't handle you? Hurry up and take it out. Elvis pressed down on Kevin's arm and reached into his pants pocket. At that moment, Kevin suddenly grabbed the police knife on the desk, pinching the blade between his thumb and index finger, and stabbed downward with force. Squish! With one stab, Elvis instantly froze in place. Don't mess with me, or I'll stab you again, Kevin shouted with a smile, gripping the tip of the knife in his right hand, and stabbed Elvis's thigh again. Squish! The second stab landed on Elvis's leg, causing him to stagger back 2 steps. The other members of the group froze in place as soon as they saw the blood, while Colin also stared blankly at Kevin, his eyes full of shock. Oh my god, seriously? Did it really stab you? Look, I was just gesturing. Kevin pretended to be surprised for a moment, then immediately grabbed the knife and stood up, glancing down at the wound on Elvis's leg and asked, are you okay? Elvis was in unbearable pain and instantly got a bit angry, shoving Kevin. Are you kidding me, using a knife to mess around? At this moment, Kevin looked up, still wearing a smile on his face, and said, I told you, don't mess with me. I don't know how to hold back, and yet you keep joking around with me. See, now you've been stabbed. Everyone in the room fell silent upon hearing this. When they looked at Kevin, the playful expressions they had earlier were completely gone. Don't mess with me anymore, got it? Ha! Kevin smiled as he put down the knife and reached out to help Elvis up. Come on, let's quickly go to the infirmary and get checked. Elvis hesitated for a moment, looked at Kevin, and no longer lost his temper. He simply lowered his head and followed him to the infirmary. After this minor incident, no one in the entire third group dared to joke excessively with Kevin anymore, including the impulsive Elvis. Moreover, no one continued to treat him as just a rookie police officer. Colin stood from the perspective of an observer and clearly saw how Kevin handled Elvis. He suddenly felt that when Kevin was chatting with you with a smile on his face, he might be thinking about something entirely unrelated to the current situation. You might think you've gotten close to him, become friends, but he can, in a way no one would expect, let you know when you've crossed the line, all while preserving your dignity. At the same time, Colin recalled that the domineering third brother within the team had not dared to trouble Kevin since the kidnapping incident. What does this indicate? It shows that Kevin had privately resolved his issues as well. From this moment on, Colin realized that perhaps only someone like Kevin could thrive in such a complex environment. Bold, meticulous, understanding of human nature, and worldly wise. After being tempered in the planning zone for over a decade, perhaps the wait was all for the moment to soar here. After separating from Elvis in the infirmary, Kevin suddenly remembered that he had rented a house, but he had been so busy these past few days that he hadn't even visited it. So, he called Lao Mao and headed to number 88 Courtyard. Meanwhile, in a warehouse on Tuza Street, a man in his 60s, leaning on a cane, said, Kevin, I've never heard of him before. I looked into it, he's new. Just arrived and already caught Xiao Er and Dim in. He must have someone someone backing him, right? The old man pondered for a moment, then turned around and instructed, take some people and go look for this Kevin. Inside courtyard number 88. Old Cat crouched by the window of the house on the left, staring wide-eyed at Lin Nianlei's room. Still not back this late? In the house on the right, Kevin shouted with his neck stretched, can you come over and lend a hand? Did I ask you to come here just to enjoy the view? Stop shouting, I'm coming. Old Cat replied disinterestedly, turned around, walked through the yard, and entered Kevin's room. It's just a rented place. You usually just come back here to sleep. Are you planning to turn it into a palace? Just tidy it up a bit and call it a day. If you're living here, shouldn't it be clean? Kevin fanned his nose with his hand. Help me mop the floor. It's all dusty. Come on, you want a deputy team leader to mop the floor for you? Bro, you're getting a bit full of yourself. I'll treat you to a meal later. That's more like it. Old Cat was a person lazy to the core. Usually, he would lounge around in the dormitory, so helping Kevin with some work today was truly a rare occurrence. The two worked seamlessly together, with Old Cat mainly responsible for directing and Kevin for doing the work. They kept busy until 8 or 9 o'clock, but Edison still hadn't returned. Why hasn't she come back yet? In truth, Old Cat's main reason for coming over today was to catch a glimpse of Lin Maisie. Stop dreaming, she's not your type. Kevin rolled his eyes. Let's eat. Then let's go to Second Sister's place. Go to Second Sister's place my foot. I'll go out and buy some late-night snacks to make do. What kind of late-night snacks? Instant noodles, of course. Convenient. *T. I help you move, and this is what you give me to eat? Instant noodles are cheap. Are you eating or not? If not, go home. You've worked all night, must be pretty tired. Kevin replied with a sidelong glance. Screw you, you're really heartless. Heh, I'll throw in a sausage for you. That's settled, Kevin said with a laugh, tossing out the remark as he stepped out of the residence. There are a total of 5 households in the small courtyard. The landlady lives behind the iron gate in the inner courtyard and rarely comes out. Of the remaining 4 households, Edison and Kevin live on either side of the main entrance. The last 2 households are located next to the inner courtyard, residing in side rooms without water or electricity, and the residents are rarely seen. After Kevin returned with food, he boiled some hot water, had a simple dinner with Old Cat, and prepared to go to bed early to continue interrogating Jim and Demin tomorrow. Alright, we've finished eating. You can head back now, Kevin said casually to Old Cat as he took off his jacket. The Old Cat burped contentedly. Forget it, I won't go back. I'll stay at your place tonight. Big bro, there's only a 1.5-meter bed. How are we supposed to sleep? I'll hold you, of course. The Old Cat couldn't even be bothered to clean up the leftover trash. With a thud, he collapsed onto the bed and kicked off his 2 smelly shoes. Are you out of your mind? Kevin asked nervously. Are you here for Lin Nianlei, or are you here for me? Hey, have you ever messed around with a guy? Old Cat asked curiously while lying on the bed. Kevin was stunned, momentarily at a loss for words. I'm asking you, have you? Kevin countered. I saw others play it before. They say it can stimulate the prostate. Old Cat eagerly wanted to tell a story. Shut up. Kevin felt a bit disgusted. Are you going back or not? I'm not going back, it's too late. I'll just stay here. Old Cat yawned and casually took off his clothes. Kevin couldn't do anything about him, so he simply washed up and got into bed as well. But there was only one set of bedding in the room, so after lying down, Kevin felt slightly awkward. After all, Old Cat's earlier words were still lingering in his mind. Did they catch the drug dealers? Old Cat faced Kevin directly, already closing his eyes and preparing to sleep. Yes, Kevin nodded. Caught 2 of the leaders. Heh, won't Alan be overjoyed then? Old Cat sneered and said, that bastard, always talking about righteousness and morality, but in reality, he does nothing but shady stuff. Kevin had heard Old Cat say such things more than once. You seem to have some prejudice against the first team, huh? It's hard for me to explain it to you in just a few words, but I must remind you, while you focus on work, it's best not to. Move your leg away, it's touching me, Kevin interrupted, reminding. I didn't move my leg. How could you not? It's already touching my leg. That's not a leg. The Old Cat closed its eyes. Knock, knock. At that moment, a series of knocks sounded at the door. Who is it? Kevin shouted and asked. It's me, Lin Nianlei. Are you back? Ah, you're back. Is there hot water? I just got back from working overtime, and the water's out, so I can't wash up. Edison didn't know Kevin was in the room earlier, so she leaned against the window, looking inside while knocking on the door. She vaguely saw Kevin climbing down from the bed. Yes, wait a moment. Kevin didn't have the means to buy pajamas, so he just threw on a coat and opened the door. Sorry to bother you, you're already asleep, right? Lin Nianlei, wearing a wool coat, had her face flushed red from the cold. It's fine, I have hot water here, still plenty left. Kevin smiled. I'll get it for you. Thank you. Edison was quite polite and didn't enter the house rashly. Kevin turned to get the water. Your job seems pretty exhausting, huh? Getting off work this late? Just arrived, getting used to the situation. Edison stretched her fair neck. Oh, sitting all day. My neck is almost petrified. Nianlei, we don't have much hot water left. At this moment, Old Cat suddenly sat up from the bed, grabbed his underwear, and
shouted, "Wait, I'll go to the water storage well to fetch some cold water for you, then you can heat it up. Just wait, alright?" At the doorway, Edison stared in shock at old Cat putting on his underwear under the covers. Her neck stiffened as she glanced at Kevin again, her expression confused, and she stammered, "Oh, your partner is here too?" Kevin held the water bottle, completely dumbfounded on the spot. At the entrance of courtyard number 88, an electric scooter came to a stop. The person on the back seat glanced at the main gate and said, "Xiao said he has a colleague living here too." "Two people?" the writer asked in return. "Yes." Squat down and wait for Kevin to come out on his own before making a move. As the words fell, the motorcycle quietly disappeared down the street into the night. The next morning, the old cat was woken up by a phone call at 6 o'clock due to a task in the team and hurried back to the police station. Meanwhile, Kevin was pondering how to save money on breakfast when, unexpectedly, Edison brought him a plate of steaming hot fried dough sticks. "Just bought them, hurry and eat." Edison hung the fried dough sticks on the door and called out with a smile, "Oh, this is too kind of you." Kevin, who was in the middle of washing up, froze for a moment. "It's nothing, neighbors should help each other." Lin Nianlei, wanting to thank him for the hot water last night, responded with a smile, "I'm off to work." "So early?" "Yeah, there's a field assignment. Need to go early to set up the equipment." Edison smiled and waved at Kevin, "See you tonight." "Got it. Bye-bye, sis." Edison slung her single shoulder bag and turned to leave. Kevin froze there. "Sis, what's going on here? Is she treating me like I'm nothing?" 5 minutes later, Edison waited at the door for her female colleague, chatting gossipily as they headed toward the office. "Let me tell you, that guy in our department who's quite manly might actually be gay." "Really? It's basically settled. I saw it with my own eyes." "Oh my gosh, that's such a pity." Kevin had breakfast brought by Lin Nianlei, tidied up briefly, and then headed to the team. Due to scarce resources, Songjiang City, which was established not long ago, had extremely inconvenient basic transportation. There were no subways, buses were rare, and taxis were even harder to find. Ordinary people could only rely on their legs to get around or buy an electric scooter for commuting. However, the cost of charging electric scooters was not cheap, and those who could afford it were mostly stable workers with decent incomes, businessmen, or minor leaders in government institutions. Kevin was a frugal person and needed to save money to achieve other goals, so he did not purchase an electric scooter. Apart from work-related outings, the team's car was available for use, but he had to cover the expenses himself, so he could only walk to the office. After walking for about 5 minutes, Kevin was planning to check out a store to see if they had e-cigarettes when suddenly two burly men approached him from the front and flanked him on both sides. From their posture and direction, Kevin instinctively took a step back and placed his right hand on his waist, pretending to draw a gun, though his sidearm was not actually on him. "No harm intended, just want to talk to you," the leading man said in a low voice. Kevin remained silent for a few seconds and asked, "Who are you?" "No need to know me, just know this." The leading man lifted the corner of his shirt, revealing the gun at his waist. Kevin stood still with a cold expression on his face. The leader of the group unlocked the firearm's safety. "Can we talk?" Kevin carefully recalled who he might have offended since arriving in Songjiang, then nodded in agreement. "Let's go then." A few minutes later, inside the alley, four middle-aged men stood on either side of Kevin, while an old man sat in an electric off-road vehicle, not getting out. Kevin observed these people and noticed their simple attire. They wore heavy leather coats, knitted hats, and their cheeks appeared dirty, seemingly covered in grease. In this environment, Kevin was not afraid of the so-called big shots dressed impeccably and speaking softly, but he felt slightly uneasy about these rough and mysterious individuals. The people before him reminded him of the ruthless bandit Matsushita, who had been killed a few days ago. "Did you arrest Jim and Demin?" The old man inside the electric scooter, wrapped in a coat with his arms crossed, asked. The reason Kevin chose not to confront the other party but obediently followed them inside was mainly because he roughly guessed that these people had come for the case. The number of people he had offended in Songjiang could be counted on one hand. Lao San was one of them, but the conflict had not escalated to the point of life and death threats. If the other party had come for the case, it was likely for business or to bail someone out. Kevin felt there was no need for them to clash head-on. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded and replied, "I arrested them. My surname is Ma. I am Ma Lauer's uncle," the old man said as he lowered his head, pulled out a cigarette resembling a roasted tobacco roll, and lit it with a lighter. Kevin blinked and immediately acted humbly. "Hello, Boss Ma." The old man turned his head to look outside the car, his voice hoarse. "Young man, just arrived in Songjiang?" "Yes, just arrived. Bought this job with money." Kevin was very candid. "Ha, anyone in the department can lead me. You must have some connections, huh? Just arrived and already a team leader?" Old man Ma took a puff of his cigarette. "It doesn't matter," Kevin said with a bitter expression. "I guess I'm relatively lucky. I happened to come across a case, solved it effortlessly, and the director was pleased enough to promote me." Old man Ma exhaled a puff of smoke and remained silent for a long time before saying, "Young man, the case is in your hands. Think of a way, do me a favor, and release the person first." This. Kevin smiled timidly. "This. I can't handle it. I won't let you do it for nothing." As soon as the words were spoken, spoken, Old Man Ma gestured to the burly man standing to Kevin's left. The latter pulled out 20,000 Asian dollars in cash from his pocket and handed it over.
Take it. This doesn't seem right. Kevin smiled and declined. No money? Then there's option D, the burly man asked succinctly. Which one do you want?
Sweat began to bead on Kevin's forehead and he felt extremely nervous. He had a gut feeling that if these people were displeased, they would not hesitate to strike ruthlessly. Young man, you were the one leading the case. Just give a little leeway and pull out some evidence, and my 2 family members can be released, right? Old Man Ma said with a smile. In this day and age, there are people who talk about food and drink, and others who talk about survival, but I haven't heard anyone talk about principles. Being a police officer might not be a long-term job, but once you have the money, you can spend it whenever you want. Kevin touched the 2,000 yuan in the strong man's hand and responded with a smile. Sir, let me be honest with you.
I dream about having this money.
2,000 yuan is enough for me to buy a police chief and marry several wives.
But I do have my own difficulties.
The old man did not respond. The department leadership has promoted me and specifically named me to solve the drug trafficking case, Kevin said in a low voice. If the people hadn't been brought back to the department yet, forget about you giving me 2,000 yuan. Even if you didn't give me a single penny, as soon as I heard your name, I would have released them. But now that they've already been brought back, and the evidence chain is complete, if I suddenly release them, wouldn't that be defying the leadership and causing trouble for the department? Sir, I've been struggling in this district for so many years, and I've only just managed to get a stable job. I really can't afford to offend the leadership, so I truly can't help with this matter.
Damn it, you don't know how to appreciate kindness.
The burly man on the right drew out a Nepalese kukri at the sound, swung his arm wide, and slashed fiercely at Kevin's back of the head. The sound of the blade cutting through the air rang out. The slash was incredibly fast. Kevin raised his arm horizontally, his body tilting slightly to the left.
Bang!
A muffled sound rang out as Kevin pushed the burly man back 2 steps, while he himself stood firmly in place. He immediately raised his hands and shouted, Brother, don't make things difficult for me. The 9th Special District spans nearly 7 million square kilometers, with big shots everywhere.
What am I compared to them? Why bother with someone like me?
After being restrained, the burly man still held a knife in his hand, his eyes full of astonishment.
You actually know a thing or two? What do I know? I'm just a lowly police officer,
Kevin said with a bitter expression, sweat streaming down his forehead. He turned to the old man in the car and shouted, Uncle Ma, I really can't make decisions about this case.
Please, show me some mercy and let me off, will you?
Old Ma frowned and glanced at Kevin. After a brief consideration, he shouted to the burly man, Don't touch him yet. The burly man stepped back slightly, still gripping the knife handle tightly. Since you say this matter has nothing to do with you, then tell me, who ordered you to solve the case? Old Ma clearly wanted to get to the bottom of it in one go. Upon hearing this, Kevin responded without hesitation. It was the police department that issued the order, requiring the division to clean up the drug-dealing gangs in the Black Street area within a deadline. Director Lee is primarily overseeing the case, and it's being handled by Team 1.
Captain Allen told me that the work must be completed within the given time frame. Everyone was stunned upon hearing Kevin's response.
No one expected this kid not only to refrain from defending the captain and Director Lee but to completely wash his hands of the matter. Seeing the crowd a bit bewildered, Kevin immediately added, Uncle Ma, if you can send this money up and get them to say this matter can be delayed, then I'll immediately redo the evidence and release your family.
No problem at all.
Heh, you really know how to talk to people one way and ghosts another, huh? Old Man Ma looked at Kevin, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Hearing this, Kevin clasped his hands together and nodded repeatedly. I'm just a small police officer, struggling to survive myself.
Do you think I dare offend anyone?
The old man was silent for a few seconds, then waved his hand and shouted, Let him go. Brother Ma, the burly man shouted, raising his knife to block Kevin's way.
Let him go.
The old man waved his hand again, his tone firm. The 4 men coldly sized up Kevin before finally stepping aside to clear the way.
Don't worry, Uncle Ma.
Although I can't release your family, they're still being held here with me, and I will definitely take good care of them, Kevin added very considerately. Old Ma was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, Alright, then I'll trouble you. It's no trouble, no trouble.
Kevin nodded and then turned to leave. In the alley,
the burly man stepped forward, looked at Old Man Ma, and said, This kid is too soft. I think he's telling the truth. He can't handle this. Old Man Ma lit another cigarette, gently shook his head, and replied, He's not soft, he's slick. The burly man was stunned upon hearing this. A soft person would have already wet their pants at the sight of the scene, Old Man Ma said, puffing on his cigarette.
Haven't you figured it out yet? He's trying to convey a message to us.
What? The burly man was stunned. This matter has nothing to do with him. The problem lies with Alan and Lee Si. Old Ma muttered softly, He's just someone who does the actual work. He didn't want to offend us on behalf of his superiors, so without even thinking, he threw Alan and Fatty Lee under the bus.
Ah, so that means his relationship with Alan isn't as close as we thought?
The burly man followed this line of thought and asked, Alan promoted him, but it could very well be because...
Exactly. quickly. The old man interrupted and replied, I feel that the authorities suddenly cracking down on illegal drugs might be related to another batch of drugs that recently entered the market. It used to be just us in the business, but now there are new players, so the issue might stem from competition. What about down there? There's no use looking for this Kevin. The old man waved his hand and said, get in the car. Let's first figure out why the authorities are cracking down on the goods. That way, we'll know what to do about Xiao Er and Demin's situation. Kevin left the alley and quickly headed to the police station. Actually, Old Ma's analysis was spot on. Kevin simply didn't want to take the fall for anyone. If Alan directed him to solve a case, that was fine. But once the case was solved and trouble followed, it would have to be the captain, Alan, to bear the brunt. Kevin absolutely wouldn't shoulder it himself because in his current state, he simply couldn't handle it. Just maintaining the basic status quo was already a challenge for him. Upon arriving at the police station, Kevin immediately met with Alan and told him about Old Ma's situation, wanting to see his reaction. Alan was visibly surprised upon hearing this and sternly advised, these people are not to be messed with. You must be extra careful about your safety in the coming days. Don't worry, I'll take the pressure. Over the next few days, I'll spread the word that I ordered you all to crack down on the drug trafficking gang. That way, any trouble will fall on me. Hearing this, Kevin temporarily dispelled his doubts about Alan. What Alan said was completely reasonable, and he came across as loyal, like a leader one could rely on. After the small commotion ended, Kevin immediately went to the interrogation room to continue pressing Jim and Demin, hoping to quickly obtain a confession and follow the clues to catch bigger fish. After 6 hours of interrogation, Jim and Demin still clenched their teeth and refused to cooperate. Lao He became impatient and directly dragged the two to an unmonitored, unrecorded basement, using other methods to force them to talk. However, even after a harsh ordeal, the two still refused to speak. In the end, with no other options, Kevin could only choose to obtain clues through the underlings, even though what they knew was not core secrets. Inside the interrogation room, Kevin puffed on his e-cigarette, tilted his head, and looked at Ma Lauer's associate, asking, say something useful. All you're giving me are trivial little clues. How am I supposed to help you? The underling lowered his head and replied, boss, it's not that I don't want to talk, but since we've been caught, the goods and personnel must have been hidden away. The information I used to know is useless now. You probably don't know how cruel Old Hay is. Kevin stood up impatiently. Alright, I'm done interrogating. Let Old Hay teach you a lesson. Big brother, don't do this, I can't take it. Let me think it over again. Then hurry the hell up and think. I haven't even eaten yet. Kevin bent down and sat back down. The underling lowered his head and thought for a long time, then suddenly slapped his forehead and shouted, I actually do have a clue. What? Kevin asked. Before I got caught, I overheard Jim mentioning on the phone that it seems a big shot responsible for supplying goods will be coming to Songjiang in the next few days. The underling's eyes sparkled. Upon hearing this, Kevin's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? In a slum in Songjiang, a scruffy man, holding a phone, asked in a low voice, has the heat died down? The goods are all held up. I have to make a move. Old man Ma pondered for a moment and said helplessly, let's meet and talk first. While Kevin was busy with the case, Colin wasn't focused on it. At this moment, this extremely pragmatic person was contemplating how to get promoted to a second-level police officer. Outside the office of the police superintendent's security team, Colin, carrying 2 bags of gifts, knocked on the door somewhat nervously. Come in. Someone inside responded. Colin pushed open the door, revealing a big set of buck teeth, and walked into the room with a nod and a bow. Captain Ryan, are you busy? Behind the desk, a middle-aged man with a European face looked up at Colin. Oh, Chi? Come in. Hee, it's nothing. I just came to check in. Ryan, with dense body hair and a fat figure, was sweating all over with every movement. He sat at the desk and adjusted his black-framed glasses. Chi, I have a meeting later. If there's something, just say it directly. Colin discreetly wiped the sweat off his chubby legs and placed 2 bags of gifts beside the desk. Captain Ryan, my friend brought some beef jerky and steaks from Fongbei. They're very fresh. Please take them home and try them. Ryan frowned and glanced at Colin. Don't play these games. Just get to the point. Here's the thing. I know you have a good relationship with Captain Yuan. I was hoping you could put in a word for me to see if I could be promoted to a level 2 officer. You know, whether it's my qualifications or work performance, I'm fully eligible for the promotion. The only thing I'm missing is someone to speak up for me. Colin stood by the desk, looking a bit uneasy. Please help me out. Ryan kept his head down, writing a report, not even sparing Colin a proper glance. There are only 10 slots. You were originally on the list, but Sang Yong from Team 4 put his brother-in-law's name forward. Alan and I can't do anything about it. Just wait a bit longer. I'll definitely put your name in for the next promotion. Colin was stunned for a long time. Captain Ryan, Sang Yong's brother-in-law has only been here for less than 5 months? Yes, less than 5 months, but his brother-in-law is Sang Yong. Ryan smiled helplessly and said bluntly, just wait a bit longer, give the opportunity a pass, and you can consider it as making friends. Colin clenched his fists and forced himself to continue. Captain Ryan, I really need this second-level officer title. My mom is sick every month. Who wants to move up without a reason? Ryan responded expressionlessly. But this second-level position should be mine. I've been waiting for almost a year.
Ryan rummaged through the food bag upon hearing this and murmured softly, beef jerky, steak, good stuff.
She, how about this?
I'll give you 2 cases of red wine and 10,000 in cash.
Help me talk to Director Lee and get me promoted to the office. Colin was stunned. Opportunities have become very practical nowadays.
Those without money wait for those with money, and those with money wait for those with power.
So tell me, what can beef jerky wait for?
If I shout, this stuff can fill my fridge at home. Ryan casually pushed the steak over. Take it back and keep waiting. Colin pursed his lips and, after a long silence, finally said, then I'll wait a little longer.
Take it away. Keep it, the steak is quite good. Colin turned and left.
Ryan said nothing more, lowering his head to continue working.
Colin walked to the door and saw several dirty clothes with a strong smell of body odor hanging on the coat rack.
He immediately turned around and said, the clothes are dirty, let me wash them for you.
Ryan didn't look up. The shoes are dirty too, let me clean them for you. Then I'll leave first. Colin carried a large pile of items and pulled the door open to leave.
A few minutes later, Ryan casually tossed the gift Colin had brought to a female colleague in the office. Steak, you take it home.
You don't want it?
Who knows how long it's been frozen?
Even my dog wouldn't eat it. Ryan adjusted his attire and walked away. In the laundry room, Colin rolled up his sleeves, brushing shoes, and kept saying on the phone, this month's medicine, I still need.
I'll find a way to send the money back to you. Inside the office area of Group 3, Kevin clapped his hands and shouted, Old hey, go get the guns and equipment.
No one is allowed to leave the office building before 8 p.m. There might be an operation. Elvis's leg injury hadn't healed yet, and he asked reluctantly, Captain, do I still need to go?
We're short-handed. You drive, Kevin ordered without room for discussion.
All right. Elvis nodded and said no more. At 4 in the afternoon, after having dinner in the cafeteria, everyone took their equipment and police firearms and returned to the dormitory. Colin entered the room, looked at the rare automatic rifle, and asked, what's going on? Who are we catching?
Such a big setup, even the M464 is out.
One of the small lackeys spilled the beans.
A big figure supplying the Ma family might already be in Songjiang, Kevin said, glancing down at his watch.
I have someone tailing a core member of the Ma family. It might yield some results. Oh, Colin nodded, thought for a moment, then suddenly pulled Kevin aside. I'll head home for a bit later, okay? Kevin froze, his expression helpless as he asked in a low voice, trying to avoid frontline capture work again?
Come on, man, we're short on people.
Otherwise, I'd let it slide and not call you in. How about this? If you're worried about trouble, you can drive yourself, okay?
It's not that I want to hide, but I have to go back today, Colin said with a frown. My mom is seriously ill. My younger sister is blind and still very young. If I don't go back, they won't even have food to eat. Besides, I need to take her to the hospital for a follow-up today. Kevin thought that no matter how timid Colin was, he wouldn't lie about his own mother, so after weighing it for a moment, he said, can you make it back before the operation starts?
The operation is about to start. Call me, and I'll definitely come back. All right, then go ahead.
Captain, sorry for the trouble.
Colin nodded politely at Kevin. It's nothing, it's tough for everyone, we help each other out. Kevin patted Colin's shoulder.
I'll call you before the operation.
All right, Colin nodded. Around 7 in the evening.
In a slum of the Black District, Old Ma got out of the car, glanced around, wrapped in a military coat, and walked into an alley reeking of a strong sour smell with his head lowered.
Who are you looking for? A man asked in the darkness. I'm looking for Along. The old man stopped immediately upon hearing the voice. Brother Ma?
The other party smiled and walked over.
Is he inside?
Yes. The young man lowered his head and politely said, Brother Ma, please raise your arm. I need to follow procedure. Old Ma raised his arm upon hearing this, allowing the young man to carefully search him. Inside the house, the scruffy Along sat on the bed, fiddling with a handle in his hand. On the other end,
Alan held the phone in his office, walked to the window, and said, Big brother, why are you in such a hurry to call me back?
I'm handling it right now.
All right, that's it for now, I'll head back in a bit. Inside the dormitory,
Kevin lowered his head, cleaning his police gun, and tilted his head to look at Lao Hei, asking, Brother, how did you come to District 9? Same as most people, Lao Hei replied softly, lowering his head. After the disaster, various countries established a united government and set up 8 major districts as shelters.
But with so many people in the world, how could everyone possibly enter the 8 districts?
Too many people, too few resources, and limited livable areas. So, to get into these 8 districts, you had to wait for the united government to randomly select permanent residency rights. Although they said it was random, most of the spots were taken by social elites, and the remaining few were sold at sky-high prices. By the end, a ticket cost millions of dollars. And my hometown was in war-torn Africa, where surviving was already hard enough, let alone having money to buy a ticket. At this point, the Thai brother also chimed in softly, we all went through the same thing.
My dad held on to a sliver of hope at the time.
He heard that the quotas for Zone 7 and Zone 8 hadn't been filled yet and that permanent residency was still being randomly distributed, so we tried everything to come to Asia. But what awaited us was overpopulation, making it impossible to accommodate us.
Old Hayes smiled and asked Kevin, "Do you know the origin of Zone 9?
I've heard a bit, Kevin nodded. Since Zone 7 and Zone 8 were within your country's borders and were the last two residential zones with unfilled quotas, many people who still had hope of obtaining residency flocked here from all over the world, waiting for that slim chance. But after Zone 7 and Zone 8 reached full capacity, over 10 million homeless people were left here. Unable to survive, they rioted under someone's leadership, attempting to break into other residential zones. It was then that the United Government decided to allocate some resources and permit the establishment of the 9th Special Zone. However, they didn't have the capability or sufficient resources to support us, so we were ultimately left to govern ourselves.
That's the history of Zone 9. It's a lifeline snatched by us, the social underclass. Though chaotic, it feels like home. Now, if you were to ask me to move to one of the other 8 zones, I probably wouldn't adapt,"
Old Hayes said optimistically, flashing a warm smile with his white teeth.
Kevin remained silent for a long time before asking, "Do you still have family?" "No one is left. My mother and younger brother died during the first military conflict in Zone 9.
Old Hayes' gaze dimmed slightly.
My father was one of the first police officers in Zone 9 and also sacrificed his life during a duty mission." Kevin was taken aback. "I'm sorry. It's fine. I moved on a long time ago." Old Hayes smiled again. "What about you? Do you have family? How did you end up in the unplanned zone?" I might be even more."
Kevin hesitated for a long time before deciding to confide in his colleague.
Ring ring.
At that moment, the sound of a phone ringing echoed.
"Hello?" Kevin answered the police phone.
The core member of the Ma family took Old Ma to the area near the 3rd Ring Road.
"I've been observing for a while, and I'm 80% sure that the person they're meeting is the contact."
Xiao Lu briefly explained the situation over the phone.
"How many people are there exactly? Is the contact person here?"
"I judged based on experience," Xiao Lu replied with a frown. "I didn't see him in person, but at the entrance of the alley, there are at least 2-4 people standing guard."
"What about Old Man Ma? He went in alone. The people he brought are waiting outside, a total of 3. Do we have any idea about their firepower?" Kevin asked again.
"You definitely can't tell just by looking, but based on experience, I think these guys are big players and definitely have heavy firepower," Xiao Lu responded without hesitation.
"Alright, got it. Stay where you are and don't move, we're on our way."
"Okay." The two finished their conversation, and Kevin immediately clapped his hands and shouted to the other colleagues, "Get your gear ready, we're about to get to work." Old Hay was the first to stand up upon hearing this. "Hee, let's work first, then we can have a drink and chat later." Kevin patted Old Hay on the shoulder and said with a smile, "All right." Old Hay didn't have the minor flaws that many of his African compatriots had. He worked diligently without complaint, wasn't lazy or afraid of challenges, and could take on roles as both an observer and a demolition expert. His marksmanship was also decent, making him one of the few fierce warriors in the 3rd team.
"Gathered downstairs." Kevin dropped a sentence, turned around, walked out of the dormitory, and immediately dialed Alan's number. "Hello, Andon."
"Captain Yuan, I request some personnel assistance." Kevin stated his request bluntly.
"Caught a big fish?" Alan's eyes lit up. "Can't be sure yet, we'll know once they take the bait."
Kevin licked his lips. The other side might have heavy firepower, with an initial estimate of around 10 people.
"How many people do you need?"
"At least 1 squad. I can hardly put together 2 teams for you right now. All our people are tied up with cases," Alan said, feeling a bit troubled.
"If you don't give me people, I can't make the arrests."
Kevin frowned and said, "You know the situation with Team 3.
Alan pondered for a moment. "I'll call the captain of Team 3 and have them send people to help."
"Wait downstairs."
"Old Cat's team?" Kevin was taken aback. "What's wrong? Is it not okay?"
Yes,
he can come." Kevin responded very satisfactorily. "I'm familiar with him, easy to communicate."
That's it.
About 5 minutes later,
Old Cat came out with 20 people, dressed in light green special police combat uniforms, wearing leather boots, carrying folding riot shields on their shoulders, and holding 5 M464 rifles in their hands, striding out briskly.
"Pretty quick." Kevin smiled as he walked over. "Damn it, I only came to help out because I heard you were leading the team. If it were someone else's job, I'd definitely avoid it."
Old Cat grinned and said to Kevin, "These are all the people from the dormitory. The rest are all tied up in cases."
"Thank you."
"Stop talking nonsense. We're here to help. Just tell us what to do."
Old Cat waved his hand. "Let's go. We'll talk in the car."
Kevin pulled Old Cat and turned back to his team members, shouting, "Check the communication equipment. We'll draft the capture plan on the way."
"Yes."
The 3 groups responded in unison and got into their respective vehicles. A few minutes later, 4 police patrol cars and a multifunctional combat van headed toward the 3rd Ring Road simultaneously. In the alley, inside a dark and damp room,
Along ate braised beef and tilted his head to look at Old Man Ma, asking, "Can you settle this or not? If not, I'll hand the job over to someone else."
"I can settle it, just wait a little longer." "I'll wait for 1 more week at most," Along replied after deliberating for a while.
"I really can't delay any longer. If the warehouse
gets raided, I'll lose everything, even my underwear.
I understand. Old Man Ma stood up. I'll resolve the issue within a week. Alright. Along took a sip of baijiu, looked up, and called out, see Brother Ma off.
As Old Man Ma turned to walk toward the door, he paused slightly, then suddenly turned back and asked, Along, in this line of work on Black Street, there really isn't much competition, just a few people, but their drug prices are double ours. I just don't get it. Why do you insist on not letting us raise prices? How much less are we earning because of this? Along rubbed the corner of his eye and replied with a carefree laugh, damn, as long as there's profit, who cares? How much is enough anyway? Old Man Ma pondered for a moment. True, I'll be off then. Resolve the issue quickly. Got it. Old Man Ma pushed open the door and stepped out of the room.
3 minutes later,
Xiaolu dialed Kevin's phone. Team leader, the situation has changed. Old Ma suddenly left.
Kevin was stunned for a moment and immediately asked, are the people in the room still there? They are.
In the middle section of the 3rd Ring Road, 4 police patrol cars spread out and parked at the roadside corner, while the multifunctional combat vehicle quickly left after dropping off a dozen officers at the intersection. Kevin sat in the lead car, picked up the walkie-talkie, and softly instructed, the target is still inside. We'll proceed with the capture according to the previous groupings. There are people in the alley, but try not to fire, avoid making noise.
We don't know the indoor environment.
Roger. Understood. Several team members responded immediately after receiving the complete instructions. Kevin pushed the door open and got out of the car, lowered his head to check his firearm, tucked it into his waistband, and was just about to walk when Colin ran over from behind. Hey, I finally caught up.
Kevin turned his head at the sound. You're done? Aha, just finished, Colin said, panting heavily.
Kevin didn't have time for small talk and urgently commanded, stick to the original plan.
You drive car number 2 and wait at the intersection of 3rd Ring Road and Fomlin Road. If the capture is successful, I'll get in your car immediately. If Lazy goes over to provide support, report it right away. Got it,
Colin said gratefully. Thank you, team leader, for always looking out for me.
Let's not talk about that. Kevin didn't have time for pleasantries.
As he walked, he shouted into the intercom, Old Cat, get ready to approach the alley. We'll charge the front.
Got it. 3 minutes later.
Old Cat, wearing a Kevlar helmet, dressed in light green special operations gear, with a steel plate bulletproof vest on his chest, led a 10-person team, crouching as they approached the alley, splitting into groups and squatting on both sides, waiting for orders.
By the roadside, Kevin asked briskly as he walked, is there a higher vantage point?
No, there's only an external staircase.
It should give a clear view of the 2nd floor. Alright, your group will go to the 2nd floor to set up.
The main task is to provide cover, Kevin instructed.
Understood. Kevin finished talking with his colleagues and arrived at the alley entrance.
He then turned his head to glance at the empty street and patted Old Cat on the shoulder, saying, Old Hay and I will go in.
You guys stay put for now. Alright, Old Cat nodded.
Let's go, Old Hay, Kevin called out. Old Hay, dressed in casual clothes, followed Kevin, and stepped into the alley.
The two walked side by side, leisurely heading deeper into the alley, when Kevin casually asked, nervous?
Hee, I'm used to it, Old Hay replied with a smile.
Don't worry, relax. Kevin casually put his arm around Old Hay's neck, swaying as he shouted, take me somewhere fun.
You've had too much to drink, Old Hay played along knowingly. In the middle of the alley, a middle-aged man sat up from a worn-out wooden chair at the sound, squinting as he looked over in this direction. Kevin staggered as he walked, holding onto Old Hay. After covering about 30 meters, he turned his head and spat, damn it, life is tough. The spit landed squarely on the burly man's shoulder.
You son of a.
The burly man's companion stood up beside him, frowning as he was about to curse.
Ah, damn, there's someone here?
Kevin pretended to be drunk, slowly turning his head and asking, sorry, brother, can I ask, how do I get to Duo Club? The burly man initially thought Kevin was just a drunkard, but as the other approached him, his gaze tightened, and he instinctively moved his hand behind his back. I don't know.
Ugh.
Kevin let out a dry heave, his body instinctively leaning toward the burly man's side.
Damn it, you don't smell like alcohol.
The burly man stood up, ready to grab his gun, while his companion immediately reached for the earpiece button.
Bang!
Kevin lifted his leg, his right foot striking out like lightning. Thud! The burly man leaned back 2 steps, his body slamming directly into the wall.
Smack!
Kevin grabbed the man's arm and suddenly swung him to the left, causing the burly man to stagger and fall to the ground. Immediately after, Kevin's knee slammed onto the man's head with a thud, his left hand pressing down on the gun at the man's waist as he growled in a low voice, don't shout, or I'll kill you.
I have.
The burly man showed no fear of Kevin and strained his neck to shout. Kevin, forced into a corner, released the burly man's arm with his right hand and instantly covered his mouth. Stay still. Splurt. The burly man, ferocious to the extreme, unable to break free, bit down on Kevin's hand, causing blood to flow immediately. Meanwhile, as Kevin made his move, Lao Hei also rushed forward and used a police takedown technique to drag down another drug dealer. However, the opponent was equally ruthless, and as soon as his mouth was covered, he began shaking his head violently in resistance. Kevin saw that these two men were desperate and hard to control, so he immediately turned around and waved his hand. Tap, tap, tap. Old Cat received the signal and led the team into the alley. Once the group reached Kevin's side, they raised the butts of their guns and struck each of the two bandits on the head, causing blood to splatter and rendering them temporarily unconscious. One got away. Kevin stood up and shouted, "Break the door." Crash, crash. The crisp sound of the Remington series anti-riot shotgun being cocked by the officer was extremely clear. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out, the iron door shattered, and Old Cat gestured, shouting, "Tactical formation, advance." Kevin, hearing the signal, led 10 officers charging straight in. However, as soon as they entered, they were stunned. The first-floor corridor was narrow and poorly lit, with a faint view of an iron staircase at the far end of the hallway. Damn it, advance quickly, they're definitely not on the first floor. Kevin quickly assessed the terrain and gave orders without hesitation. The officers on both sides responded immediately, advancing without hesitation. 3 seconds later, above the iron staircase leading to the second floor, 2 bandits raised their automatic rifles and started shooting down wildly without a word. "Don't go up, suppress them." Kevin leaned against the corner of the staircase, dodging bullets as he clenched his right fist. "Team 2, do you have a shooting angle? Ready to shoot." Staircase corner, 2 automatic rifles. Bang bang. The police department had few snipers, so this operation did not have pure sniper support. However, the experienced field officers could still ensure accuracy when using automatic rifles at close range. The team ambushed on the external staircase, upon receiving the order, fired 2 shots through the glass and killed the bandit stuck at the second floor entrance. The body rolled down the stairs, and Kevin waved his hand and shouted, "Move in." Whoosh! Kevin led the assault team quickly up the stairs and rushed to the second floor. The living room was extremely dim, with only the moonlight outside faintly outlining the interior. Kevin, sweating on his forehead, took 3 or 4 steps forward and asked in a low voice, "Why is there no one? Did Team 2 see anyone jump out of the building?" "No, from our angle, we can't see the situation in the living room," the other party immediately responded. Kevin frowned, momentarily stunned. Clang! At that moment, a faint noise came from the left side, and the old cat who had just rushed up nervously shouted, "Kevin, Kevin, I hit the jackpot, stepped on a booby trap." When Kevin turned around upon hearing the voice, a police officer from the old cat's team was already crouching on the ground, preparing to use his hand to probe the booby trap wire. "Don't move, the old cat shouted with a trembling right leg. "It's not about the wire, I stepped directly on the mine." The crowd paused briefly at the sound and then immediately stepped back, guarding the entrance to the living room, fearing that someone might still be hiding inside. Kevin quickly drew the flashlight from his waist, crouched down, and shone it briefly on the booby trap at the bathroom door. He spoke succinctly, "Mao, if you step back, your right leg will definitely be fine. If you don't step back, then lift your foot and I'll shoot the trap away." "Can you hit it accurately?" "Hard to say, not sure if the trap has been modified." "Playing?" "Hard to say." "What are you talking about? You can't aim, my life is already gone." Old Cat shouted, glaring with wide eyes. "You can shoot it off, but don't lose the leg." Kevin steadily held the flashlight in his right hand and asked, "What do we do? Give me an answer." Old Cat remained silent for a moment, his usual playful expression gone from his face. "Save the leg. 3 counts, lift your leg." Kevin picked up the automatic rifle and shouted, "Everyone else, step back. 3, 2, 1, lift your leg." Kevin shouted loudly. Old Cat heard the command and didn't dare to hesitate, immediately lifting his leg and retreating backward. Bang! Kevin swung the gun handle, as if playing golf, and sent the grenade at his feet flying. Crash! The grenade shattered the glass and flew outside. But after a few seconds, there was no sound outside at all. The old cat squatted on the ground, somewhat exhausted. Damn it, why didn't it go off?" "Fake." Kevin gritted his teeth and responded, "It's a dud." "Team 2, check if there's anything unusual around." Zla, ding dang. As soon as the words were spoken, the commando on the left, just about to step forward, accidentally bumped into the cabinet beside the wall, producing a peculiar sound. Everyone froze at the sound. "Damn it, this is real," Old Cat shouted, his face pale. "Get down, raise the riot shields." The 2 officers holding riot shields knelt down and had just raised the shields when a ball of fire erupted before their eyes. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, and 3 police officers who failed to evade were swept to the ground by countless fragments, losing their lives instantly in the blast without even a chance to call for help. Kevin lay flat on the indoor floor, his ears buzzing as he shouted, "There's definitely no one left inside the house, they've run outside. Team 2, stay alert and observe." Outdoors, DeLazy along, accompanied by just one companion, ran wildly in the courtyard, shouting, "Damn it, the dog caught Old Ma's scent. This guy is way too unprofessional. Is there any chance he might sell us out?" "Impossible, he relies on me to make a living." Along waved his hand and shouted, "Call Xiao Potsy and have him come pick us up. Hurry up, or we won't be able to get out." On the second floor indoors, Kevin had just shaken his head and climbed up from the ground when the voice of the second team outside came through the earpiece. Two people just ran out from the slums bungalow and are escaping toward Fonglin Road. We're a bit too far to catch up.
Are you sure it's only 2 people?
Kevin's eyes were swollen and red as he suppressed the fury in his heart.
Confirmed, only 2. Everyone, move toward Fonglin Road.
Kevin gritted his teeth and shouted, if there are casualties, make sure to pin down the main culprit, or all of this will be for nothing.
Got it, got it. A rapid response came through the walkie-talkie.
Kevin quickly drew his gun and immediately shouted, those who aren't injured, follow me downstairs, hurry. In less than a minute, everyone had arrived downstairs.
Kevin walked at the front, urgently shouting, Team 2, have you locked onto them?
Report the location of the suspects. They've already reached Maple Forest Road and are still running forward, about to approach the intersection of the 3rd Ring Road. The Team 2 leader replied in a low voice.
We're following closely, but the distance is a bit far.
Kevin froze for a moment, a thought flashing through his mind that Colin was in that direction.
He immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted, Car 2, do you copy? Please respond.
Vehicle 2 received.
Colin's voice came through.
The bandits are heading your way, Kevin ordered quickly. There are 2 of them. Ensure your own safety first, but if you can stop them, do so. We've got casualties on our side.
If you can hold them for just 10 seconds, we'll be there immediately. Colin froze upon hearing this. Did you hear me? Kevin urged again.
Received.
Colin answered nervously. Stay on the line, we're almost there.
After saying this, Kevin had already rushed out of the alley and jumped into a police car that had just arrived, together with Old Cat. Meanwhile, Old Hay and 2 members of Old Cat's team also got into another car, quickly heading to the intersection of the 3rd Ring Road, less than 500 meters away from them. Inside the car, Old Cat held the walkie-talkie and asked, Colin, did you see anyone pass by? The intersection of the 3rd Ring Road. At this moment, Colin had already gotten out of the car, so nervous that he forgot to bring the car's intercom. His arm trembled as he drew his pistol from his waist, hiding behind the car's front end, his eyes fixed on the direction of Fonglin Road. Yes, Colin never dreamed that the fearless DeLazy would run toward him. He felt nervous, his mind involuntarily recalling the explosion upstairs just moments ago and the colleagues who had tragically lost their lives. He felt scared, hiding behind the car, with a few seconds feeling as long as years. He was clearly different from other officers, lacking the resolve to sacrifice for justice, consumed only by endless cowardice. The biting cold wind pierced through as Along strode forward with his companions, carrying a dazzling large-caliber shotgun and a pistol in his hands. Inside the car, Lau Mao's voice continued to come through the walkie-talkie. Colin, can you hear me? Have they passed? Respond. Sweat dripped from Colin's forehead as his eyes remained fixed on Along's direction. After some hesitation, he finally gritted his teeth, raised the pistol, and prepared to shout, his voice trembling. Under the dim light, Along turned to his companion and asked, what did Siapatsi say? Already here, the companion panted, pointing ahead, go through the bungalow in front.
Don't move, there's a police car.
Along noticed the number 2 car driven by Colin as he turned around.
Bang bang bang.
The companion, nerves taut, pulled the trigger without hesitation upon seeing the police car and shouted, you go first. Bullets hit the police car, sparks flying everywhere.
Colin hunched over, hiding behind the car hood, not daring to show his face.
Inside the car, Old Cat continued shouting into the walkie-talkie, Colin, there are gunshots over there.
Did you encounter them?
Colin vaguely heard the commotion inside the car, crouched down, and crawled to the passenger seat, reaching out to try to open the car door. By the roadside, alone, under the cover of his companions, was sprinting frantically. He charged hard to the opposite corner of the street, preparing to force his way into the residential area, and at this moment, he was no more than 30 meters away from Colin's position. Colin placed his hand on the car door handle, just about to pull the door open, when he turned his head and saw Along preparing to dart into the alley. Forced to act, he raised his gun and opened his mouth to shout. At the street corner, Along kept an eye on the direction of the police car while running, and as he turned, he found himself face to face with Colin. The two froze for a moment. Without thinking, Along raised his shotgun and fired a shot at the car hood. Crash! The mechanical cover was dented, and Colin stood frozen in place, not daring to fight back. Buzz! At that moment, Lau Hei's car rushed over. Holding a walkie-talkie, he ordered, Colin, fire a shot to stop him. He won't get away. Colin hid behind the police car, motionless, his eyes filled with terror as he stared at the intersection, his face pale. Fuck! Old Hay saw that Colin didn't respond and immediately shouted, charge over, there are only two of them. The car sped forward like a bullet, instantly passing the spot where Colin was. Bang! Bang! Old Hay stuck his head out of the car and fired two shots at Along's companion, who was reloading his magazine. Blood mist burst from the latter's body, and he fell to the ground on his back. CNM, I'll make you chase. Aaron cursed furiously, turned around, raised his gun, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! The large caliber shotgun roared, and the electric scooter's tire burst on the spot, veering into the wall of a shop at the intersection. The front of the scooter crashed directly into the wall, emitting white smoke. Old Black shook his head, pushed open the car door, and shouted, he's alone, go pin him down. Hearing the sound, everyone got got off the car, carrying guns and rushing toward Alon's location. Squeak! On the snow-covered street, the sudden sound of brakes echoed as 4 burly men stepped out of the car. 2 of them wielded automatic rifles and began firing in Old Hay's direction. On the third ring road, Kevin, who had arrived at the scene, immediately spotted the people rushing to Alon's side. He quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Old Hay, fall back. They have reinforcements." Old Hay no longer had time to retreat at this moment. He got out of the car and rushed forward, forcing him to hide in the recessed entrance of a shop. However, Alon, whose brother had just died, was seeing red. Holding his shotgun, he charged forward, shouting, "CNM, are you still chasing or not?" Bang! Old Hay pressed tightly against the shop's glass door, not daring to show his face, and could only take a risky shot. But Alon, bold and ruthless, walked along the wall and pressed the shotgun directly against Old Hay's head. Silence, a brief silence. "Don't move." The 2 officers following behind Lao Hay held their guns, ready to provide cover. Rat-a-tat-tat. Xiaopatzi wielded an automatic rifle, instantly forcing the 2 back into cover. Old Hay's forehead was sweating, his lips trembling slightly. Don't kill me." Did I kill my people? Did I kill them?" Along roared angrily. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and Old Hay fell to the ground. Keep chasing me, and I'll send a grenade to your police station every day." Along lowered the gun barrel and fired 3 shots at Lao Hei's body. Then he was pulled away by Xiaopatzi, threw 2 grenades onto the road to buy time, and disappeared into the night. Behind the police car at the street corner, Cullen witnessed Lao Hay being shot dead and saw the grenades blast 2 large craters on the road. He stood motionless, like a statue. The car stopped, and Kevin jumped out, his eyes wide open. He reached out and grabbed Lao Hay. Brother, hang in there. Dead, then let it be. Living is just suffering." Lao Hay grasped Kevin's wrist, his voice hoarse as he said, I have no family, lived a lonely life. I raised 2 kids from my hometown in New District. You give my pension to them." Kevin clenched his fists and nodded firmly, "I will definitely give it." On the street, Old Cat's eyes burned with rage as he jumped out of the car, walked straight to Colin, and reached out, shouting, "Give me the gun." Colin stared blankly, lifelessly raising his head to look at Old Cat. "I told you to give me the gun." Old Cat roared, forcibly snatching Colin's sidearm, skillfully removing the magazine, and froze. Sorry, Colin stammered. Old Cat's arm trembled with anger as he pointed at the bullets in the magazine and roared, You didn't fire a single shot, not a single damn shot? If you had fired 1 shot, would Old Hay have died? Would Lazy have run away? Damn it, you useless piece of trash." The 3 people who had just died on the 2nd floor were all members of Old Cat's team. Although they weren't close friends with Old Cat, they were colleagues who worked together day in and day out. In a fit of rage, he kicked Colin's head hard. "Why didn't you shoot? Were you scared of dying? If you're scared of dying, why are you taking up space and doing nothing? Damn it, I really want to kill you, you useless piece of trash." 2 hours later, inside the superintendent's office, Superintendent Lee slammed the table hard, his face twisted in anger as he roared, "Alan, what on earth are you doing? How did the organized arrest turn into this? Look at the report. There were only a few criminals, and your team, are they made of paper? Fully equipped for an assault, and yet 4 of them ended up dead. How am I supposed to explain this to the police department?" Alan lowered his head, his voice heavy. "Superintendent, I was handling another case. This matter, forget it, I don't want to explain further. In any case, such a major mistake occurred, and I am willing to take responsibility." "Take responsibility? Then you can stop being the team leader and let someone else take over," Superintendent Lee shouted coldly. Alan suddenly raised his head, staring directly at Director Lee, silent and speechless. "Damn it." Director Lee turned his back and paced around the room, continuing to curse angrily. "I read the report. This Colin is not only useless but also problematic. Immediately put him under supervision. He might be involved in dealings with the bandits, otherwise, why didn't he fire a single shot? This must be thoroughly investigated." Alan straightened up and responded without hesitation, "He's already under control. Kevin and Old Cat are interrogating him, working on extracting confessions from the captured individuals." Director Lee's face darkened as he paced around the room. Suddenly, he turned to Alan and said, "I understand. In the current environment, everyone has their own little schemes wanting to make money, get promoted, or rely on someone. The police department is full of such people, and I'm no exception. But your schemes must never touch others' interests, and you absolutely cannot use the police department or certain individuals as tools. Otherwise, things will escalate, and no one will look good." Alan was stunned upon hearing this and immediately raised his head to respond. "Director Lee, the rumors outside may not necessarily have anything to do with me. I think you might have misunderstood me. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, you can't hide it, and I'm not blind. Just wait and see." Director Lee, feeling agitated, walked to the window and said, "You will draft the report for the police station, and it must be detailed. As for the aftermath, you will handle it personally. Submit the required funds, and I will consider signing off." "Yes," Alan saluted. In the early hours of the night, Alan hosted a gathering at Second Sisters restaurant, where gang leaders from Blackstreet and other districts assembled, numbering around 20 to 30 party people. In the second-floor hall, Alan smiled and toasted the crowd with 3 glasses of wine before speaking. Tonight, our team carried out an operation on the 3rd Ring Road, which I believe all of you elders and brothers have heard about. The criminals killed 4 of our brothers, and the higher-ups are furious. They almost stripped me of my position. Since there are no outsiders here, I'll be frank. These drug dealers, I will definitely take action against them. I ask everyone to give me some leeway and make things easier for me. I, Alan, will surely repay the favor in the future. But if anyone tries to protect them or secretly helps them evade capture, that would mean going against me and the police department. For the next year, I won't do anything else but focus on cracking down on them. Captain Yuan, what are you saying? If you ask, who would dare not give you face? This is such a small matter, isn't it? Just a few drug dealers? We'll inquire around and find them in no time. Everyone listened to Alan's words without getting upset and chimed in one after another. Alan bowed and poured wine, smiling as he said to everyone, "Thank you all for giving me face, I really appreciate it." After a while, once the main matters were discussed and the banquet dispersed, a burly man got into his car and lowered his head to make a phone call. "Hello, Old Ma. I need your help with something, to get a few people out of the special zone." Old Ma's voice sounded. The burly man chuckled. "I won't ask who the people are, but I can't help with this. Short on money?" The Inspector Alan got red-eyed, holding a machine gun to invite us to dinner. "Isn't that intimidating?" the burly man said in a low voice. "Old Ma, while I wouldn't say I'm afraid of him, there's no need to offend someone from the authorities, you understand? Alright, pretend I never made this call." "Yeah, that's it." As the words fell, the two ended the call. 8:30 in the morning. A long-stop level wanted notice was issued from the police station to the 6 districts of Songjiang City. After receiving the notice, each sub-police station immediately coordinated with their subordinate security units for assistance. In no time, the previously unknown Along became a sensation in Songjiang, gaining a resounding reputation throughout the underworld. Everyone knew that this was someone the police station had personally ordered to apprehend. At first, when Kevin had just taken over this case from Alan, he thought it was nothing major. However, he hadn't expected things to escalate to this point. The situation seemed to spiral out of control and turn severe, and he faintly felt as though he was being pushed forward by someone. Inside the captain's office, Kevin frowned and said to Alan, "I oversimplified the idea of the arrest. I know exactly what the problem is." Alan waved his hand. "You have your responsibilities, but we also have limited resources. Once the leading drug dealer is caught, it's a death sentence for him, so he'll fight desperately. But some of our officers are thinking, even if we don't catch anyone, we still get paid. People's starting points are different, so their mentalities are bound to differ as well. This is an objective reality, and I'm well aware of it." Kevin did not respond upon hearing this. "Whether you'll be punished or not depends on whether the case can be solved, to what extent, and whether the higher-ups are satisfied," Alan said pragmatically. "Things aren't over yet. Put more effort into it. I have high hopes for you, Kevin." "Thank you, Captain." Since returning last night, Kevin had been feeling uneasy, as he believed he hadn't done a good job and the higher-ups would surely punish him severely. However, he hadn't expected Alan to shoulder some of the responsibility for Team 3 and Old Cat, and even specifically request that Kevin focus his main efforts on solving the case. Knock, knock. While the two were chatting, a knock on the door sounded. "Come in," Alan called out. The office door opened, and a young man in casual attire saluted before saying, "The confession is out." The captured lackey admitted they had no insider and didn't receive any tip-offs. Alan frowned and asked again, "Are you sure? The testimonies of the two henchmen are identical. It doesn't seem like they're lying." "Then lift the supervision on Colin," Alan said after some deliberation. The young man hesitated and asked, "What about his punishment?" Alan replied without hesitation, "The facts prove that he's not suited for handling cases in the frontline team. Transfer him to logistics for now, and notify him once the punishment decision is finalized." "Yes." The young man saluted and left. Kevin heard this and sighed inwardly, not speaking up for Colin, because whether he could survive in the frontline team was something no one could really help with. A few minutes later, Kevin walked out of the office, just about to grab some breakfast and return to continue handling the matter of Lao Hei's death in the line of duty, when he heard Lao Mao and Colin arguing intensely at the staircase. Meanwhile, downstairs, Lin Yenlei, wearing a wool coat and a cute pink scarf around her neck, shouted to the on-duty officer with disheveled hair, "I want to report a case." "Third-floor stairwell." "Don't stop me," Colin shouted, forcefully shaking Old Cat's arm. "I want to ask Captain Yuan why he transferred me to logistics. Are you even fit to work in the frontline team? Get a grip and stop screwing things up for others," Old Cat retorted, glaring at him. "The case last night wasn't solved, and everyone's already fuming. If you go looking for Old Yuan now, you're just asking for trouble. If he gets mad and kicks you out, won't you be a complete idiot then?" The two were arguing when Kevin came downstairs and asked, "What are you two doing?" The two froze. "Can you stop shouting here? Isn't it embarrassing?" Kevin frowned at them and said, "Come on, let's go out and sit for a while. I need to talk to Colin about something." After hesitating for a moment, Colin was eventually dragged away by Kevin and Old Cat. Downstairs, Edison blinked her beautiful big eyes and
and said, I'm an online station reporter. I discovered someone selling overpriced smuggled drugs around Tuza Street. During the undercover investigation, those thugs spotted us and even snatched our camera.
Do you recognize the people?
I don't know.
Fill out a form, print a copy of your ID, and write down the time, place, and specific details.
The officer on duty casually tossed over an inquiry form.
Edison took it, sat down on a chair, and carefully filled it out before handing it back. Is this okay?
Can you go arrest them now?
Alright, you can go back. We'll investigate later.
They didn't leave. My camera is still with them. Why don't you go and catch them?
Edison was a bit anxious.
Do I need you to teach me how to handle a case?
The officer crossed his legs. Go back. We'll notify you if there's any news.
No, what's with your attitude?
They stole my camera, and they should still be there.
Why not go now? Don't you understand what I'm saying?
I told you to go back first.
You!
Lin Yanlei's face turned red with anger, and in her urgency, she shouted, forget it, I'll look for Kevin.
Is he here? You know someone here?
The officer paused for a moment and asked.
Yes, I know him. Then wait a moment.
The officer's attitude softened slightly, and he picked up the walkie-talkie to say a few words. Edison waited for about a minute nearby, and the officer shook his head and said to her, Kevin isn't here, he went out.
Edison looked helpless. Then can you come with me to get the camera back first?
I can't go now. I have to report it and investigate according to procedure.
This is so damn frustrating.
Edison cursed under her breath, grabbed her bag, and turned to leave.
Inside a breakfast shop next to the police station,
Colin stared blankly at the multigrain steamed bun on the table, motionless.
Don't get too worked up.
If they want to transfer you to logistics, just go.
Captain Yuan is just angry right now,
Kevin said while eating, trying to console Colin. Colin's eyes were bloodshot. He lowered his head, staring at his palm, and murmured, it's not fair. The old cat had a fiery temper. He was already dissatisfied with Colin's performance last night, so as soon as he heard this, he exploded. What the hell do you mean by not fair? You didn't do your job well, so is there a problem with punishing you? I told you before, you're completely unsuited for frontline work, but you kept dreaming about getting promoted.
And now look what happened.
Not only did you screw yourself over, but you also dragged your colleagues down with you. If that guy along had been caught last night, what would the higher-ups be saying today? Everyone involved in the case would be getting commendations. But because you didn't dare to shoot, now not only are we being punished, but old Hay also got killed. Did you see his body? 3 gunshot wounds, his bulletproof vest shattered. Kevin heard this but remained silent.
Colin slowly raised his head, his face devoid of any emotion, and asked numbly, old cat, can you stop making rash judgments before you even understand the details of the situation?
What details?
Then tell me, why didn't you shoot?
Why? Old cat slammed down the bowl and asked, glaring.
Colin clenched his fists tightly, stared at old cat for a few seconds, then gritted his teeth and replied, fine, let's say I didn't shoot. I was wrong, I admit it.
It was your fault to begin with.
But haven't you ever made a mistake? Haven't you?
Colin suddenly retorted. The old cat was momentarily speechless upon hearing this.
But I never have.
Since the day I became a police officer, I have never made a fundamental mistake, not even once. Colin said, his voice trembling as he looked at Kevin and the old cat. I tread carefully, working cautiously at the police station. Not only have I never made a mistake before, but in order to be promoted to a second-level officer and earn those extra few $100 a month, I even worked hard to achieve top 3 in shooting at the police station and first place in the precinct, right? Kevin was completely stunned upon hearing this, as he had no idea Colin had such shooting honors. When I brought honor to the precinct, there was no substantial reward. But when I made a mistake, there was punishment.
Is that fair? Colin asked, his eyes reddened. Is it so hard to become a second-level officer?
It's just a matter of one sentence from the higher-ups. But why does it never come to me?
Why is there no one to say that one sentence for me? Every year they nominate me, and every year I end up as a runner-up, right? Am I right, old cat?
The old cat had never seen Colin speak to him in such a tone, so he was momentarily stunned.
I'm not like you.
You have oldly covering for you in the police department, you can mess with anyone you want, and when you're upset, you can even curse Alan.
But can I do that?
Forget cursing. If I say one wrong word and offend someone, I might be sent home tomorrow. If I lose my job, who will pay for my mom's treatment? Who will support my sister?
You? Tell me, is it you?
Colin's voice was hoarse as he clenched his fists and growled. People like you live life, but I am just trying to survive. I don't dare to risk my life. When trouble comes, I have to hide because I don't have the qualifications to fight others.
There are 2 mouths at home waiting for me to feed them.
If I don't work for 3 days, they'll starve to death. You have a background behind you, but I have burdens behind me. That's why you can curse me, look down on me from a high place, while I can only bow down forever. Maybe one day, even if I give it my all, I can only reach your starting point, and that's it. After speaking, Colin stood up, looked blankly at Kevin and the old cat, and said, you guys eat, I'm leaving first.
Colin, Kevin called out. Colin left the breakfast shop alone without turning his head.
Old cat frowned and continued drinking his porridge. Kevin stared blankly, lost in thought.
After a long while, old cat lowered his head and asked, did I speak too harshly? harshly. Yeah, a little. Kevin nodded. I really feel anxious for him. Old Cat sighed. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Colin walked stiffly along the desolate road, thinking of buying a bottle of liquor to ease the frustration in his heart. But when he reached into his pocket, he remembered that even the cheapest bottle of liquor cost 25 yuan. He endured, walked, and headed in the direction of home. Inside a house on Tuza Street, Along smoked a cigarette, frowned, and said to old Ma, "When can I leave?" "Arranging it, soon, just these couple of days. Before leaving, I need to go out once." "Don't talk nonsense, they're all going crazy looking for you out there now," old Ma urgently reminded. "This time leaving, I don't know when I'll be able to come back," Along replied with his head down. "I have a wish, I need to fulfill it." As soon as Kevin entered the office, Old Cat came over to him. "What are you busy with?" "Before old Hay died, he said two things to me. He asked me to get his compensation approved and send it to the two kids he was raising," Kevin replied while drinking water. "I just finished writing the report and am about to submit it." "Ah, 3 of your people are gone over there, don't you need to handle it?" Kevin asked proactively. "It's being handled. They're currently in contact with the families of the fallen colleagues," Old Cat replied, lowering his head. "I don't like those kinds of situations, so I didn't go." "Ah," Kevin nodded. "Hey, are you busy later?" Old Cat suddenly asked. Kevin was taken aback. "Just interrogating those 2 lackeys, nothing important." "Then come with me to Colin's house." Old Cat deliberately put on a nonchalant attitude. "He's been transferred to logistics, so no more fieldwork allowances, and his salary's gone down. I'm afraid the kid might get so upset he hangs himself or something." After spending some time with him, Kevin had already realized that Old Cat had a sharp tongue and often spoke without considering others' feelings, but deep down, he was very thoughtful. He probably knew he had gone too far with his words at the breakfast stall yesterday, so he came up with this excuse. But going to Colin's place alone might have been too awkward for him, so he came to drag Kevin along. "Let's finish work at noon. I need to go to Elvis's place later to check on the interrogation." Kevin glanced at the wall clock and replied, "Alright, I'll come over to call you at noon." "Okay." At noon, just after the work bell rang, Kevin rode Lau Mao's electric scooter to Colin's house. In fact, anyone who could hold a position in the police department was considered to be doing fairly well in this era, at least among the middle-income group in District 9. Despite the dangers, it was still a stable job with a guaranteed monthly salary. However, even with this stability, Colin's life was extremely difficult. His home was located on the edge of the slums near Blackstreet, where most residents lacked stable employment. The younger ones fared slightly better, as they could at least do manual labor to earn a meal, but the elderly, sick, and disabled suffered greatly, as many of them were genuinely unable to work. The Songjiang government lacked sufficient resources, crime rates were high, and population turnover and changes were frequent occurrences. The reason Colin lived in such a place was purely due to financial constraints. Housing here was cheap, and electricity and water were supplied in limited time slots at night, keeping basic living costs very low. This allowed him to save more money to support his family. This was also why he took advantage of every opportunity at the police department, even staying after work to eat dinner before heading home. He even brought his family's laundry to the department to wash. Everything was done to save a bit of money. After stepping into Colin's small courtyard, Kevin turned to observe the surroundings. The courtyard was square-shaped, covering an area of about 300 to 400 square meters, but most of it belonged to the landlord. The landlord had only rented out 2 low and narrow rooms near the entrance to Colin for the long term. The 2 rooms faced each other, separated by a wall with an iron gate in the middle. To someone unfamiliar with this layout, it might seem odd, but those who understood knew that the landlord had deliberately installed the partition out of fear that tenants might not be trustworthy. The iron gate was meant to be locked at night. However, since Colin had lived there for a long time, the landlord likely knew what he did for a living and had relaxed the rules, leaving the iron gate open as a sign of respect. The 2 entered the courtyard and immediately saw Colin sitting on the steps, looking very dejected. "What are you doing?" Old Cat rushed over and asked. Colin was startled and stood up. "Why are you 2 here?" "Just checking if you're dead or not." Old Cat was always the kind of person who couldn't say things nicely. "Come on, come inside." Colin might be best at forgetting conflicts and awkwardness. He didn't mention anything about yesterday and quickly adjusted his mood, cheerfully inviting the 2 into the house. "Where's Mom?" Old Cat asked. "My mom is lying down in the room across the way, and my sister is nearby doing some odd jobs, not at home." Colin smiled. "Come in and have some water." "No, let's go see Mom." Old Cat carried some food, specially prepared for Colin's mom. Colin paused for a moment, shook his head, and replied, "Don't go." "What's wrong?" Kevin asked. "We had an argument." "Damn." Old Cat cursed upon hearing this. "Feeling upset and taking it out on your mom? How old are you? Can you grow up a bit?" "Forget it, she's just taking her frustration out on me," Colin sighed and said. "She insists I bring her a daughter-in-law." "But think about it. I'm about to be transferred to logistics, earning over 100 less each month. It's hard enough to make ends meet. Where am I supposed to find her a daughter-in-law? Why is she suddenly pushing you to get married?" Old Cat asked curiously. Colin hesitated for a moment, then invited the 2 inside and began began recounting the events. Colin's mother had been suffering from liver disease, which had gone untreated due to a lack of money. Over time, it had developed into a syndrome, causing her vital organs to deteriorate, and it was clear she didn't have much time left. The old lady, uneducated and having endured a life full of hardships, probably didn't have many wishes left. All she wanted was for Colin to get married so she could see a grandchild before she passed away. Colin also understood the deeper reason behind her actions. She didn't want him to spend more money on her. She just wanted him to settle down quickly with a wife. Indoors, after listening to Colin's words, Kevin remained silent, unsure of what advice to give. Old Cat pondered for a moment before asking, even if you want to find a woman, you need to be prepared. She suddenly wants a daughter-in-law. Where are we supposed to find one? There's not even enough time to make one appear. She's already made arrangements. The wife of old Dong next door found an agency. My mom's idea is for me to spend money to marry someone. But you know my situation, I've just been penalized. My income has decreased, and I can't even guarantee what the future holds in logistics, Colin said with a troubled expression. After hearing Colin's words, Old Cat thought for a moment and said, buying one works too. Stop talking nonsense. Colin waved his hand. If my punishment is severe and I can't stay in the police department, what will I do in the future? Stripping clothes definitely won't go that far, Old Cat said, lowering his head. No matter what, I'll make sure you stay in the police department. Colin froze upon hearing this. Give me the truth, is the old lady really not going to make it? Old Cat asked in a low voice. Colin remained silent for a few seconds, then sighed deeply and said, not curing, just maintaining, means deterioration. How long? It's hard to say. Then just get yourself a wife, Old Cat said through gritted teeth. You should get married. A grown man can't just keep running home every day without doing anything. With someone to take care of you, you can focus on your work. But in my hands, wait a moment. Old Cat threw out a sentence, turned around, and shouted to Kevin, come out with me for a bit. Old Cat, no need. Colin immediately stood up. Old Cat pointed at Colin and said, I told you to wait, so just wait. 2 minutes later, outside the door, Old Cat puffed on his e-cigarette, looked down, and said to Kevin, got any money? Kevin blinked his eyes. I can lend him 500 at most. That's not enough. Old Cat shook his head. Kevin responded without hesitation, that's all I can manage. Old Cat raised his head and said word by word, if Colin can't pay you back for now, I'll return it to you before Christmas. Kevin looked at Old Cat with some surprise, carefully pondering for a few seconds before responding, I only have 1,500 left. I'll give you 1,300 and keep 200 for meals. Thanks, brother. Old Cat patted Kevin's arm. Hey, I want to ask. Kevin blinked curiously and asked, if Colin can't pay me back, what will you use to repay me? I'll go to Tuza Street to sell silver and repay you. Damn it, Kevin broke down. I don't want to borrow it anymore. That's settled then. Old Cat laughed as he rushed into the room, shouting, Colin, find someone to contact. The two of us scraped together 3,500 for you. Figure out the rest yourself. Colin stood in the shabby room, staring at the two for a long moment before bowing deeply. I'll definitely pay this money back. Yes, Colin didn't want to go against his mother's wishes, because he knew this might be the old lady's final wish. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Colin, with a large sum of money strapped to his waist, left Songjiang City together with Kevin and Old Cat, heading to Beitai Life Village. The vehicle passed through the frozen Songjiang River, its tires crunching over the white snow, and stopped on an unnamed dirt road. The three of them walked 3 kilometers to the entrance of Beitai Village and made a phone call. After waiting for about half an hour, a 50-something woman wrapped in a military coat, her face flushed red, approached and asked, buying someone? Speaking so bluntly, Old Cat replied rather unhappily, looking for a wife. Follow me then. The old woman tossed out the words and turned to leave. The three of them followed her, winding through the rundown shantytown and entering a drafty residential house. The old woman yanked open the iron door and pointed to the dozen or so people of various ethnicities sitting on the floor inside, saying, black, white, we've got them all. As long as the money's right, anything can be negotiated. Kevin stayed at the door and covered his nose. Colin, you go inside and pick. Are they all with residency rights? Old Cat pretended to ask knowingly. Brother, would I introduce you to someone with residency rights? The woman rolled her eyes. Isn't it better to just pick up work directly on Tuza Street? Big sis, you really know your stuff. Damn, the old woman replied with a pout. Nowadays, who doesn't have a story or two? Old Cat was left speechless. The old woman patted Colin's shoulder. Little brother, no need to feel awkward. It's business, right? The customer comes first. Go in and pick something. There's a flashlight here. For those dark spots where you can't see clearly, just shine a light. Colin indeed felt a bit awkward, standing at the door looking slightly uneasy. Bang! The old cat kicked Colin into the room. Hurry up, it's almost dark. Colin blinked a few times and stepped into the room. On the other side, a shadowy figure glanced furtively around before stepping up to the window of Colin's house and softly calling out, Colin, Colin, are you home? The sound of hurried footsteps came from behind, startling the figure. They quickly pulled out a large gun hidden under their clothes and glanced back, only to realize it was just someone passing by. Sweat beaded on the figure's forehead as they once once again peered into Colin's house.
Seeing no one inside, they frowned and left. In the past, life was also stressful, and many people often lamented, love nowadays is so cheap that it can already be bought with money. This sentence used to be just a sarcastic remark about the state of society, but in today's era, it has completely become a reality. It's hard to tell whether this is progress or regression. The girls in the old woman's hands were all found in unregulated areas, but it wasn't through trafficking or kidnapping. These girls willingly chose to follow her. They had no other purpose, just the hope of having a stable meal to eat. These girls didn't have residency rights in the 9th Special Zone and could only legally survive here by marrying someone or purchasing the rights themselves. Otherwise, if they exceeded a certain time limit, they would be legally expelled and cleared out.
After wandering around the room for over 10 minutes, Colin came out and asked the old woman, "Do those two fellow girls have any family?"
"No." The old woman shook her head without hesitation.
"Do you know what I do?" Colin frowned and asked again. The old woman was stunned. "Don't lie to me like you lie to others. Do they have any family or not?" Colin continued to press.
The old woman pondered for a moment. "Oh, you see, I forgot. Those two girls do have family, but they're all in the pending planning area." "Then forget it." Colin shook his head and replied, "It'll be troublesome later if we take them."
"Then take a look at the others. What's the name of that white Russian girl?" Colin thought for a moment and asked.
"Bella." The old woman gave a thumbs up and said, "Young man, you have good taste. Look at that girl, she's about 1.7 meters tall, fair-skinned, beautiful.
It'll be exciting to be with her when you go home. Is Chinese okay?" "She's in the unplanned area near District 9.
She speaks the local dialect even better than I do, no problem."
"Then it's her." Colin nodded and asked, "How much?"
8,000.
The old woman responded briskly. "Let's go," Colin said as he immediately started walking. Kevin and Old Cat were stunned for a moment but quickly followed.
"Wait, little brother, why are you so quick-tempered? Which part of what I said was wrong?" The old woman immediately called out.
"Come back and let's talk. I'll give you a 10% discount."
8,000?
Why don't you just go rob someone?" Colin turned around and shouted, "I can't afford it. I'll knock off 1,000 for you." The woman caught up, grabbed Colin's arm, and said, "Brother, they don't have residency rights.
Bringing them in also comes with costs.
Don't haggle too hard." 3,000. "Stop talking nonsense. For 3,000, I'll sell you a leg to take home and play with."
The woman rolled her eyes.
"Then forget it. Look at this guy. Why does he keep wanting to leave?" The old woman got anxious. "The lowest I'll take is 6,800, no less."
"I've been taking care of them for over 2 months.
"I only brought 4,500. If you think that's acceptable, we can write an agreement, and I'll take her away."
Old Cat stared with wide eyes and said, "But there's one condition. If this woman goes back and stays for a couple of days, then sneaks away, don't blame me for making it impossible for you to continue this business."
"No way. 4,500 is absolutely not enough. For 4,500, you can only buy someone like me."
The old woman waved her hand and said, "If you want to leave, then leave.
The lowest is 6,800.
Colin heard the voice and didn't hesitate, turning around to leave the courtyard with Kevin and Old Cat. About 2 minutes later, the old woman caught up from behind, panting heavily as she shouted, "All right, I see you two are destined. 4,500 it is.
Let's be friends, little brother, come back."
Colin bargained a total of 3 times before finally reaching an agreement with the old woman, and throughout the entire process, the Russian girl Bella listened clearly from inside the house. At around 8 or 9 in the evening, the Old Cat called a black car, and the 4 of them finally returned to Songjiang City.
On the road, Kevin glanced at the dirty Bella and smiled as he asked Colin, "Not going to celebrate? Where's the money to celebrate?" Colin shook his head and replied, "Just gather a few friends for a meal." "What day?"
"Let's do it tomorrow." Colin thought for a moment and said, "I'll also inform the team tomorrow."
"All right, that's settled then."
Old Cat, exhausted after a busy day, turned to the Belarusian girl and said succinctly, "Although we met through money, my brother is a good person.
He won't treat you badly.
Take good care of him." Bella never raised her head, keeping it lowered as she continuously fiddled with the ends of her hair and said, "I understand."
"All right, we'll head out now." Old Cat greeted Colin with a nod.
"Hey!" The 4 exchanged a few brief pleasantries, and Lao Mao and Kevin watched as the man and woman they had met because of money walked away. On the weathered street, Colin walked ahead somewhat nervously, his heart pounding. No one knew how much time had passed when Bella called out, Could you slow down a bit? My shoes are worn out, they're hurting my feet." Colin was stunned, turned back to look at the girl, and after pondering for a while, said, "Then I'll carry you? It's very close, we're almost there." The girl froze, stood still, and grabbed the corner of Colin's clothes. I
want to eat. He. Colin chuckled, bent down, and said, "Hop on, we'll eat as soon as we get home."
The Old Cat didn't know where he was going to roam tonight, and unlike usual, he didn't suggest staying at Kevin's place for the night. He just found an excuse and ran off. When Kevin returned home, it was already past 8 in the evening. He originally planned to boil a pot of water and buy some food to make do, but then he remembered that he had lent out 1,300 yuan today, leaving only 200 yuan in his pocket to cover daily expenses. So, after a quick wash, he prepared to go to bed.
Around 9 o'clock at night, just as Kevin lay down down on the bed, he heard Lin Nianlei's angry shout. What are you doing? Do you believe I'll call the police?
Kevin was startled by the shouting, grabbed his jacket and draped it over himself, then walked to the window to look outside. Edison stood at the bottom of the steps, pointing at the doorway and shouting, while three burly men in leather coats staggered inside.
Little girl, you really don't know your limits, huh? I warned you once, and you still have the nerve?
The leading burly man touched his bald head and reached out, saying, "Give me the camera."
The camera isn't with me.
If you keep harassing me, I'll call the police immediately. You look so clumsy.
The burly leader laughed and pointed at Lin Nianlei, cursing, "Police superintendent? Alan from the superintendent's office is my friend.
Go ahead and call him. I'll wait for him to come."
Edison froze upon hearing this.
Inside the room, Kevin, who was just about to open the door to take a look, froze in place upon hearing the burly man mention Alan's name, his brows furrowing tightly.
Bang!
At that moment, a boy around 15 or 16 years old rushed out from the inner courtyard, wearing a tattered cotton jacket, and shouted, "What are you doing?
Why are you making such a racket in the middle of the night?" Inside courtyard number 88.
As soon as the boy rushed out, a woman behind him grabbed him by the collar and pulled him back into the inner courtyard.
"Hurry up and close the door, don't meddle in other people's business." Kevin recognized inside the house that the person dragging the little boy back was the female landlord.
In the courtyard, the leading burly man tilted his head and glanced at the inner yard, then smiled and said to Lin Nianlei, "See that? Nowadays, people avoid trouble when they see it.
You think shouting a few times will get someone to help you? Dream on."
Edison retreated to the doorway of the house, her sharp eyes watching the three burly men, and said pitifully, "Big brother, the camera really isn't with me.
I've already handed it over. Please don't make things difficult for me."
The burly man tilted his head and stepped forward, grabbing Lin Nianlei's jet black hair. "Why is a little girl like you spouting nonsense?
If I wasn't sure the thing was with you, would I have come?
Edison looked at the burly man's pockmarked cheeks and malicious gaze, her heart pounding. The thing really.
Bang!
The burly man instantly lost his patience, grabbed Lin Nianlei's head, and forcefully slammed it against the doorframe. "Damn it, I'm really giving you too much face." Edison hadn't expected the man to suddenly act, and the collision left her somewhat dazed.
"Donzi, drag her into the house.
I'll try a different way to communicate with her."
"What are you doing?
Since you don't appreciate kindness, we'll use you to get through the winter." The man on the left stepped forward, grabbed Lin Nianlei, and kicked the door, trying to drag her inside.
Creak! At that moment, the door across the hall was pushed open, and Kevin stepped out. "What's going on here? Bullying a young woman?"
As the words fell, Edison suddenly looked up. Seeing Kevin, she was overjoyed and called out on tiptoe, Brother, help me." Kevin was naturally cold and originally didn't want to meddle in others' affairs.
However, these men clearly weren't going to let it go, and if the situation escalated, Edison would definitely report it.
Since he lived in this courtyard, it would be hard to explain once the matter was investigated. Moreover, Kevin knew Edison had some background, and he didn't want to get into bigger trouble, so he decided to step out and say something. "Who are you?" The burly man leading the group turned around and shouted.
"I'm with the police department, and I live here." Kevin stood at the door and said concisely, "It's already late. If there's something, talk about it later. Don't mess around here with pointless things." "Police officer, huh?"
The burly man was taken aback.
"Which department are you with?" Kevin did not directly answer the man's question.
"I told you to let the person go, so let them go.
You've got quite a tough tone."
The burly man frowned. "Our business has nothing to do with you.
Go back inside and get some rest."
The burly man finished speaking and ignored Kevin, reaching out to grab Edison and shouting, "Little girl, I'll ask you one last time, are you giving me the stuff or not?"
"I already said."
The camera.
Smack!
Before Edison could finish her sentence, Kevin had already stepped forward and grabbed the burly man's wrist. "Buddy, don't cause trouble in this courtyard." The burly man turned around with a stern expression. "I'm the Tiger of Tuza Street. If you don't know me, call someone from your police station and ask."
Kevin frowned slightly. "Get out of my way."
The Tiger swung his arm.
Kevin's right hand clamped onto the Tiger's wrist like a steel vise.
"Why isn't this over yet?"
Bang! The Tiger suddenly turned around and punched Kevin in the chest.
"A police officer,
do you not understand your position?"
Kevin stood still, without saying a word.
The Tiger slapped Kevin on the head. "What do you want to do? Enforce the law impartially? Come on, try arresting me." Snap! Kevin suddenly grabbed Tiger's arm with his left hand and swept horizontally with his right leg close to the ground. Thud! Tiger fell to the ground on the spot. "CNM, a tiger, huh? Is there a lion on Tuza Street?"
Kevin lowered his head and kicked the Tiger's head 3 times in a row, rolling down the steps right after. The burly men on both sides reached into their coats and pulled out knives without any regard for Kevin's identity, stepping forward to stab.
Clang!
Kevin pulled the gun off the Tiger, swiftly cocked the bolt, released the safety, and pointed it horizontally at a man on the right, shouting, "You're pointing a knife at an officer, do you believe I'll shoot you dead?
You're full of crap." Bang! The gun fired. Ah!
Edison crouched on the ground, covering her head in fright. The bullet grazed the face of the burly man holding the knife on the right side, leaving him stunned on the spot.
"Didn't you say I was bluffing? Why are you dodging?"
Kevin glared. "Come on, stand still." I'll fire with the muzzle pressed against your forehead. The two of them froze on the spot when they heard the voice, unable to figure out Kevin's intentions. On the ground, Tiger shook his head and got up. Damn it, Donesy, call for backup. Bang, bang, bang. Kevin held the gun stock and smashed it against Tiger's head 7 or 8 times. 3 people, 1 gun, isn't that enough? If you can't hold your ground, then you can't hold your ground. Stop pretending to be some damn tough guy with me. The tiger's head was covered in blood, its body leaning against the doorway, completely dazed. Squat down. Kevin pointed the gun at the other two and shouted. The two exchanged a glance, then squatted on the steps with grim expressions. Kevin's mind raced, and after pondering for a moment, he said to Lin Nienlei, go to my room and bring the phone. Edison crouched on the ground, still not daring to lift her head. Bang! Kevin kicked her. You can cause trouble but can't handle it, huh? Stop wailing. Go get me the phone, it's on the bedside table. Edison snapped out of it, turned around, and immediately ran into Kevin's room to fetch the phone and returned. Kevin held the gun in one hand and dialed Elvis's number from the team with his right hand, caught 3 suspects, drive over to pick them up. The man on the ground, nicknamed Tiger, immediately raised his head and cursed upon hearing this. You little mutt, are you serious about this? Kevin raised the butt of his gun upon hearing this, pretending he was about to strike. Tiger instinctively shrank his neck, stopped talking, and just gritted his teeth while waiting for the police officers to arrive. Next to him, Kevin pulled Edison along for a few steps, lowered his head, and asked, Big sis, why do you keep causing trouble? What do they want from you? I took some pictures of them, Edison responded, blinking her eyes. It's my job. What did you take pictures of? They are inflating the prices of medicine in the slums and secretly selling counterfeit drugs. I took photos of it. Edison responded truthfully after deliberating for a while. Kevin's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. They're selling counterfeit drugs too? Yes, I've been following them for several days. Last time, they even snatched my camera. Edison nodded. This group of scum is utterly inhumane. Taking advantage of your crackdown to inflate prices, those people in the slums can't afford medicine, so they force them to sell their organs, profiting off others' misery. Kevin fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Half an hour later, as soon as Superintendent Elvis arrived at the scene, he saw Tiger and was momentarily stunned before saying, Oh, Tiger, what are you doing here? Little Elvis? Upon seeing a familiar face, Tiger immediately perked up, stood up, and said to Elvis, let me make a call. Kevin walked over and asked Elvis, do you know him? Damn, why did you arrest him? He's Captain Yuan's friend, Elvis replied, lowering his head. You little punk, if I don't strip you of that uniform today, I'll take your surname. Tiger wiped the blood off his face, grabbed his phone, and walked to the side to dial Alan's number. Inside courtyard number 88. The Tiger had just finished making a call at the courtyard gate when Kevin's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, saw it was Alan's number, and immediately walked to the door of his room and pressed the answer button. Hello, Captain Yuan? What are you up to? Ah, you mean just this little thing, and it even alarmed you. Kevin's earlier fierce demeanor while beating up the Tiger had completely vanished, replaced by a fawning expression. The few people who came to my courtyard, are they your friends? Consider them my friends, Alan said, blinking. They know my big brother, and when they heard you're with the police, they called me. This is really a case of the flood washing into the Dragon King's temple. Kevin made up nonsense on the spot, as he had already overheard Tiger's words inside the house and knew this guy was acquainted with Alan. Why did it even come to blows? It's really not that I wanted to make a move. Kevin, a person who habitually plans his escape route before taking action, responded with extreme clarity. That girl your friends were trying to mess with is the one from the kidnapping case a while ago. Alan was stunned upon hearing this. The one who was kidnapped? Exactly. This girl works at the online broadcasting station and rents a courtyard with me. Just now, she was outside crying and shouting, and I really had no choice but to come out and take a look, because, as you know, this girl definitely has some background. Otherwise, Lacey wouldn't have personally come over to escort her away that day. Kevin explained in a low voice, so, since I ran into this situation, I couldn't just ignore it. If something big happens, it could spell trouble for all of us. Initially, I wanted to go out and persuade your friends to leave, but I didn't expect they were acting recklessly and even pulled knives on me. You see, I didn't know these guys were connected to you, but with them behaving like that, of course I had to teach them a lesson. Do you know what kind of connections this girl has? Alan frowned and asked. I don't know. Kevin shook his head. But the person who came to pick up this girl that day was a leader from the media, and Director Lee personally went downstairs to see her off. Ah, are you familiar with this girl? Upon hearing this, Kevin unhesitatingly boasted, not bad, we're friends. Then this is just a misunderstanding. Give the phone to Tiger, I'll say a few words to him and have him leave. Alan smiled and advised, surprised. You should also talk to that girl. Tiger probably doesn't know about her connections, so tell her not to take it to heart. Later, I'll arrange a gathering and have Tiger treat her to a meal. This is a small matter. I'll talk to her later.
Alright, let's leave it at that. Wait a moment, Captain Yuan.
Kevin held the phone and stepped up to Tiger. Take the call. Tiger paused for a moment, then took the phone and walked to the side to say a few words to Alan before hanging up with a slightly grim expression on his face.
Heh, you all know each other, huh? You should have said so earlier.
If you'd said so earlier, I wouldn't have made a move, Kevin said with a smile to Tiger. Tiger held back for a while and said, get lost, you little punk.
This matter isn't over.
Sorry, brother Tiger, I couldn't let you successfully strip my clothes, Kevin responded lightly.
Tiger ground his teeth, tossed the phone to Kevin, waved his hand, and said, I'm leaving.
Next to him, Elvis stared blankly at the whole incident, completely baffled, and asked Kevin, how did you settle this?
What's your relationship with Captain Yuan? What relationship? Kevin asked in return. Captain Yuan usually respects Tiger quite a bit. You beat him up like this, and one phone call solved it?
I honestly thought you'd have to strip down, Elvis said, utterly confused. Kevin pondered for a moment, then leaned close to Elvis's ear and said, actually, I've never told you this. The highest administrative officer of the 9th Special District is my second uncle.
*T. Not a single truthful word out of your mouth. Elvis rolled his eyes and didn't press further. Anything else? If not, I'm leaving, alright? Thanks for the trouble. Kevin patted Elvis's shoulder. Go back and get some more sleep. Just be at the team by noon tomorrow. Guess you have a bit of humanity. Elvis chuckled. I'm off. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
The two exchanged a few pleasantries, and Elvis turned and left courtyard number 88. At the doorway, Edison brushed her hair back, stepped forward to Kevin, and said, sorry.
I've troubled you again. Kevin looked at Edison curiously. Wait, are you deliberately coming over to test my professional skills? Why is it that every time I run into you, nothing good happens?
Edison heard this and sighed with a pout. I've been pretty unlucky lately.
Hey, let me ask you, why are they giving you trouble? Kevin suddenly asked. Edison glanced at Kevin's outfit and politely said, it's cold outside. Let's talk inside. Let's go.
Edison turned around, opened the door, and led Kevin into her bedroom. Kevin turned his head and glanced at the room's interior, noticing that the layout was similar to his own place. However, the girl's room was more refined, neatly arranged, and carried a faint, pleasant fragrance.
What would you like to drink? Other than water, do you have anything else in your room? Kevin asked. No. Then stop pretending to be polite.
Kevin sat on the chair and said, just get some water. Edison took off her coat, reached out to pour Kevin a cup of warm water from the thermos, and softly explained, I wanted to do a special report on patients from the lower class, but I didn't expect to run into this drug trafficking gang. As I gradually got involved, I realized these people have no bottom line and are extremely vicious in their actions. I'm in the media industry, and besides making a living, I also have a duty to speak out for society, so I took some photos of them, and then trouble found me.
Kevin held the water cup and bluntly asked, is your family pretty well off? It's okay, I guess. Why are you asking this? Edison was taken aback. Feels like you have too much time on your hands. Rubbish. Edison couldn't help but retort upon hearing this. You're in the judiciary, how can you say something so uncouth? Heh, why do you look like a fool? It's just casual talk. Why are you getting so worked up?
Kevin tilted his head back, finished the water in his glass, stood up, and said to Lin Nianlei, I can't control what you want to do, but as a kind neighbor, let me give you a piece of advice. Destroy those photos you have as soon as possible and switch to a more positive topic. Because your report won't change anything about Songjian's situation, it will only provoke some people. If media professionals can't provoke others, then what's the point of their existence? Edison stared with her big, watery eyes, looking so serious that it was almost adorable.
You're such a simpleton. Get lost, you are.
Edison was a bit exasperated.
You've insulted me twice since you walked in. I'm leaving.
Kevin couldn't be bothered to continue persuading her and turned to leave.
Put the water cup down.
Kevin put down the water cup, clasped his hands behind his back, and left Lin Nianlei's room, but the playful expression on his face was gone. Lin Hanhang said that Tiger was also involved in drug dealing.
Was it just a coincidence that Tiger knew Alan?
For the first time, Kevin felt that something was off, but he couldn't fully figure out what it was.
Inside the hospital,
the Tiger sat in the surgical clinic, yelling into the phone at Alan, I just don't get it. A reckless kid with no background at all. Why are you covering for him?
Do you know that woman has some background? Alan asked coldly. Tiger was stunned upon hearing this. I haven't heard of anything.
You didn't even figure out her background and just took people over there to mess around.
Don't you think you were a bit reckless in handling this? Alan frowned tightly. If today you hadn't run into Kevin and something bad happened to that little girl, do you know what the consequences would be?
Even my big brother didn't fully investigate that girl's background when he kidnapped her back then, which is why Songxia suffered so badly.
Let alone you. I didn't think that far ahead.
Also, the entire police department is cracking down on drug trafficking cases right now.
The slogan was even coined by us. Are you messing with drugs now to make me look bad? What did I tell you back then? Kevin? Huh? Alan asked in a low voice. Tiger touched the bandage on his head. It's not that I have to deal with drugs now, it's just that the goods are piling up. We've already thrown away a lot. Tiger, don't let a little petty profit throw you off balance. There's someone above covering for you in this matter, so why are you panicking? Alan ordered with a helpless expression. No matter what your reasons are, you need to follow the rhythm set by those above. Don't say I didn't warn you. If you stir up trouble during this sensitive time, no one will be able to save you. Alright, I understand. Tiger nodded. Also, Kevin is my man. He's working for me, so don't provoke him in the future. Instead, cooperate with him if there's anything. Got it? Alan knew Tiger was narrow-minded and vindictive, so he specifically reminded him. Xiaoko, I just don't get it. You've been in the police force for so long, and you've got plenty of capable people under you. Why do you insist on recruiting this hothead? Tiger cursed through gritted teeth. Damn it, I've been mixing in Blackstreet for so long, and no one has ever dared to smash a gun barrel against my head. This kid. Tiger, when will you ever understand one thing? Alan sighed. There's always someone better, and there's always a higher sky. You always think you're tough, but do you know that Matsushita, who's even more ruthless than you, fell at Kevin's hands? What kind of era is this now? It's a time when people are so desperate they'll even dare to rob military rations, a time when the roads are narrow and ruthless people emerge one after another. You never know which scavenger today might rise to prominence tomorrow. So, conflicts without any real interests involved aren't even worth calling conflicts. Got it? Tiger curled his lips. Your mouth is really something. Could plow a field. Fine, I'll listen to you. I won't mess with him, alright? That's it. Alan dropped the line and hung up the phone. The next evening, Kevin and Old Cat, as previously agreed, headed to Second Sister's restaurant because Colin was hosting a reception banquet for his wedding today. It could be called a banquet, but in reality, it was just inviting some friends over for a meal to liven things up. After all, Colin's budget was limited, and asking him to go all out was simply not feasible. When he arrived at the restaurant, it was past 8 in the evening. Kevin stood on the second floor and glanced around, seeing mostly familiar faces from the police department, some of Colin's neighbors, and his younger sister. Mom didn't come? Old Cat asked casually while standing in the hall. She's not feeling well, so she stayed home. Colin smiled and introduced his blind younger sister to Kevin. You haven't met her yet, have you? This is my sister, Chi-Yu. Hello, brother Kevin, Chi-Yu greeted. She looked about 11 or 12 years old, her delicate face sharp and defined, exuding a sense of heroism. Unfortunately, her blindness marred the beauty of such a promising young girl. Hello. Kevin greeted the little girl and turned to look at the bride. Bella, you look quite beautiful today. Bella, dressed in a simple red cheongsam, smiled and nodded at Kevin. Hello. Old Cat, looking at the radiant Bella, grinned and teased. Clearly, you've been thriving. Get lost, Colin cursed, waving his hand to invite them. Come, sit at the main table, sit wherever you like. Kevin and Old Cat heard the sound, stepped forward, and sat at the main table, eating simple snacks while waiting for the banquet to begin. After about 10 minutes, Alan suddenly arrived on the second floor with Tiger. Hey, Captain Yuan. Joining the banquet, Captain Yuan. More than 30 people sitting in the room immediately stood up to greet Alan as soon as they saw him enter. He just came over to take a stroll. Sit down, sit down. Alan waved his hand at the crowd, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then bent down to sit at Kevin's table. You bunch of kids, neglecting your work to come here and drink wedding wine, huh? Kevin grinned and replied, came over after the interrogation. Alan patted Kevin's thigh, turned around, and asked Tiger, do you know him? How could I not know him? Didn't we meet yesterday? Tiger pointed to the bandage on his head and said to Kevin with a smile, brother, the impression you left on me yesterday was truly unforgettable. Seeing his attitude toward him, Kevin immediately reached out and said, I'm really sorry, I honestly didn't know you knew Captain Yuan. Xiaoko told me yesterday that the woman has some connections, so your intervention actually helped me out a bit. Tiger shook hands with Kevin very politely and said, let's put yesterday's matter behind us and start fresh. With Alan here, we're practically family. Spend some time with me, and you'll see what kind of person I am. Alright, Kevin nodded and replied, we'll have a drink later. Got it. The two exchanged a few pleasantries before Old Cat frowned, leaned close to Kevin's ear, and asked, how do you know this guy? I beat him up yesterday, Kevin casually replied. The Old Cat looked at the Tiger with a face full of disgust and whispered, don't bother with him in the future, he's not a good person. Why? Last year, he had a conflict with a boss from Blackstreet and secretly ran over the guy's wife with a car, killing her, the Old Cat said grimly. The woman was over 6 months pregnant, and her head was smashed to pieces by him. Kevin was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. Wasn't he sentenced? He was sentenced to nothing. The boss has 2 kids, and he was intimidated into submission, so he didn't insist on pursuing the matter. In the end, it was classified as a traffic accident, and compensation settled it. Old Cat's voice was hoarse. He's just a beast. Kevin heard this and cast a cold glance at Tiger, but didn't engage with him further. Not long after Alan arrived, the banquet began. Everyone raised their glasses and exchanged toasts, creating a lively atmosphere. During the meal and drinks, Alan kept chatting with Kevin, brother, there aren't many people I admire, but you're one of them.
them. These days, people with guts and brains are valued everywhere. As long as you do well, I promise I won't let you down in the future.
I understand, Captain.
Kevin nodded with a flushed face.
Wait a moment.
Alan patted Kevin's arm, poured a glass of wine himself, stood up, and shouted, "Everyone, quiet down." The 3 tables of friends and family turned their attention to Alan upon hearing his voice.
It's a big day for Colin from our team.
We're all friends here, so let's toast to him together. Alan raised his glass and cheerfully called out to everyone. With Alan taking the lead, everyone stood up and raised their glasses to toast Colin. The young couple, all smiles, poured their drinks and joined everyone for a toast. After Alan tilted his head back and finished his drink in one gulp, he poured another and said, "Let me say a few more words. Although Xiaoyu has only recently joined the team, we get along very well, and he has helped the department solve quite a few cases lately. Director Lee is very pleased. His promotion is just a matter of time, so I hope everyone will support him more in work going forward." With that one sentence, Kevin practically became the center of attention, as colleagues from the police department, whether he knew them or not, started to toast him one after another. If someone else were being praised like this by Alan, they might feel a bit carried away, but Kevin, after all, is a seasoned veteran who emerged from the unplanned zone, so at this moment, he inexplicably felt a bit uneasy. Recently, Kevin has indeed been in the spotlight. The Matsushita case was solved, and there was a breakthrough in the drug trafficking case, both of which revolved around Kevin as the central figure. So he felt that receiving attention from above was only natural. After all, leaders tend to favor capable subordinates. However, at this moment, Kevin felt that Alan's attention had gone beyond mere appreciation. It was a bit too special. And considering that he and Alan were neither relatives nor close acquaintances, was it not a bit unusual for Alan to treat him this way just because of 2 cases? Kevin was very puzzled. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 flavors of dishes, Alan glanced down at his watch before softly calling out to Kevin, "Come out with me for a moment." "All right." Kevin nodded, stood up, and followed Alan downstairs. Inside the room, the already tipsy Tiger pulled Colin over with a mischievous grin. "Let me ask you something." Colin is a veteran in the team, and he knows Tiger, so he politely asked, "What's up, Tiger?" Tiger stared straight at the bride Bella, reeking of alcohol, and asked, "Where did you dig up this woman?" Colin was taken aback, glanced back at Bella, and said in a low voice, "I won't hide it from you. I bought her in the residential area north of Songjiang." "How much did you spend?" Tiger asked, his eyes gleaming. 4,500. Damn, 4,500 to ride a big foreign horse for a lifetime? That's pretty worth it, Tiger said rather crudely. Colin smiled but didn't respond. "Hey, someday you should introduce me to the agent. I'll go check it out too." Colin was startled. "Brother who, don't you already have a wife?" Having more wives isn't a problem. Tiger replied, picking at his yellow teeth. "Money sitting idle is still idle. Might as well spend it on some fun." "Alright, I'll introduce you to someone later." "Deal." Tiger looked at Bella and nodded, commenting, "This woman is really nice, fair-skinned, long legs." Colin felt a bit awkward and immediately reached for the bottle, saying, "Come on, bro, Bella and I will toast to you." "Alright, come on, wife, come over and toast to brother who," Colin said after pouring the drink. Bella walked over gracefully and nodded, saying, "Hello, brother who." "Sister-in-law, let me tell you, Colin's life has been so tough." Tiger, fueled by the alcohol, grabbed Bella's arm and started murmuring softly. Downstairs, Alan sat in the passenger seat, turned his head, and said to Kevin, "You drive, let's head back to the team and have a chat." "Alright." Kevin drove away. Over an hour later, after the banquet ended, Colin and the others returned home. His sister went to their mother's room, while the young couple prepared to discuss life in bed. Knock knock. Colin had just unfastened his belt, preparing for a deeper level of interaction, when he heard someone knocking on the window outside. "Who is it? Come out." The figure who had visited the house a few days ago called out softly. Colin was startled, threw on some clothes, and walked out of the room. Under the dim moonlight, Along, who was wanted throughout Songjiang, turned his head to look around and said, "Brother, find a quieter place, let's have a word." Colin froze for a long time, then suddenly rushed forward with reddened eyes. "Are you out of your mind? You damn bastard almost got me killed." 5 minutes later, Bella went to sleep in her mother and sister's room, while Colin brought Along into his own room. "Living quite the good life, huh? Even got yourself a wife," Along said, glancing around the room before casually sitting down on the bed. Colin glared, clenching his fists as he looked at Along. "If you're so eager to die, go cause trouble somewhere else. Why did you have to come back to Songjiang? Do you have any idea I almost got dismissed because of you?" Along's real name was Chi Long, and he was Colin's biological older brother. However, the two had completely different personalities. Colin was more conservative and preferred to work steadily in line with the current times. Chi Long, on the other hand, had always been a risk-taker, spending most of his time away from home and living a life of uncertainty. Chi Long left 2 years ago and hadn't contacted the family since, so Colin sometimes thought he might have died out there. But unexpectedly, during the arrest that day, he saw his own elder brother again. Although the relationship between the two brothers wasn't very harmonious, blood is thicker than water, and Colin simply couldn't bring himself to shoot his own brother to stop him just for the sake of of earning merit. This matter couldn't be shared with anyone, so Colin had been holding onto his frustration for the past few days, and he was also somewhat worried about Qilong's safety. Qilong casually pulled out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, lit one in his mouth, and said, "To be honest, I didn't want to run into you either. If it weren't for what happened that day, I probably wouldn't have come home today."
Yeah, you damn well stuffed yourself out there and didn't care about anything else. When have you ever cared about the family? Colin gritted his teeth and questioned angrily, "Why did you come back? Do you know that if people outside find out about our relationship, I'll be ruined because of you? Hee, aren't you alive and well?"
"Bullshit. Don't worry, even if 1,000 guns were pointed at my head, I wouldn't sell you out."
Qilong always had a devil-may-care attitude.
"I've been scouting for days, no one's watching the house, and if I don't get caught, they won't know about our connection.
When you joined the police department, didn't you leave out in the paperwork that we're blood brothers? I just don't get it.
There are plenty of ways to make money, so why do you have to choose this path?"
Colin clenched his fists, shouting in frustration. "Do you even realize that pharmaceutical companies are pressuring the police department, and the police department is pressuring us?
The entire judicial system in Songjiang is watching you, trying to figure out where your goods are coming from.
If you get caught, there won't be any leniency. You'll definitely be done for."
"I know. Backup account pushpin WeChat XIOODI5699.
You know, and you still do it? What else can I do? Live like you, all cowardly and pathetic?" Qilong retorted. "I'm useless? Damn it, I might be useless outside, but at home." Colin got agitated, even feeling the urge to act out.
Qilong heard this, furrowed his brows slightly, lowered his head, and interrupted in a hoarse voice, "Yes, I admit, when it comes to family, you're more of a man than I am."
Colin was speechless. "Damn, I'm hungry. Got anything to eat? Fix me something."
Along looked up and said with a smile. Colin hesitated slightly, let out a long sigh, and then walked out of the room.
Inside the police station, after pouring a glass of water for Kevin himself, Alan sat on the sofa and said, "Did the captured drug dealer reveal the specific activity patterns of Along?" Kevin shook his head. "They did provide information, but they all think Along has definitely fled and is no longer in Songjiang.
These guys are all making money with their lives on the line, knowing what their fate is, so they definitely wouldn't talk nonsense." Alan smiled, crossed his legs, and said, "But fortunately, I have some news."
Kevin was taken aback. "You have a lead?"
"Yes." Alan turned his head and spoke softly. "I have some friends in society who rely on me, and I occasionally provide them with certain conveniences, so they really support me. The drug trafficking gang is mainly led by the Ma family, and Along has a cooperative relationship with them."
"I understand." Kevin nodded.
"There's a guy on Blackstreet named Claude who deals in illegal firearms.
We get along fairly well.
During dinner earlier, he called me and said someone wants to use his smuggling channel to send a person out of District 9. Alan said casually, "I asked him to look into it in detail, and he told me that the person seeking his help has a close relationship with Old Ma and has secret dealings with him."
Kevin was stunned. "Could the person being sent be Along?" 80% chance it's him.
Alan nodded and replied, "If it were just sending someone insignificant, Old Ma would definitely talk to Claude directly.
There's no need to deliberately find a middleman to step in, you understand?"
"That's right. I've already had Claude agree to their side.
During this period, Old Ma will probably arrange for Aaron to leave."
Alan smiled and looked at Kevin, saying, "I'll give you the lead and you handle the case. This time, you must catch Aaron and extract his supply chain."
Kevin was a bit dumbfounded upon hearing this and didn't respond immediately. "What's wrong?" Alan asked.
Kevin hesitated for a moment, then asked with a smile on his face, "Captain Yuan, there's something I've been quite puzzled about."
"Go ahead."
"I'm a bit overwhelmed. I don't understand why such a good thing is given to me."
Kevin asked bluntly, "You've dug out such an important clue, so why not let someone else handle it?
Or deal with it yourself. This is quite a significant achievement." Alan stared at Kevin for several seconds, then suddenly stood up, pointed at his cheek, and said, "Because this year, I just want to elevate you."
Kevin looked puzzled. "Why, Captain Yuan?"
"Because by the end of the year at the latest, I'll be promoted to deputy director, and I need my own team. As for who is capable and who isn't in the squad, I can tell at a glance." Captain Yuan walked around the room, speaking confidently and spiritedly, "I'm planning to promote 3 full team leaders, not just you, but others as well." Kevin kept his hands in his pockets and still didn't respond.
"Still don't get it, silly brother?" Alan walked to the sofa, reached out to pat Kevin's shoulder, and said with a smile, "Why promote you?"
"Because you're new here, because you don't belong to anyone, your background is clean, and you have ability.
I feel at ease using you."
Kevin was stunned for a long time. "Captain Yuan, now that you've said this, I understand.
This case with Along will be your responsibility.
As long as you handle it well, I'll make sure you get a triple promotion by the end of the year and directly take over Team 1 as captain." Alan stood up, holding his water cup, and added, "Do your best, Kevin.
My ship is the most stable one in the police department. Thank you, Captain Yuan."
Kevin stood up and saluted, but his mind was racing, thinking about other matters.
Colin's home.
Qilong sat beside the worn-out round wooden table, eating a bowl of plain boiled noodles without even any sauce, and said with a smirk, "You eat this every day?"
eh? At least it's not crap, Colin said, smoking a cigarette with his head down. Sigh. Shilong sighed, quietly finished his noodles, wiped his mouth, and asked, is Mom asleep? She went to bed a long time ago. I'll go take a look at the window. Shilong stood up and stepped outside. Colin hesitated for a moment and then followed him out. Outside the room opposite, Shilong stood by the windowsill, his cheek pressed against the cold glass, his eyes scanning the mother lying on the bed inside. Colin stood behind him, smoking silently. How's Mom's illness? Shilong asked, his voice trembling. Not very good. Colin shook his head. Shilong was silent for a few seconds. This is fate, damn fate. Even knowing the king of hell won't help. You can't say something nicer, can you? Colin got anxious. Don't shout, she might hear. Shilong quickly wiped his eyes with his hand and turned around to take a small package out of his pocket. Colin was stunned. This is 10,000 yuan. Take it, Shilong said softly. You damn, made so much money. The medicine trade hasn't been going on for long, otherwise I would have sent money home earlier. This is what I've saved. Take 8,000 and spend it on Mom. Whether she can survive is her fate, but as her children, we must do everything within our ability. Use the remaining money for your daily expenses, Shilong said calmly. If I manage to escape this ordeal by chance, there will be no shortage of money in the future. I'll send it to you bit by bit. Colin looked at his elder brother hesitantly. This is what I should do. You don't need to think too much about it. Shilong forcefully stuffed the money into his younger brother's hand, lit a cigarette with his head down, and added, little brother, this time I'm leaving, and whether we can meet again in the future is hard to say. In any case, take good care of this family. Your big brother, in some matters, isn't as good as you. After the words fell, the two remained silent for about less than a minute. Shilong glanced around the room one last time before decisively turning and leaving. Colin held the small bag, stood frozen in place for a long time, and then said, can you even make it out alive? If not, let me help you. I'll figure out a way to get you out. Shilong stopped at the doorway, turned back, and said, no matter who asks you, never admit our relationship. From today on, just consider me dead. Take good care of Mom. Take good care of little sister. Colin's eyes instantly turned red. If one day, you really have no way out and can't make it through, there's a contact in the bag. Look for him, he can help you. Shilong waved at his younger brother. I'm leaving. Late at night, tiny snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. Shilong walked quickly for nearly a kilometer before suddenly turning his head, his face streaked with tears as he looked in the direction of home. He abruptly knelt on the ground, his voice trembling as he cowed out and cried out, Mom, your son has amounted to nothing, I'm about to be gone. In the next life, I promise to be a good son to you. Indoors, Colin sat in the chair, staring blankly as he smoked, his heart full of concern. Although he and Shilong had clashing personalities, the same blood flowed through their veins. Their seemingly indifferent relationship was, in fact, filled with an unspoken familial bond. He prayed that his elder brother could overcome this crisis, but little did he know that after this meeting between the two brothers, a storm capable of changing everyone's lives was about to follow, altering the fate of many. Half a month later, Kevin received a call from Alan, who informed him that Claude had already received the information. Tomorrow night, Old Ma would arrange for someone to help Along leave the country, and a life or death capture was imminent. At 7 o'clock in the evening, a team of 5 group leaders, including Kevin, were sitting in chairs, chatting and laughing. After about 10 minutes, Alan strode in from outside, and everyone stood up. Sit, everyone sit. Alan poured himself a glass of water and said helplessly, the publicity team is holding a meeting in the large conference room, leaving us no space. Alright, let's discuss the details of the capture here. Suon, go ahead and introduce the situation. Suon was the leader of Group 4 in Team 1. His ancestral home was in Myanmar, with dark skin and a slightly short stature, but he looked very capable, his body packed with muscle. Claude had 3 rounds of negotiations with the intermediary before the other party admitted that the person to be sent away was Along. The price has been agreed upon, with Claude charging 15,000 yuan for transportation fees, guaranteeing to send Along to the designated area. Alan took a sip of water. Old Ma still hasn't shown up. Is he personally negotiating with Claude? This old guy is sharper than a monkey. He must be well aware that the entire Songjiang judiciary is after Along. Without absolute certainty, he wouldn't show up, Suine said with a smile. I think he also knows that Claude's side isn't very reliable, but there's no other choice now. If Along doesn't leave, he'll get caught sooner or later. Old Ma, in order to protect his supply channel, can only choose to take the risk. Tomorrow night, right? Alan pondered for a moment, frowned, and asked again, do you have a detailed capture plan? My suggestion is to wait until Along leaves the special zone before taking action. That way, their guard will be lower, and there won't be any civilians in the area, so we'll have fewer concerns during the operation, Ong Su replied softly. Everyone fell silent, pondering whether the plan was feasible. Captain Yuan, may I say a few words? Kevin suddenly looked up. Captain Yuan smiled. There are no outsiders here. If you have a good idea, just say it. Brother Angsu, I'm addressing the matter, not the person. I'm simply offering a suggestion to ensure the capture goes smoothly. Kevin turned around and explained to Angsu with a smile. Don't worry, this case is primarily under your watch. We're all here to assist.
assist, but the core focus is still on you. Ang Su, aware that Alan intended to promote Kevin, responded politely.
Kevin nodded, speaking clearly and logically to the group. I don't recommend waiting until Along leaves the special zone to take action. There are two key reasons.
First, I came from the pending planning area myself, so I understand the situation there. Outside the special zone, there are large areas of nuclear radiation zones, endless sandy terrain, and other complex landscapes. We've already experienced the brutality of Along's group on the Third Ring Road.
Moreover, since these people sneaked in from abroad, they are more familiar with the external environment than our domestic officers.
Attempting to capture them there introduces too many uncontrollable factors, such as whether they have arranged for someone abroad to assist them or what kind of weapons they might have. We simply don't know. Secondly, if the capture operation fails and someone escapes, they will have complete freedom to roam, and we lack the capability to conduct operations in the pending planning area. Secondly, I heard from Ang Su that Claude's connections are with the stationed military forces, and their relationship with our judicial department is average at best. We can't notify them in advance about setting up a trap for the capture, because if the military leaks the information, all our efforts will be in vain. On the other hand, if we don't notify them and suddenly carry out the operation, it could easily lead to conflicts between the military and the police.
After listening to Kevin's explanation, Alan paused briefly before responding. There's not a single flaw in what you said. Very thorough consideration. So, what's your plan? Kevin replied, here's my plan. The meeting lasted for about 20 minutes before Alan stood up and made the decision. We'll proceed according to Kevin's capture plan.
Yes, yes.
Everyone stood up and saluted.
Alan gave a few instructions to the group, then patted Kevin on the shoulder and said, you're responsible for bringing the person back, and I'll make sure you soar in the police department.
Hee, deal. Kevin nodded with a smile. The next day, 9:30 p.m.
Kevin held the equipment requisition slip needed for the case and went straight to the logistics department at the back of the compound. But unexpectedly, the first person he saw upon entering was Colin.
You're on the night shift? Kevin asked with a smile. Colin quickly stood up from the chair and said casually, damn, I don't know what's going on. Ever since I got married, my luck seems to have turned.
Over the past week or so, I've been assigned to the extra night shift schedule, staying here every night. Seriously, newlywed and not going home to plow the fields, but squatting here instead. What's so great about that?
Kevin teased.
Land can be plowed anytime, but opportunities to make money are limited.
Colin grinned and replied, I'm just thinking about working extra shifts, earning some money quickly, and paying back what I owe you an old cat, right? It's fine, I'm not in a hurry to use it. Debt is debt.
Owing money makes me uncomfortable, especially now that there's an extra person in the family, and expenses have increased.
Colin sighed tiredly, then changed the subject and asked, what are you doing in logistics? Got a task, came to pick up equipment. What's the task? Colin asked casually.
Sheen team, hurry up, they're calling roll over there. At this moment, Elvis ran in and shouted,
alright, quickly give me the list, let me take a look. Colin responded upon hearing this. You take it, I'll read it.
Kevin took out the list upon hearing, lowered his head, and read aloud, 1 set of steel plate explosion-proof suits, 3 sets of window-breaking batons, tactical.
Colin stepped over to the warehouse shelves, listening to Kevin's words, and began taking down the equipment.
Meanwhile, Elvis called in 2 people who quickly carried the items out.
5 minutes later, Kevin said with a smile, once I'm done, I'll come find you for a late-night snack. Alright, Colin nodded.
As the words fell, Kevin quickly left the logistics warehouse. After seeing him leave, Colin's face turned slightly pale, and his heart pounded rapidly.
What kind of arrest requires the use of steel plate explosion-proof suits?
Kevin hasn't been involved in other cases recently, so this operation is most likely still about catching drug dealers.
Colin felt a bit uneasy.
After pondering for a long time, he immediately picked up his phone, stepped out of the recording and video area, and dialed the number of a familiar colleague from the team.
Hello, old Zhang, what are you up to? Got nothing to do? Come to logistics and chat for a bit. Colin asked with a smile. There's a mission. What time is it? There's still a task? What kind of work is it? Even you, on your day off, got called up? Colin asked casually. Assist the garrison in catching gun traffickers. Ah.
Upon hearing this, Colin instantly felt relieved.
What time will it be done? Come over and watch some online live broadcasts together. Not sure yet. I'll find you after I get back. Alright.
As the words fell, the two ended the call.
Colin stood behind the desk and muttered softly, it's been half a month. They should have escaped by now.
The gathering point in the courtyard. Alan asked Kevin to collect everyone's phones before clasping his hands behind his back and shouting, let me reiterate the mission. This time, we are not cooperating with the garrison forces but are tasked with capturing drug dealers. To ensure the operation remains highly confidential, everyone must hand over their communication devices, and even the walkie-talkies will be uniformly distributed later.
All communication must use the preset frequency. If I find anyone switching frequencies midway, it will be treated as dereliction of duty.
After a 2-minute briefing, more than 40 people received their equipment and quickly left the police headquarters under the leadership of their respective team leaders.
Half an hour later, Songnan district at an intersection on New Era Avenue.
Along led four brothers, wrapped in shearling coats, glanced around briefly and then bent down to get into the passenger seat of a hybrid pickup truck while the others squeezed into the back seats.
Didn't you say you'd go through the military line? Why are you the only one here? Along asked.
You think you're the mayor or something?
The driver rolled his eyes. How could the military possibly come here to pick you up?
Along scratched his nose.
Ha, buddy, did you eat gunpowder or something? Didn't I pay you? Damn it, my wife is about to give birth and I have to work overtime to drive you guys. Couldn't you have picked another day?
It had to be today, the driver cursed, pulling away from the roadside. Along glanced at the other person, then lowered his head and pulled out half a piece of black bread wrapped in a bag from his chest. Without saying another word, he began chewing quietly. In the back seat, Xiaopatzi had his right hand in his pocket, tightly gripping a military hand grenade. His thumb was hooked into the safety pin, ready to pull it and detonate at any moment. The car drove for about 15 minutes, crossing roughly a kilometer and a half of frozen river surface, and arrived at the edge of the Songnan district. This area was already sparsely populated, with no pedestrians visible on the road, only various small shops, a few of which still had their lights on.
How much longer until we can break through the city walls? Along asked.
Almost there. The driver floored the gas pedal, and the car jolted violently as it climbed over the dirt slope by the river.
What's going on? Along frowned and asked.
The driver immediately pulled the handbrake. The front left tire seems to be flat.
What the hell are you playing at? Along asked coldly.
Doing this job, shouldn't you check everything properly before starting? The driver, with quite a temper himself, turned around and snapped at Along. What the hell do you know? It's over 40 degrees below zero at night. The car parts are practically frozen solid.
How am I supposed to check?
Use a blowtorch to inspect them? Along knew how harsh the weather was here, so he could only suppress his dissatisfaction and say, "Go down and take a look."
Is the tire punctured or what?
The driver got out of the car with a sullen face, bent down to glance at the left front tire, and immediately got back in, saying, "The tire's been frozen for too long, and I was driving too fast." The expansion and contraction from the heat and cold caused a bit of cracking.
Then what should we do?
Shrimp frowned and asked sharply. "No problem, there's a repair shop for trucks up ahead. I'll have them heat it up and stick it back on. It'll be fine," the driver replied, glancing at his watch. "There's still time, it won't cause a delay." Along turned his head to scan the surroundings, a vague sense of unease rising in his heart. But he couldn't afford to delay, so he could only keep driving. He turned back and said to Shrimp, "Keep the stuff in your pocket safe, don't lose it."
"Got it," Shrimp nodded.
The car got onto the riverside road and, with insufficient pressure in the left front tire, drove for about 2 more kilometers before stopping in front of a dimly lit repair shop.
On both sides of the road, Elvis held the walkie-talkie and whispered, "All teams, attention, Lazy has made his move."
In the snow-covered area directly opposite the repair shop, Kevin, wearing a steel-plate bomb-proof suit weighing dozens of kilograms, whispered, "When they get out of the car, we act. I'll take care of number 1. As soon as the words fell, Along pushed open the car door, jumped out from the passenger seat, and turned his head to scan the surroundings. Whoosh! Kevin suddenly sprang up and shouted, "Turn off the lights." Swish! The lights in the repair shop instantly went out. Along suddenly turned around. Damn it, the driver is suspicious. Before he could finish speaking, Along saw Kevin, dressed like a bear, recklessly charging straight at him. Clack! The safety pin of the grenade fell off, and Xiaopatzi glared with wide eyes, shouting, "Damn it, grab your weapons and fight them." After pulling out the safety pin, Xiaopatzi didn't immediately throw the grenade. Since people have legs, any arm-raising motion would cause the officers to scatter. Once the grenade exploded, they would quickly regroup, making the throwing less effective. Instead, he gripped the grenade's pin with his right hand and charged madly toward the area where the officers were most concentrated. This charge left the officers a bit stunned. No one could tell whether the mantis shrimp had lifted the pin or was pressing it, so they could only retreat hastily.
"Spread out, he's holding an L."
The police officers dispersed, clearing a path, while Shrimp shouted ferociously, "Charge out!"
Bang, bang.
Angso raised his hand and fired 4 shots at Shrimp, but the opponent, moving quickly and wearing a bulletproof vest, only emitted a puff of white smoke as the bullets hit his chest. "He's wearing a vest!" Angso shouted loudly, seeing that after taking 4 shots, Shrimp had already closed the distance to less than 5 steps from the driver. "Big brother, hurry up and go!" Xiaopatzi raised the pin of the grenade without hesitation, and it instantly began to emit a sizzling sound. He pulled the grenade. Ong Su turned and ran. At this moment, Along and the others had already drawn their guns and were about to charge outward while firing. Seeing that Xiaopatzi had scared open a gap in the encirclement, Kevin hesitated almost not at all. He abruptly stopped and turned, wearing a thick steel-plated bomb suit, and immediately lunged toward Xiaopatzi, deliberately positioning his head near Xiaopatzi's waist. Thud! The two fell to the ground, and Kevin instinctively pressed down on Xiaopatzi's head with his large hand. Boom! The sound of an explosion shattered the quiet night, and a blown-apart arm shot into the sky. The bulletproof glass shield on Kevin's face was instantly stained red with blood. Team leader, Elvis shouted with wide eyes.
"Don't panic, Stick to the plan.
Kevin shook his head, hastily wiped his face shield with his left hand, and looked down to see that Xiaopatzi had already passed out. Half of his right arm had been blown off, with stark white bone fragments connected to flesh, oozing bright red blood.
Damn it!
Along saw Xiaopatzi collapse to the ground and roared as he fired towards the left.
Bang! Kevin got up and charged forward. Bang! Bang! Bang!
A burst of bullets struck Kevin on his body, head, legs, and other critical areas, sparking flashes of fire. Along saw that Kevin's clothes couldn't be penetrated, and hastily stepped back while lowering his head to change the magazine.
Bang!
Kevin lunged twice, relying on his weight and the advantage of his clothing, and slammed his head into Along's chin. With a crunching sound, Along staggered backward 2 steps. Kevin suddenly bent down, grabbed Along's calves tightly with both hands, and with a powerful thrust of his waist and abdomen, lifted him upward. Along flew more than half a person's height before crashing to the ground in an instant.
Don't move, don't move.
Although Kevin's actions seemed simple, sprinting back and forth for a total of less than 50 meters, he was fighting with a load and engaging in hand-to-hand combat, relying on explosive power in the moment. At this point, he felt he was on the verge of exhaustion, his legs as heavy as if filled with lead. He could only press his body against the opponent and shouted several times in succession. Once the hidden danger of the hand grenade was eliminated, the police officers had no more concerns. Over 40 of them rushed forward together, using riot shields to pin down the remaining gangsters, resolving the fight in less than 10 seconds. Hold him down, Elvis shouted, pointing at Along on the ground. 7 or 8 people came up together, and without even using handcuffs, they directly fastened a 70-gene heavy shackle on Along. Kevin sat on the snow for nearly a minute before taking off the steel helmet on his head, turning to spit. Damn it, luckily it was steel plate armor.
Otherwise, even the best bulletproof vest wouldn't have saved me today. Are you okay? Ong Su immediately rushed over to ask. I'm fine.
I landed in a good position, and the explosion was in front of me. Kevin wiped the sweat off his face and deliberately said to Ong Su and the others, you keep saying Captain Yuan favors me, but with me risking my life to boost his performance like this, how could he not notice?
If he doesn't promote me, you'd all be happy, wouldn't you?
Yes. Ong Su immediately nodded, giving a thumbs up and said, if it weren't for your 2 consecutive saves today, who knows what the outcome would have been.
Let's have a drink later to calm our nerves.
Kevin clumsily propped himself up from the ground.
Let's go. Hurry up and take the person back. 11:30 p.m.
Kevin stood by the corridor with the phone in hand and said, Elvis, you must ask the doctor to find a way to save the life of the person who took L.
Yes. The more people there are, the easier it is to build the evidence chain.
I'm about to grab a bite to eat and then start the interrogation.
Alright, that's it for now. Footsteps echoed in the corridor as Colin approached with a lunchbox, smiling and calling out, Hey, you're back? Kevin turned around at the sound. Here to eat? Yeah, not much work to do, so I came to grab some food. Colin asked casually with a relaxed expression. How did it go? Smoothly? All pinned down. Our people are okay, right? We acted quickly.
The other side didn't even have time to react to what was happening, and we finished the job.
No one got hurt. That's good.
Colin grinned and casually asked, Hey, I heard you were supposed to conduct the joint operation with the garrison troops.
Why didn't I see any military personnel come over?
Kevin was startled. Who told you that?
Isn't it true? I just overheard people in the department chatting about it. Colin was also taken aback.
You must have heard them talking nonsense. There's no military personnel involved. Since the case had already been solved, Kevin didn't hide the details. The ones caught were still drug dealers, including Along, the one who killed 4 of our people last time.
Clang! A crisp sound echoed as the metal lunchbox in Colin's hand fell to the ground. He stood there in a daze, his face deathly pale. What's wrong with you? Kevin asked, frowning. Colin was stunned, his ears buzzing incessantly. Kevin reached out and patted Colin's arm. Hey, what's wrong with you?
Colin was jolted back to his senses and looked at Kevin.
Is that Along? Yeah, the clue Captain Yuan found. We went to catch him. Kevin nodded and asked, Why do you seem a bit off? No, nothing's wrong. I just thought of old Hay. Didn't old Hay die at his hands?
Colin grinned. That day I ran into him, and I felt a bit scared of that guy.
Are you really okay? Nothing. Colin bent down to pick up the lunchbox. You go eat quickly. Aren't you eating too? Let's eat together.
I didn't bring my chili sauce. I'll go back to get it.
Colin smiled. Then I'll eat first. Colin responded, turned around with the lunchbox, and left.
In the corridor, Kevin looked at his back with a puzzled expression, completely disbelieving what Colin had just said, yet unable to figure out why he was acting so strangely. Team leader, time to eat, Leo called out at the cafeteria entrance.
Coming. Kevin stopped overthinking and walked over. 2 minutes later, the logistics warehouse.
After closing the door, Colin sat down on the ground with a thud, grabbed his hair with both hands, and shouted, Damn it, isn't this supposed to be a joint operation with the garrison?
Hasn't it been half a month already? Why haven't they left yet? How the hell did it turn out like this? Kevin wolfed down a quick meal in the cafeteria before rushing to the interrogation room.
Meanwhile, Alan was driving to pick up Director Lee and heading toward the police station. station. In the dimly lit interrogation room, Along sat nonchalantly on the iron chair, fiddling with the shackles in his hands.
Shall we warm up a bit first?
Kevin took a sip of water and casually hung his work badge on his chest. My name is Kevin, team leader of Group 3, Criminal Investigation Unit 1 at the police station. I'm directly in charge of your case.
Along squinted at Kevin. I know who you are. You know me? Kevin was stunned. How come I don't know that?
I got to know you through a friend, Along replied with a smile.
But you probably haven't seen me before.
Along wasn't bluffing, he had indeed seen Kevin. Before leaving, he wanted to take a look at his home and secretly observed Colin a few times. He noticed Kevin interacting with his younger brother and saw that their relationship seemed quite good. Buddy, the key point of your case isn't about who you know, but the value of your testimony will directly determine the outcome. Kevin shifted the topic and said realistically,
among the people caught, you're the biggest fish.
If you don't give up more important figures, you'll definitely be pinned as the main culprit.
At that point, even if you're related to the mayor, no one will be able to help you. He.
Along looked at Kevin and smiled. Come, grab a chair and sit next to me. Kevin was momentarily stunned.
Didn't you want to talk? Then come closer and let's chat for a bit.
Along shook the iron shackles on his hands, making a clanging sound as he gestured to Kevin.
Alright, let's talk then.
Kevin didn't hesitate any longer, pulled a chair over next to Along, bent down to sit, and said, let's begin.
Actually, even if I hadn't met you through that friend, I already knew your name. Along smiled. You're Kevin, right? Kevin frowned and paused for 2 seconds. Old Ma told you, didn't he? No.
Along slightly raised his hand and pointed at Kevin, his expression teasing. It's the drug dealers who work my line.
They've all heard of your name now. They talk about you in my ear every day. Talk about me? Kevin raised an eyebrow. Yeah. Do you know what they were gossiping about you? Along asked with a grin. What?
Ha, they were telling me how to quickly get rid of you.
Kevin froze upon hearing this.
Aaron glanced at the camera out of the corner of his eye, lowered his voice a few notches, and tapped Kevin's arm with the back of his hand, saying, brother, you seriously don't think that Alan assigned you this case, gave you a chance for promotion, just because he likes you and admires you, do you? Kevin smirked. Oh, so now you're sitting here and still trying to stir things up, huh?
TSK, you're as naive as a child.
Aaron shook his head while looking down and added, in the first team, Alan has so many loyal followers.
Which one of them doesn't have more experience than you? So why did he let you handle such a high-profile case? Do you two have some kind of blood relation or what? Then tell me, why do you think he insisted on having me handle this case? Kevin asked.
Because you're tough, because you still have hunger, because if you want to establish yourself here, you have to fight for results, because you're new, because you don't have any connections behind you, because during case handling, you don't need to give face to anyone or be burdened by favors.
Along smiled faintly. Why the sudden crackdown on us drug sellers? And why does Alan insist on focusing on the Ma family's line?
Kevin fell silent again upon hearing this. Recently, there's another batch of drug sellers in Blackstreet secretly releasing small quantities of goods, priced twice as high as ours.
Have you heard about it? Along asked again.
Kevin froze upon hearing this, instantly recalling Lin Nianlei's encounter that day in the broad-minded tiger. Little buddy, there's no such thing as love without a reason these days. From your perspective, he treats you exceptionally well, but from another angle, you're just a blindfolded gun. Along tilted his head and looked at Kevin.
Throughout history, do you know what kind of fate awaits those who act as guns?
Kevin held back for a while, then gave a thumbs up and replied,
a well-reasoned provocation, truly convincing. Ha, you know best what you're thinking right now.
Along lowered his head and added softly, the reason I can say these things to you isn't out of love without a reason either, it's simply because you helped my friend. Kevin only absorbed half of Along's words, because deep down, he already had a clear understanding.
Alan's support for him within the police department definitely wasn't without a motive.
But Kevin felt that whether Alan wanted to exploit his hunger or take advantage of his unfamiliarity with anyone in Songjiang, using him as a quick gun, it didn't really matter. After all, Kevin wasn't a child. He understood that he had neither background nor backing. If he wanted to live like a proper person in this chaotic environment, the only thing he could offer in exchange might be his courage to risk his life at critical moments. But Kevin did not expect that the drug trafficking business would be so deep. While he was targeting the Ma family's team, another group was secretly distributing drugs, and these people were very likely connected to Alan.
If what Along said is true, then the situation might not be as simple as previously thought.
I'm a dying man, there's no need for me to lie to you, Along said softly, lowering his head. I don't know much about your background, but I've heard you came from the unplanned zone. Brother, it's not easy for us to come this far with nothing.
Don't let yourself go down in history only to pave the way for someone else's empire.
Kevin looked at Along and suddenly asked, previously, you and the Ma family almost monopolized the underground drug market in Songjiang, but I don't understand why were your prices so low?
What were you trying to do? Move the world to tears?
Hee, I only thought about the struggling folks over on Blackstreet after I had my fill. Along chuckled, responding softly, my dad died because we couldn't afford treatment, and my mom might end up the same way.
When I first came to District 9, I was idle and survived by relying on others' charity. Now that I have some ability, I want to make money while helping them out a bit. In this line of work, living a long life isn't guaranteed. If I make some money today and it's enough to get by, isn't that good enough? How much is ever enough anyway? At this point, lying no longer served any purpose. Kevin looked at Along's face, which had once displayed a ruthless and vicious expression, and suddenly felt he wasn't so detestable after all. The two fell silent after this. Kevin's mind was a bit unsettled. He felt that despite his caution, he still couldn't fully grasp the complexities of Songjiang. Bang! At the moment of brief silence between the two, the interrogation room door was suddenly pushed open. Shilin stood outside the door, smiling as he asked, "Still interrogating?" On the iron chair, Along immediately looked up upon hearing Shilin's voice. The originally nonchalant expression on his face turned into one of astonishment. "What are you doing here?" Kevin turned around and asked. "I'll ask, can the equipment issued to you be returned to the warehouse? How much loss is there?" Colin responded steadily, "You're pulling another all-nighter tonight, but I'm switching shifts tomorrow morning and need to write a report." "Ah." Kevin nodded, stood up, and replied, "The loss is quite significant. I'll have someone bring you a list later." "All right," Colin responded, then turned to look at Along and cursed, "You damn bastard, you finally got caught." Along froze, with fine beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. "He has to be transferred to the 3rd detention center, right?" Colin asked Kevin. "Yes, transferred after the trial," Kevin nodded. "Son of a b**********, I almost got screwed because of you." Colin laughed and pointed at Along, cursing, "Don't worry, once you step out of this door, I'll find someone to take care of you inside." Kevin felt a bit strange upon hearing this. Along paused for a while, then immediately cursed in a domineering tone, "What the hell are you? I may be in here, but my brothers might not all be in. If you mess around, then who's going to take care of your family? Heh, just you wait." Colin sneered coldly, then turned to Kevin and said, "You take care of him, I'm leaving first." Kevin froze for a moment, his eyes fixed on Colin as he replied, "Let's go, I'll go out with you and help you get a deal." "Ah, then let's go," Colin said calmly, stepping aside to make way. The two left the interrogation room, and 4 armed duty officers immediately came over to guard the door and locked the iron door. In the narrow corridor, Colin walked with his hands behind his back, smiling as he said, "Just have someone make a list for me. You're already a team leader, do you still need to handle this yourself? Are you here to scout the area?" Kevin suddenly turned around and questioned sharply. Colin froze in place at that moment, his expression stiff as he asked in return, "What? Scout what area? Do you know Along?" Kevin asked with a grim expression. Nonsense, how could I possibly know him? Along said he knows me through one of my friends. But at the police station, the only people I'm close to are you and Old Cat, the others are at best colleagues." Kevin stared sharply at Colin. "Your reaction at the cafeteria entrance was off, and just now in the room, you talked a bit too much with Along. Are you obsessed with solving cases?" Colin chuckled helplessly. "What kind of logic is that? You want to save him. You came to the interrogation room not to waste the list, but to scout the place, right? Shall you? I think you." Smack! Before the words were finished, Kevin suddenly reached toward Colin's waist. The latter instinctively dodged, his face turning pale as he looked at Kevin. "What exactly are you trying to do? During your duty, you always lock your gun in the cabinet. Why is it now strapped to your holster?" Kevin grabbed Colin's arm, lowered his voice, and questioned angrily, "Are you out of your mind? He's a dead man walking. If you have any other thoughts, you'll die too." Colin glanced around nervously, his eyes red as he looked at Kevin and said, "If you consider me a friend, just act like you don't know anything, okay? If it were someone else, I wouldn't even bother. You just got married, you know that? What's your relationship with Along? Is it worth making you want to go down this path?" Kevin grew anxious, pulling Colin into the stairwell. "Whatever your reasons are, I don't want to ask. But let me make it clear to you, even if there were 10 of you combined, there's no way you could take him out of here. If you make a move, you're guaranteed to die." Interrogation room. Along's brain was carefully recalling Colin's words. "Don't worry, once you walk out of this door, I'll find someone to take care of you inside." What does this mean? Actually, it's already quite clear Colin is trying to find a way to save him. But he didn't have any strong connections to settle this matter, so what method would he use? It was already self-evident. Out of this door, take action? Along thought of this, and his head buzzed. Damn it, this reckless guy wouldn't really act crazy, would he? In the police department hall, a series of hurried footsteps echoed as Alan and Director Lee entered through the main door. "Captain Yuan, you're back. I was just looking for you." Ang Su strode over quickly. "What happened?" Alan asked. "A very important situation." Ang Su, panting, spoke softly to Alan and Director Lee. "By chance, we uncovered an unexpected situation from one of the underlings. Before leaving, Along had contact with one of our police officers in the department." In the stairwell, Colin pushed Kevin's chest, urgently growling in a low voice, "Can you just stay out of this? Pretend you didn't see anything, okay? Let me go out." "Colin, you should know what kind of person I am. am. Not everyone is worth me doing this for.
Kevin's face was serious as he jabbed Colin's chest with his finger.
Calm down. Along is someone the police station specifically named. Think about it, can you, on your own, possibly get him out of the police department? If something goes wrong, what about your mom? What about your sister? What about your new girlfriend? Are you going to give up your job and your life too, huh?
After a brief silence, Colin, sweating on his forehead, quickly said to Kevin, "It's not completely hopeless. Along won't stay at the police department for long. He'll be transferred at the latest by tomorrow morning. I know people at the police station, and I can figure out his transfer route.
I have credentials, so it'll be much easier to act on the road.
You don't need to get involved."
I just don't get it. What does this Along have to do with you that's worth risking so much? Kevin asked in confusion, raising his voice. Do you two have some under-the-table deal, or did you take his money? Do you know why I didn't shoot that day? Colin blurted out anxiously. He's my biological brother, my real brother, understand? Kevin froze in place upon hearing this. Xiaoyu, listen to me, just listen to me.
Colin, his eyes red, gasped as he continued speaking to Kevin. "The relationship between me and Along, I don't even know if it can be uncovered. But if it leaks, I'll immediately be under supervision, and the principle of avoiding conflicts of interest with relatives will be enforced.
At that point, I won't have any chance left. I've already thought it through. Tomorrow morning, after my shift ends, I won't go home.
I'll pretend to be catching up on sleep at the unit, using surveillance to create the illusion that I've been in the dormitory the whole time.
Then, when the police station personnel come for the handover, I'll act at the intersection. If I can rescue him, great. If not, I'll do my best to ensure I don't expose myself."
Along came back from the unplanned zone, and no one knows if he has accomplices outside.
So as long as I'm not caught in the act, those above might not figure out who did it, understand?
You don't even dare to get close to the criminals when carrying out missions.
Do you think you can rescue someone from the escort team? You're thinking too simply. I don't want to risk my life, but do I have a choice? Huh, do I?
If I don't care about him, I have to watch him die with my own eyes.
Kevin froze upon hearing this. Don't worry about it. Colin lowered his head and stepped forward, about to leave the stairwell. Ring ring.
At that moment, the electronic bell suddenly sounded in the corridor, followed by someone in the monitoring room shouting, "Brothers at the door of interrogation room 3, quickly open the door and check. Along is acting strange." As the words fell, Kevin and Colin froze in place. In the first floor lobby, Alan heard the loudspeaker from the monitoring room. After a brief pause, he immediately said, "Go check on Along, quickly." The footsteps in the corridor were chaotic. The officers still on duty heard the shouts from the monitoring room and rushed out in a hurry, striding quickly toward the interrogation room. At the door, 4 officers on duty unlocked the iron door with a key. As they looked up, they saw Along crazily using the left side of his face to hit the iron plate in front of the iron chair.
"What are you doing? Stop playing tricks."
The leading officer strode in and reached out to stop him.
Bang, bang, bang.
Along once again slammed the left side of his cheek near the corner of his mouth against the iron plate. At this moment, the skin on his face had already split open, and blood was streaming from the corner of his mouth and nose. The leading officer rushed over, grabbed Along's hair, and yanked it back. "Quick, hold him down." He. Along let out a slightly neurotic laugh, lifted his head, and stared blankly at the officer.
"It's too late."
As soon as the words fell, Alan, Ong-Su, and the others almost rushed to the door together with Kevin and Colin.
"What happened?" Alan asked, panting heavily.
The officer turned his head at the sound. He suddenly slammed his head against the iron plate.
I don't know what he was doing."
Colin heard this and, with reddened eyes, stepped forward, ready to rush into the room. Kevin grabbed Colin's arm firmly, his face heavy as he shook his head at him. Alan ran into the room, came to Along's side, and immediately gestured, shouting, "Open his mouth quickly."
4 police officers responded to the call, pressing down on Along's head and forcibly prying open his bloodied mouth.
Alan stared wide-eyed, so nervous that he was no longer afraid of Along biting his finger. He directly stuck his hand into Along's mouth and fished out a false tooth after a while.
Gag!
Along retched, spitting out a large amount of fresh blood. Alan lowered his head to glance at the false tooth, his gaze vacant as he took 2 steps back. The denture was hollow in the middle, with black thin plastic stuck to the edges, making it look quite disgusting in Alan's hand.
"What is that?" Director Lee rushed in and demanded.
"Denture." He knocked his denture out, Alan stammered in reply.
Director Lee was stunned upon hearing this.
On the iron chair, Along suddenly shook his head, breaking free from the hands of 4 officers, his face still bearing a neurotic smile. "Since I started this line of work, I've already decided how I die.
There's a small pill in my dentures. It's poison. I bit down on it. Damn it."
Alan suddenly erupted, kicking Along in the chest and shouting, "Quick, open the chair and send him to the hospital." Along chuckled as he looked at Alan. "You guys are still the tough ones.
Us country bumpkins, even if we risk our lives, we can't beat you." "But Alan, I want to tell you something. Some things people do, heaven sees.
I refuse to believe that medicine, something meant to save lives, is just going to sit in your hands while heaven turns a blind eye.
Damn it, even if I die, I'll curse you. You lot won't die a good death."
Everyone fell silent as
as they listened to these words. Aaron stiffly twisted his neck, his eyes looking toward the door, and hoarsely shouted, "Brothers in the other interrogation rooms, don't be afraid, I haven't said anything. Bite down and don't confess, and you'll be fine." Colin heard this and clenched his fists, ready to walk out, because he knew Aaron was speaking to him. Kevin grabbed Colin's arm and whispered softly, "Did you understand what he said? He's willing to die now just to stop you from acting recklessly. Don't move, absolutely don't move." Thud.
On the iron chair, Along leaned forward and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body convulsing violently. Seeing him like this, Alan abandoned the idea of taking him to the hospital. Holding the dentures, he suddenly bent down and leaned close to Along's ear, saying, "You think you were pretty discreet? You think dying will be the end of it?" Along turned his head blankly. "Heh, you had contact with someone from our police department. He's right outside the door, isn't he?" Alan asked with a smile. Aaron spat blood again upon hearing the words, his eyes filled with unwillingness as he glared at Alan and roared, Damn you!" The poison took effect in less than 2 minutes, and Aaron lost control of his bowels and bladder, slumping lifelessly against the iron chair. Director Lee stood in the center of the interrogation room with his hands behind his back, his face extremely grim as he cursed at Alan. "The guy was already in the interrogation room, and you still managed to send him to heaven. You're really something as a captain. Tomorrow, when the police station comes to take him, you explain it to them." Alan was momentarily speechless after being scolded. "A bunch of useless fools." Director Lee threw out the remark and strode out of the interrogation room. At the doorway, Colin stood dumbfounded, staring at his elder brother who had died tragically on the iron chair. His legs were weak, and his mind was in a daze. Alan held the false teeth, turned around, and looked toward the doorway, his gaze ultimately resting on Colin. Half an hour later, Along's body was carried away covered with a white cloth, while Alan entered another interrogation room, dismissed unrelated personnel, and started a private conversation with one of Xiaopatzi's brothers. "You said that before Along was about to leave, he met with someone from our police department?" Alan took an e-cigarette out of the drawer and casually tossed it over. Yes. The lackey nodded repeatedly in agreement. "Shrimpatzi dares to pull the pin and go down with us, so how could he have such a cowardly brother like you by his side?" Alan asked bluntly. "Shrimpatzi told me he could help me make big money, so I worked for him. But before I could make any money, he died." I don't want to die either," the lackey replied with brutal honesty. "Just started working with him?" "Correct. Tell me, before Along left, how did he meet that person?" Alan asked softly. "He just said that before leaving, he had a small wish to meet a friend," the underling replied with his head lowered. "But Old Ma and Shrimp thought that the situation outside was too tense. If he went out on his own and ran into the police, it could be disastrous. You know, the supply chain for the drugs is solely in Along's hands. To put it bluntly, all of us rely on him to make a living, so we have to protect him. That's why every time he went out, we would follow him. But he usually made us park the car far away and walked a bit on his own. Once, I went to a food store to buy water, and it happened to be in the same direction he was walking. I saw him enter that courtyard." Hearing this, Alan pulled out a photo, tossed it to the underling, and asked, "Was the person Along met this one? I've seen him twice. Didn't you say it was just that one time you ran into him by chance?" Alan frowned. "It was on the day this man got married. There were a lot of people at the restaurant, so we weren't sure who Along was looking for. But in the evening, Along went to that courtyard, and when I saw this man, I realized Along was looking for the groom. So, it was twice," the underling explained in detail. Alan licked his lips. "Do you know what their relationship is?" "No, Aaron never said anything, and none of us asked," the underling shook his head. 20 minutes later, Alan left the interrogation room and immediately instructed Ong Su, "Have the forensic medical examiner go to the morgue right away and extract Aaron's DNA for comparison." "Compare it with whom? What do you think?" Alan retorted. Ong Su was momentarily stunned. "Captain, are you suspecting that Along is related to him?" The underling's confession clearly explained why he didn't dare to shoot that day. Alan responded casually. "This kid usually keeps a low profile. If there weren't some absolute reason, how could he be involved with someone like Along?" Ong Su immediately understood. "Got it. In the logistics warehouse." Colin sat on the chair with a blank stare, his mind seemingly lost in thought. "Brother, the path each person takes is their own choice, and whatever outcome arises, they have to bear it themselves." Kevin stood leaning against the table, lowering his head as he tried to persuade, "I know you're feeling bad, but look at me. At least you have a reason to grieve when something happens, but I don't even know how my family disappeared. You've lost your brother, but you still have your mom, sister, and wife. What do I have? I have nothing." Colin remained silent, not uttering a word. "Colin, let the sadness pass quickly. You still have other family members to take care of." Kevin turned around and advised, "This place is crowded and full of prying eyes. Make sure no one notices anything unusual." Colin heard this and raised his head blankly. "Yes, the dead are gone, and the living still have to live." Bang! As the two were talking, the door of the logistics warehouse was pushed open. Two brothers under Ong Su entered the room and looked at Colin expressionlessly, saying, "Captain Yuan has something to discuss with you. He wants you to go over." "What's the matter?" Kevin
asked on behalf of Colin.
Nothing major, just some details from a previous case.
The person on the left smiled and urged, "Let's go." Kevin looked puzzled upon hearing this. Colin quickly adjusted his demeanor to avoid revealing anything and stood up, saying, "What kind of case would involve me? You'll know when you get there." "Then let's go," Colin replied with a smile.
The three chatted for a few moments before leaving, while Kevin followed them to the door, suddenly feeling a sense of foreboding for Colin.
An hour passed. 2 hours passed.
Slowly, the sky brightened, and slowly, it darkened again. Kevin waited for over 10 hours, yet Colin still hadn't returned to the team. At this point, he was starting to feel restless, and thoughts of Lin Nianlei, as well as what Along had said to him, began to surface in his mind. A sense of unease quietly spread in Kevin's heart. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this drug trafficking case was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. After carefully deliberating for a long time, Kevin stood up, grabbed his work badge, quietly left the office, and drove the car from Team 3 to Songjiang 3rd Prison. On the other side, Alan stepped into his office, looked up at Colin, who had been under house arrest here for more than 10 hours, and said, "Let's go, come out with me for a bit."
Colin stood up uneasily, his face full of a forced smile, and asked, "Captain Yuan, what's going on exactly?"
"You'll know when you get there," Alan said, throwing out the words before turning and walking away.
Colin suppressed the deep sadness in his heart, hesitated slightly, and then immediately followed Alan. Half an hour later, Alan drove Colin to the police department hospital. Led by the staff, they entered the morgue. Colin glanced around and stammered slightly as he asked, Yuan, Captain, why did you bring me here?"
Alan lit a cigarette, strolled leisurely to the inside of the morgue, and reached out to pull open the drawer of the freezer containing a corpse.
Colin looked up and immediately saw Along lying in the drawer, his face purple and blue. "Do you recognize him?" Alan asked expressionlessly. Colin clenched his fists, then immediately responded with a smile, "Captain Yuan, what do you mean by this? I don't understand."
Alan scratched his nose, took out two folded A4 sheets from the inner pocket of his coat, walked up to Colin, and said, "The expedited DNA comparison proves that you share the same Y chromosome, which means Along is your biological elder brother." Colin's head buzzed, and his expression instantly turned panicked.
"At the scene of the arrest that day, you didn't fire your gun because you wanted to protect him, right?"
Alan's voice was steady.
This is a misunderstanding, you got it wrong."
"Colin, you and I both understand that this DNA test, no matter how many times it's done, will always yield the same result."
Alan turned around and sat on the mortuary bed. "The facts are right in front of you. Is there any point in arguing?"
Colin clutched the test report, his eyes filled with panic, completely at a loss for how to respond to Alan. "Colin, if this test result ends up on the desk of the higher-ups, combined with the fact that you failed to follow orders to shoot and intercept during the last arrest, do you know what kind of consequences you'll face?"
Alan looked at Colin expressionlessly.
"You'll be labeled as an accomplice. You'll be charged with dereliction of duty, harboring a criminal, and several other offenses. Your punishment won't just be as simple as losing your uniform. You'll be facing at least 10 years of severe sentencing." Colin slowly raised his head, stunned for a long moment, then suddenly dropped to his knees in front of Alan with a thud, grabbing his pants and shouting, Captain, Along really is my biological brother, but we haven't been in contact for years. That day, the arrest was purely coincidental. I had no idea beforehand that he was the target."
Alan looked at Colin, saying nothing.
"Captain, I really can't take off my clothes, and I definitely can't go in.
I have family to support. I can't afford for anything to happen to me. Please, I'm begging you, help me through this, help me." Colin's face was streaked with tears.
Alan took a drag of his cigarette and reached out to pat Colin's shoulder.
"People have feelings. We've been working together for so long. Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are?"
"Colin, I truly believe you have nothing to do with this case."
"But the higher-ups don't know that. Can they believe it? 4 officers died during the last operation."
"Whether it's the leadership or the management, they need a reasonable and convincing explanation."
"And now, if your DNA test results come out, what do you think will happen?"
"They'll say there's a mole, blame the failed operation on you, and pin all the problems on you."
"Can you handle that?"
Colin stood there, stunned. "I want to help you, but my influence is limited," Alan said after picking up the DNA report and pondering for a long time.
"However, maybe there's another way." What way?" "Your elder brother was the middleman delivering goods to the Ma family.
Now that he's gone, if you can find the supplier behind your brother and uncover this connection, I can vouch for you in front of Director Lee and the higher-ups at the police department. With this merit protecting you, you won't be in trouble," Alan said, looking down at Colin. "By then, a single word from above can suppress your DNA report." Colin thought carefully for a while and suddenly remembered what Along had said to him before leaving that day.
"If one day you can't go on, there's a contact in your bag, you can reach out to him."
Colin thought of this matter and immediately looked up to respond. "He does seem to have given me a contact."
"Let me go home, I'll check right away, to see if it's the supplier's contact."
"You better not lie to me, this will only harm yourself."
Colin looked up at Alan, his voice hoarse as he responded, "My family is all here, would I dare lie to you, Captain Yuan?" "Alright, then go back and get the stuff.
Don't let anyone follow me. I'm afraid my mom Mom might overthink it and her health isn't good. You don't need to worry, my people won't step into your house. Alan said with a smile, they'll wait for you outside. Once you get the stuff, they'll bring you back. On the other side, Kevin interrogated Jim at Songjiang 3rd Prison. *T. Ma Lauer, dressed in prison clothes, sat casually in the iron chair and cursed, still not dead yet? Kevin tilted his head and looked at him. You all really want me dead that badly? You make it so the poor can't afford medicine, and take away the livelihood of those trying to support their families. Do you think we don't want you dead? Jim retorted with a sneer. Kevin remained silent for a moment, then suddenly leaned forward and asked, besides you guys, there's another group selling drugs on Blackstreet, and their prices are twice as high as yours. Do you know about this? Jim was stunned. Are you kidding me? Shouldn't you know this better than I do? You're coming down hard on us like this just to help the people above clear the obstacles, aren't you? Kevin's expression suddenly became complicated upon hearing this. What if I told you I didn't know about this before? Would you believe me? Jim froze upon hearing this. Alan did not ask the familiar officers in the police department to escort Colin home but instead found two unfamiliar men to drive him to his doorstep. In the alley, Colin sat in the car, turned his head, and said to the middle-aged man driving, Big brother, don't follow me inside. I'll come out after grabbing my stuff. Alright, we'll wait here. The burly man nodded in response. Colin pushed open the car door, walked forward for less than 200 meters, turned around, and entered the small courtyard of his home. He reached out to pull the door of the single-story house he shared with Bella, only to find that it had been locked from the inside. Open the door, Colin called out. Wait a moment, Bella quickly responded. Hurry up, Colin urged impatiently. After about 3 or 4 minutes, Bella finally put on her clothes, her hair disheveled, and opened the door. You're back? Why didn't you come home during the day? I thought you were working overtime. Sheelan didn't have time to explain and stepped into the house. The black bag I gave you that day, where did you put it? Bella was stunned. What black bag? The one I gave you along with the living expenses. Sheelan turned back and questioned. That day, when Aaron gave money to Colin, the latter was still immersed in the sorrow of parting, with his mind completely off the money in the bag. Moreover, Aaron's words were not very clear, so Colin simply thought he was trying to tell him that if one day he encountered difficulties or his family lacked money, he could use the contact information left in the bag to find him. Therefore, Colin never associated the contact information with the supplier, nor did he treat the bag as something precious to hide away. He casually handed it over along with his living expenses to Bella, asking her to keep it. Bella nervously brushed her hair. That bag was pretty old. You gave it to me, and I just took the money out. As for the bag, I don't remember where I put it. What the hell can you even do? Colin had almost never spoken to Bella in this tone, but he was truly anxious at this moment. He glared at her and shouted, hurry up and find it. Think about where you put it. Oh, I'll look for it. Let's look for it together. You rest. I'll find it for you. Let me think where I put it. Bella was flustered, draped in her clothes, and started rummaging through the cabinet by the window. That thing is very important. It can't be lost. Colin was restless, unable to sit still, and immediately bent down to search around the room. Bella crouched in front of the cabinet and glanced at Colin's position out of the corner of her eye. Seeing that he was already standing by the wardrobe, she hastily made up a lie. I remembered. That day when I went shopping, I think I used that bag. It got dirty, so I threw it away. Colin had just pulled open the left door of the large wardrobe when he heard Bella's words. He suddenly turned his head and shouted, What, you threw it away? Bella saw Colin pull open the wardrobe and was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide open in shock. Colin felt that Bella's expression seemed off. He turned his head to look at the wardrobe and was instantly dumbfounded. Inside the wardrobe, a pale figure holding 2 pieces of clothing was blinking at Colin. Colin took 2 steps back, his face pale as he withdrew his gaze from the cabinet and turned his head woodenly to look at Bella. Bella stood up in a panic, trembling all over. Damn! You, instead of working overtime properly, came back looking for some bag. A familiar voice rang out as a pale figure stepped barefoot out of the cabinet. Well, isn't this awkward now? Colin instantly clenched his fists, a raging fury surging in his heart as all the grievances he'd endured recently erupted at once. He turned and charged at Bella, kicking her in the stomach as he roared. Damn you! I'm out there risking my life, and you're at home cheating on me? A pale figure emerged from the cabinet and revealed its true identity as it stood beside the battery-powered lamp. It was none other than Tiger, who had coincidentally attended Colin's wedding banquet that day. Tiger was not overly flustered. He swaggered over to a chair, sat down, and cursed while putting on his clothes. Damn it, those dogs at the police station took the money but still don't do their damn job. Didn't I tell them you'd be on duty? Why the hell are you back? Colin, like a madman, grabbed Bella's hair, pinned her against the cabinet, and completely lost his mind as he beat her. Bang! Bang! Colin's eyes were filled with tears as he kicked and shouted, Damn you! I feed you, clothe you, give you a proper identity in Songjiang so you can live like a human being, and you cheat on me? What the hell did I ever do to you? We've only been together for a few days, and you're already messing around with him? Hey, that's enough. What the hell are you doing? Can't you stop? Tiger shouted.
Colin listened to his words, his head boiling with rage.
He suddenly turned around, rushed to the door, pushed open the wooden door, and grabbed the snow-shoveling iron shovel placed outside.
Oh, getting bold now, huh? Daring to grab a weapon?
Tiger sneered coldly, got up, put on his coat, and stepped to the door, shouting, "What are you doing?
Are you gonna kill me now? Take it easy, huh? To hell with you." Colin grabbed the shovel and aimed it at Tiger's head, ready to smash it down. Brother, is it you who has come back?
At that moment, the iron gate in the yard made a sound, and the blind younger sister, holding a white cane and draped in a coat, stood in the yard and asked, "What's all the commotion about?"
Mom woke up. She's quite worried. She asked me to come and check. Colin turned around and saw his emaciated younger sister, and his surge of passion seemed to cool instantly.
His eyes stared blankly as he gazed at the room across the yard where his mother was, and his hand holding the shovel began to tremble involuntarily. "You're all grown-ups now, why are you still playing the hot-blooded youth game?" Tiger reached out and grabbed Colin's wrist holding the shovel, chuckling as he said, "Come on, calm down, put this thing down, let's have a chat." Colin turned his head full of hatred and looked at the tiger.
"Don't want your mom anymore? Don't want your sister anymore? Playing for your life, can you afford it?"
The tiger smiled at Colin, reached out to press down his raised arm, and shouted toward the door, "Little sister, go back.
There's nothing going on here. We're just talking."
Colin's sister stood quietly in the yard, neither leaving nor stepping inside, and she didn't shout or make a scene, just stood there silently. The tiger closed the door, tilted his head, and looked at Colin. "You bought the person, right?
Spent 4,500? Sheelan gritted his teeth, his lips twitching without making a sound. "How about this?"
Tiger lowered his head, pulled out a large wallet from his chest, and without even counting, took out all the money and casually tossed it onto the cabinet beside him.
"I happen to have 8,000 here. Take it, and I'll take Bella with me. You saw it yourself, the two of us get along pretty well, huh?" Sheelan's gaze was dark, his whole body trembling. "Why aren't you saying anything?"
Tiger tilted his head, looking at Sheelan, and poked him in the chest with his finger as he asked, "Damn, we're all from the same area.
Who doesn't know who? What are you pretending for? You spent 4,500 to buy her, and I'm giving you 8,000. Isn't that enough? Don't you know your own situation? With someone like Bella, can you even keep her? Today, I'm still willing to give you 8,000.
Tomorrow, if she falls for me, you won't even get 8 cents.
Colin looked at Bella upon hearing her voice and asked tremblingly, "Just because I have some burdens, you bully me like this?
With your pathetic attitude, even the people in the police cafeteria say that you wash the chef's socks just to take some food home.
No matter how bad my situation is, do I need to bully you to feel superior?"
Tiger turned his head, spat on the ground, and pushed the door open, saying, "Take the money. I'll wait for Bella outside the courtyard." With those words, Tiger stepped away. Colin stood dumbfounded at the door, turned to Bella, and said, "I earn money to support you, and yet you strip me of my last shred of dignity."
Bella lowered her head and, after a long silence, replied, "Gee, Colin,
when you bought me, you bargained 3 times.
Did you ever consider my dignity?" Colin was stunned upon hearing this. "It's all just for survival. What's the point of talking about feelings?
You support me, so I sleep with you, wash your clothes, cook for you, and help you with the housework." Bella slowly stood up. "The tiger offers better, so I want to go with him. Back when the world wasn't so chaotic, people were used to talking with their clothes on, leaving some room for each other. But now the world is in chaos, and people have become more bare. But the essence hasn't changed, that's all."
"Get out." Colin closed his eyes and pointed toward the door.
Bella picked up her coat, hastily smoothed her hair, and walked out calmly. "Over 20 days, you even earned an extra 3,500.
"You're not losing out. Get out of here." Colin shouted angrily, clenching his fists.
Bella pushed the door open and left. Tiger stood at the courtyard gate, relieving himself, then turned around and saw Bella coming out. He said, "Damn it, $8,000.
My week's dividend all went to you. I'll go with you. Of course, you have to go with me. If there's a choice, who the hell would choose a dog?" Tiger led Bella and stepped out of the yard. Inside the house,
Colin slumped on the ground, staring at the ceiling in a daze, his whole being seemingly soulless. He was not Lau Mao, not one of the many privileged second-generation officials in the police department, and he had never received any special treatment from others, nor was he Kevin, capable of acting recklessly without any attachments. Thus, his back was always bent within the police department. Yet even so, until today, he had remained optimistic and proactive, accommodating this era, this society, using every means at his disposal to support his mother and sister. But today's events once again shattered all his aspirations, cruelly like a madman, delivering a punch that knocked him to the ground. His elder brother died tragically, his woman betrayed him, and he was entangled in a major case. The only black package that could turn the tide was thrown away. In the past, Colin would always instinctively retreat when faced with trouble, but now, he was already at the edge of the cliff. Retreating further would mean being shattered to pieces. Grievance, unwillingness, and injustice surged in his heart in an instant. With a creak, the door opened. His sister stood in the icy snow outside, holding a white cane. "Brother, she's not a good woman."
We have nothing to be sad about." Colin turned around to look at his sister, his chaotic eyes eyes gradually becoming clear. Am I living like a dog just to die like a dog? A voice in Colin's mind was shouting. He slowly stood up, wiped the corner of his eyes, and said, "Go back inside and help Mom pack up." "What's wrong? Stop asking, hurry up and pack." Colin decided to take a gamble. The black package was lost, and he had no way to explain it to Alan anymore. If he went back, there was a high chance he would never come out again. Thinking of this, Colin lowered his head and swiftly dialed Old Cat's number. In the residential area along the Songjiang border, Old Cat stood next to the car and answered Colin's call. "What's up? Are you at the police station?" "Damn, don't you know? I came to the border to catch grain smugglers." Old Cat wiped the sweat off his face and replied, "Just finished, about to head back." Colin, realizing Old Cat seemed unaware of the situation at the police station, didn't elaborate and instead gritted his teeth and pleaded, "I've run into something very serious and need your help." "What's the matter?" "I can't explain it over the phone. Can you come back and help me take my mom and little sister away?" Colin said in a low voice, "I won't trouble you for too long. They'll stay at your place for at most 2 hours." "What the hell is wrong with you?" Old Cat was a bit confused, as Colin had never talked to him like this before. "Don't ask about the details. In short, I can't stay in Songjiang anymore. I have to leave." Colin, worried that the two people watching him outside might get suspicious, didn't have time to explain the situation clearly. "I can't find anyone else to help right now, so I have to ask you." "All right, I'm heading back now," Old Cat responded almost without any hesitation. "I can be there in about half an hour." "Old Cat, the thing I called you about, you can't tell anyone." "I won't tell anyone." Old Cat rarely made promises to people, but once he agreed to something important, he never went back on his word. "Mom and little sister will be heading to the North Station soon," Colin instructed in a low voice. "Pick them up and keep them in the car. I'll call you when I'm done." The Old Cat was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Can Oldly solve your problem?" "If he can, I'll call him right away." Upon hearing this, Colin's eyes instantly turned red. His lips moved for a long time before he hoarsely said, He can't solve it." Hearing this, the Old Cat's heart sank. "Say no more. I'm heading back right now. Thank you. Thanks AF ****ing lot. Contact me anytime if needed." All right. The two ended the call. Old Cat yanked open the car door and shouted to his colleagues who were tidying up the scene outside, "I have something urgent to take care of. You guys head back on your own. Call me when you get to the station." "What's up, deputy?" a colleague not far away shouted back. "Wah!" The Old Cat didn't even reply, slammed the gas pedal, and disappeared into the night. At home, Colin stepped to the back of the wardrobe, bent down, and reached into the gap between the cabinet and the wall. After fumbling for a while, he pulled out a round oilcloth-wrapped package. At the table, Colin opened the package, revealing a large-caliber P202 series handgun inside. This gun was purchased by Colin 3 years ago from an arms dealer for 400 yuan, with the purpose of practicing shooting during his off-duty time. The practice rounds provided by the police department were limited in quantity, and he didn't have the spare money to bribe for special approval. Thus, he resorted to this method to practice on his own, aiming to achieve good results and get promoted to a second-level officer. In fact, Colin did secure first place in shooting at the police department and ranked in the top 3 at the police station. However, even with such achievements, all he received was a cash reward that reimbursed the cost of the gun. As for the promotion slots, those were given to people who rarely even used guns. Colin skillfully checked the firearm, then loaded 2 magazines to full capacity before tucking the gun into his inner pocket. With determined strides, he headed out the door. Walking to the doorway, Colin suddenly stopped in his tracks. Facing the swirling wind and frost, he turned back to look. A small room, some furniture so simple it couldn't be simpler. This was everything Colin had once bent over backward to earn, yet now it seemed he couldn't take a single piece with him. On the cabinet were several certificates and trophies, achievements from his shooting skills. But ironically, in real major cases, he had never fired a single shot. Colin gazed deeply into the room for a long moment before finally turning to leave. Through the iron gate and past the wall, Colin arrived at his mother's room. "How's the packing going?" "Son, what kind of trouble have you gotten into? Why are you suddenly leaving like this?" The elderly woman sat on the bed, her voice trembling as she asked. "Mom, it's not something I can explain in just a few words. But don't worry, I've already contacted my elder brother and will leave tonight to go find him," Colin said helplessly, telling a kind lie. The elderly woman sighed upon hearing this, wiping the corner of her eye as she murmured, It's all my fault, getting old and muddle-headed. Everything was fine, but I insisted on pushing you to find a woman. We're leaving suddenly because of her, aren't we?" Colin looked at his mother, suppressing the emotions of grievance in his heart, turned around, and took his younger sister to the door. Squatting down, he asked, "Little sister, after I leave for 5 minutes, you take Mom to the North Station." "Okay." The young sister, though unable to see, was surprisingly calm, her delicate face showing no ripples as she nodded. "You remember Old Cat's voice. When he arrives, you get in his car. I'll come to pick you up in at most 2 hours." Colin reminded her again. The sister remained silent for a moment, then suddenly leaned close to Colin's ear and said, "Big brother came back that day, I know." Colin was stunned. One brother has already already left. I don't want to lose a second one. I will definitely come back. Colin gritted his teeth, holding back tears as he responded. Go ahead. Wait for me. Colin got up and strode out of the house. 5 minutes later, Colin returned to the car. The burly man driving glanced at Colin and frowned, asking, that long? You didn't hear it? Colin asked expressionlessly. The burly man was stunned for a moment, then casually shifted gears and replied, I heard some noise. What? Trouble at home? It's nothing. Let's go. Where's the stuff? The burly man asked while driving. On me. Colin replied expressionlessly, go find Captain Yuan. All right. The burly man stepped hard on the gas pedal and quickly left the alley next to Colin's house, on a certain street in the Black District. After Kevin left the Songjiang Third Prison, he drove here and waited for over half an hour before someone knocked on his car window. Kevin looked up at the burly man outside the car, then opened the door and stepped out. Raise your hands, the burly man said expressionlessly. Kevin hesitated for a moment, frowned, and stretched out his arms. The burly man extended his hands and carefully checked Kevin's body. After confirming he wasn't carrying any weapons, he whispered, follow me. 2 minutes later, the two of them entered a building by the roadside. In a dimly lit room on the first floor, they saw Old Ma sitting in a chair. What do you want from me? Old Ma asked grimly, fiddling with his handgun. After hesitating slightly, Kevin lowered his head, took a puff from his e-cigarette, and said, the case involving Jim and Demin can be handled. Old Ma was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. Huh? Damn. Alan sent you to play tricks on me? Huh? Kevin lowered his head, took out his phone from his pocket, and played a recording in front of Old Ma. After a few seconds, Ma Lauer's voice sounded, Uncle, you can talk to this person. Old Ma froze upon hearing his nephew's voice. I came here to tell you that when we caught Jim and Demin, it was with the stolen goods in hand. But your approach has always been to resist interrogation, oppose the judicial system, and refuse to disclose the details of the crime, always hoping that both could get out together. But that's not realistic, Kevin said softly, puffing on his cigarette. Save one, at least then there's still a chance. Ma Lautu stared blankly at Kevin, completely unable to understand his approach. I've said my piece, I'm leaving. Kevin turned to leave. Wait a moment, Ma Lautu called out. Kevin turned his head upon hearing the voice. What is it? Why did you pull this stunt? What do you mean by it? Old man Ma asked bluntly. Kevin lowered his head and thought for a moment before responding succinctly. Because I don't want to act like a fool, offending all the drug dealers and poor folks who rely on medicine, only for the money to end up in someone else's pocket. If you're smart, just pretend I was never here today, and we'll go our separate ways from now on. After speaking, Kevin pushed the door open and left. The car sped along quickly and soon arrived near the police station. The burly man driving glanced at Colin, then lowered his head and dialed Alan's phone. Hello? Alan's voice came through. He got the stuff. We'll be there soon. Let him in. You can go back directly. Alan instructed succinctly. All right. As the words fell, the two ended the call. Alan sat in the office and lowered his head to send a text message to his elder brother. The supply channel is already on the way. Okay. Soon, Big Brother replied with a message. In the car. The burly man turned the steering wheel to the left and looked up to see the police station courtyard. In a moment, you can get out of the car and head back on your own. Xiaoku is waiting for you in the office. Bang! Colin suddenly pulled a pistol from his chest and pressed it against the burly man's head. The two men in the car froze for a moment, then suddenly turned to look at Colin. That thing is lost. I really can't find it. Colin's voice trembled, but his hand remained steady as he said, I can't go back. If I go back, I won't be able to get out. You're asking for death. The burly man said in a low voice, frowning, your home is right here. If you don't go back, where can you go? Can you make it out of Songjiang? I want to give it a try, Colin said with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Drive forward along the road. You son of a... The burly man in the passenger seat opened his mouth, ready to curse. Don't push me, I have no way out. Colin interrupted the other man with reddened eyes. Let me live, and you two can live as well. The two fell silent. Drive forward. Colin gripped the gun tightly. Go where I tell you to go. About 15 minutes later, the off-road vehicle stopped on a deserted road about 5 kilometers from the city. Stop the car, Colin ordered, holding the gun. The driver turned his head to glance at Colin upon hearing the sound, then suddenly made a slight left turn of the steering wheel, followed by a sharp brake. Screech! The slippery icy road emitted a teeth-grinding braking sound, and after the sudden stop, the car's front completely lost control and plunged into the ditch on the left. You damn bastard! Colin's body shook from the impact, and he struck the driver's head several times with the gun handle. The driver protected his head and shouted in a calm but low voice, are you not in a hurry anymore, huh? Not moving? How about we help you push the car out? Colin turned his head to look out the window. After seeing that the front of the car was deeply stuck, he gritted his teeth, opened the door, and got out. Pointing the gun at the two people inside the car, he said, weapons, phones, throw them all out. The two exchanged a glance and, without further words, lowered their heads, took out their phones and guns, and threw them out through the car window. Bang, bang. Colin fired 2 shots, shattering the 2 tires on the right side. He bent down again to enter the car, carefully searched the 2 men, and gritted his teeth teeth as he said, "Stop chasing me. If you keep chasing me, we'll all die together." After speaking, Colin picked up the two men's guns and phones, then turned and ran. Damn it! The burly man watched Colin leave, clenched his fist, and slammed it against the steering wheel. Spent a lifetime playing the eagle, only to have a sparrow peck my eye. The middle-aged man sitting in the passenger seat lowered his head, opened the glove compartment, and directly took out a leather envelope. Damn, what are you panicking for? The two phones for delivery are right here. Quick, open it. The driver immediately shouted, his eyes lighting up. On the highway, a speeding police car suddenly emitted a muffled sound from its chassis, followed by the vehicle shaking violently, and the engine instantly stalled. Old Cat banged his head on the steering wheel and cursed, "Damn it, what kind of crappy road is this?" North Station. The younger sister placed her mother at the entrance of the underground passage where she could be shielded from the wind, while she herself, frail and thin, stood by the roadside, waiting for the arrival of Old Cat. In the wilderness, Old Cat pushed open the car door and jumped out. Turning to look at the vehicle, he saw the right rear wheel deeply embedded in the snow crust. Damn it, the more urgent it gets, the more things go wrong. Old Cat cursed, immediately grabbed the flashlight from the car, bent down to check the condition of the right rear wheel, and saw that the tire was stuck in a dirt ridge, suspended and completely unable to touch the solid ground. After carefully inspecting the situation on the ground, Old Cat got up and ran to the trunk. He grabbed the iron chain with his bare hands and yanked it hard twice before finally freeing the spare tire. However, due to the extremely cold weather and the snow accumulated on the car, the spare tire was completely frozen to the trunk. Left with no other option, Old Cat pressed his entire body against the spare tire, vigorously shaking it downward. Crunch, crunch. The sound of grinding teeth echoed, and the Old Cat's face turned red as he struggled. After shaking it several times, the spare tire finally fell with a clang. The triangular hook connecting the wheel hub and the iron chain instantly tore through half of the Old Cat's thigh, causing blood to gush out and stain the snow. The Old Cat lowered his head to touch the torn thigh but endured the pain without hesitation. He quickly pushed the spare tire under the right rear wheel and then returned to the car. "Amitba, Holy Mother Mary, Emperor Jesus, please, let me go," the Old Cat muttered anxiously as he shifted gears, gently pressed the accelerator, and let the tire press down on the spare tire. "Go!" The Old Cat suddenly stepped on the gas and let out a roar. V-room. The engine roared powerfully, and after the car jolted forward slightly, it barely managed to drive out of the snow crust. The Old Cat turned the wheel to the left at an angle, revved the engine again, and the car instantly shot forward. At the edge of the city, Colin stopped, panting heavily, and immediately dialed Old Cat's number. "Hey, are you there yet? Damn it, the car got stuck in the snow crust. I just got it out. Almost at the city now," Old Cat cursed furiously in response. Colin was stunned, his face pale as he urged, "Hurry up, get to the North Station as fast as you can." "I know, I got it. I'm heading there too. Call me anytime if something comes up." "All right." As the words fell, the two ended the call, and Colin continued to rush to the North Station at the fastest speed. 20 minutes later, the car screeched to a halt on the road in front of the North Station. Old Cat, with blood flowing down his leg, staggered out and rushed forward, holding the car keys in his hand as he began searching around the square. She you. After searching for 2 minutes, the Old Cat couldn't find the little sister's figure and started shouting in the square. At the entrance of the underground passage, the elderly woman shakily walked up the steps, looked in the Old Cat's direction, and called out, "Child, over here." The Old Cat turned around upon hearing the voice, and upon seeing Colin's mother, was overjoyed and immediately rushed over. "Aunt, are you okay? Where's the little sister? She's waiting for you, didn't you see her?" The old lady, with poor eyesight and hearing, responded. The Old Cat was startled. "I didn't see her. I can't walk, she told me to wait down here." The old lady said anxiously, "Hurry and look for her." All right, don't worry, I'll go find her." The Old Cat turned around and ran back. In less than 5 minutes, he had searched the entire square but still couldn't find any trace of the young girl. In the front left of the square, there was a very small food stall. Old Cat rushed over and asked urgently, "Brother, let me ask you, did you just see a little girl standing here waiting? Around 13 or 14 years old." The owner, hiding inside the booth, looked up at Old Cat and said, "I saw her. 2 cars came over and took her away." When Old Cat heard this, his head buzzed. "When did this happen?" "Just about 5 minutes ago." "Did you hear what they said?" "No, for people came down and dragged her away directly." "Damn it, why didn't you help stop them?" Old Cat got anxious. The boss rolled his eyes upon hearing this. "How would I know what they're up to? If I stop them, what does it have to do with me? Go, get out of the way, don't interrupt my business." The Old Cat stared with wide eyes, feeling a chill in his heart. In the city center, just as Colin was about to forcibly stop a car, he suddenly heard the ringtone of his phone in his pocket. "Hello?" Colin stopped in his tracks, panting as he answered the phone. Silence. After a brief pause, a familiar voice sounded. I didn't expect so much to happen at your police station while I took a 2-day break. If I'd known, I wouldn't have left your place just now. I would have gone back to the station with you." Colin instantly recognized it was Tiger's voice. "Luring the tiger away from the mountain, planning to run?" Tiger sneered and questioned, "Do you think you have the brains to get away? Come come to Tuza Street. Your sister and I are waiting for you. Colin was dumbfounded upon hearing the voice.
Within 2 hours, if you don't bring the stuff over, I might have to do something inhumane, Tiger said lightly.
That's it. Inside the police superintendent's office,
Alan held the phone and said, finding the supplier's contact information is the main goal.
Don't let Tiger do anything too extreme. I just don't get it. The guy is within the police department, so how could you let him have a chance to run? How long has this stuff been held up? And still no results?
The middle-aged man on the phone said with a slightly impatient tone, the goods are piling up a lot.
If we don't eliminate the competition, I can't feel secure about moving them.
Big brother,
I don't run the police department.
There's an oldly above me who's sharper than a monkey. We've tried to win him over several times, but he keeps playing dumb. I can't make things too obvious when it comes to drug dealing, or else he'll cause trouble.
Alan responded with a frown. This oldly really doesn't know what's good for him. I'll find an opportunity to make him disappear. Nothing. You're always saying nothing every day. Alan growled anxiously. He's the highest leader of the police department. Without absolute conflict of interest, why are you targeting him? Are you crazy? Don't worry about that young officer's matter. I'll have Tiger handle it. You just go over later to pick up the clues.
The other party remained silent for a few seconds before hanging up the phone. On the pitch-black highway, Colin, with reddened eyes, dialed Old Cat's phone.
I've arrived, but I couldn't find little sister.
The people at the food store told me there were 2 cars. Old Cat hurriedly tried to explain the situation.
She was taken. Colin interrupted coldly.
Old Cat froze in place upon hearing this.
I need you to do me a favor. What kind of help? Old Cat immediately asked. I want to ask you about Alan's situation. Help me look into it. Colin said clearly, his head lowered. After listening, Old Cat widened his eyes and asked, what the hell are you trying to do? What do you mean by looking into this? There's a cliff ahead, and countless people are pushing me from behind. I've accepted it. I'm going to jump and see if I can survive. Colin clenched his fists and said, if you consider me a friend, help me one last time. Calm the hell down, if it really doesn't work. Old Cat, are you talking to me about staying calm? Over the past years, who has been calmer than me?
If there was even the slightest chance to escape, would I have jumped off a cliff?
Colin shouted, his eyes red. If you don't help me, I'll go back to the police station and find Alan right now. Late at night, past 11 o'clock.
In the standalone 3-story building at 75 Century Avenue in the Black District, a chubby man was sitting with 2 friends in the second-floor hall, enjoying hot pot. Downstairs, a figure pushed open the glass door, entering with frost and snow covering them. In the second floor of the standalone building, the chubby man was eating lamb slices in hot pot, drinking expensive high-end white liquor, and turned to the 2 people beside him, saying, as long as we take down the supplier, the Ma family will lose their source of goods and collapse immediately. By then, all the underground pharmaceuticals in Songjian will be ours. Same old rules, our Yuan family won't show up directly. You handle the goods, distribution, and collection. We'll take 70% of the profits, and the rest will be divided among everyone else. The Ma family is gone, but there are still medicines from official channels, right? That's also competition, said the middle-aged man on the left, wiping his mouth. Have official channels? The ones we collaborate with are official channels. The chubby man took a sip of white liquor and said with a smile, we've already negotiated with the pharmaceutical company. They raised the price by another 30%, so aren't we the cheapest now? Without comparing prices, how can those medicine-dependent folks willingly fork out their money with a smile? Ah, this way it's secure. The skinny man on the right chuckled, raised his glass, and said, then let's wish for the Ma family to die quickly. Ha, cheers. The 3 of them smiled and slowly raised their wine glasses. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, and a young man covered in snowflakes stepped up from downstairs. The chubby man looked up toward the staircase and frowned, asking, who are you? My name is Colin, the young man replied briefly, brushing the snowflakes off his body. The 3 people froze upon hearing the voice, then slowly put down their wine glasses. Colin stepped forward, glanced at the lamb hot pot on the table, and sat down in the empty chair with a smile. Good wine and good food. The chubby man remained silent for a few seconds, frowned, picked up a pack of cigarettes, pulled one out, and cursed as he held it in his mouth. That Zaka bastard is getting more and more out of line. He's downstairs playing mahjong again, and he doesn't even notice when someone enters the building. After speaking, the chubby man picked up a lighter and lit it with a click. Puff! Colin put his hands in his pockets and blew out the lighter. The chubby man hesitated for half a second, turned to look at Colin, tilted his head, and said, I didn't know you before, but today I've heard about you. I can't quite figure it out. What can someone like you even do in this building? Are you Alan's older brother? Colin asked. The chubby man threw away the cigarette in his mouth. I'm his uncle. My name is Yuan Wei. Colin's eyes flashed with a disappointed look. I thought I had found the cause of the matter. Heh, damn. Yuan Wei curled his lips, pointed downstairs with his hand, and said, you want to imprison me? Do you know
where this is? If I shout, 10 armed men can come up from downstairs. Do you believe that? Colin paused for a moment, staring at Yuan Wei with his eyes and said, you have brothers, don't you? Ha, this little brother. The middle-aged man on the left laughed, reached out to ruffle Colin's head, and said, if the Yuan family didn't have brothers, could they have risen in Blackstreet? Just hand over the stuff and be done with it. What are you still acting for? Do you know how many people's livelihoods are tied to this pharmaceutical line? You son of a... Colin turned his head, pulled out a gun, pressed it against the middle-aged man's forehead, and said expressionlessly, my family is already destroyed, and you're still calling me a son of a b asterisk 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 dot. Bang! The gunshot rang out, the man fell, and red and white splattered all over the table. The boiling spicy hot pot churned and mixed with the fresh blood, creating a vivid and striking scene. Yuan Wei and another man froze on the spot. The middle-aged man who was shot fell to the ground along with the chair, convulsed a few times, and then stopped moving. Colin held the gun, leaning slightly as he looked at the chubby man. Don't you have brothers? Call them all up here. Yuan Wei's mouth twitched a few times. He picked up a towel to wipe the blood off his face, then turned his head woodenly and shouted, we've got visitors. In fact, there was no need to shout. As soon as the people downstairs heard the gunshot, 6 or 7 men rushed out of the game room, holding weapons in their hands, and hurriedly headed upstairs with panicked expressions. What's wrong, Wega? The leading young man asked, glaring. Just them? Colin picked up the glass of white liquor with his left hand, tilted his head back, and downed it in one go before heading toward the door. Take him down. Yuan Wei shot to his feet and roared. At the stairway entrance, 6 or 7 people hastily raised 4 guns. Bang bang bang. The rapid gunfire pierced through the dark night. Colin stood in place, never dodging or flinching, and was the first to pull the trigger. 4 seconds later, 4 people lay fallen at the doorway. Colin was shot once in the left side of his abdomen. The room was filled with a pungent smell, and at the doorway, only 2 or 3 people remained, clutching guns with trembling legs. Those lying on the ground had all been shot in vital areas, their bodies struggling only twice before becoming motionless. Yuan Wei and his friend stood by the table, stunned like wooden statues. Can you handle this? Colin, pale-faced, looked toward the staircase. Damn it, do you want your life or your livelihood, huh? A furious roar caused the lackey at the stairway entrance to retreat 2 steps on the spot. Colin stepped forward, ready to charge down, but the opponent scrambled and tumbled away, fleeing downstairs. Yuan Wei turned his head to look at Colin, his expression no longer as composed as before. Colin held a gun in his right hand, while his left hand dug into the wound on his abdomen. He twisted his fingers for less than 5 seconds, forcibly extracting a deformed bullet, which he dropped onto the hot pot table with a clink. Calmly, he looked at Yuan Wei and asked, do you have any more brothers? Yuan Wei remained silent. If there's nothing left, call and tell Tiger to bring my sister here within 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes. As Colin spoke, he used his blood-covered left hand to pick up the bottle of white liquor again, tilted his head back, and gulped down 3 large mouthfuls, cursing, damn, turns out hitting people isn't any harder than shooting targets. At this moment, Colin's eyes no longer held resentment or gloom, only hostility and numbness. 1 minute later, the Tiger dragged Shiyu into the car, holding the phone and said, Colin, that idiot, went to the card room. Your uncle is there and has been cornered. He called you? Yes, I've already brought people and am heading over there. Did you damn well say something thoughtless again and push him to the edge? Alan asked anxiously. I didn't, Tiger argued in response. I was just talking to him normally. Damn it, you guys hurry over, I'm going too. Alan didn't have time to argue with him, hung up the phone, and rushed out of the office. On the road, 3 cars followed Tiger, speeding towards the nearby standalone 3-story building. 2nd floor. Colin's face was flushed. He lowered his head to change the spare magazine, turned around, and looked at the man next to Yuan Wei, asking, do you know me? The man was stunned by the question. Listen carefully, my name is Colin. Bang, bang. As the words fell, gunshots rang out. 2 bursts of blood mist erupted from the middle-aged man's chest, and he collapsed to the ground with a look of astonishment in his eyes. Yuan Wei turned his head to look at the blood-soaked 2nd floor hall, as well as the fallen henchmen and friends. Suddenly, his stomach churned, and bending over, he retched and vomited the mutton he had just eaten. Less than 10 minutes, 4 cars hurriedly stopped at the entrance of the 3-story standalone building. Tiger pushed open the car door, directly pulled out a folding micro-C from under the seat, and shouted, everyone inside, I'm going to skin him alive. Whoosh! Nearly 20 people got out of the 4 cars, carrying weapons as they rushed into the building. Ring ring. At that moment, Tiger's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and said, don't rush me, I'm F*********ing here. Wait for me. I'm not in the room, Colin's voice sounded. Tiger froze upon hearing this. Have everyone around you enter the building, go up to the 3rd floor, and stand by the window, Colin instructed calmly. You son of a... If these people don't go upstairs within 30 seconds, I'll send Yuan Wei to heaven. Don't you care about your sister? Tiger stepped forward, heading toward the car. Either way, it's death. What am I afraid of? Colin replied softly, go ahead and shoot my sister. I can see her. If she dies, I'll go with Yuan Wei. The Tiger stopped stopped in its tracks upon hearing this. 20 seconds left, Colin urged calmly. The tiger, holding the phone, suddenly turned around and roared, "All of you, get to the third floor, now, immediately." The crowd froze for a moment, then immediately rushed to the third floor with their guns. In the building across the street, Colin saw the opposing group just rush inside and reached out to pull Yuan Wei out. "Tiger!" Yuan Wei called out, his legs trembling. The tiger turned his head and immediately saw Colin. By the roadside, Colin grabbed Yuan Wei by the neck, the gun barrel swinging downward. "Come here." The tiger hesitated for half a second, then stepped forward, pulled open the car door, and reached out to grab Chiyu. Bang! The gunshot rang out. Ah! Yuan Wei was shot in the abdomen, screaming in agony as he knelt on the ground. "Tiger, don't move, don't act recklessly." He killed 6 or 7 people upstairs. Tiger's forehead veins bulged. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and pushed open the car door. "Come here," Colin shouted again. After a brief hesitation, Tiger had no choice but to muster his courage and walk to the middle of the road, his voice trembling as he said, "Colin, can I admit defeat? I surrender to you. Let Wei Gu go, and I'll go with you. I'll escort you out of Songjiang, okay?" Colin looked at him without saying a word. "You tied up Wei Gu for what reason? Isn't it just to talk? There's no need for us to risk our lives, right?" Tiger's eyes darted around as he walked forward. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out again. The tiger, who was 7 or 8 meters away from Colin, was shot in the right wrist, and the micro-C immediately fell to the ground. F*******Q. The tiger roared and turned to grab the gun. "Move again? Move again and I'll kill you," Colin shouted, his voice not loud. The tiger froze in place, clenched his fists, and roared, "What the hell are you trying to do? Are you out of your mind? Don't you care about your mom and sister? Doing this, do you think you'll end up any better? I was never better before, was I?" Colin released the wounded Yuan Wei and walked alone toward the tiger. "Kneeling before you didn't work. Being your dog didn't work either. Fine, then I'll live a different way. I want to be human, I want to be above others, and I'll start by killing you to build my courage. I want to take back standing what I gave you kneeling. F******Q, you lunatic." Bang! Bang! Colin pointed the gun at the tiger and pulled the trigger twice in succession. The latter was hit while running and collapsed with a thud on the snow-covered road, blood streaming several meters. By the roadside, Yuan Wei kowtowed repeatedly, "Brother, brother Colin, this time I kneel before you. I admit defeat, truly admit defeat. I swear on my head, you will definitely make it out. You should beg the king of hell instead. Beg him not to give me, Colin, any chance. If I survive, if heaven allows me to rise again, I will make sure the land 3 miles north of Songjiang is filled with Yuan family graves." Colin stood on the street, shouting in despair, and pulled the trigger of his second gun with his left hand. Gunpowder filled the street, and after a burst of gunfire, Yuan Wei died tragically, his body emitting white smoke and blood. Colin turned around, rushed into the car, shifted gears, and drove away. 10 minutes later, on the road, she couldn't see, lowered her head, tears streaming from her eyes, and said in a trembling voice, "Brother, Mom and I should have died long ago. We've been a burden to you. I'm sorry, truly sorry. Little sister, if you were gone, I would be gone too." Colin's vision gradually blurred, blood gushing from his abdomen, his face pale, and his head slammed onto the steering wheel with a thud. The car body instantly lost control and crashed beside an alley. She shook her little head and sat up, fumbling for a long time before touching Colin's body and shouting, "Brother, what's wrong with you? Say something. Call someone. I have one more friend who can take you and Mom away." Colin murmured with his last bit of strength, his eyes closed. A few seconds later, the old cat answered the phone. "Hello?" Less than 10 minutes after the tragedy occurred, Alan drove to the entrance of the 2-story house and saw with his own eyes the corpses of Yuan Wei and the tiger, as well as the blood that had already frozen into ice shards. At the entrance, dozens of people stood on the steps with their heads lowered, not daring to speak. Alan clenched his fists, his eyes bulging as he shouted at everyone, "Does Colin have 3 heads and 6 arms? He's just one person, and you managed to let the situation turn out like this?" Silence. After a brief pause, a middle-aged man who had come with Tiger raised his head and responded, "He came here ready to risk his life. Even if we had arrived in time and managed to stop him, the situation wouldn't have looked any better than it does now. He's been pushed too hard and has already lost his sanity." "Useless, all of you are useless." Alan completely lost his usual composure, pointing at everyone and shouting furiously, "Get out, all of you. None of you deserve to eat, just get out." On the street, the old cat, covered in blood, shouted while driving the car, "Damn it, you're just a fool. Used to let people slap you 800 times without daring to make a sound. Now, with a little hot blood, you don't care about anything anymore?" In the passenger seat, Colin, bleeding heavily from his abdomen, responded weakly, Old cat, for the sake of our years of friendship, no matter what, you have to get my mom and little sister out. I beg you. I don't care, figure it out yourself." The old cat cursed harshly, "I'm not your dad. Do I have to handle everything for you? I might not make it. When I came, I already thought about dying." Colin's voice was weak, tears streaming down his closed eyes. "Cat, if life had given me even a little hope, I wouldn't have done done this, but it doesn't. The old cat remained silent for a long time before suddenly slamming the steering wheel. How did it come to this? In the back seat, although Chiyu couldn't see the old cat, she kept pleading, "Brother cat, please save my big brother. I'm begging you." Sigh. The old cat gritted his teeth and let out a long sigh, immediately pulling out his phone and dialing a number from memory. A few seconds later, the call connected. "Hello? Brother cat. Where are you?" the old cat asked directly. "At the card table, stacking chips." "What's up?" "I have a brother who got shot and needs to be sent to you. Can you make it happen?" Old cat asked directly. The other party remained silent for a long time before asking back, "Your friend is in trouble. Does he still need to be placed with me for care?" "Cat bro, who exactly is the injured person?" "I'm asking if you can make it happen." Old cat frowned. "If you can, you can. If you can't, just say so. I won't make it hard for you." After another pause, the other party finally responded clearly, "I'm stepping down now. It's a gunshot wound in the abdomen. We need a doctor. Money is not an issue," old cat instructed. "All right, Niao Zhuang, let me make this clear up front. If you don't want to help, just say so directly, no need to feel embarrassed. But if you say you'll help and then betray me later, old cat, will go all out against you from now on," old cat warned bluntly. "I've agreed, so I won't cause trouble. Don't worry, cat bro. I'll wait for you at the intersection of Tuza Street and Fuyuan Road. Hurry up." "Got it." As the words fell, the two ended the call. Old cat slammed on the gas pedal and heavily smacked Colin's head. "Forget about mom, forget about little sister, not paying back the money you owe me and Kevin. Damn it, finally managed to stand up once, and now you wanna die like this, huh? Lift your head up, let's have a chat." In the office area of the first squad of the police department, Kevin, who had been waiting for news, saw Elvis running in from outside and immediately waved his hand, shouting, "Over here." Elvis looked up at Kevin and immediately ran over, panting heavily. Kevin glanced around, turned, and pushed open the stairwell door, pulling Elvis inside and asking, "Have you figured out the situation?" Figured it out." Elvis swallowed several times, looked up at Kevin, and replied, "It's Colin." "What's wrong with him?" He killed 6 or 7 people on Century Avenue, including Alan's uncle, Tiger, and some of their men," Elvis stammered in response. Kevin was stunned upon hearing this and stood frozen for a long moment before continuing to ask, "Are you sure about this? Are you certain Colin did this?" "When I first heard it, I didn't believe it either." Elvis spread his hands, his face equally shocked as he replied, "But I called Lausan to confirm, and he told me personally that it was indeed Colin. Now there are over 100 people gathered on Century Avenue, all of them Alan's elder brother's men. Even our police department has gone over there. This has blown up completely. No way. Colin could kill 6 or 7 people?" Kevin still found it hard to believe. Absolutely true. Old Third wouldn't joke about something like this, and he's already heading over there. Damn, Colin is completely activated now. Kevin murmured in a daze, "This time, it's blown up big. I know Colin. He's usually so timid he doesn't even dare to join frontline arrests, and now suddenly he's done something this huge." Elvis was also puzzled. He looked up at Kevin and frowned, asking, "Should we head to Century Avenue too? After all, Captain Yuan's shadow is involved here." Kevin was silent for a few seconds, then immediately waved his hand and responded, "I don't want to go, and I advise you not to go either." "Why? Do you understand what's going on here?" Kevin asked with a frown. Elvis shook his head. "Don't rush to get involved if you don't understand it yet. Just observe first." Elvis thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, I'll listen to you." Around 4 in the morning, Kevin had just dozed off in the dormitory when Lao Mao's call came through to his phone. "Hello?" Kevin immediately sat up and answered the call. "Don't make any noise, come out by yourself." "I'm in the alley behind the office," Lao Mao said in a low voice. Kevin pondered for a moment. "All right, I'll go down right away." "Okay." As the conversation ended, the two hung up, and Kevin grabbed his coat and quickly left the dormitory of Group 3. At the same time, in the Grand Palace Entertainment Club on Tuza Street, a man dressed in dress pants and a white shirt sat upright on the sofa, sipping tea. This man was Alan's elder brother, Yuan Hua. Yuan Hua was 48 years old this year, slightly overweight, but he had a very gentle appearance and fair skin. Totally didn't expect there to be an issue with Colin's part. A middle-aged man on the left, with his hands clasped, said, "Even Tiger, who usually shouts louder than anyone, couldn't even protect Xiao Wei at the critical moment." Yuan Hua expressionlessly rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt, slowly took out a cigarette box, and completely ignored his friend's words. Footsteps sounded from downstairs. Zaka, who had narrowly escaped from the second floor of the standalone building earlier, rushed into the room with a panicked expression, dropped to his knees with a thud, and shouted, Brother Hua, I didn't handle the matter well." "It's okay, everyone makes mistakes sometimes." Yuan Hua waved lightly at Zaka. "Come here, I want to ask you about some details." Zaka immediately stood up, took small quick steps to Yuan Hua's side, bowed, and said, "Brother Hua, ask away." "What use is it for me to support you?" Yuan Hua asked, looking up. Zaka was stunned on the spot. "You're useless, yet you spend my money and eat my food. So what should I do?" Yuan Hua asked again. Zaka's face turned pale on the spot. Bang! thing. Yuan Hua suddenly pulled out a gun from under the table and fired at Zaka's chest. Blood splattered 5 steps away, and Zaka fell backward to the ground instantly. Yuan Hua shook off the bloodstains on his white shirt and, still expressionless, shouted at the people inside the room. Cullen has 2 problems. One is the supply channel, and the other is the issue of face. My uncle is dead, so you damn well figure it out for me. After speaking, Yuan Hua got up and left, while the unlucky Zaka was dragged downstairs by 4 people. The bloodstained floor became clean and smooth again in less than a minute. Behind the police station, Kevin met Old Cat. In the alley, Kevin adjusted his coat, frowned, and asked Old Cat, "Is Colin with you?" "Yes." Old Cat nodded. "He got shot. I just found a doctor to treat him." "What's wrong with him?" Kevin asked. After pondering for a while, Old Cat carefully explained the situation he knew to Kevin. After listening, Kevin lowered his head, paced in place, and asked, "With things getting this serious, do you think you can hide him?" Old Cat was stunned upon hearing this. "I think you can't hide it. No matter the reason, Alan will keep targeting him," Kevin said, lowering his head. Old Cat lowered his head, took out an e-cigarette, took a deep drag, and said, "I'm in such a hurry to find you because I want to ask you to do something for Colin." Kevin was slightly stunned. "Go ahead. I'll find a way to protect Colin, send him, his mom, and his little sister away from Songjiang. I need your help to contact some friends outside the planned area and arrange a place for them to stay," Old Cat said very straightforwardly. "Whether he can get out depends on fate, but the things that need to be done, I still have to do." Kevin stared at Old Cat and responded bluntly, "I don't think my relationship with Colin has reached that point." Old Cat froze upon hearing this. "This isn't a simple case of shooting and killing. You surely understand how many conflicts of interest and hidden reasons are behind it. If I help him and get dragged into it, then if something happens to me, who will help me?" Kevin asked very calmly. Old Cat took another drag of his cigarette. "Old Cat, I was able to come to Songjiang to buy residency and work rights because I fought hard for several years in the area awaiting development. You have directorly above you, but I don't." Kevin looked at Old Cat sincerely. "Sorry, I can't help with this." Old Cat raised his head to look at Kevin and suddenly smiled, saying, "I know you are very ambitious and have a lot of ideas, so I can understand your choice." Kevin remained silent. "Xiaoyu, do you know why Colin ended up like this?" Old Cat asked softly. Kevin was stunned. "Actually, you're quite similar to him. Both of you usually know what you want, stay calm in everything you do, and are very goal-oriented, thinking you can always weigh the pros and cons at critical moments. The only difference is that one of you is too tough and the other is too soft, which creates a bit of contrast." Old Cat puffed on his e-cigarette and said with a smile, "But I want to tell you, if a person lives too rationally, without a bit of emotion, it doesn't necessarily mean they'll succeed in everything. Colin is a living example of that. Besides, if someone doesn't even have a single close friend on the journey of life, I don't believe they can go very far. The reason I came to you today is because I see you as a buddy, thinking we're friends, so I didn't hold back. But I'm sorry, I was being presumptuous." Kevin frowned but said nothing. "I'll figure it out myself. You can go back." Old Cat turned and left. Kevin placed his hands inside his sleeves, looked at Old Cat's back, and suddenly called out, "You know very well that Directorly has always been avoiding the drug trafficking issue. If you get involved, it could easily ruin you." Without turning his head, Old Cat strode onto the street and replied, "That tiger-like guy still knows how to protect his friends at critical moments. Do you think I, Old Cat, would be worse than him? Whether I get ruined or not, I haven't thought about it, but I will definitely protect Colin." After saying that, Old Cat got into the car and left. Before the incident, Lao Ma would often scold Colin as if he were scolding his own children. From an outsider's perspective, Colin didn't seem to have an equal friendship with him. He appeared to be nothing more than a sycophant by Lao Mao's side. Yet, when Colin faced trouble, all the acquaintances who could avoid him did so, and the one who gritted his teeth and decided to help Colin was none other than Lao Mao, who usually looked down on him a bit. Looking down on him a bit was true, but the friendship was also true. Lao Mao is just that kind of person. No matter how well you're doing, I might not necessarily get along with you, but as long as I consider you a friend, if you face hardship, I'll definitely lend a hand. On the way back to the dormitory, Kevin lowered his head, his emotions somewhat complicated. He was recalling Old Cat's words, feeling somewhat touched deep inside. During his time in the unplanned zone, Kevin basically trusted no one because he had seen too much of the darker side of human nature. For a bite of food or a job, there were beasts who would even sell their wives and children. Having witnessed such things repeatedly, his heart gradually grew cold. This was the self-protective instinct of a person at work. Kevin might not even realize it himself, but while his inner strength had grown, he had somewhat lost the warmth that should exist in human nature. Now, Old Cat's words still echoed in Kevin's mind. For the first time, he began to doubt himself. Was his excessive calmness and purpose-driven behavior truly correct? Could the way of doing things in the unplanned zone also work in District 9? The road of life is so long and lonely, can he really walk the entire journey alone? The Old Cat's status and connections within the police department were clearly stronger than his own, yet he dared to protect Colin. So why was Kevin, this devil from the planned district, overly worried about his own insignificance significant position. Did it make him seem too small-minded?
The relationship between Colin and Kevin certainly hadn't reached the level of a life and death bond, but how do such bonds between people come to be? As Kevin thought about this, he stopped in his tracks, and the image of the old cat suddenly flashed through his mind. He could curse Colin every day, act cynical on the surface, and seem unreliable in his actions, but at critical moments, he truly dared to risk everything for the word friend.
So, was someone like him worth forming a deep bond with? Kevin hesitated, wavered, but ultimately took out his phone. Damn it, even the smartest people can always be influenced by fools. Kevin sighed and immediately dialed a number. Seconds later, the call connected. Hello? Let's talk about the drug-dealing matter.
Kevin turned away from the back door of the office and quickened his pace toward the other side of the road.
Inside the standalone second floor on Century Avenue,
Alan locked the door, stood by the window with his phone, and said, "Colin doesn't have many friends, just an old cat." Old cat's relationship with Director Lee, the man on the phone reminded with a slight frown, makes it a bit hard for me to investigate. "You just need to find out where Colin is, I'll handle the rest," Alan shouted with reddened eyes.
"He has to be taken out, and we must secure the channel." "Alright, I understand. A warehouse on Fuyuan Road."
The doctor had just finished cleaning up Colin's wound and was about to leave when old cat directly held him at gunpoint and tied him up. "You can't leave for now.
Once my friend gets out, I'll let you go. You won't be short on money."
"How can you be so untrustworthy?" the doctor cursed angrily.
"Rude, you're too rude. Stop yapping, or I'll lose my temper and deal with you." Without further ado, old cat dragged the doctor away and locked him in a room. Then he turned to his friend who was helping and said, "Is there any way to get Colin out of here? He killed Yuan Hua's own uncle.
The whole place is in chaos outside.
It's too hard to get him out."
The friend's face looked extremely grim as he said, "You know how limited my abilities are."
The old cat scratched his head. "Do you think finding someone from the garrison can get it done?" "Hard to say."
The friend shook his head. On the rickety wooden bed, Colin coughed violently and shouted, "Forget about me, just take my mom and little sister away."
"Shut up,"
the old cat scolded irritably. Inside the standalone building on the second floor of Century Avenue, the third brother limped downstairs and shouted to the 20-plus people standing inside the room, "Big brother has spoken, drop whatever you're working on, send all our people out, and within 12 hours, find out where Colin is."
The next day, early morning,
the gun case on the second floor of the standalone building on Century Avenue had officially been handed over to the Blackstreet Police Department. However, despite the gravity of the incident, Director Lee unusually did not make an appearance, citing a meeting in Phone Bay as an excuse and leaving the scene. The highest-ranking officer ultimately in charge of the case turned out to be a deputy director of the department who was nearing retirement. As a result, the captain of the second team responsible for investigating the case felt uncertain. He couldn't figure out what the higher-ups intended, so he resorted to dragging his feet and stalling for time, completely avoiding following up on the leads.
9:30 in the morning. Old Cat's phone started ringing. "Hello?"
Director Lee's voice came through.
"You found out?" Old Cat asked, lowering his head.
Director Lee remained silent for a moment before speaking in an indisputable tone. "I don't care what you're thinking, but don't get involved in Colin's matter.
Return to the office immediately and stay there for the next few days."
"No way," Old Cat replied bluntly.
"Are you out of your mind?" Director Lee became agitated. "I've already distanced myself from the drug trafficking case, and you're recklessly getting involved? Do you know how much profit Colin's supply chain can generate? How many eyes, both inside and outside, are watching this? You're just a small deputy team leader. What can you possibly accomplish, huh? Old Lee, I'm me, and you're you. What I do has little to do with you. There's no need for you to worry. Even if things spiral out of control in the end, I'll take the fall myself." "It won't affect you at all," Old Cat retorted insincerely.
"Rubbish!"
Director Lee roared furiously. "You are you, and I am me. How dare you say such a thing? Without me, what qualifications do you have to be a deputy captain? What qualifications do you have to mess around in the police department?"
"Well, if you're going to put it that way, I guess I have no choice but to lay my cards on the table," Old Cat shamelessly responded.
"Either you leave me alone, or you manage both me and Colin together." "Shut the hell up. Are you out of your mind?"
"Old Lee, you've been too comfortable lately. Alan is using his elder brother's money and connections to make friends like crazy within the police department."
"Do you think he's doing all this just to become a small team leader? Is that even possible? It's obvious that Alan wants to rise within the police department. Do you think you can just stay out of it and be fine?"
"Sitting in your position, there's no such thing as staying neutral." Old Cat, seemingly reckless but with a peculiar perspective, stretched his neck and shouted, "Stop hesitating and make a choice.
Let me give you a push to get you moving. I'll use you to activate a JB, you damn beep beep." Halfway through the sentence, Old Cat directly hung up the phone.
Immediately after, Director Lee called him twice more, but he didn't answer either.
In the car, Director Lee frowned and pondered for a moment, then immediately dialed Kevin's number. "Hello? Andon." "Hello, Director Lee."
"Old Cat seems to be heading down the wrong path. You've been getting along with him quite well recently.
Give him a call."
"Lee see, Lao Mao and I just reached a consensus on some cataclysm matters, and I was about to call you to talk about it. Kevin was already prepared to start rambling.
Director Lee immediately sat up straight in anger upon hearing this. Can you young people be a bit more stable?
Lao Mao is the kind of person who gets high even without drinking, and you reached some kind of consensus with him.
No, Director Lee, please listen to me first. Kevin cautiously interrupted. Go ahead.
I just got in touch with the people across from the Yuan family. Kevin lowered his head and softly expressed his thoughts. Century Avenue, inside a standalone building on the second floor. Alan, with his left hand in his pocket and his right hand holding a phone, stood by the window and said, "Old Lee avoided us today. He didn't even go to the police station."
What do you think he means? Yuan Hua asked.
Obviously, he doesn't want to get involved in this matter, so he found an excuse to avoid it.
But from another perspective, he's also giving us enough face in this situation, Alan responded in a low voice.
With such a big case, without Old Lee making the decisions, the people below wouldn't know how to proceed with the investigation. So, he's trying to give us some time to quickly find Colin and wrap this up. Old Lee handled this matter quite smartly, Yuan Hua said with a grim expression. Since the other side is giving us space, let's finish this quickly.
Don't worry, Colin won't get away.
That's it. The two brothers ended the call. Just as Alan was about to head out the door, the third brother pushed the door open and came in.
How is it? Alan asked with a frown.
A black market doctor on Tuza Street was called out last night but hasn't returned home, the third brother responded casually.
Our people stationed at the street corner haven't seen him leave the area either. I reckon he's still in the street, and most likely treating Colin's injury, since he got shot. Alan walked around the room and then asked, any news about Old Cat?
He was supposed to be on the district border yesterday for an arrest, but he got a call and left, and hasn't shown up since, Lao San responded with his well-informed insight.
And he didn't come to the office today either. He's with Colin, Alan concluded.
You know the relationship between Old Cat and Director Lee, Lao San reminded softly. When it comes to him, we're a bit constrained.
This kid has no brains.
Alan lowered his head, pondered for a moment, and instructed, find the person first. As long as you pinpoint the location, you can bypass Old Cat directly.
Don't touch him. All right.
The third brother nodded.
6:30 p.m.
In the fast food restaurant of the Red Light District on Tuza Street, a sleazy-looking young man turned his head and spat, saying, I went to Dr. Black's place, and his assistant told me that the medical equipment and drugs this guy took when he left were all for treating gunshot wounds.
And what else? I checked the call records.
The last person to call Dr. Black was someone named Wu Long, a small-time player at the card tables, the sleazy young man said with a grin.
He's right here on Tuza Street.
Our guys have already tracked him down, and he hasn't left his house all day.
Confirm it again. I'll take people to Tuza Street right away. Okay. 1 hour later.
On the street covered with icicles, more than 20 cars were parked. Alan and Lao San sat in the car, waiting for about 10 minutes when the sleazy young man ran over, clutching his coat, and stood outside the car window, nodding and bowing as he said, they're inside.
How many?
At least 3 or 4. The sleazy young man replied in a low voice, our guy saw them from the window, but it wasn't very clear. Upon hearing this, Lao San pushed open the car door and waved, shouting, get out.
One piece. Alan also pushed open the car door. Old San was stunned and immediately reminded, for this kind of thing, isn't it inconvenient for you to show up?
Old Lee has already tacitly agreed, so what's there to pretend about?
Let's lay it all out. Alan frowned and replied, stepping out of the car. The other end.
In a warehouse on Black Street, an old man sat on a shabby wooden chair, sipping tea, and said, you can start dealing the cards.
Inform those dining with us.
It's been quiet for so long, let's stir up some commotion tonight. At the intersection of Tuza Street and Fuyuan Road, Alan and Lao San led dozens of people to the entrance of a warehouse. Open it, the third brother shouted to the lackey behind him. Wait a moment, Alan deliberated for a while, then immediately raised his hand to stop him, saying, Old Cat is a reckless type, forcing things might cause unnecessary trouble. Third brother, make a call to the team. After listening to Alan's instructions, the third brother took his phone and walked to the side, while the others surrounded the warehouse tightly. Old Cat wasn't a fool either. He had been keeping an eye on the outside, so he quickly noticed Alan and his group. Indoors, the friend helping to hide looked a bit panicked and said to Old Cat, they've tracked us down. What do we do? On the broken wooden bed, Colin clutched his abdomen, forcing himself to sit upright, his face pale as he shouted to Old Cat, brother, you've done enough by helping me get here.
I'm already like this. I won't drag you down. Just protect my sister and mom. I'll go out on my own. What nonsense are you spouting at this point?
Old Cat scolded impatiently. Stay put.
I'll go outside and deal with Alan. Old Cat. Colin shouted with tears streaming down his face. I owe you too much. How will I ever repay you? Old Cat turned back and glanced at Colin. In the police department, you're my only friend. If you're gone, who will I curse at in the future? Colin froze in place upon hearing this. None of you go out.
After leaving these words, Old Cat walked out alone. 2 minutes later, the iron door of the warehouse was pushed open. Old Cat, holding an e-cigarette in his mouth, turned his head and glanced at Alan and the others below the steps, saying, "Het damn, if you handled cases with this efficiency, Songjiang would have been under clear skies long ago."
Alan paused for for a moment, responded with one hand in his pocket. Old Cat, is Colin inside? He is.
At this point, Old Cat knew there was no use lying anymore, so he simply admitted it directly.
Alright, you speak plainly, I'll speak plainly too. Alan looked at Old Cat and said bluntly, Colin's matter is very complicated.
Above, there's the medical bureau and the police bureau. Below, there's...
Don't bring up so much nonsense. In the end, isn't it just one thing?
You thought Colin was a useless coward, treated him like a dog and bullied him.
Who knew after kicking him twice, you'd find out he's a lion? You failed to act smart and ended up getting wiped out. So now you're relying on connections to talk to people, right?
Old Cat retorted sharply, his eyes bright as he smoked.
Let me tell you two things. First, I asked Colin, and he doesn't have what you're looking for. Second, no matter what your intentions are, I definitely won't let you touch him.
Even if Colin wants to go through legal procedures, you'll still have to step aside.
Alan frowned at Old Cat, remained silent for a long time, and then said, Do you know whose favor I'm considering by talking to you like this?
I'm not an idiot. Of course I know you're doing it for Old Lee's sake.
Old Cat stiffened his neck and responded without a hint of embarrassment. But look, isn't it just so coincidental?
Old Lee isn't just my relative, he's also especially good to me. Today, I'm going to act willfully based on my relationship with him.
So tell me, does that piss you off? Old Cat, are you out of your mind?
Old Three scolded with a dark expression. You're causing trouble for Old Lee.
Upon hearing this, Old Cat exploded, jumping and cursing like a shrew. Can you tell me, what the hell are you? This is a conversation between people with connections, and you're just a lackey getting all puffed up? Do you believe me when I say I won't keep an eye on anyone else anymore, but I'll make life difficult for you? You're such a damn.
Old Three, encountering someone even more sharp-tongued than himself, was instantly rendered speechless. Old Cat withdrew his gaze, glanced sideways at Alan, and said, It's best not to push things too far.
There are so many stars in the sky, do you know which one will shine the brightest tomorrow? When possible, show mercy.
I can't explain myself if I don't take him away.
Alan's face showed impatience. Does Colin have that thing in his hands? Let him come out and tell me himself.
That's impossible.
Old Cat, I've already given Lee a lot of face. And what if you don't? Kill me? Old Cat asked coldly.
Alan remained silent for a few seconds, then immediately waved his hand and shouted, Take Old Cat back to the unit. As soon as the words fell, dozens of people instantly rushed forward, reaching out to grab Old Cat off the steps.
Your mother.
Old Cat's eyes turned red, and he directly pulled out his work badge, hanging it on his chest as he shouted, Come on, let me see who dares to touch me.
I'm a level 3 police chief appointed by the Special Administrative Region government. If you touch me, you're challenging the judicial system. The crowd hesitated upon hearing the voice, all turning their heads to look at Alan. You're playing this with me, can't I? Old Cat responded, glaring.
Alan displayed a grim smile, turned his head to look at Lao San, and said, Let them in. The third brother took out his phone and dialed a number while looking down.
Several seconds later, a few police department vehicles suddenly drove into Fuyuan Road and parked by the roadside.
Elvis, Leo, and a team of officers from another unit almost all arrived and got out of the cars.
Colin is inside, take him back. Alan waved his hand and instructed the group.
After hesitating for a moment, Elvis led the team up the steps, displayed his badge hanging on his chest, and said, Old Cat, don't make it hard for me.
I'm just trying to make a living.
The Old Cat froze for a moment, his face turning ashen as he roared, It's none of your business, so you'd better stay out of it. Elvis braced himself and stepped forward, reaching out to grab the Old Cat. We don't have Lee to take care of us. Sorry about this, Old Cat. Pull Cat Bro down. Leo immediately shouted from the side, Go in and grab him. The Old Cat couldn't possibly handle being pulled by so many people alone, so he was dragged down the steps in no time. Yet, his eyes remained bloodshot as he roared at Alan, If you dare touch Colin today, I'll drop everything and just keep my eyes on you.
You want to sell goods on Black Street, don't you? Let's see if I let you sell even a single box.
Elvis grabbed Old Cat by the collar and growled in a low voice, Stop shouting, you can't protect him.
Get the hell away. Old Cat completely lost it, grappling with 7 or 8 people.
On the steps, Leo pulled out his gun, yanked the door open, and waved his hand, signaling, Charge in.
At that moment, a rush of hurried footsteps sounded. Kevin, leading 3 middle-aged men and an old man, ran over from the side street, panting and shouting, Damn, so many people here? Let me join the fun. Everyone turned their heads upon hearing the voice.
Kevin stopped walking, pointed at Elvis with a smile, and shouted, Let go of Old Cat. Elvis froze.
Huang Chi, stay at the door and don't move.
Kevin called out to the team member on the steps. Elvis and Leo stood awkwardly in place after hearing Kevin's instructions, momentarily losing their sense of direction and not knowing what to do.
Alan turned his head to glance at Kevin, his face dark as he shouted angrily at Leo, What are you waiting for? I told you to arrest them.
Leo gritted his teeth, grabbed the door, and was about to enter the room. Kevin stepped onto the stairs, pointed at all the members of the third group, and roared, I told you all not to move. Can't you hear me? Elvis and Leo stood frozen in place once again.
Kevin's expression suddenly turned serious. He stepped forward, grabbed Elvis's wrist, and asked, Do you know who the team leader is?
The captain is here, Elvis replied, lowering his head and scratching his nose. Kevin stared at Elvis, leaned close to his ear, and asked again, from now on, are you going to follow me and Old Cat, or follow Alan, who hasn't made you a team leader in years? You decide. Elvis looked up upon hearing the voice. Let go of your hand. Kevin pointed at Elvis's chest and repeated the sentence again. Elvis hesitated for a moment, first looking up at Old Cat, then glancing at Kevin. After thinking of directly, he immediately let go of his hand.
Alan was dumbfounded, staring blankly at Elvis. Did you not hear me speaking? Report, Captain.
According to the hierarchy and the principles of police regulations, I should primarily follow the orders of my direct superior, Elvis shouted loudly after saluting. The members of Group 3 collectively froze for a moment, their eyes fixed on Elvis. Then, they slowly raised their arms in salute and shouted in unison, we should primarily follow the orders of our direct superior. Kevin turned around, stepped in front of Alan, and said succinctly, you spoke righteously, and I risked my life to handle the matter for you. But how come you've used me as a pawn behind my back more than once? Alan did consider that he might encounter some trouble with Old Cat, but he never expected Kevin to get involved, and even more surprising, he came along with Old Man Ma and the others.
What does this indicate? It indicates that Kevin's presence likely means he isn't on Alan's side.
Alan felt very puzzled and furious because, although he had used Kevin, he believed he had given the latter an opportunity.
Yet, this kid ended up standing on the opposite side at such a critical moment. Kevin, what kind of act are you putting on here?
Alan had been facing a string of misfortunes lately. Not only had someone in his family passed away, but he also hadn't been able to secure a crucial supply channel. As a result, he no longer displayed his previous affable and righteous demeanor, replaced instead by impatience and indifference.
Captain Yuan, can we talk privately? Kevin asked with a smile. What's there to talk about? I have to take him away. Alan waved his hand irritably.
Kevin pondered for a moment, gesturing to Old Cat to stay calm, then softly and gently said to Alan, Captain, Cullen has already suffered enough.
Let's show some mercy where we can. Do you think you have the weight to say that? Alan asked coldly.
I share the same stance as Old Cat. I just want to ensure Colin is safe. Kevin responded softly. Captain, once some cards are revealed, no one will look good. Alan had already been restraining his anger, but upon hearing the hint of threat in Kevin's words, his temper exploded instantly. He suddenly raised his arm and swung it down. Smack! A crisp sound echoed, and Kevin received a slap in the face in full view of everyone.
Know your place. Without my say-so, do you really think you can be the team leader?
Alan blared and shouted, let me make this clear. Even if Oldley comes today, I'm still taking Colin away. Everyone else, get lost. As the words fell, the entire room fell silent. Kevin touched his cheek, smiled indifferently, and turned to Old Ma, saying, help my friend out, will you? Old Ma was still wearing that dirty military coat, hunching his neck, with his hands tucked into the sleeves, and slowly turned around to call out softly, anyone around here on Tuza Street who knows Old Ma? A few seconds later,
the street began to tremble, and a large number of figures started rushing out from the cage-like buildings, filthy alleys, and storefronts along the street. Alan looked up at the crowd, poked Kevin's chest with his finger, and asked with a smile, you've got someone backing you now, huh?
In just a moment, hundreds of men with white cloth strips tied around their arms, wielding weapons, gathered under the dim lights. A burly man from the Ma family, dressed in a leather jacket, walked at the front and spat out angrily, Alan, whether you and your brother agree or not, today I'm going to mess you up. The dozens of people on Alan's side, seeing the overwhelming crowd rushing toward them, all wore solemn expressions. At the bottom of the steps, Old Ma took out a cigarette box and called out lightly again, in this area of Tuza Street, anyone who wants medicine in the future, get out here and help me hold the line. I'm putting everything on the line today. As long as the Ma family can stand here, I'll provide medicine at zero profit for 3 months.
As his words fell, the narrow cage-like buildings on both sides of Tuza Street erupted once again with thunderous footsteps.
Yes, various teams, political connections, and major companies were all vying for their interests, but the patients and poor people living here had lost access to affordable medicine because of their fight for profit. So upon hearing Old Ma's call, they all rushed out spontaneously. The third brother saw the scene, immediately stepped back 2 steps, and shouted into the walkie-talkie, all the brothers on Tuza Street, come out right now, hurry, at the Fuyuan intersection. Alan glanced briefly at the people called by the Ma family, tilted his head to look at Kevin, and sneered, you can protect Colin on Tuza Street, but can he stay inside forever, huh? On the other side, Century Avenue in the Black District. 8 stern-faced, well-built men, all carrying cloth bags on their shoulders and wearing woolen gloves, approached 2 empty buildings where not even a shadow of a person could be seen. This place was far from the center of Songjiang City, with a nearby cemetery and a garbage disposal site designated for the Black District, so there was no sign of human activity in the surroundings.
Here it is, let's go in.
The leader of the group glanced around the area before turning to instruct the others.
Are you sure this is the place?
Yes,
Tiger had someone pick up medicine here before. The leader nodded. Check it out and get ready to work. 5 minutes later, in the central area of the empty building,
6 or 7 young men were sitting on chairs playing cards, while the windows on both sides of the room had been deliberately boarded up with wooden planks, making it appear completely dark from the outside, as if no one lived there.
The room was filled with smoke.
A young man sitting on the left side holding cards, with an e-cigarette in his mouth, asked, "Everyone's been called to Tuza Street.
Shouldn't we go take a look?
Take a look at what? There's been a lot going on lately, and the higher-ups have given orders. We're staying right here and not going anywhere." Another young man responded with a frown. No one should use any excuses to sneak out and play these days.
Just focus on your work. Got it. ZZZZZ.
While everyone was talking, the ceiling light flickered a few times and suddenly went out.
What the heck? Why did the light go out? Is the motor broken again?
Tiago, go check it out. Take the flashlight.
Bang!
Suddenly, there was a muffled sound at the door, followed by hurried footsteps right outside.
Someone's here. Grab the stuff quickly.
The young man sitting in the chair immediately stood up and shouted,
"Da-da da-da."
By the time the people inside playing cards reacted, gunfire had already erupted at the doorway, and dozens of bullets poured into the room like a torrential downpour.
Screams of agony followed one after another, and 3 people were killed on the spot.
At the doorway, the burly man leading the ambush turned off his flashlight and gestured to his companions to stop. "That's enough, no more shooting.
They want to with some weight." Inside the police department,
Director Lee sat upright at his desk, fiddling with a teacup in his hand, his brows furrowed.
On the side sofa, the senator in charge of politics within the department crossed his legs and asked, "Isn't it a bit early to make a decision now? Do you think I want to? It's that idiot old cat forcing me to." Director Lee sighed and cursed, "But it's fine.
Yuan Hua has tried to win me over many times, and I haven't responded."
Actually, that itself is a kind of stance.
"The situation might be quite chaotic in the near future," the senator quietly reminded.
"The situation over at Tuza Street has already escalated. I don't think we can hold it anymore."
"Just wait for the call," Director Lee said, raising his cup and taking a sip of tea.
Inside the Grand Palace,
Yuan Hua, after finishing a phone call, cursed with a dark expression. "That clueless old Ma Tu really thinks he has authority on Tuza Street.
All of you go over there, no need to hold back." Is Lao Mao being so tough because of Director Lee's stance?
The middle-aged man on the left frowned and asked, "If that's the case, the situation might get a bit complicated." Yuan Hua waved his hand. "I give him face, he's Director Lee. I don't give him face, he's nothing."
Tonight, I damn well want Colin. On Tuza Street, the Ma and Yuan families had already lined up in formation.
Nearly 1,000 people faced off, their weapons glinting coldly, instantly making the atmosphere unbearably tense.
In the center of the crowd, Alan tilted his head and looked at old Ma, asking, "I let you eat your fill for 2 days, and now you really think you're something, huh? I'll ask you one last time, are you going to move or not? You've blocked the road completely. How am I supposed to move?" Old Ma remained calm and unhurried from start to finish. Slowly, he turned to the people behind him and asked, "With the medicine supply cut off, how are you going to survive?" "Survive? Hell no, we'll just starve to death," the burly man leading the group shouted in response. "Those in the back, can you afford the Yuan family's medicine?"
Old Ma shouted again at the poor residents in the street.
"No, we can't." "Then what do we do? Wait to die?" "Wait for nothing. If we don't have medicine, then no one should be fine. Fight them."
Hundreds of people instantly erupted in unison, and the Ma family's henchmen grabbed their gear and began advancing.
"You handle it."
Alan looked at the crowd opposite him with a gloomy expression, turned around to call out to Lao San and the others, and then walked away. "No matter how big the trouble is, the company can handle it." As his words fell, the Yuan family members waiting by the roadside opened their trunks one after another and began pulling out weapons. Judging by their attire, they seemed to be of a slightly higher social class, clearly people with stable incomes.
"Clear everyone out from the entrance for me," Lao San shouted, jumping in frustration.
Whoosh! Hundreds of people surged forward, heading straight for the storefront where Colin was hiding.
Bang! At that moment, the sound of a gunshot rang out. Everyone instantly fell silent. Kevin raised his gun and shouted, "Captain Yuan, the matter isn't over yet, why are you leaving?"
Alan, who had already walked more than 10 meters away, turned back upon hearing the shout. Kevin stepped forward, placed the gun back in its holster, turned to Old Man Ma, and said, "Don't move yet, let me talk some more."
"What if there's still a chance?" "Kevin, do you really not understand the situation?"
Alan pointed at his chest and shouted word by word,
"Do you know how much profit the drugs from just one district of Blackstreet generate every month? You want to settle this? Do you have the weight to do it?" Ring ring.
As soon as the words were spoken, the phone in Alan's pocket started ringing.
"You should answer it," Kevin reminded with a smile. Alan hesitated slightly before reaching out to take the phone, his eyes fixed on Kevin as he pressed the answer button. "Hello? The goods and people in your warehouse are in my hands," a stranger's voice sounded.
Alan froze on the spot upon hearing this. "You guys talk, call me when you're done," the other party said before hanging up the phone. Alan stood there holding the phone, his expression shifting unpredictably as he looked at Kevin, instantly calculating in his mind. Kevin took out an e-cigarette from his pocket, tapped it twice in his hand, and said softly, "Captain Yuan, I still say the same thing, show mercy whenever possible."
"You teamed up with the Ma family and swept the goods from my warehouse?"
Alan clenched his fists, his voice low.
"Ha,
Kevin chuckled, without giving a direct response.
That's not right.
Alan stared intently at Kevin and continued, without someone backing you, you wouldn't dare to do this.
There's someone behind you, isn't there?
Kevin looked at him and still remained silent.
Old Lee? Alan thought for a moment, then pointed at Kevin's chest and asked, is it him? As long as you don't touch Colin, the goods and the underlings in the warehouse won't have any issues. I've already given you a way out, so why are you standing on old Lee's side again?
Alan blared and shouted, do you think he's tough?
Let me tell you, the connections he's made in the police department might not be as many as mine. In the police department, I call him director, but outside of it, do you know what I call him? I know you have someone backing you.
Kevin nodded.
Coming in from the outside isn't easy. Songjiang is complicated.
With your foundation, one wrong step and you'll be crushed to pieces.
Yeah, I get it.
Kevin replied, squinting his eyes, if I hadn't been extra cautious and talked things through with old Ma first, once the drug dealer's business was cut off, who knows, I might have been taken out on some street corner.
Alan was momentarily speechless. Let's be straightforward. You supported me before, but I've also done things for you.
The past is the past, but today we're talking about Colin.
Kevin's smile vanished as he stared at Alan and said word by word, I'm just asking you, can you let it go today?
Impossible.
Impossible, huh? Then let's do this.
Kevin's gaze suddenly turned icy as he glared at Alan and shouted, if you arrest Colin right now, I won't stop you. 6 hours later, if you kill him, I'll take the evidence of your warehouse drug dealings and the confessions of the arrested personnel and immediately hit your Yuan family's turf. You know exactly how much the goods and people are worth.
F*** your mother. Try making a move. Alan raised his hand, ready to slap Kevin across the face.
Kevin suddenly extended his right hand, his 5 fingers gripping Alan's neck like steel clamps, and cursed fiercely, I'm not Colin, who only resists after being bullied. I gave you face earlier, but now I damn well won't.
Smack!
As the words fell, Kevin swung back and slapped Alan across the face.
You damn!
The third brother froze for a moment, then reached for his gun, aiming it at Kevin's head. Kevin turned around, looked at Lao San, and shouted, do your job as a dog properly.
This is none of your business.
Clatter, clatter, Kevin shouted, and all 3 men behind old Ma Tu drew their guns.
In the superintendent's office.
After taking a phone call, Director Lee stood by the window and dialed Yuan Hua's number.
Ah, Director Lee, long time no see. Yuan Hua's hearty voice came through the phone.
Let the kid from Tuza Street go, just as a favor to me. Director Lee got straight to the point.
Yuan Hua was stunned for a moment and immediately responded, I can't do that.
You know, although I'm the one supplying the drugs, the profits aren't just mine alone. That kid has a supply channel, and old Ma is protecting him. Isn't it just to use that connection to compete with me? Tell me, how can I let him go? I don't care about the profits, Director Lee said with a slight frown. Tonight, I just want to make sure that kid stays out of trouble. Hiss, ha ha ha. Yuan Hua took a deep breath and replied with a laugh, this is not easy to handle, can't be done. The goods and people in your warehouse are all with old Ma, Director Lee bluntly stated. If any of those kids on Tuza Street get into trouble tonight, you better weigh the losses. If the goods are gone and the people spill the beans, your troubles won't be small either.
Yuan Hua froze in place upon hearing the voice. Several seconds later, Alan answered his elder brother's call. Hello? Speak.
Yuan Hua remained silent for a long time before gritting his teeth and replying, old Lee got involved.
You should retreat for now. Early morning.
At the top floor of the Grand Palace, Yuan Hua sat on the sofa with one hand supporting his cheek, expressionless, silently observing over a dozen big shots from the Black Street territory on both sides. After a long silence, a bald man, sitting with his legs crossed, frowned and said, first, this matter wasn't handled well, and it already reflects poorly on us. Now, sitting together to analyze why we failed is like slapping ourselves in the face. It's meaningless.
The small fry in the area fight for food, but we fight for pride.
Whether or not Colin is willing to hand over the supply channel now, he must be taken down not for anything else, but to slap old Lee in the face and mess with old Ma's mindset. That makes sense. A lean man immediately nodded in agreement. Us being willing to let Colin go is one thing, but old Lee protecting him is another. If we don't fight back for this, the people below will feel uneasy, and those above will reassess our standing in Songjiang. I'll handle it. The bald man stood up, his gaze dark and sinister.
No matter how much money it costs, I won't let Colin leave Songjiang. If we can't do it openly, we'll do it covertly.
Just drop it. Yuan Hua frowned and waved his hand dismissively.
Everyone froze upon hearing the voice and fell silent once again.
Yuan Hua picked up his teacup, looked coldly at the group, and said, the goods and people in the warehouse have been taken by the Ma family, and for them to dare pull this off, they must have gotten old Lee's approval. Your tail is in their hands, so what are you still shouting about? The bald man reached up to touch his head but didn't dare talk back. I still haven't fully figured out why old Lee is opposing me on this matter, but the Ma family daring to challenge me today must be because of the supply channel in Colin's hands, Yuan Hua said as he stood up. hands behind his back, narrating, "If we don't tear things apart, everything can be negotiated. But if we do, then you want to save face," and the dignified police commissioner, along with the Ma family, who have also risen in prominence over the past 2 years, won't want to lose face either, right? The situation is already clear. The people on the other side will go all out to protect Colin in this matter. If you dare make a move, the goods and people in the Ma family's hands will be handed over to the police department by tomorrow morning. By then, we'll lose the money, lose the people, and end up with a big mess on our hands. Everyone couldn't help but nod upon hearing this. What's more, if you can think of continuing to look for Colin now, wouldn't they have any precautions at all? Even a beggar staying in one place for a long time can make a couple of friends, let alone Oli, who has been the police chief in Songjiang for so many years. Yuan Hua sighed and said, "Colin definitely can't be found. Let's handle my uncle's funeral first. The burial make it grand." The bald man immediately reminded upon hearing the word grand, "Da Hua, your uncle's matter is quite embarrassing for us. If we make it grand, won't outsiders laugh at us? Only those without confidence fear others' gossip." Yuan Hua firmly instructed, "Make it grand. Send him and Tiger off in style." "All right." The lean man nodded. "All right, everyone disperse." Yuan Hua threw out the words and turned to head out the door. The crowd exchanged glances, their expressions unpleasant, and began whispering to each other with sighs. Alan was also present just now, but he hadn't said a word from beginning to end. It was only after his elder brother left that he followed him out. In the corridor, Alan followed his elder brother and said with a somewhat complaining tone, "I mentioned before, if the company wants to go further, we need to establish rules first. The people below have been acting too ostentatiously in the past 2 years. Many of them lack skills and brains, and not only do they fail to contribute anything to the company, but they also create trouble. Take Tiger, for example. Although he got into trouble, was there no sign at all? When I was fully focused on targeting the Ma family at the police station a while ago, he secretly started dealing drugs on Tuza Street, just to make some quick money for himself. But have you thought about it? Once he did that, the news got back to the police station. Even a fool could figure out why I was targeting the Ma family. Big brother, sometimes rumors can kill, do you understand? Do you think Old Lee stood on the opposite side this time just because he made a last-minute decision? Let me tell you, he's been looking down on us for a long time. He thinks we're too excessive in our actions, and he might even believe that I could threaten his position in the police station in the future. Do you understand? But am I, Alan, the type to act recklessly at the police station? Absolutely not. I've always kept a low profile, but this impression of recklessness comes from others in the company. Yuan Hua turned around upon hearing this, his face expressionless, and asked, "What exactly are you trying to say?" "I just want to say, this time we've suffered so much, even lost our uncle, so we must learn from this and not let the failure be meaningless," Alan said passionately. "It's time to set some rules and clean up a batch of people." Yuan Hua stared at his younger brother for a long time, then suddenly pointed at his chest and said, "You need to understand, your big brother didn't build this empire with a group of top students. The people who follow us are those who once struggled to even have enough to eat. And even today, these grassroots people are still your big brother's most reliable support. If you set rules and clean them out, when the Ma family comes, who will deal with them? You, or me? My point is, your idea is just on paper, it doesn't suit us." Yuan Hua said this and left. Upon hearing this, Alan's blood boiled, and he growled, "Brother, District 9 won't stay chaotic forever. 5 years, 10 years, 20 years later, one day it will become well-structured, with a stable social environment. If you don't change, you'll be dragged down by these people." Yuan Hua did not respond, only stepping away and disappearing into the corridor. 2 days later, 3 military trucks slowly drove out of District 9 and stopped at the edge of a desolate land. 10 minutes later, a dirty half-truck came up the road, swaying its headlights a few times toward the pavement. Before long, Colin, his younger sister Chiyu, and their elderly, ailing mother got off the vehicle, bid farewell to the soldier who had escorted them, and stepped onto the half-truck. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky, covering the land that had been frozen for 3 or 4 years, leaving only an endless expanse of white. Colin, with his abdomen wrapped in gauze, lay in the back seat of the half-truck, staring blankly at District 9, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He worked hard there, once smiling to cater to this messed-up era. He lost his dignity there, giving like a dog, thinking he had gained so much. But today, as he left, he didn't even bring out a single intact quilt, only the heavy burden of social obligations and 2 relatives he needed to support. Gone, years of effort, all gone overnight. Colin couldn't figure out the meaning of his past kneeling, so he decided to move forward standing tall from now on. With his head leaning against the cold, frost-covered car window, Colin murmured with a burning face, "Don't let me recover, don't let me rise again. Otherwise, one day I will return here with a smile, watching all of you cry." Inside the superintendent's office, Director Lee stood by the window with his hands behind his back and asked softly, "Has that kid left?" "He's already gone," Old Cat nodded. "The biggest reason I've stayed in the director's position without moving up is because I don't want to get involved in specific relationships and specific matters," Director Lee said wearily. "But this time, I still made a statement.
It's hard to stay out of it.
Beside the desk, Kevin heard Director Lee's words and felt an inexplicable sense of closeness. This was because the other party's attitude at this moment was no longer official, and his words were very straightforward. This also meant that Director Lee no longer regarded Kevin as just an ordinary team leader within the police department but as one of his own. This change has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that Kevin has finally managed to join an organization and establish connections above, which means he will have access to opportunities in his work that others might not be able to secure. However, the disadvantage is equally apparent. He has completely offended the Yuan family, and in the future, he may face retaliation and suppression from them in any matter.
Moreover, Director Lee's current attitude is clearly not very optimistic, which shows that the Yuan family's connections and background are far more complex than they appear on the surface.
In the coming period, there might be some clashes with the Yuan family. Old Lee turned around and softly instructed Old Cat and Kevin, tell the Ma family to halt their drug operations for now, regardless of whether they have stock or not. Let the people below keep a low profile for a while. I want to see what cards Yuan Hua is holding. Even if they wanted to continue, they couldn't, Old Cat responded softly.
With the long dead, the Ma family's supply chain is cut off.
Even if they want to sell, they don't have any goods in hand.
Director Lee frowned, walked to the chair, and sat down, asking softly, does Colin have a long supply channel?
Colin said he looked for it but couldn't find the contact information his brother left him.
Old Cat responded quickly.
I've already instructed him to try to contact some of Along's former connections to see if he can take over the channel. Old Lee took a sip of tea and said firmly, the connections I have above also need to see benefits to get things done.
If the supply channel can't be connected and the Ma family doesn't have the Yuan family's capabilities on the street, then why would my connections exert effort behind the scenes?
Understood, Kevin nodded in agreement.
You should also keep a low profile. Recently, Old Lee pointed at Kevin and said, the tiger is dead, Yuan Wei is dead too, and throughout the whole matter, your involvement is quite significant, so you need to guard against retaliation from the other side.
Understood, Director, Kevin responded with a serious expression.
Sigh.
Old Cat sighed beside them, reached out to fill his cup with hot water, and while blowing on the steam, shook his head and said, what's wrong with people these days? It's understandable that the poor brothers in the slums act out of self-interest, given how hard it is to get food and survive.
But those in power at the top tell me, which one of them isn't well fed, isn't lacking food? Why the hell are they all so profit-driven too? Is there not a single one who stays in their position and does some real work?
Old Lee pondered for a moment, then looked at Old Cat and said, do you remember my speech at the inauguration meeting when I first became the director?
Old Cat was momentarily stunned upon hearing this.
I was the first to declare that I would resolve the chaos on Tuza Street within 2 years and address the basic law and order issues on Black Street within 5 years. When this statement reached the police department, many people laughed at me.
I didn't mind at the time, but now the time has come. Do you think I got the job done?
Old Lee sighed and said, what was a joke back then has truly turned into a joke now. Old Cat and Kevin were both speechless upon hearing this. I've been sitting in this chair for so many years, and I've come to a conclusion, Director Lee said with a smile.
No matter how ambitious your ideals are, they can't beat reality.
Harsh environment, chaotic order, power struggles at the top, all are using the opportunity of the world's reshuffling to fight for absolute discourse power for individuals, teams, or factions.
In such circumstances, personal aspirations are completely insignificant.
So, if you want to make some changes and do something meaningful, the best approach is not resistance but integration.
You need to follow the current rules.
Perhaps after serving a term, you'll look back and find that you've still left some mark on society. Listening to Director Lee's words, Kevin suddenly felt that this middle-aged man was full of stories, possessing a wisdom and ambition that he deeply admired. At the same time, he realized that Old Cat was actually quite similar to Director Lee in certain ways. They both belonged to the type of people who wanted to live authentically in this chaotic era, even though sometimes they had to compromise, or forced to compromise. Alright, rambling on about this doesn't mean much, Director Lee sighed, his tone leaving no room for argument as he instructed the two juniors in front of him, in short, keep a low profile for now and don't cause trouble.
Understood. Got it. The two nodded. Oh, by the way,
Director Lee stood up, looked up at Kevin, and said, since you've chosen a side, you need to have the mindset of someone who has chosen a side. You must quickly turn Group 3 of Team 1 into your Kevin's Group 3. In the future, I'll find an opportunity to pull Group 3 out and assign them to another team. As for the issue of the promotion pathway, I'll handle it for you. You just need to provide me with an absolute reason to justify your promotion.
Yes, Kevin responded and saluted.
Both of you, get out. Director Lee waved his hand.
An hour and a half later,
on Tuza Street, Old Cat squatted by the roadside curb, looked up at Kevin, and asked, do you regret siding with me?
Since I'm already here, regretting won't do a damn thing.
Kevin rolled his eyes.
Didn't you say you wouldn't get involved? Why did you change your mind later? Old Cat asked with a grin.
Kevin pondered for a moment, then slowly squatted by the roadside and replied, you can go all out for Colin, who has nothing.
I just don't want to lose you as a friend.
Xiaoyu, let's walk this road
road together from now on.
Old Cat grinned, patting Kevin's shoulder and said, I know a fortune teller, and he told me that people with small chicken sizes are always loyal and trustworthy. I've seen your size, and you're definitely the top tier of such people.
You're someone worth betting my life on. F*******, you idiot. Kevin locked Old Cat's neck with his right arm. Do you believe I'll kill you? **T. Stop messing around. Am I big or not? Yeah, big. Call me dad. That's too much. Damn it. I'm gonna fight you.
Old Cat got angry and reached out to poke Kevin's eyes. Tell me, is the reason you get along so well with Colin because he is very, very weak?
Kevin asked through gritted teeth.
Old Cat's face turned red from Kevin's grip, and he responded with a cheeky smile. I can only say he's a budding lotus just starting to show its tip.
You jerk, you're really shameless.
Kevin grabbed Old Cat and started punching him furiously. Under the dim light, two young men brought together by an incident joked around and wrestled playfully. From this moment on, they truly entered each other's hearts, entangling their lives in the years to come, supporting each other as they moved forward.
After messing around for a while, Old Man Ma walked over from across the street and shouted with his head down, What are you two up to? Kevin looked up with a smile. You're here? When will you be able to get Damon and my shower out? Old Ma asked directly, lowering his head.
On the other side, the funeral for Yuan Wei and Tiger, along with others, had already been successfully held over on Century Avenue.
Many prominent figures from the Songjiang area went to pay their respects.
And it was right after this moment that the formal clashes began to unfold fiercely on this land.
On Dirt Street,
Old Cat stood up, casually stretched out his hand, and said, Brother Ma, give me a cigarette.
Who are you calling brother? I'm probably older than your dad, right?
Old Ma said, quite speechless.
All of us are wanderers of the world. You have to call me big brother to make it authentic.
Old Cat grinned, showing his teeth.
Don't hold back, give me one.
Old Ma rolled his eyes and reached into his pants pocket to pull out a cigarette that looked like roasted tobacco. I'm asking you, when can you get Damon and shower sorted out? Old Cat reached out and snatched the unwrapped cigarette box, grinning cheekily as he said, We're all on the same side now. How could I not handle this for you?
Give me back the cigarette. Don't be stingy.
You guys deal with a lot of people when buying and selling goods, so it's easier for you to get cigarettes. We barely get to smoke a few sticks of flu-cured tobacco all year.
Old Cat shamelessly stuffed an entire pack of cigarettes into his pocket. Thanks, big brother. Get lost. Old Ma couldn't be bothered with him and turned to the more reliable Kevin, asking, when can the person come out? Kevin blinked a few times. It's not realistic for both of them to come out. Upon hearing this, Old Ma frowned.
Kid, this is a bit of a breach of promise, isn't it? When you came to me, we made it clear I would help, but you have to work things out to get to Min and shower out.
Now you're saying this?
Uncle Ma, we're all straightforward people, so I'll be direct. Kevin looked at Old Ma with a simple and honest expression, speaking animatedly, You're protecting Colin because you hope to eventually reconnect with his brother's supply chain, am I right?
If Colin didn't have this connection with Along, even if I knelt before you, you wouldn't go head to head with Alan on Tuza Street, would you?
Old Ma fell silent upon hearing this.
You've actually gained quite a bit from this situation. In the past, you couldn't even talk to Oldly from my family, but after this incident, we've ended up on the same side, haven't we?
Kevin continued with a smile, We're all adults here, so let's not play pointless games. You know better than anyone about the issues with your Jim and Dimin trafficking 5 kilograms of drugs is enough for a death sentence, and the contraband I seized when I caught them that day was at least 100 kilograms, right?
You also know that this case was originally handled by Alan. Now that things have fallen apart, you're asking me to get both of them out of his hands. Do you think that's realistic? Old Ma's expression turned a bit heated upon hearing this.
He reached out to grab his cigarette pack, only to realize that Old Cat had already taken his cigarettes.
Here, I have an e-cigarette.
Old Cat slyly pulled out his used vape pen from his pocket and pretended to hand it to Old Ma.
Get lost.
Old Ma cursed and then looked at Kevin, asking, So tell me, to what extent can you handle this matter?
I've reported the situation to Oldly.
His idea is to sacrifice one person to take all the blame, so the other can be maneuvered out, Kevin responded in a low voice. The good thing about this case so far is that Jim and Damin have kept their mouths shut and haven't spilled everything.
Otherwise, no matter who you approach, this matter couldn't be resolved, given the ironclad evidence. Is there really no other way? Old Ma asked again. Really none. Kevin shook his head.
And you need to decide quickly, because we've already fallen out with Alan. If things are settled and he solidifies the case, it will be even harder to handle.
What kind of person is Old Ma?
He's the kind who can stir up endless waves in a complex area like Tuza Street, an old hand with a decisive character. After Kevin explained the situation to him clearly, Old Ma thought for less than 2 minutes before decisively saying, Let Shower come out.
All right. Kevin nodded and replied, I'll interrogate the two of them right away and probe them a bit. How long will Damon be sentenced? Old Ma asked again, can his life be spared? Unlikely.
The 5-kilogram threshold has already been exceeded, so it's very hard to argue for a life sentence instead of the death penalty.
Kevin shook his head.
No, death is absolutely not an option.
Old Ma shook his head. He must stay alive.
Kevin scratched his nose and followed up, saying, if that's the kind of request, then it might cost some money.
Old Ma was stunned upon hearing this. What money? How come you don't get it now? You need to make arrangements to save your life, don't you? And if you're making arrangements, would that be for free? Old Cat suddenly chimed in from the side. Old Ma crossed his arms and glanced sideways at the two. Trying to play tricks on me? What kind of trick is this? You know the situation in the office, Old Cat replied with a grin. Even for me to get a promotion, I have to pull some strings. Old Ma ground his teeth and calmly looked at the two, asking, so how much would this operation cost? I think 30,000 should be enough. It should save us. Old Cat turned to Kevin and asked, what do you think? I think 25,000 should be about right. Would it really cost that much? Kevin frowned and countered, nonsense?
Just dealing with the prosecution side will cost at least 15,000, not to mention the internal favors and connections.
I'm telling you, 30,000 is already a conservative estimate. Old Cat responded firmly, this is a major case, not some trivial matter. Ah, well, this situation is really quite embarrassing. Kevin looked at Old Ma with some hesitation, opening his mouth as if to say more. Enough! Old Ma shouted angrily, stop pretending. We're all locals here. What are you two trying to act like exorcists for?
The two immediately fell silent upon hearing this. I'll pay the 30,000.
Old Ma asked straightforwardly, in which direction can the case be handled? Kevin pondered for a moment and replied, illegal possession.
Because we failed in the first arrest and didn't seize much evidence on the spot, and in the second arrest, we only intercepted the goods but didn't catch the act of selling red-handed.
As long as Demin insists he was only storing the drugs, there won't be a problem. How long could Demin be sentenced? Old Ma asked again.
Around 15 years. Old Ma saw how quickly Kevin answered and cursed speechlessly, you son of a gun, did you prepare your lines before calling me?
Talking to someone of your status, I definitely had to prepare. Old Cat chimed in.
I just realized, you two may be young, but you're quite the deep pit. Old Ma gritted his teeth. The two laughed but didn't respond.
Alright, this matter is settled then. Tomorrow, I'll have someone send the money to you.
Old Ma agreed because he knew this money had to be spent. Otherwise, why would the authorities protect him in the future? Besides, this also helped establish new connections.
Uncle Ma, keep a low profile for now.
That's what Old Lee said, Kevin reminded him.
Got it. Old Ma nodded and then turned to leave. Half an hour later, Kevin and Old Cat walked back while chatting spiritedly. How do we split the 30,000? Kevin asked. Each of us gets 5,000 and the rest goes to Old Lee? Old Cat replied with a grin.
I want to share some with the team, Kevin said softly. Elvis stood by my side that day, and everyone has been putting in a lot of effort lately because of the drug trafficking case. Then give Old Lee 15,000, we'll split 5,000, and the rest goes to the team. Old Cat didn't fuss over the money because he wasn't in great need of it, so he didn't care much.
Alright, Kevin grinned and nodded.
I think if we'd asked for 50,000 just now, he would have given it. Old Cat cursed regretfully, still too timid.
Ha ha, Kevin laughed heartily.
Inside a large courtyard on Century Avenue, the crowd surged, wreaths stood in rows, and the white cloth strips hanging on the morning shed fluttered in the wind, creating an atmosphere of solemnity and honor.
Hua gu, boss. Ah, Da Hua is here. Hua, my friend, why does your complexion look so bad?
After Yuan Hua walked in from the doorway, the people in the courtyard greeted him one after another, using various forms of address and representing all kinds of ethnicities, which clearly showed how deep Yuan Hua's influence was here. Nodding along the way and occasionally stopping to exchange a few words with acquaintances, Yuan Hua finally stepped into the main house.
Guests, offer incense. The family expresses their gratitude.
The person in charge called out from inside the hall, and Yuan Hui's wife stepped forward to hand over the rare sandalwood incense.
After bowing, Yuan Hua personally placed the incense in front of the portraits of Yuan Wei and Lao Hu. Da Hua, what am I going to do in the future? The young ant burst into tears and collapsed to the ground. Yuan Hua turned around, reached out to help the young ant up, and said, after the funeral, you can move into my house. I'll take care of you and the child from now on. Da Hua, my Xiaowei died so unjustly. If there's injustice, it will be avenged. Yuan Hua reached out and patted the young ant's shoulder. Compose yourself, there are outsiders present. The young ant gritted her teeth and nodded. Yuan Hua turned his head and glanced at the core members in the room, softly calling out, meeting on the second floor. 10 minutes later, Yuan Hua sat upright on the wooden chair and spoke briefly to the crowd. We definitely won't be able to seize Colin's supply channel in the short term, but to prevent the Ma family from connecting to this channel in the future and continuing to compete with us for work, we need to make Tuzha Street lively first. The crowd nodded in response. There's no fear in making things big, only in having no results, Yuan Hua said, raising a finger. Within a month, we must break up the Ma family's group and clear them out of Tuzha Street. Old Ma has definitely connected with Director Li by now. Should we consider the official factors? The lean man asked with a frown. Yuan Hua pondered for a moment and replied, I'll handle the official pressure. You just focus on the matters on the ground. Understood. Everyone nodded. With one word from the boss, the entire Blackstreet territory began to stir. Evening of the second day.
After visiting Demin and Malawer in prison, Kevin returned home alone to gather some clothes, planning to stay in the dormitory with old Cat for a while.
Just as he finished packing, Kevin stood by the window and saw Edison coming back. He paused for a moment, then immediately opened the door and called out, "Oh wow, Lynn dummy, you're back?"
"Get lost." Edison turned around and sharply cursed, "You dead gay."
"Heh, got off work pretty early today, huh? I'm done with my stuff, so I came back." Edison saw Kevin greeting her, so she didn't go back to her room but instead walked over and asked, "Where's your partner? Separated?" "He went back to his parents' house." Kevin didn't bother to explain and casually made up an excuse. "Going back to your parents' house? From what I've observed, shouldn't you be the one playing the zero? Can you stop already?" Kevin retorted with a sidelong glance, "Why is a young girl like you paying attention to such trivial nonsense?" You're absolutely right.
You two are nothing but trivial nonsense."
"Shameless."
Kevin's face turned red from Lin Yinlei's teasing.
Hee, I won't tease you anymore."
Edison stretched lazily and asked with a radiant smile, "Hey, big brother, I helped you out.
"Shouldn't you treat me to a meal?"
That night, the reason the Ma family was able to locate Yuan Hua's stash warehouse on Century Avenue was actually thanks to Lin Yinlei. She had previously had a conflict with Tiger, which Kevin had resolved. The reliable information Kevin provided to the Ma family came from the photos Edison had taken back then, so she indeed did Kevin a big favor.
"What do you want to eat?" Kevin asked. "I want Japanese food," Edison responded casually. Kevin was stunned when he heard this. "Eat Japanese food, my ass."
There are barely any Japanese restaurants in all of Songjiang, and one plate of salmon costs more than my salary for several months.
"What the hell are we eating? You dare curse at me again? Is it because you're getting too familiar with me? I'll take you to eat something else, okay? What is it? Let's go. You'll understand once we're outside."
Kevin put down the water cup and picked up his luggage.
Edison was a bit curious and asked with a slight frown, "Why are you taking so much stuff? Aren't we staying here?"
"No, we're seeking refuge."
Kevin didn't bother to explain and pulled Edison out the door, saying, "Let's go."
A handsome man and a beautiful woman walked along the shabby street for about 20 minutes before arriving at an alley next to the police station. Edison blew warm air onto her palms, her face flushed red from the cold, and looked up at the storefront in front of her, saying, "This place doesn't even have a signboard, and you still have the nerve to bring me here."
"It's about the sentiment, not the money." "That's nonsense," Edison retorted crisply, "cheapskate."
Kevin carried his luggage to the door, lifted the thick cotton curtain with his hand, and turned around to shout, "Come in."
This restaurant was introduced to Kevin by Elvis.
It mainly served river fish noodle soup, a truly authentic snack of Songjiang. To the north of Songjiang, there was a large frozen river that stretched for hundreds of miles, disappearing beyond the horizon even past the 9th district. Some hard-working fishermen often cut holes in the ice on the river and used nets to catch fish from beneath. Although most parts of the world today no longer had living creatures, fortunately, the Songjiang area had suffered relatively less damage. The environment here was not as harsh as outside the district. Otherwise, the 9th Special District would not have chosen to rebuild a city here. The River Fish Noodle restaurant had just one dish, one staple food. Shortly after Kevin and Edison sat down, the owner brought a large iron pot to the table, using a charcoal brazier to burn small wooden blocks for heating and keeping it warm. The cost of gas was too high, and small restaurants simply couldn't afford it. Edison brushed her hair tips, lowered her head to glance at the river fish and hand-rolled noodles sprinkled with red chili in the large iron pot, and said with a radiant smile, "Looks pretty good. Just this pot, nearly $200. Kevin rolled his eyes and said, "Not cheap at all. I really splurged this time."
All right, I know you're stingy, no need to say it."
Edison picked up her chopsticks, grabbed a piece of fish, and started chewing with her small mouth. It really is quite tasty. Not just tasty, but also a good deal. Kevin, starving, scooped up some noodles onto his plate and started devouring them ravenously.
"Why are you eating like a starving ghost? Aren't you afraid of burning your mouth?" Edison frowned and muttered, "Can't you be a bit more dignified? I'm gay, and I don't want to hit on you, so why bother pretending?" Kevin teased deliberately. Edison smiled and pursed her lips. "Do you like me? Otherwise, why did you help me beat up that guy, Tiger, the other day?" "I like your 2-meter long chest hair? Get lost. I'm just kind-hearted."
"That's why I'm helping you," Kevin added insincerely.
He. Edison looked at Kevin and smiled. "Don't have any improper thoughts about me. I can be like a sister to you, and I can also teach you how to woo the one you love." Kevin, unwilling to bicker with Lin Yinlei, looked up at her and asked, "There's something I'm quite curious about." "What? The people who kidnapped you, are they somehow related to the Yuan family?" Kevin suddenly asked. Edison was stunned. "How do you know?" "I guessed.
Because later, Alan suppressed the matter of your kidnapping, and there were rumors in the department that the third brother got scolded by Alan for interfering."
Kevin responded truthfully.
"I also found out later that Matsushita was connected to them. Logically speaking, Yuan Hua isn't doing too badly, so why would he have someone kidnap you?
Just for a bit of money?" Kevin couldn't help but ask.
Edison hesitated slightly upon hearing this, her delicate face showing some uncertainty.
"Forget it. If you can't talk about it, then don't."
Seeing that the other party wasn't keen keen on continuing the conversation, Kevin immediately dropped the topic. Edison took a sip of plain water and, after a long silence, responded, "Actually, there's no need to hide it from you. Yuan Hua hired someone to kidnap me because my uncle is an executive at a major company in Fongbei. He asked my uncle for a favor, but my uncle refused, so he came up with this plan. Originally, it seems he intended for Song Xia to pose as a kidnapper and demand money from my uncle, and then, through a series of convincing performances, he would rescue me. In this way, he could gain favor and achieve his goal, right?" "Oh, I see." Kevin nodded and asked again, "But if he wanted your uncle to do him a favor, why kidnap you? Doesn't your uncle have kids?" "Because I happen to be coming to Songjiang for a position, and I grew up in my uncle's house, so I'm not much different from his children." Edison replied with a smile, "My uncle's other children all have certain social status, so I guess Yuan Hua didn't dare to touch them and could only pick me, the easy target." "Ah, now I understand. Enough about me, let's talk about you." Edison took off her coat, her pretty face flushed as she looked at Kevin and asked, "Did you come to District 9 on your own? What about your family?" Kevin frowned immediately upon hearing this question. What's wrong?" Edison sensed something was off with Kevin and cautiously asked again. "I don't have any family. Before District 9 was established, there was chaos, and I was abandoned. Some say my parents died, others say they ran off alone, taking my younger brother with them." Kevin's gaze dimmed. "Anyway, there are all kinds of stories. So many years have passed, I've almost forgotten about them." Edison was stunned for a long time, her eyes blank as she said, "Sorry, I thought." "It's fine, I'm used to it." Kevin waved his hand. As the words fell, the atmosphere between the two became a bit silent, and they both started eating their own food quietly. About 20 minutes later, Kevin paid the bill and walked out of the small restaurant with Edison again. It was very cold outside, and sporadic snowflakes began to fall. Edison shivered from the cold, constantly pouting her lips and blowing warm air onto her hands. "Are all women crazy or what? Wearing so little in this weather, aren't you afraid of dying young?" Kevin rolled his eyes, then lowered his head and pulled out a pair of thick, old sheepskin gloves from his luggage bag. "Put these on." Edison reached out to take the thick gloves, then turned to look at the tall and sturdy Kevin. "You're quite thoughtful. Reading expressions and observing moods, flirting and picking up girls, that's a basic life skill," Kevin replied with a smirk. "Bah, trying to woo me with a pair of shabby gloves? Dream on." Edison spat, then cheerfully put on the gloves and exclaimed, "Wow, they're really warm." Kevin said nothing more and continued walking forward at a steady pace. Lin Yenlei, wearing the gloves, touched the icicles on various windowsills and suddenly shouted, "Big dummy, what's up?" Kevin turned around. "Cheer up. What's already happened can't be changed by anyone, but living in times like these, we have to believe that tomorrow will be better." Edison stood in the snowy alley, optimistically persuading, "At least right now, you've got a beautiful woman walking the streets with you. What's there to be dissatisfied about?" Kevin was stunned for a moment, then replied with a smile, "Thank you, beautiful." Under the dim light, the two stared at each other for a while. Edison seemed a bit embarrassed, quickly walking forward and saying, "What are you staring at? Let's go, take me home." "Sure, I can take you back, but it can't be for free." "Can something happen tonight?" Kevin asked while following behind. "Don't flirt, or I'll call your partner." Deep inside Tuza Street, a few young men who were eating with Old Man Ma were now standing in front of a storefront, talking in low voices. In the distance, a bald-headed white Russian man, accompanied by 4 young men, staggered over. "Are there any women?" the white Russian man shouted with a drunken hiccup. The young man by the roadside turned his head and glanced at them. "How many of you are there? Are you blind? Can't you count?" The man next to the white Russian guy started cursing. "Who are you cursing at?" Bang! The white Russian guy threw a punch, sending the young man stumbling 3 steps back before crashing to the ground with a thud. "Damn it, you dare to make a move." The companion next to him helped the young man up, glaring and cursing, "Looking for trouble, huh?" The Russian man put his hand to his mouth and whistled, then turned around and shouted, "The Ma family people hit me." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 or 4 dozen people suddenly rushed out from a dark alley not far away, wielding steel pipes and machetes as they charged forward. A premeditated clash began tonight. On the way to Courtyard 88, Kevin was communicating feelings with Edison when the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. "Hello, Xiaowei? There's trouble on Tuza Street. A brawl involving over 100 people. Oldley personally issued orders for all off-duty officers to return immediately to organize arrests and disperse the rioters as quickly as possible," Elvis said urgently. Kevin paused for a moment. "I knew the Yuan family wouldn't stay quiet." "Alright, wait for me, I'll head back to the team right away." "Alright." After exchanging a few words, they ended the call. Kevin turned to Edison and said, "You should walk back by yourself. Something happened over at Tuza Street. I have to head over there." "Alright, you take care of your business. I can walk back on my own." Edison immediately nodded in agreement. "Head back quickly. It's quite chaotic tonight, so stay safe." "Alright, go quickly. Leaving now." Kevin didn't have time to continue chatting with Lin Yenlei, so he just said a couple of words and turned to run toward the police division. Inside the case handling area of the police division's first team, the acting vice captain, Lao San, called called a meeting for all the members of Team 1 subgroups but deliberately did not notify the members of Group 3 to attend. Next to the workbench, Lao San held a teacup and casually looked at everyone as he said, "The commotion over on Tuza Street is getting out of hand. These drug dealers go crazy when they fight and couldn't care less if you're a government worker. So when you get there, play it by ear and don't foolishly charge forward." Understood. Got it. Dozens of people listened to the third brother's words without showing any reaction on the surface, but their minds were as clear as a mirror. The troublemakers on Tuza Street were definitely all from the Yuan family, so the third brother was telling everyone to go easy when necessary. After giving a couple of instructions, the third brother put down his water cup, stood up, and said, "Grab the riot gear, drive into the site. Set all walkie-talkies to our team's dedicated channel. I'll call you if anything comes up." Everyone nodded in response and quickly left. On the road, Kevin actually knew very well in his heart that the ones causing trouble on Tuza Street were definitely the interest groups led by the Yuan and Ma families, so he wanted to call Old Cat to discuss how to resolve the issue. Ring ring. The phone rang again before it could be dialed. Hello? Kevin quickly pressed the answer button. "Team leader, the first team is having an internal meeting. Everyone is present, but Old 3 specifically didn't notify us," Elvis said hurriedly. "So, do you think we should still follow the first team for tonight's case?" Kevin pondered for a moment. "Drive the third team's car toward my place and pick me up first, then we'll talk." "All right," Elvis nodded. "Tell the brothers in our group not to panic. If Old 3 doesn't call us, that's even better. It saves me from having to watch out for them causing trouble during the case. Just remember, even if Alan and his people want to pick a fight for revenge, I'll definitely stand in front of you all first." Kevin was very clear in his heart that the reason Elvis, Leo, and the brothers from Group 3 stood by his side that day on Tuza Street, apart from valuing him as a person, was mainly because they understood that Lee C was backing him. That gave them the courage to defy Alan. So at this moment, Kevin gave Elvis a reassurance with his words and felt a strong sense of closeness to the brothers in Group 3, because they could be considered Kevin's true core team now, rather than just members of some squad. This was also why, after Kevin and Mauer tricked Lao Ma out of 30,000 yuan, his first thought was to share some with everyone. In today's environment, relationships between people are actually quite practical. If others are willing to support you, you must ensure they have meat to eat and soup to drink. "Alright, I understand, team leader. I'll head over right away. I've walked halfway, hurry up, you can see me by the roadside." "Okay," Elvis responded and immediately hung up the phone. Kevin looked down at his phone, walking quickly on the cold street. Just as he was about to press the dial button to contact Old Cat, he suddenly felt as if someone was watching him from behind. This feeling was a natural instinct Kevin had developed from years of staying in the unplanned area, so he immediately turned his head to look back. By the roadside, a man wearing a woolen hat and a dirty leather coat was walking briskly with his head down. Kevin glanced at him, turned around, and continued looking at his phone. Behind him, the sound of footsteps grew more hurried and distinct. Kevin suddenly turned around again, and at that moment, the man in the woolen hat also raised his head and slipped his right hand into his pocket. At this moment, the two were approximately 10 meters apart. Kevin stared at the other person in a daze and then noticed two men walking over from the opposite side of the road. A very bad premonition surged in Kevin's heart. Swish! Suddenly, the man in the knit cap drew a gun. Bang! Crash! Without a second thought, Kevin bent his body sideways, thrust his shoulder forward, and took large strides, smashing through the floor-to-ceiling glass of a roadside storefront. Like a cannonball, he burst into the room, accompanied by countless shards of glass. Inside the storefront, 3 or 4 rather plain-looking women were sitting on the sofa, whispering to each other. Suddenly, they heard a loud explosion from outside, and moments later, Kevin stumbled into view right before their eyes. Ah! The women erupted in screams, their feet clad in cheap high heels or slippers, clutching their heads as they ran upstairs. After entering the room, Kevin didn't stop moving. He merely glanced around briefly before rushing toward the second floor. Outside the shattered floor-to-ceiling window, 3 men holding guns stood on the street and pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 Several gunshots rang out, and a mist of blood erupted from Kevin's body as he stumbled and climbed up the stairs. "Get in there, kill him," the man in the woolen hat ordered coldly. Nearby, 2 burly white Russian men kicked open the storefront door and charged into the room with guns in hand. In the second-floor hallway, Kevin glanced at the cannons on both sides and saw that the entire interior was sealed, with not even a window. In haste, he kicked open a room door. After entering the room, Kevin scanned the surroundings, jumped half a meter high, and grabbed the nearby shabby cabinet with his right hand, pulling it down forcefully. Bang! Thud! The cabinet fell sideways to the ground. Gritting his teeth, Kevin used his shoulder to push it to the doorway, blocking the entrance completely. Panting heavily a few times, Kevin leaned his body against the cabinet. After repeatedly feeling around his torso with his right hand, he finally discovered that he had been shot in the right hip and his lower body was already feeling numb. Without time to think, Kevin immediately took out his phone and dialed Elvis's number. "Hello? Damn it, hurry up, I'm about to get killed." Although Kevin's voice was urgent, his mind was very calm and precise as he said, "I'm in the middle section of Bosnia Bobby Street, inside a meat shop without a signboard. The window outside is shattered. There are 3 of them. Hurry. In the corridor, 3 men with guns were already charging forward. Tuza Street. Due to the provocation and troublemaking by the White Russian man, a brawl involving over 100 people had escalated into a conflict involving several hundred. The Ma family showed no signs of backing down. Even without a single word from Old Ma, the mid to low-level henchman, who had recently been out of business, spontaneously organized a self-defense counterattack with underlying interests at stake. A large number of marginalized individuals relying on drug trafficking for survival openly fired on Dirt Street, wielding weapons and low-quality firearms. At the doorway of the second-floor room, 3 armed men arrived. The man in the woolen hat raised his leg and kicked the lock area 3 times. The door panel only slightly loosened, and the lock dented and deformed. He's holding it shut. The burly White Russian man standing on the left, with frost hanging on his beard, said fiercely, "Move aside." The other 2 heard him and quickly stepped aside. Bang, bang, bang. After several gunshots, the center of the wooden door panel was riddled with 7 or 8 closely packed bullet holes. Bang, crash. Another burly White Russian man nearby lifted his leg and kicked the center of the gunport, shattering the door panel on the spot and revealing a large hole. Inside the room, Kevin was separated from the door panel by a cabinet at this moment, so after the door panel shattered, it was too late for him to get closer to it. 3 guns were thrust through the hole kicked open by the burly White Russian man. Damn it! Kevin, with bloodshot eyes, gripped the edge of the cabinet with both hands and stood up with gritted teeth. The cabinet was tilted and lifted, crashing toward the hole. The rapid gunfire echoed through the hallway, bullets clattering against the cabinet, filling the air with a heavy smell of gunpowder. On the wooden floor, Kevin stepped on several pools of his own blood, using his shoulder to push the cabinet upright and block the door again. Damn it! The man in the woolen hat cursed and turned his head to ask, "Did you bring grenades?" No. The White Russian man shook his head. Crash it open. At this moment, the 3 had lost their shooting angle, and with the cabinet being about half a meter thick, although hollow in the middle, it had 2 thick wooden panels. Therefore, bullets fired close to the wooden panels were entirely a matter of chance. Some could penetrate the cabinet, while others might get lodged in the rear wooden panel. Kevin had saved money for years in the unplanned zone to make it here, and now that he finally had a space to continue surviving, he certainly didn't want to die so senselessly. Using all his strength, relying on his tall stature and exceptional physical condition, he desperately pushed against the cabinet, fighting for a slim chance of survival. After crashing into the cabinet for a good 3 to 4 minutes, the 3 stopped moving, while Kevin gradually lost strength. Coupled with the heavy bleeding from his gunshot wound, he felt his head spinning violently. Yet even so, he continued to brace against the cabinet, shaking his head forcefully to keep himself conscious. Downstairs, the man in the woolen hat had just taken the fire axe from the store's entrance when he saw 2 vehicles speeding toward him. Screech! The sharp sound of brakes erupted on the road, and 2 police off-road pickups came to a stop by the roadside. Damn it! The man in the woolen hat cursed and immediately shouted, "That kid called for backup, he's gone." The 2 White Russian men heard the shout, stepped out of the shop, and decisively pulled the trigger toward the SUV. As the intense gunfire erupted, Kevin's phone also started ringing. "Hello? We ran into them downstairs." Elvis's voice sounded, "Don't worry, we're coming up right away." Kevin heard this and his tense nerves instantly relaxed. At the intersection of Tuza Street and Fuyuan Road, dozens of police vehicles were parked, and 300 officers dressed in combat uniforms, wearing bulletproof vests, and holding riot shields rushed out in unison. "All units, follow instructions and disperse the crowd causing trouble," the deputy police chief shouted into his walkie-talkie, sweat streaming down his face. "Pay attention to the enforcement measures. Do not escalate the situation or intensify conflicts. I'll say it again, focus on dispersing." After repeated orders, the 300 officers, holding their shields, marched into Tuza Street. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed through the chaotic, icy streets. The officers, lined up in formation, had barely advanced 50 meters before they were completely stunned. Gunshots rang out chaotically, homemade Molotov cocktails were thrown randomly, and at least 1,000 people were engaged in a chaotic brawl on the narrow streets. On both sides of the road, shattered glass littered the ground, and flames burned at the entrances of many houses. Weapons like knives and clubs were scattered everywhere. Injured people either ran away in panic or lay on the ground wailing in pain. The scene was as chaotic as a disaster-stricken town after a riot. Second team, advance. Third team, advance. Security team, advance. After the captains of the police divisions repeatedly called out on their dedicated frequency channels, the officers advanced once again. "Drop your weapons and squat in place. Cover your head. Don't move. Move again and I'll shoot." After the officers approached the brawling crowd, they began shouting repeatedly, but the 2 profit-driven groups, blinded by rage, completely ignored their commands. Meanwhile, many low-level residents inside the building who secretly supported the Ma family were throwing homemade incendiary bombs down with a series of loud bangs. Boom! It's on fire. Raise the shields, there are people above throwing objects from high up. The police force consisted of only 300 officers, and they had received strict orders not to escalate the conflict. Their actions were heavily restrained, unable to resort to indiscriminate shooting of troublemakers. As a result, the moment they entered Dirt Slag Street, they were scattered by Molotov cocktails and the chaotic crowd. 3 teams of 4 or 5 officers stepped forward, just about to subdue a burly man who was wildly hacking away, when suddenly a group of men with white cloth strips tied around their arms rushed out from the alley. Without a word, they opened fire, killing a young officer who had his back turned to them on the spot. Deep within Dirt Slag Street, a man responsible for drug sales under Yuanhua Company, leading 7 or 8 people, had already beaten a middle-aged man in his 40s to death in a filthy alley. After slashing the middle-aged man's neck with a knife, the man turned around and shouted, "Tell old Ma, if he doesn't get out of Tuza Street within 3 days, I'll make sure his whole family dies here." At the warehouse entrance in the alley, old Ma took off his military coat and threw it on the ground, his eyes red as he gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn it, you really want to wipe us out, huh? Then no one gets to have it good. Everyone listen up. If you still want to make a living in the drug trade, grab your stuff and head to the Grand Palace. If we can't hold our ground this time, we're all done for. Let's go to the Grand Palace." Hundreds of low-level lackeys who relied on the drug trade for a living immediately shouted loudly in agreement. Fuyuan intersection. 300 police officers had just rushed into Tuza Street for less than 10 minutes before retreating in disarray, with dozens injured and 3 dead. Beside the vehicle, the deputy police commissioner dialed old Lee's number with an extremely grim expression. "How's the situation?" "Red-eyed, worse than expected." As soon as the squads rushed in, they were pushed out. The deputy director said, panting, "My suggestion is to call the police station quickly. It's very difficult for us to effectively stop the chaos." Inside the second floor of Century Avenue, Yuan Hua was playing mahjong with the 3 bosses of the subsidiary company. "Things have escalated too much. Will it be hard to wrap up?" the bald, burly man asked with a frown. "The police station has called several times, and I sense their tone is getting serious. If it doesn't escalate, old Ma won't know what pain feels like," Yuan Hua replied casually. "Tell the brothers handling the specifics. If someone dies, I'll cover the compensation. If someone gets arrested, I'll use my connections to bail them out." "If money and connections aren't used now, then when? I just want to show old Ma that compared to us, he's still far behind." "Should you return a call to the police station?" the bald man asked again. "Not going back. The people over there are just stirring things up," Yuan Hua sneered and said. "If he wants the profits from the drug line, then he has to clean up my mess. Otherwise, why should I share the money with him? Just wait, we'll talk after this is over." In the police superintendent's office, Old Lee personally called old Ma, but the latter did not answer. This enraged Superintendent Lee, who slammed the table and shouted, "Call the military garrison. I refuse to believe it. Can a bunch of drug traffickers really act so lawlessly? According to procedure, we should first consult the police department's stance," the senator in charge of political affairs kindly reminded. Director Lee immediately waved his hand in response. "Yuan Hua has connections at the police station. If we request approval, it'll take another damn 2 hours to process, and who knows how many people will die on Tuza Street by then. In the end, who takes the blame? Definitely me." The senator paused for a moment. "You're right. Call Mateo from the garrison and tell him that Old Lee is asking him to send troops to suppress the armed conflict," Director Lee urged urgently. "Hurry, this can't escalate any further." "I'll go right away." The senator nodded and left. On the other side, the unconscious Kevin was rescued by Elvis and immediately sent to the hospital. Director Lee was very familiar with the overall environment of the Black District and even Songjiang. Although he usually appeared low-key and often preferred to use a moderate approach to avoid unnecessary trouble, his sensitivity to political maneuvering surpassed that of many others. After the brawl on Tuza Street escalated into a mass incident, Director Lee's decision to have the station troops intervene to suppress the situation was undoubtedly the right choice. This was because Yuan Hua's connections within the police department were indeed very strong. If Director Lee had chosen to report to the police department first, the higher-ups might have delayed him for 2 hours, allowing the situation on Tuza Street to worsen further. In that case, he might have ended up bearing a massive burden of blame. Since the Black District was under his jurisdiction, he would undoubtedly have to take primary responsibility for such a major issue. Mateo, stationed with the troops, had some personal connections with Oli, so when he received the call, he didn't hesitate. Within half an hour, he brought over 2 battalions. Unlike the police officers, these soldiers had experienced multiple military conflicts and uprisings, so when it came to situations like this, they acted decisively and firmly. Over 1,000 armed soldiers, driving armored vehicles, stormed into Tuza Street, instantly turning the tide. No matter how fierce, wealthy, or ruthless the drug-dealing gangs were, they simply couldn't stand up to the armed forces of the government machine. When these gang members saw that the soldiers were indeed willing to open fire, they scattered immediately. Even old Ma, who had originally planned to head to the Grand Palace, was promptly taken away by his subordinates. The remaining matters became quite straightforward. Since the commotion had caused such a stir, the authorities had no choice but to severely punish a group to account to the public. The soldiers began systematically and methodically organizing large-scale arrests of the ringleaders causing trouble. For a time, Tuza Street was devoid of anyone daring to attack the police officers. All that remained were the core members of the drug-dealing gangs fleeing in all directions. On the second floor of Century Avenue, just as Yuan Hua was about to inquire about the situation on Tuza Street, a follower hurriedly walked in and said urgently, "Brother Hua, the garrison suddenly entered the street without any warning and even fired shots. Now the two families have dispersed, but quite a few of our brothers have been pinned down. Just at the Guangfu Yuan intersection alone, dozens of people have been arrested." "The garrison is here?" Yuan Hua was stunned. "Yes, there wasn't the slightest hint beforehand. We all thought Old Li would report to the police station and wait for support, but unexpectedly, he contacted the garrison instead," the follower responded in a low voice. Yuan Hua frowned upon hearing this, pushed away the mahjong tiles, lit a cigarette, and then said hoarsely, "That Old Li has quite a few cards up his sleeve. I had no idea before, but it turns out he has connections with the garrison." The crowd remained silent upon hearing this. "The garrison has shown up, so let's not continue with this." Yuan Hua immediately gave an order. "Tell the people working below to disperse quickly, and have the leaders go stay in the new district for a while." "Understood." The follower nodded and quickly added, "Also, 3 guys from outside the district cornered Kevin, but this kid has some skills. He ran into a butcher shop and refused to come out no matter what." The 3 guys were delayed for a while, and then a few officers under Kevin showed up. "The job wasn't done, but Kevin should be injured. He's an insignificant small fry, but regarding Colin's matter, he embarrassed us. If we don't crush him to show others, Old Li's people won't be intimidated." Yuan Hua took a drag of his cigarette. "But don't touch him for now. He's alarmed, and he's still one of Old Li's men. He'll definitely be on guard in the future. Wait a bit before dealing with him." "Got it. You can go now." Yuan Hua instructed his follower, picked up his phone, walked to the window, and dialed a contact at the police station. A few seconds later, the call connected. "What are you doing, causing such a big commotion? The supply channel hasn't been cut off. If Old Ma connects to this route in the future, how much loss will we suffer? If we don't act now, won't we be raising a tiger to cause trouble?" Yuan Hua responded with a light laugh. "But we can't handle it like this. Doing so will put a lot of pressure on the police department." "Didn't the troops go there?" Yuan Hua replied calmly. "Haven't they already arrested the people who needed to be caught?" The other party remained silent. "Wu Bureau, my people have been caught. We can hold off on operations for now. I'll cooperate with whatever the higher-ups decide, but this time we need to make Old Ma feel the pain." Yuan Hua said with a grim expression, "Since things have already escalated this much, we must deliver a fatal blow to him. I'll put pressure on the Blackstreet Police Department." The other party responded in a low voice, "You should also provide whatever you can. It's best if we can pin this on Old Ma." "Heh, sure." Yuan Hua nodded. The Ma family, in the Blackstreet territory, especially in the area of Tuza Street, might be stronger than the Yuan family in terms of influence and the number of people in their team. However, after this armed conflict, they were utterly defeated. Why is that? Because the interest group led by Yuan Hua had already reached a level where they could sit at the same table with the upper echelons to dine and chat, whereas Old Ma could not. The Ma family sold medicine on Tuza Street at affordable and fair prices, at least 70% cheaper than the hospitals and the designated drug distribution sites of the medical bureau. This allowed them to rise quickly and establish a certain reputation and influence on Tuza Street. Those who couldn't afford medicine, the elderly, the sick, and the disabled suffering from the effects of the environment and disasters, as well as the impoverished brothers stricken with severe illnesses, remembered their kindness and were willing to help at critical moments. But in the face of political relations, this is utterly powerless. Sometimes, the heartfelt words of 10,000 people may carry less weight than a single fart from someone in a high position at a dinner table. At the closed-door meeting the next day, Chief Wu of the police department merely said, "Thoroughly investigate the Ma family's drug trafficking gang." Consequently, the senior officials of various functional departments had no choice but to strictly implement the leader's directive, frantically arresting members of the Ma family team who had actually only fought back in self-defense the previous night. Although all the people arrested from Yuan Hua's company were thrown into prison, the high-level executives who had already evaded trouble could still swagger in and out of various public venues. But could the Ma family do the same? They couldn't. After their reckless actions, they could only flee in disgrace to avoid the impending suppression. In less than 12 hours, over a dozen senior members responsible for drug operations on the Ma family's side were swept up by police from various districts in Songjiang. Coupled with the dozens of people caught on site last night, in just one night, their team was utterly dismantled. The following evening, Old Ma made a phone call to Old Cat, speaking concisely. Take care of Damon and showers matters.
I can't show my face right now.
The Old Cat sat on the hospital chair and responded helplessly, you can't show up.
The order just came down today. You're the one the police station specifically named to question in person. What does Old Lee think? Old Ma asked. He's powerless in this matter.
You guys made too much noise, the Old Cat replied with a frown.
He's also been heavily affected by the backlash. Alright, I understand.
Old Ma didn't nag or continue pressuring Old Lee for help.
He simply said in a calm tone, I'll take the fall for this one. Alright, let's leave it at that for now.
As the words fell, the two ended the call.
That evening at 9 o'clock, after a full day of meetings, Lacey sat in the car and asked with a tired expression, where's Kevin?
In the hospital.
Go to him, Director Lee said, panting, I need to have a talk with him. Inside the hospital.
Kevin had just come out of the effects of the anesthesia.
He still looked quite weak, lying on the hospital bed with a pale face.
He sighed deeply and said, damn it, Yuan Hua really knows how to pick the soft targets. He definitely wouldn't dare touch Old Lee, and going after you might completely provoke Old Lee. So, he just took it all out on me, trying to kill me. Old Cat looked at Kevin with guilt and replied in a low voice, it's my fault too.
Back then, I didn't think it through and insisted on bringing you in.
Looking at it now, your initial decision not to help Colin was actually the right one. I have Old Lee backing me, so he wouldn't easily mess with me, but you.
What's the point of saying all that now? What's done is done.
Kevin touched the bandage on his backside and cursed through gritted teeth. If we can't beat him, then let's just stay on guard for now.
It's fine.
We'll take turns keeping an eye on you during this period. Elvis interjected from the window. The commotion on Tuza Street has gotten so big that everyone on the streets is being watched. I doubt he'd dare make another move in the dark.
Thanks, Xiaowei.
Leo, you saved my life, Kevin said sincerely.
Don't mention it. Leo grinned and waved his hand. Just focus on recovering.
As everyone was chatting, the door to the hospital room was pushed open, and Old Lee stepped in.
Director, Lee C.
Everyone stood up one after another, saluting and greeting. Old Lee glanced at everyone, waved his hand, and said, Old Cat, stay behind.
The rest of you, go take a walk. I need to have a word alone.
Okay, you guys chat. Elvis and Leo responded briefly and immediately walked out of the ward.
Director,
Kevin supported himself on the bed, trying to sit up straight with one side of his hip.
Lie down, lie down.
Old Lee walked to the bedside, patted Kevin's shoulder, took the chair brought over by Old Cat, sat down, and frowned as he said, the situation isn't looking very optimistic.
Feeling pretty upset today, huh? Old Cat asked from the side.
More than just upset. Old Lee lit a cigarette, his expression serious as he said, last night, over 30 bodies were carried out of Tuza Street, with hundreds injured. Today, the radio and online media are swarming like flies at the police station's door, ready to cover follow-up reports. If it weren't for the police station fearing a scandal, this news would probably be reported by the media in Thingbei's capital. Old Cat and Kevin heard this and felt even more uncertain in their hearts. Fortunately, the garrison arrived quickly. Otherwise, if the situation had escalated further, leading to a clash of thousands or even a riot of tens of thousands, I would definitely be out of a job today, and might even face prosecution and accountability from the authorities. Old Lee, looking exhausted, took a drag on his cigarette and continued in a hoarse voice, tomorrow, I plan to go to Thingbei to meet my former teacher. Kevin listened quietly without interrupting. But a teacher is a teacher, and relationships are just relationships. If I want someone above to speak on my behalf and counter Yuan Hua and his group, there has to be tangible benefits for them to gain. Old Lee added steadily, whether I take something or how much I take is actually a minor issue. The key is how to make the people above believe that there are profits to be made from this incident.
What do you mean?
Kevin asked tentatively. The Ma family has been completely dealt with, and now they basically have no power to fight back on Blackstreet.
But if I don't help them get back on their feet, how can I satisfy the interests of the higher-ups? Do I have the capital to pay out of my own pocket?
Old Lee looked at Kevin and said, so, the key point still lies with the Ma family. Only if they can restart the drug supply chain can we compete with Yuan Hua on the ground.
With profits, the connections will naturally follow. I understand what you mean. Kevin nodded. The Ma family's supply chain has already been cut off. Old Cat pondered for a moment before frowning and interjecting, with the long dead, they can't get any goods at all. Even if they manage to regroup, they won't have any business to do.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Old Lee stared at Kevin and said, find a way to get in touch with Colin. No matter what, you must locate a long supply chain from when he was alive. As long as there's a source of goods, the Ma family can continue doing business and generate substantial profits. That way, I can approach the higher-ups, and they'll be more willing to help us out. Yes, the supply source is the core of the issue. Kevin nodded in agreement and said, Yuan Hua is targeting the Ma family like this because they can get very low-cost but high-quality drugs.
Exactly. Old Lee nodded.
But Colin mentioned this to me. He said Along did leave him a contact, but he couldn't find it at the time. Kevin seemed a bit frustrated. Old Lee took a drag of his cigarette, squinted at Kevin, and said, do you realize the seriousness of the situation now?
Kevin was stunned.
That night, when you were trying to protect Colin on Tuza Street, I was also also forced to take a stand. This not only offended Yuan Hua but also the interests behind him. So, if we can't use the pharmaceutical trade to build connections with the upper echelons and counter the Yuan family and their allies, retaliation from them is only a matter of time, Old Li said with a very serious expression. By then, whether I remain a director or whether you can survive in District 9 will be uncertain. After hearing this, Kevin instantly understood Old Li's meaning. If they fail to secure the pharmaceutical connection, not only will Old Li be unable to protect himself, but Kevin might also be killed by them. I'll be straight with you, no matter what, you have to reconnect along supply channel. Otherwise, you'd better leave District 9 as soon as possible, Old Li reminded in a low voice. Yuan Hua wants revenge and won't care whether you're an officer. Kevin thought for a long time and said, then I need to go back to the plan zone and talk to Colin personally. You should rest for a while first. Once you're able to walk, handle this matter immediately, Old Li said as he stood up. I'll also head to Feng Bei tomorrow to test the teacher's attitude. I understand, Director. Also, make sure Old Ma stays hidden. The police station has already completed the evidence chain, and his wanted order is in my office. Old Li reminded once again. After pondering for a moment, Old Cat immediately asked, what about Jim and Demin's matter? I promised Old Ma too earlier that I would handle it. At this point, how could it still be possible to maneuver them out? Just wait. Old Li left this remark and turned to leave. In the hospital room filled with the smell of disinfectant, Kevin stared at the ceiling with a sense of melancholy and unease, letting out a long sigh and saying, I thought staying in the planning zone was complicated enough, but I never expected the real place where people devour each other is the seemingly safer 9th district. I kind of regret it. I dragged you into this. Old Cat indeed felt uneasy. Kevin licked his lips. My personality is that once something is done, I don't regret it. Stop bringing this up all the time. It annoys me. Old Cat pondered for a moment, then looked at Kevin and said, this time when you return to the planning zone, I'll go with you. Old Li won't let you go. Kevin smiled. If I were someone who avoided trouble, I wouldn't have helped Colin back then, Old Cat responded without hesitation. No more words, this time I'm going with you. Kevin looked at Old Cat and grinned. In the planned area, Colin, leaning on a crutch, stepped into a shabby room and looked up to see his mother tidying up a bundle. Mom, what are you doing? Just packing some clothes. The elderly woman sat on the cold bed, lowered her head, and pulled out a black leather bag from the bundle. Colin stared at the black leather bag in surprise, frowned, and asked sharply, Mom, this bag. The shot Kevin took fortunately did not injure his pelvis, but even so, he had to lie in bed for over 20 days before he fully recovered. During this time, Lao Mao, Elvis, Leo, and others did not return home at all. They worked at the police station during the day and came to the hospital after work to keep watch, fearing that the Yuan family might attempt to finish Kevin off. Fortunately, after the massive brawl involving thousands on Tuza Street, the Yuan family's connections within the police department were wary of escalating the situation further, so they suppressed the matter. Additionally, the Ma family had been severely impacted, with many key members arrested and scattered, leading to a period of calm in Songjiang. The Yuan family refrained from causing further trouble and instead secretly organized channels to release a significant stockpile of drugs. Meanwhile, after being placed on the wanted list, Old Ma disappeared along with the remaining core members. But the apparent calm did not reassure Li Si, Kevin, and the others. They all knew in their hearts that the Yuan family was not causing trouble now because they were temporarily avoiding the spotlight and giving face to the police station. However, the deaths of Yuan Wei and Tiger, as well as the price they paid to clear the Ma family from Tuza Street, were irreconcilable conflicts. Yuan Hua's revenge in the future was inevitable. It was only a matter of time. Therefore, after Kevin recovered from his injuries, he immediately reported to the police station and had a face-to-face conversation with Li Si. Inside the office, has Colin been contacted? Li Si asked urgently. Kevin shook his head. He left in a hurry. The phone he used at the police station, he definitely wouldn't dare to use it anymore, so I haven't been able to find him for now. Didn't he go to the residence you arranged for him in the planned area? Old Li asked curiously. Can't you just contact him by calling your friend? My friend arranged for Colin and then went out to handle some matters, so he can't come back for now, Kevin responded softly. But it's okay, I know where Colin is. I'll just go directly to find him. Do it as soon as possible, Old Li said in a low voice. I've finished talking with the teacher. As long as the supply channel can be connected, the rest can be negotiated. I can leave, but how do I explain it to the superintendent? Kevin asked tentatively. Old Li chuckled upon hearing this. I've arranged everything for you. Internally, we'll say you went to Feng Bei for training for a duration of 2 weeks. The reason is that you took down Matsushita last time, and sooner or later you'll be promoted to a second-level officer and officially take on the role of team leader. So, the department approved your training as per usual practice. Should I submit a report to the team? No need, I've handled all the procedures. You just need to spread the word within the team and leave directly. Alright, I understand. Kevin nodded. Xiao Yu, you are well aware of the seriousness of this matter. Old Li sighed, his brows furrowed as he looked at him and reminded, whether I can still sit in this position, and whether you can still stand firm in Songjiang, depends on this time.
time. Kevin stood up upon hearing this, responding solemnly, I will do my utmost to get it done. Alright, go ahead. Old Lee looked at him and nodded. Half an hour later, Kevin arrived at the third group, which had recently been neglected by the first team, and called over Leo, Elvis, Ty G brothers, and others for a brief meeting. I'll be leaving for half a month. During this time, you will work with the third team on cases. I've already informed them, so no matter what happens in the future, you'll have a place to go. Kevin sat in the chair, smiling as he said, I'd been in Songjiang for a while now. To be honest, I'm really grateful that you all supported me, an outsider, at critical moments. If we manage to get through this hurdle by luck, wherever I am, you'll be there too. Guang Chi scratched his nose and said with a smile, we were never really important figures in Team 1 anyway. Old Zhu tried several times to get promoted to team leader, but Alan just ignored him. So, for small players like us, since the chances of moving up are limited, we might as well stick with whoever we feel comfortable with. Exactly. Elvis nodded in agreement. Anyway, we've already chosen our side, and there's no way to undo it now. To put it bluntly, even if Old Lee really can't hold on in the end, worst case scenario, I'll just quit working at the police department. I don't believe that just because I stood up to Alan on Tuza Street that day, he'd send a couple of guys to take out someone as insignificant as me. Don't worry, team leader. We're all seasoned veterans in the police department. We know how to deal with them. Guang Chi reassured him again. Just focus on doing your own job well. In truth, everyone knew in their hearts that Kevin's leave this time definitely wasn't for some study trip to Feng Bay. It was clear that Old Lee had some special arrangement for him, which is why they were offering such advice. Thank you for understanding. Kevin stood up, patted Elvis on the shoulder, and said, the matters in the team will be left to you for the time being. Handle what you can. For what you can't, privately seek out the captain of the third team. He's very close to Old Cat. Alright. Everyone stood up one after another. Then wish me a smooth journey. Kevin grinned and extended his hand. Everyone exchanged glances, then placed their hands on the back of Kevin's hand, shouting in unison, have a safe journey. In the afternoon, on the street leading to number 88 courtyard, Kevin turned his head and asked Old Cat, did you tell Old Lee that you were going to the planned area with me? Oh, I forgot. Old Cat, who had a bit of a cold, kept sniffing, looking inexplicably silly. Are you out of your mind? Old Lee definitely doesn't want you to go, and you didn't tell him in advance. Now you're suddenly coming with me. He'll overthink it later and assume I insisted on dragging you along. Kevin cursed angrily. What's the rush? Old Cat spat indifferently, reached out, took out his phone, and dialed Old Lee's number. Several seconds later. Hello? I want to go to the planned area with Kevin. Old Cat got straight to the point. Director Lee was stunned for a good 3 or 4 seconds before cursing in utter confusion. Why the hell are you going to the planning area with Kevin? To hang out. Are you out of your mind? Don't you have a brain? That place is even messier than Tuza Street. Why are you getting involved? Get back here immediately. Old Lee, usually composed and dignified, exuded an air of authority when seated. But whenever he dealt with Li Fugue, this reckless fool, he would gradually lose his composure. I'm not asking for your opinion, just informing you. I'll have someone send you the leave request later. I told you to come back. Don't yell at me, alright? I have a bad temper. If you make me angry, I'll just kill myself halfway through. Old Cat had already started talking nonsense. Go ahead and die, would you? It'd be great if you just dropped dead with a snap. Old Lee was trembling with anger. Acting all crazy every single day. I have no idea what you're even trying to do. Alright, I won't mess with you anymore. Who's messing with you? Xiao Yu going alone is too risky. If something happens, it won't be easy to handle. If I go, I can give him some advice or something. You better not give him any advice, or else Kevin will end up dead because of you sooner or later. Old Lee shouted helplessly. Get back to the office immediately. Don't worry about it. I'm definitely going. Don't panic at home. This time, for the supply channel, as long as there's a sliver of hope, I'll risk my life to get it for you. Old Cat replied in a casual tone. Old Lee was stunned upon hearing this and didn't scold him anymore. Call me if there's something. Old Cat directly hung up the phone. On the way, Kevin glanced at Old Cat with a smile. On the surface, it seems like you have a bit of resentment towards Old Lee, but in reality, you care about him quite a bit. Who cares about him? I'm just worried that if he gets dismissed, he won't be able to do whatever he wants at the police station anymore. Old Cat replied with a sidelong glance. Hurry up, stop dawdling. The two returned to number 88 courtyard, quickly packed up some belongings, locked the door, and walked out of the yard. On the way, Kevin turned his head to glance at Lin Nianlei's room, noticing the door was locked and no one was home. Why are you looking at my wife's house? Old Cat asked with a sidelong glance. You should have some shame. Edison already told me, at most, she could agree to be your mother. Kevin scolded. Get lost. Old Cat gritted his teeth and asked, be honest with me, do you have a bit of a crush on Lele? Stop nagging. Kevin quickened his pace and walked away. At 8:30 in the evening, a military truck loaded with supplies carried Lao Mao and Kevin away, heading toward the yet-to-be-planned area, which was even more chaotic than Tuza Street. After leaving District 9, Lao Mao immediately felt the temperature outside drop again. Sitting in the truck bed, wrapped in 3 or 4 military coats, coats, he lifted the wind-blocking cotton curtain, poked his head out for a glance, and said, "It must be over 40 degrees below zero out here, right?" "Yeah, about that," Kevin replied softly, occasionally rubbing his hands together. "Don't just sit there all the time. Get up and move around a bit, rub your body to keep warm." "Hey, did you take a car when you came here?" Old Cat asked casually. "Took a car for part of the way, walked the rest." "You're truly a warrior," Old Cat said, speechless. After driving along the icy and snowy road for about 5 hours, the car finally stopped at a small military supply station. The two got out, paid, and rented a nearly scrapped gasoline off-road vehicle to continue their journey. Due to the harsh environment here, pure electric or hybrid cars are too unstable and simply unsuitable for long-distance travel in such temperatures. The gasoline off-road vehicle was arranged bi-directorally through connections. Although it was almost scrapped, it still cost quite a bit. Fortunately, the interior heating and other features were functional, and its off-road capabilities were relatively intact, making it very durable and reliable. On the road, Old Cat scanned the snow-covered landscape like a curious child, his face full of wonder. Pointing at several large iron structures kilometers away, he asked, "What are those for?" "Marker towers," Kevin replied casually. "You can't see it clearly at night, but there's an iron net underneath the towers." "Markers for what?" "Nuclear strike." Kevin explained flatly. After the catastrophe, the government built a large number of defensive structures, but they all ultimately failed. Many of those buildings had nuclear energy facilities. When the disaster struck, the projects exploded, leaving behind vast radiation zones. That tower was built to warn people in the unplanned areas not to go in. Sigh, they did accomplish something, after all. Old Cat sighed. Kevin, driving the car out of boredom, asked, "What exactly is the relationship between you and Oldley?" Old Cat froze upon hearing the question. "What's the matter? Can't talk about it?" Kevin smiled. "Then I won't ask. It's not that I can't talk about it." Old Cat took out his e-cigarette, turned his head, and explained to Kevin, "Oldley is my biological uncle. He joined the police department after my dad. In one incident, my dad died in place of Oldley, so my feelings toward him are somewhat conflicted. Saying I don't hate him would be a lie, but over the years, Oldley has been especially good to me." Sigh, "I keep forcing myself not to think about the past, but as a son, I just can't forget." Kevin was stunned for a long time. "You're better off than me. At least you have a relative who treats you well to hate. I don't even have that." Old Cat took a puff of his cigarette and said nothing. "Do you know what happened between your dad and Oldley?" Kevin asked again. "I heard from others that Oldley made a mistake, and my dad took the fall for him and got executed." "Did Oldley ever explain it to you himself?" "No, he never brings it up. When I was younger, I used to deliberately get angry and steer the conversation in that direction, but he just wouldn't respond." Old Cat stared blankly out the window. "Maybe it makes him uncomfortable to think about it too." "Old Cat, everyone in the police department has seen how good C has been to you. The past is the past, and holding on to it won't do much except deepen the conflict between you and Oldley," Kevin gently advised. "How many younger brothers in the world would intentionally harm their older brothers? Besides, the information you know is all secondhand. It's possible the truth is completely different from what you think, right?" Old Cat hesitated for a moment before nodding. "All right, let's talk about something cheerful." Kevin grinned, changing the subject. "When are you planning to get married?" "With whom? With Lay? Old Cat perked up inexplicably as soon as the topic of relationships came up. "Can you have some decency?" "I already said." Kevin was about to curse when he suddenly saw a group of over 10 people in thick cotton-padded clothes rushing out from beside a cluster of dilapidated buildings ahead. He immediately shouted, "Old Cat, grab the gun, hurry." "What's going on?" Old Cat immediately straightened up. Ahead, over 10 people stood in a line, blocking the road. Kevin didn't drive closer but stopped the car more than 20 meters away. "What business?" Kevin rolled down the car window and shouted against the wind and snow. "Brother, give us some food, we're starving to death." Two men walked out from the crowd in the distance. Kevin shouted back, "Can't you see this is a military vehicle? There's no food, now get lost." "No food? Then give us some gasoline, clothes, or money, that works too." The two men continued walking forward. The Old Cat sat in the car, looking at the group of people in front of him. Seeing their frostbitten bodies, along with children and elderly among them, his heart softened and he said, "Give them some." At this moment, Kevin was completely different from his demeanor in District 9. With a cold and grim expression, he shouted again, "I'll say it one more time, get out of here immediately." "Damn, so tough, huh? If you don't give us anything, we won't leave." The two men heard Kevin's words and stopped moving forward. Kevin shifted gears upon hearing the sound, slammed on the gas pedal, and drove the car straight into the crowd. "Holy crap!" Old Cat exclaimed in shock, grabbing Kevin's arm and shouting, "If they won't give it, they won't give it. Don't run them over." The crowd immediately scattered as the car charged toward them. Kevin didn't have time to explain to Old Cat. He grabbed the black gun and pulled the trigger toward the center of the crowd. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire rang out urgently, scattering the crowd once again. Kevin turned the steering wheel with his left hand, driving the car directly into the snowy field, flooring the accelerator
and speeding across the hard, shiny patches of snow. A dozen seconds later, 2 or 3 dozen people emerged again from the dilapidated buildings, firing towards the open field.
Fortunately, Kevin reacted quickly and took a detour to escape. Old Cat, drenched in cold sweat, sat in the car and looked back, cursing in shock. Damn, these people aren't just begging for food, they're trying to rob us. I was about to park the car closer just now, and we would have had all our clothes stripped off, then frozen to death here, Kevin said expressionlessly. The people in this place are no longer human. We're driving a military vehicle, and they still dare to rob us? Do you know what this place is called? Kevin turned his head and asked. No idea. Old Cat shook his head. This place is called San Kanzi. 3 years ago, 10 military grain trucks from the Fong Bay Special District passed through here and were completely looted. The Corps commander was furious and ordered 3 battalions, over 1,000 men, to suppress the bandits and civilians. But when these 1,000+ men entered San Kanzi, in less than a day, almost all of them were wiped out. In the end, it seems fewer than 300 managed to escape. Kevin pointed to the sides of the road they had just passed and said, if you dig into the snow with a shovel right now, you might unearth a person. Old Cat stared blankly for a long time before suddenly asking, bro, did you ever rob grain in San Kanzi? Kevin listened to Old Cat's words and responded with a light laugh, I never robbed anyone. In this area, I rely on my reputation. He. The Old Cat, upon hearing this, also let out a somewhat neurotic laugh. The two stared at each other for a moment before Kevin sighed and added, I'm human too. I need to eat as well. I understand. The Old Cat paused for a moment and nodded. After driving for more than 10 hours, the two finally arrived at the unplanned area near the south. The temperature here was slightly higher, not as cold as in the north. The place where Colin was hiding was called Fomin. It was located on a plain, backed by mountains, and not along the main highway. Many people often formed groups to hunt in the mountains. On one hand, it was for their own consumption, and on the other, they would have someone transport the game to the special zone to exchange for some small money. Therefore, the environment and public security here were slightly better than in San Kanzi. Kevin had not spent much time around Fomin before because the people here were very exclusive. 100 people could live off the resources of the mountains, but if there were 200, 300, or even more people living here, then no one might have enough to eat. So, it was extremely difficult for outsiders to establish themselves here. However, although Kevin had never stayed here, a friend of his had lived here for a long time and held a certain status. That was why he chose to settle Colin here. The car stopped in front of a flat roofed house built with wooden planks and sand mud. Afterward, Old Cat and Kevin got out of the car. This place is uninhabitable, isn't it? Old Cat looked at the crooked shacks and the barren wasteland around them, shaking his head and sighing. Compared to this, District 9 feels like paradise. I finally understand why you managed to establish yourself in Songjiang so quickly. If you can survive here, you can make it anywhere. When you see Colin, don't say anything reckless. He's already feeling down, and if you start rambling, it'll just make him feel worse, Kevin reminded. Don't worry, if I don't scold him for 3 days, he gets itchy, Old Cat replied with his hands behind his back. You're just asking for it, Kevin said with a helpless smile, then stepped forward to head into the house. Squeak! The door was the first to be pushed open. Hearing the sound of the car, Colin walked out and froze upon seeing the two of them. Old Cat stepped forward, slapped Colin on the head, and shouted, Brother, did you miss me? You too, why are you here? Colin stammered as he asked. Looking for you about something, couldn't reach you, so I had to come over and check. Old Cat dropped a line, stepped into the house first, and called out, Mom, Xiaoyu. Sister Chiyu heard the voice and walked out from the inner room, politely greeting, Brother Cat. Yo, the little sister's grown again? All fair and chubby. Old Cat was someone who could joke around with anyone, speaking in a carefree manner. Old Cat's here? Mom sat on the heated brick bed inside the house and called out. Hearing the call, Old Cat handed a large bag of food he and Kevin had bought to Chiyu, smiling as he said, It's all for you. There's more food and new clothes in the car. I'll bring them in for you later. Thank you, brother. Chiyu took the heavy bag of food, her face blooming with a smile, and, holding her white cane, led Old Cat into the inner room. Old Cat sat on the heated brick bed, smiling as he asked, Mom, how's your health? Very good, very good. Good is enough. You, stop smoking so much, live a few more years. I'm about to become the police station chief. Later, I'll bring you, Colin, and little sister back to enjoy life. Old Cat casually started chatting with the old lady. In another room, Colin motioned for Kevin to sit on the cold bed and said with a smile, I'll get you some water. No need, no need. Kevin waved his hand, you sit down. Hearing this, Colin sat down beside him. Are your injuries any better? Kevin asked directly. All better now. Colin moved his limbs a bit and said gratefully, thanks to your friend John. Without him, I might have died here. There's no medicine in this place, but he found someone to specially deliver it to me and even arranged for me to stay in this room. Good to hear you're better. Kevin smiled. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Colin asked Kevin in a low voice, after I left, the Yuan family caused trouble, didn't they? Yeah, the situation isn't great. Kevin nodded and replied, a lot has happened recently. Old Cat and I came here because we were out of options and wanted to ask you about some things. eyes. What's wrong? Think again. Before Along got into trouble, apart from giving you that package, did he mention anything else to you? Including friends he met outside, brothers, or any relationships you know of? Kevin spoke quickly. To be honest, the Ma family is in a terrible situation right now, and Li Si was forced to take sides because of your matter. Yuan Hua hasn't retaliated yet, only because he caused a big commotion on Tuza Street recently and needs to lay low for a while. But in the future, he will definitely stir up trouble again. And Old Li doesn't have a supply channel, so he can't establish strong connections, nor can he help Old Ma get back on his feet. That's why Old Cat and I came here to ask about the supply channel. After hearing Kevin's detailed explanation, Colin stared blankly at the ground without saying a word. What's wrong? Kevin noticed Colin's unusual state and immediately asked. Colin remained silent for a long time, then suddenly stood up, bent down, lifted the bedsheet, and wordlessly pulled out a black leather bag from underneath. Kevin was startled. What do you mean by this? Open the bag and take a look. Colin tossed the bag to Kevin. The latter opened the leather bag upon hearing this, glanced inside, and reached in to take out a notebook. Colin sat back on the bed, rubbed his face with his hands, and said helplessly, "This bag was left to me by my big brother. Before he left, he told me there was a contact inside, and if I ever hit rock bottom, I should go find the person mentioned. At the time, I was worried about him, and besides, I still had a job at the police department, so I wasn't at the point of desperation. I didn't take it seriously. Later, my big brother passed away. Alan forced me to reveal the supply channel, and that's when I remembered the bag. But by then, I had already given the bag to Bella. When I went back to get it, I happened to catch her fooling around with Tiger. I was furious, and she might have been scared, so she said she had thrown the bag away. So, I thought the thing was lost." Kevin listened in a daze. But unexpectedly, when my mom, my little sister, and I escaped to this place, I found the bag with my mom. Colin turned his head and said with a smile, "The bag wasn't thrown away by Bella. My mom, being meticulous about her daily life, used the bag to store her own things. And that night, when I told her and my little sister that we had to run, my mom packed a lot of luggage and included the bag in it." Kevin was speechless upon hearing this. What is fate? This is fate, my fate. Colin's eyes unconsciously revealed a fierce expression as he spoke in a sarcastic and icy tone. "When I was desperately searching for this bag, I thought it was lost. But when I killed someone, lost my job, got injured, and fled here with my family shattered, it suddenly appeared on its own. Tell me, isn't heaven being kind enough to me? Ha ha." Kevin looked at Colin and suddenly felt that although his appearance was still the same as before, there was an indescribable change in his whole demeanor. "I looked at the notebook. There's only one page with writing on it, a contact." Colin turned to look at Kevin and said, "But I can't make a call here. Now that you're here, it's perfect. Let's find this friend of my brother's and, no matter what, get the supply chain connected." "What do you mean?" Kevin asked tentatively. "I used to look down on my elder brother, thinking he lacked a sense of responsibility and only lived for himself," Colin said with a smile on his lips, his words clear. "But now, I want to follow the same path as him. The work he used to do, I will do now." After nightfall, Kevin and Old Cat accompanied Colin's family for dinner, continuously comforting Chi's mother during the meal, assuring her that once the situation calmed down, they would find a way to help Colin return to District 9 as a police officer. The elderly woman still didn't know that Along had already died, nor did she dare to hope that her son would achieve great wealth or success in the future. All she wished for was to return to the life they had before, where her children had jobs and food to eat. That way, even if she suddenly closed her eyes one day, her heart would be at peace. However, both Kevin and Old Cat knew very well that as long as the Yuan family remained standing and Colin's status didn't undergo a fundamental change, the idea of returning to District 9 as a police officer was nothing more than a pipe dream. After eating, the three brothers went to Colin's room. Old Cat reached out to close the door tightly and took out a worn-out phone from his pocket. "This phone uses a virtual card, and the carrier is a small company in Feng Bay," Old Cat said as he handed the phone to Colin. "Use this to contact your brother's friend." "All right." Colin took the phone upon hearing this, looked down at the contact information on the notebook, and decisively dialed the number. A few seconds later, Colin shook his head. "Can't get through, it says the phone is off." Kevin pondered for a moment, his expression not looking good as he analyzed. "It's possible that your brother's friend caught wind of the situation in Songjiang, realized your brother was in trouble, and decided to stop using this number." "Damn, if that's the case, we're screwed, aren't we?" Old Cat cursed nervously. "Shaolin, send a text message to this number," Kevin instructed while taking out his e-cigarette. "Be direct and tell him that Along is gone, but you're his younger brother. You can't stay in District 9 anymore, so you're reaching out to him." "Do you think the other party will panic if we say it like this?" Colin asked with a frown. "Lying won't help," Kevin insisted. "With such a big commotion in Songjiang, your brother's friend must have already caught wind of it, so being honest will actually make us seem more sincere." "All right." Colin stopped arguing, lowered his head, composed a text message, and sent it to the other party's number. Kevin took a puff of his e-cigarette, sighed, and said, "The rest is up to fate. If your brother's friend is already spooked and has changed his number, then we basically have no way of finding him. But if he's still in the observation stage, he should call us back. The old cat clasped his hands together and sighed, muttering, I beg Buddha to open his eyes. If we can successfully receive a call from Olong's friend, then I am willing for Alan to lose his mother. 2 whole days passed, and the 3 brothers still hadn't received a reply from Olong's friend. At this point, everyone was completely uncertain. Inside the civilian house, the usually carefree old cat now had a worried expression on his face. Walking around the room with his hands behind his back, he said, I think this is looking bad. If he's still using this phone, then after 2 days of sending this message, the other party would definitely have responded by now. Yes. Colin sat on the bed, his brows furrowed as he replied, he's not responding, most likely the phone is no longer in use. Kevin remained silent. If that's the case, then we're in real trouble. Old cat sighed and cursed, if things go south, I might not even be able to return to Songjiang. You're still fine, at least Old Lee is protecting you, and Alan and the others won't act against you for now. Kevin looked up and responded, but I'm completely done for. The drug supply line is cut off, and at most in 2 or 3 months, they'll definitely come after me again. The 3 fell silent, their hearts filled with unease. Ring ring. As soon as the words were spoken, the phone suddenly rang. The 3 perked up, and Kevin immediately asked Old Cat, is it yours? The old cat froze for half a second, then lowered his head and pulled out a phone from his right pocket, responding with wild joy, yes, it's a new number. Damn it, let Sheelin answer quickly. Kevin, unable to contain his excitement, stood up and urged. Sheelin also showed a look of delight, reached out to take the phone, and sighed, I told you, didn't I? Heaven has already made my life miserable enough. It has to leave a glimmer of hope for people. After speaking, Sheelin pressed the answer button. Hello? A man's deep voice echoed through the phone. Colin pressed the speakerphone. A friend of Olong? The other party remained silent upon hearing this. You don't need to overthink, I'm Olong's younger brother. Colin, afraid the other party might hang up, immediately added, I've only used this number once and haven't contacted anyone else, so I know who you are. How can you prove you're Olong's younger brother? The other party finally spoke again. My name is Colin. We have an old mom and a little sister at home. My elder brother Olong left home 2 years ago and hasn't contacted us since. Colin explained his elder brother's situation in detail. He has a scar on his right shoulder blade, and he has a habit of resting one foot on the chair while eating. After listening, the other party remained silent for a moment before responding. Olong is dead. Why are you contacting me? Before he left, he gave me your contact information and told me to find you if I was ever desperate. Colin replied truthfully, I'm desperate now. Olong is dead, and his men have been arrested. The other party said cautiously, I might also be exposed in Songjiang now, so I really can't take care of others. You'd better fend for yourself. Big brother, wait a moment. Colin noticed the other party was about to hang up the phone and immediately shouted, I'm not looking to join you. I want to discuss business. What kind of business? The business my big brother was doing with you before. The other party froze for a long time, then responded with a cold laugh. Heh, your big brother told me about you. With your personality, you're not cut out for this line of work. Not necessarily, right? Colin responded with overwhelming confidence. Before I left Songjiang, I fired shots on Century Avenue, killed the tiger, took down Yuan Wei, and single-handedly rescued my sister. Even when my big brother was alive, he didn't necessarily have these skills, did he? After hearing this, the other party fell silent again for a long time before asking. For the drug trade, boldness is the minimum requirement, but to make it work, you need connections. How about Ma's connections? Colin quickly countered. I can still use his network. Settled? Yes, I can contact old man Ma right now. Just settling with the Ma family isn't enough. The other parties shook their head. The direct nephew of the Blackstreet police commissioner is with me right now. At this moment, Colin demonstrated the keen observational skills he had honed within the police department, delivering his words perfectly. With them added, is the wait sufficient? The other party carefully considered for a moment and replied ambiguously, wait for my news. All right. After speaking, the 2 ended the call. In the south, within the unplanned area of Jiangzhou, less than 300 kilometers from the 7th district of the Asian territory, a middle-aged man with a crew cut dialed a number on his phone. Several seconds later, hello? Boss, Qilong's younger brother contacted me, the middle-aged man with a crew cut said steadily. The boss on the other end of the phone paused slightly. Why did he suddenly contact you? He said he wants to rebuild the drug supply line and plans to source goods from us. The middle-aged man with a crew cut responded briskly. I probed a bit, and he said he's already negotiated with the Ma family. There's also Old Lee from the Blackstreet Police Department backing him. From what I gather, all that's left is for us to give the nod. Kong, do you know about Qilong's family situation? The boss suddenly asked. I know him fairly well because Aaron has told me about some things regarding his family. Brother Kong nodded. When I talked to that kid just now, the information he provided matched what I already knew. Some details can be looked up, but certain life specifics can only be explained by someone who has spent a long time together with him. So, my personal judgment is that the kid wasn't lying. He should be Qilong's younger brother. The boss remained silent. Do you think I should meet him? Brother Kong hesitated for a moment before cautiously suggesting, the market in Songjiang has been
taken down, and we've lost an important distribution channel. In less than 2 months, my goods have piled up quite a bit, so I think it wouldn't hurt to make contact with him.
If he really has the ability to get things done, wouldn't it save us the trouble of having to reorganize in Songjiang later?
It's a bit risky. The boss gently shook his head.
Qilong's younger brother, what if he's already under the control of the Yuan family? If he's deliberately leading you into a trap, how would you respond?
I'm not afraid of Yuan Hua and Songjiang, but I'm wary of the pharmaceutical company behind him. We're producing drugs privately, which has disrupted their markets in various regions. So, the Yuan family, the pharmaceutical company, and the numerous connections they've paid off, they're all eager to find us and destroy us as soon as possible.
That shouldn't be the case, right?
Brother Kong frowned deeply and said, I looked into the situation in Songjiang. This Qilong's younger brother, Colin, killed Yuan Hua's uncle and another high-ranking member, Tiger, which forced him to flee the 9th district.
Such a grudge isn't easily resolved, is it? Does Colin still have family? The boss asked.
Yes, he has an elderly mother and a younger sister. If these two were first controlled by Yuan Hua, would Colin possibly cooperate with them? The boss asked again.
Brother Kong remained silent upon hearing the voice. We don't know much about the specific situation in Songjiang. If Colin is under control now, the moment you show up, you'll definitely be targeted.
They don't even need to act against you immediately, just by following your trail, they can find us. The boss spoke very cautiously. If we are exposed, given our current state, facing the combined suppression from pharmaceutical companies and political connections, we would undoubtedly be doomed. Brother Kong felt a bit hesitant upon hearing this. As long as we can continue producing medicine, there will always be a market in this era. But compared to several officially recognized pharmaceutical companies, we still appear very weak, so we must be extra cautious. Survival first, then development. The boss advised in a low voice. I don't recommend taking the risk of contacting Colin.
It's best for you to stay hidden and temporarily abandon the Songjiang line.
Brother Kong had two thoughts in his mind at the moment. First, his relationship with Qilong was very close, otherwise, the latter wouldn't have given his contact information to his younger brother when he sensed that something might happen to him. So, Brother Kong wanted to give Colin a hand. Second, in this team that was privately producing drugs, Brother Kong played the role of managing the regional market. The Songjiang area had always been his territory, and if it were cut off in the future, not only would he suffer significant financial losses, but he would also face the awkward situation of losing status within the team. After much deliberation, Brother Kong gritted his teeth and continued to argue. I don't think Colin will cause any problems because I've heard that Old Lee from Blackstreet indeed had a conflict with Alan. Besides, it took us a lot of effort to establish the Songjiang line in the first place, and I really don't want to give it up just like that. So, what are you suggesting? I want to get in touch with Colin, Brother Kong said through clenched teeth. But don't worry, if he has any ill intentions, it will stop with me. I absolutely won't drag the company into it. The boss remained silent for a moment before softly responding. Alright, if that's the case, then follow my way of handling it. You should do it like this. Half an hour later, Colin answered the ringing phone. Hello? We can meet. Brother Kong got straight to the point and said, 3 days later, I'll be waiting for you in the Jian residential area of the Plan Zone in Jiangzhou. There's an entertainment club called Buckingham Palace in the area. You must be there at 8 p.m. Colin was startled. Jiangzhou? It's a bit far from here. I'm afraid I can't make it in 3 days. If you don't delay on the way, the time will definitely be enough. Brother Kong replied decisively. I'll wait for you for 3 days. Alright, I got it. That's it. Brother Kong said before swiftly hanging up the phone. Indoors, Kevin looked at Colin and asked urgently, how is it? What did he say? He agreed to meet, but in Jiangzhou, and he requires us to arrive within 3 days. Colin replied with a frown. The time is a bit tight. Old Cat cursed upon hearing this. Jiangzhou is quite far from here, and we haven't met this person beforehand. We're just relying on a phone number to rush over. If the other party has any bad intentions, we might not make it back safely. Colin held the phone, turned to look at the two, and said, whether it's a banquet or a trap on the other side, I'm definitely going. Otherwise, I'll never have a chance to turn things around. Kevin turned his head to look at Old Cat. Fu Gue, you have connections above, you don't have to go. Rubbish. The drug trade concerns Old Lee's life and livelihood. You two are fighting for it, so how can I not fight? Old Cat responded without hesitation. For the first time, I feel that the name my mom gave me is auspicious. Time waits for no one. Since we've all decided to go, let's not hesitate. Kevin nodded and instructed, make arrangements for mom and little sister, and we'll set off tonight. Got it. Colin nodded. That night, Kevin called his friend John and arranged for his younger sister and mother to temporarily stay with another family for a few days, paying real money for their meals. After settling everything, the three of them spent a high price to buy 4 large barrels of gasoline from an oil dealer before driving to the planned area in Jiangzhou. This time on the road, none of the three had any chance to retreat. Each person's life and fortune depended entirely on whether they could connect with the pharmaceutical supplier. The era is chaotic, with 9 regions divided, outlaws rising, and tigers roaring alongside dragons. 3 brothers, who came together in desperate circumstances to support support each other truly began their journey from this day onward.
Colin's residence is approximately 1,800 kilometers away from Jiangzhou, a distance that in the past could have been covered in about 20 hours by car. However, the current harsh environment and the disasters that have struck various regions have left the landscape unrecognizable.
After leaving the north, Colin encountered an endless expanse of Gobi Desert in the central plains, along with the dried-up remains of a great river that once nurtured countless lives, now reduced to empty ravines. The current living environment in the Asian region can be roughly divided into 3 levels. The third level is the uninhabited zone, where the disaster severity is extremely high. Some areas have dried-in crackland, with no water sources visible for hundreds of miles, others experience year-round cold, with land frozen for thousands of miles, and some have completely turned into vast expanses of water. Before the disasters, the government used a large amount of technological engineering to resist and save lives, but most efforts ultimately failed against the forces of nature. Moreover, these projects, destroyed by severe disasters, left behind many hidden dangers, such as nuclear issues and radiation sources containing large amounts of chemical engineering materials. Nowadays, these areas have become places no one dares to set foot in. Perhaps it will take several decades for them to gradually recover. The second level is the planning zone. Although the environment in these areas is harsh, the local people can still adapt. However, due to limited geographical conditions and the current resource constraints of the 9 major zones, they cannot yet be transformed into official living zones with the protection of the united government, stable social environments, and relatively comfortable living conditions. The first level consists of the true living zones established by the united government, divided into 4 zones in Asia, 4 zones in the Euro-African Alliance, and an additional specially established 9th zone. We, the Chinese people, have 2 major zones, Zone 7 and Zone 8, holding an absolutely dominant voice within the united government. When disaster truly struck, the world finally witnessed the power of 1.4 billion people, the roar and miracles of 1.4 billion voices. The Jiangzhou area awaiting planning is located near the 7th district. Compared to the northern regions, its geographical environment is slightly better, with several bustling urban areas included. For instance, the Jian residential area mentioned by Konggu. The entire Jiangzhou is also referred to as the quasi-10th district. A couple of years ago, the united government seriously considered building a new city here, but due to limited resources, the difficulty of managing a large population, and the presence of numerous and complex local forces, the plan ultimately fell through. After nearly 3 days of rushing, Kevin, Colin, and Old Cat finally arrived in Jian. Since they were traveling across regions, the hardships and obstacles they faced along the way were countless. Later, Old Cat admitted that if it weren't for Kevin being in the car and his extensive life experience in this area, he and Colin might have failed halfway through, as some issues cannot be resolved merely with courage. Although the journey was fraught with difficulties, they fortunately reached their destination. The 3 entered Jian, had a simple hot meal, rested briefly for a few hours, and as soon as night fell, they rushed to the Buckingham Palace Entertainment Club. Entertainment venues of this era no longer had the scale, class, or luxurious feel of previous establishments like clubs, nightclubs, and KTVs. When people can't even fill their stomachs, they truly have no time for such revelries and indulgences. Buckingham Palace had only 3 floors, with over 20 private rooms, a dozen guest rooms, and a relaxation area resembling a light bar. Nowadays, those who came to such places were rarely there purely for leisure. The majority were there for business banquets or serious discussions. Due to the scarcity of resources, the cost of consumption naturally became very high. Following Brother Kang's instructions, Colin booked a private room on the 2nd floor, and the service attendant brought in over 10 attractive young women. "Is this all for drinks?" the waiter asked politely. "Yes." Colin nodded. "Then you 3 can pick some girls." The waiter grinned and said, "We have all types here, and they're skilled in singing, playing instruments, and more." Kevin and the others came here to discuss serious matters, so their minds weren't on such leisure activities. They politely declined. "We'll talk about that later. Some guests haven't arrived yet." As the words fell, the waiter was just about to nod and respond, but unexpectedly, a young woman standing on the far left suddenly stepped forward with a bright smile and said, "Brother, why don't you just pick 3 of us? We all have tasks to complete. If we don't get a table for a whole day, not only do we not earn money, but we also get points deducted." Old Cat was a cheeky charmer. Hearing this, he looked at the young woman who had spoken, carefully sizing her up. Seeing her bright eyes, white teeth, alluring figure, and a natural air of seduction, he immediately grinned and asked, "With your looks, how could you not have any business?" The young woman, seeing Old Cat engage with her, quickly stepped forward and said, "We have women of all skin tones and types here. The competition is ridiculously fierce. If I don't work hard, I won't make any money." Hearing this, Old Cat turned to Kevin and whispered in his ear, "Coming to a place like this, it's better not to stand out too much. How about letting a few of them sit down for now, and when the main guest arrives, we can send them away. After all, you're definitely going to have to entertain him, right?" Kevin thought what Old Cat said made sense and immediately nodded. "Then let's keep 3.
3. What's your name, little sister? Old Cat turned his head to look at the girl and asked. Coco. Call 2 of your close friends to sit down, Old Cat casually replied. Coco was startled upon hearing the voice. What's the matter, no friends here? Old Cat teased with a sidelong glance. I do. Coco snapped out of it and pointed to the 2 girls on the left, shouting, you 2, sit down. After speaking, the 2 girls stepped over and sat next to Colin and Kevin. The service attendant bowed and politely said to everyone, enjoy yourselves, bosses. After exchanging pleasantries, the others walked away. Old Cat, feeling bored, lowered his head and looked at Coco's long legs, unconsciously touching them and saying, Miss, you've got some elasticity. Bro, you're so cheeky. I'm not being flirty, I just have a bit of a vibe. Colin, sitting nearby, heard this and immediately leaned toward Kevin with a bit of a headache. He's really carefree. Coco crossed her legs as she sat down, unconsciously removing Old Cat's hand from her leg. Your hands are quite nice looking. Downstairs, a middle-aged man with a crew cut walked into the lobby alone. A service attendant quickly ran over. Sir, are you by yourself or with friends? Do you have a reservation? My surname is Kong. I reserved a suite on the 3rd floor for a meeting, the crew cut man said, glancing around. All right, please follow me. The service attendant stepped aside upon hearing this, smiling as he led the way. Under the arrangement of the service attendant, Brother Kong entered the 3-room suite. After glancing around, he bent down, sat on the bed, and took out his phone to send a text message. Boss, I've arrived. Preparing to make contact with them. The other party quickly replied. Kongo, after receiving permission, used his phone to dial Colin's number. Hello? Hello, Kongo. Colin, after several interactions, already knew the other party's name. We've arrived at Buckingham Palace. Where are you? Kongo asked. In the private room on the 2nd floor, Colin responded truthfully. Brother Kong licked his lips, sitting in the dark room, and after pausing for a moment, replied, come to suite 09 on the 3rd floor. All right, After the 2 finished communicating, Brother Kong stepped to the doorway of the room and observed suite 09 diagonally opposite through the peephole on the wooden door. Inside the private room on the 2nd floor, Colin pocketed his phone and immediately turned around to Kevin and Old Cat, saying, they've arrived, on the 3rd floor. Didn't we agree to meet in this private room? Why did he suddenly go to the 3rd floor? Old Cat frowned and replied, is that old guy up to something? Before the words were finished, Kevin immediately reached out and pinched Old Cat's wrist, then looked up at the 3 girls and said, you all go out first. Old Cat fell silent upon hearing this. Coco paused for a moment, then quickly said to the other 2 girls, let's head out first and let the boss handle his business. Kevin sat on the sofa and, after seeing Coco and the others leave, solemnly said, we rushed here without much thought, and no one can say for sure what kind of people we're dealing with. Let's play it safe, better to guard against villains than trust blindly. The 2 of them, hearing this, joined Kevin in pulling out the handguns they had purchased along with the off-road vehicle from the military. After inspecting them briefly, they picked up their personal luggage bags to distribute spare magazines. Squeak! The private room door suddenly swung open, and Coco froze in place, staring wide-eyed at the 3 of them fiddling with firearms. Kevin turned his head to look at the doorway, his eyes cold as he questioned Kiki, who the hell let you in? I left my handbag on the sofa. Big brothers, you carry on, I'll come back to get it later. Kiki quickly closed the door. Hearing this, Old Cat glanced at the sofa and, seeing that Kiki's bag was indeed there, turned back and said, hurry up. After making all the necessary preparations, the 3 of them quickly left the private room and headed toward the 3rd floor. Upstairs, Kong Ji's phone rang. He glanced down at the number and had just reached out to answer it when hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. In the corridor, a young man wearing a long sheepskin trench coat on his upper body, army green tapered marten pants on his lower body, dirty leather boots on his feet, and a wide, thick leather belt around his waist, with his hands tucked into his sleeves and a ponytail tied at the back of his head, leisurely walked toward room 09, leading 4 companions. The man in the sheepskin trench coat, whose long cheeks were covered with a dense beard, had sharp eyes and a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He first glanced back at the corridor behind him and then said, the person is right here, go ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, the companions on both sides quickened their pace to move forward, but suddenly, a shout came from the direction of the 2nd floor stairway platform. Brown, I gave you all my capital, and now you're treating me like this. What do you mean by that? Dear Wu, don't act like a gambler, okay? I'm not God, I can't guarantee everyone makes money. Rubbish, you totally screwed me over. A shout came from the direction of the 2nd floor platform. The man near the left side of the corridor immediately turned to the man in the sheepskin coat and asked, still going? Don't worry about it, just do your thing. The man in the trench coat responded, his hands still tucked into his sleeves. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 immediately quickened their pace. On the 2nd floor platform, 3 middle-aged men were tugging at 3 white men, shouting and cursing, reeking of alcohol. Since the staircase leading to the 3rd floor wasn't spacious, the commotion blocked Kevin and his group, who were about to go upstairs. Seeing that the men were all drunk and endlessly arguing, Kevin reached out and nudged one of the white men, saying, make way. You son of a b********. Do you know how how expensive my suit is? Get lost, the white man said arrogantly. The old cat stepped forward upon hearing the commotion, lifted the firearm at his waist and slapped the other person across the face with his left hand. You're freeloading in our living area, don't know what it means to keep a low profile? Get out of my sight. The white man froze in shock upon seeing the old cat carrying a gun. Kevin pushed through the crowd, forcing his way forward to lead the old cat and Colin onward. In less than 10 seconds, the three of them reached the third-floor corridor. Just as they turned to look for Suite 09 according to the sign, they suddenly heard a loud bang of a door being kicked open from the left side. Kevin turned his head upon hearing the sound. Bang! Immediately, the gunshot rang out, echoing throughout Buckingham Palace. What happened? Colin instinctively reached for his waist. Kevin reacted quickly, immediately scanning the signboard and realizing that the direction of the gunfire was from the side of Suite 09. At the same time, at the corner deep in the corridor, Brother Kong looked at the man in the trenchcoat with a panicked expression. You, damn it! The man in the trenchcoat pulled his right hand out of his sleeve and patted Brother Kang's cheek with a grin. Isn't it thrilling to see me? You, don't shout. If you shout, I'll kill you. The man in the trenchcoat smiled and pointed at Brother Kong, cursing, then waved his hand. Let's go. A shot was fired. The companion pointed at Brother Kong and reminded the man in the trenchcoat, this place has some connection to his boss. The man in the trenchcoat brushed his ponytail at the back of his head without a trace of panic and shouted, going through the front door is too much trouble. Jump out the window. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly walked toward the window. In the corridor, after hesitating for a moment, Kevin suddenly started sprinting. After taking two sharp turns, he happened to witness the scene of Brother Kong being dragged up to the window. Old Cat stood slightly further back, looking up at the scene on the windowsill. Thinking quickly, he shouted, Brother Kong. After shouting, Old Cat dragged Kevin to hide in the corridor corner. At the window, Brother Kong struggled to turn his head upon hearing the noise. Seeing the empty corridor, he also shouted with experience, help me. Bang! As soon as the words were spoken, the man in the trench coat grabbed Brother Kong and jumped downstairs. At the corner of the corridor, the old cat snapped back to reality, looked at Kevin, and said, it's over, that bastard's in trouble. Downstairs, the rapid and dense sound of footsteps echoed deafeningly. Damn it! Kevin cursed, rubbing his head. What kind of luck is this? Why does everything we do hit a snag? We have to save old Kong, or we came here for nothing. Colin shouted, his eyes red as he rushed toward the window. Kevin, Old Cat, and Colin ran from the corridor to the window, looked down, and saw a landing on the second floor below. The ponytail man and his group had jumped onto this landing and then descended the stairs beside it. Standing at the window, Kevin looked up and forward, seeing the ponytail man and his group already holding Kongu hostage as they rushed across the street and quickly headed toward the alley. Kongu just asked us to save him, which means he knows his situation is very dangerous, Colin said urgently to the other two. We must save him, or everything we've done will be for nothing. Kevin understood Colin's meaning, and at this moment, there was no time for further hesitation. He turned around, looked at Old Cat, and said, you go get the car. Colin and I will follow and take a look. Be careful, you two, Old Cat reminded them. Call me once you get the car, Kevin said as he climbed onto the windowsill and called out to Colin, let's go. With that, the two of them jumped down from the windowsill one after the other, while Old Cat turned and quickly headed toward the stairs leading to the second floor. After turning two corners, Old Cat was just about to go downstairs when he heard hurried footsteps coming from below. Immediately afterward, he saw 7 or 8 henchmen wearing Buckingham Palace uniforms, carrying weapons as they rushed up. The two sides exchanged glances. Old Cat reacted quickly, pointing nervously down the hallway and shouting, damn, you're finally here. Someone just fired a gun and even tied someone up before jumping out the window to escape. How many of them? The leading henchman asked with a frown. Didn't see clearly, maybe 4 or 5. Old Cat replied while stepping aside. The crowd saw that Old Cat was alone and unarmed, so they didn't think much of it and immediately rushed forward, grabbing their tools and running toward the window. Old Cat wiped the sweat off his forehead, cursing as he quickly ran downstairs. Damn, life has suddenly gotten so thrilling. The rear of Buckingham Palace. Kevin rushed down the steps of the platform and was about to cross the road when Colin suddenly pulled him back. It seems like they haven't noticed someone is following them. Let's not rush too aggressively. Get closer first, then make a move. Kevin paused for a moment upon hearing this, turned to look at Colin, and replied, I understand. After a brief exchange, the two quickly crossed the road and entered the alley. The power supply system in the planned area was already in terrible condition. Most residential areas were pitch black after 10 o'clock at night, let alone these unmanaged alleys and narrow lanes. As a result, Kevin and Colin walked slowly through the alley. Although they could only make out the silhouettes of people in the distance, it worked to their advantage since it was equally hard for the other party to spot them. Maintaining a safe distance, they followed without much risk. The alley was somewhat narrow and long. Kevin and Colin gripped their guns tightly, following for about 200 meters and turning 2 corners before finally reaching the end. At the edge of the street near the alley entrance, a worn-out off-road pickup truck was idling. The ponytail man, holding a gun to Kong Ji's head, had
just walked to the vehicle when a young man in a black leather jacket approached from the left and began speaking to him in a low voice. Since the distance between the two sides was a bit far, Kevin and Colin couldn't hear what the leather-jacketed youth was saying to the ponytail man, but they could sense that this group might be preparing to leave.
Rush in and grab him? Colin furrowed his brows and asked in a low voice.
Through the car headlights, Kevin could clearly see the man with the ponytail and his group, so he shook his head and replied, I don't think these guys are easy to deal with. Leather jackets, Martin boots, they look like they've been in the wilderness. Besides, we only have 2 small pistols. If we get close, who knows what they might pull out from their pockets. Colin pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, if this doesn't work out, you can still go back to the plan zone, and old Cat has Lacey backing him, so he'll never have to worry about survival. But what do I have? The only reason I've made it this far is because of the 2 of you looking out for me. The drug route is my only chance to turn things around. I'll fight for it even if it kills me.
Kevin froze upon hearing this.
Even if they pull out a mortar today, I'll still go up against them. Colin steeled himself, grabbed his gun, and started walking forward. I'll fire first. Roadside. The man with the ponytail pulled out a wad of cash from his trench coat and tossed it to the young man in the black leather jacket, saying, thanks for this.
See you around. Don't mention it, Brother Shao. Call me if you need anything.
There are too many eyes around here, so I'll take my leave. The man in the black leather jacket nodded and bowed.
Inside the alley,
Kevin and Colin walked side by side, one on the left and the other on the right, their eyes fixed intently on the man with the ponytail, ready to pull the trigger at any moment.
15 meters. 10 meters.
As the distance between the two sides shortened, Kevin looked up at Colin and whispered, we can't go in hard. I'll take out the 2 on the side. You seize the leader.
Understood. Colin bent down, ready to sprint. Ring ring. At that moment, the urgent sound of a phone ringing echoed.
By the roadside, the ponytail man suddenly turned his head.
2 minutes earlier,
the old cat rushed out of the chaotic Buckingham Palace, quickly crossed the road, and got into the car.
V-room.
After starting the car, old cat reached out to shift gears, heading toward the back of the entertainment center.
Tap tap.
A series of hurried footsteps sounded, and a stunningly beautiful young woman gracefully walked over from behind the car, reaching out to pull open the passenger side door. Old cat turned his head at the sound and was instantly frozen in place. The young lady got into the car with a cheerful smile, bringing a waft of fragrance as she sat in the passenger seat. She casually closed the door and said, hey there, tonight I'm going with you.
Coco?
Old cat thought carefully for a moment before recalling the name of the beauty who had been drinking with him in the private room earlier.
Oh, you still remember my name? Coco responded with a smile.
Old cat didn't have time to banter with her and urged impatiently, get out of the car quickly, I don't have time tonight.
What are you doing, rushing like that?
Kiki approached old cat and asked, I told you to get out of the car. Old cat urgently shouted, hurry up and get out, I have something to do.
Got what you wanted and now you want to run, is that it?
Kiki stared at old cat and asked.
Old cat was stunned. What do you mean? Let your 2 friends bring Brother Kong back to me. Coco's face no longer held a smile.
Old cat froze for 2 seconds upon hearing this, then immediately reached for his waist. Beside the car, 3 men in suits quietly circled around from behind. They didn't make a move or draw any weapons, but stood expressionlessly by the driver's side window, coldly staring at old cat.
Don't move, or there will be trouble, hee hee.
Coco pointed her delicate finger at old cat's chest.
Call your friends. Who are you exactly?
Old cat asked with a look of astonishment. Coco blinked her bright eyes, reached into old cat's pocket, pulled out his phone, and said, I am the boss.
Old cat was stunned upon hearing this. Holding the phone, Coco commanded clearly, if you don't want to die in Jiangzhou, unlock it immediately and call your friend. On the street,
Brother Shao, with his ponytail hairstyle, turned to look at the alley after hearing the phone ring and raised 2 fingers. Next to him, 2 young men shoved Brother Kong into the car, while another 2 pulled shotguns from their coats, racking the slides with a clatter. The man in the black leather jacket looked nervously at Brother Shao and said, no one saw me, right?
That would be troublesome.
If someone did, take them out, Brother Shao responded, waving to the 2 men holding guns. The 2 armed men received the order, immediately spread out, and walked into the alley with their shotguns. Brother Shao followed behind them, his steps unhurried.
In the silent alley, dull footsteps echoed.
2 armed young men advanced about a dozen meters, turned their heads to the left, and saw a wooden door behind the building that was ajar, with a faint light shining from within. Brother Shao licked his lips and stepped forward, first signaling his 2 companions to stay put. Then, after glancing sideways into the door, he abruptly pulled the door handle. The door opened, and a waft of greasy smoke greeted him. Brother Shao, expressionless, glanced inside and discovered that it was the back kitchen of a small restaurant. Inside, a Western chef was frying something. The chef turned his head at the sound, his chubby cheeks wearing a smile.
The restaurant's main entrance is at the front.
Brother Shao glanced at the chef, hesitated for a moment, then nodded, wrong place. The chef turned his head upon hearing this and continued frying the food. Brother Shao took a look inside the room, and after finding nothing unusual, closed the door and left with his 2 companions. As soon as they left, the door to the kitchen storage room was opened, and Colin pointed a gun at another another chef threatening fiercely, focus on cooking your food, and don't let your mouth get you killed.
Understood, understood.
The chef by the stove nodded repeatedly.
Go out through the main door.
Kevin put away his gun and urged Colin.
Street side.
Brother Shao got into the car, turned his head, and said to the young man in the black jacket, "That's the restaurant's kitchen in the back. Just now, it was probably someone from the shop coming out to make a call."
It's nothing.
Oh, that's good. The young man in the black jacket let out a sigh of relief.
If anything comes up, just call.
Brother Shao threw out the remark, then casually closed the car door and ordered, "Let's go." The companion driving the car shifted gears and sped away, flooring the accelerator. The young man in the black jacket only took out the money Brother Shao had just given him from his pocket, his eyes gleaming with excitement, after the car disappeared down the road. As he walked, he spat on his thumb to moisten it and began counting the money.
The main entrance.
Kevin walked quickly with his head down and said, "These people have an insider, otherwise they wouldn't have done the job so efficiently."
The one in the black jacket. Colin's mind worked very quickly. Someone from the shop?
Definitely, he just took the money earlier.
Kevin nodded. What do you mean?
I'll call Old Cat and ask him to drive over first. Kevin took out his phone upon hearing this and dialed Old Cat's number. A few seconds later, the call connected, and Kevin immediately started cursing. "Are you stupid? You know we're working, yet you still call randomly. You almost got us killed. Do you understand? Why are you so angry? Your friend isn't in a position to answer the phone right now." Coco's voice sounded. Kevin froze for a moment upon hearing this. "Who are you?" "I'm Kong Ji's boss," Coco said briefly. "We just met in the private room."
Kevin had a good memory.
After hearing the other person's voice, he recalled briefly and asked, "Are you the one who came back to retrieve the bag?"
"That's right. What do you mean?" Kevin was a bit puzzled.
"A long is gone. We were originally going to give up the Songjian line, but Brother Kong, out of kindness, insisted on helping you. Yet you broke the rules."
Coco frowned slightly and said, "Return the person, I want one of your friend's legs, and the matter will be settled."
Kevin was momentarily stunned, then immediately emphasized, "You're putting a big blame on us."
"Whether it's your blame, you know in your heart." "Nonsense.
Brother Kong isn't with us, he was kidnapped by someone else."
Kevin glared and explained, "We hadn't even had the chance to meet him yet. Konggu arranged to meet you tonight. The time and place of the meeting, only you and I know." Coco responded coldly, "As soon as you brought the guns upstairs, something happened to him. You tell me it wasn't you. Who would believe that?"
Kevin was rendered speechless upon hearing this, feeling so aggrieved he was about to explode.
"I don't care if you're from the Yuan family or some errand boy for a pharmaceutical company.
In any case, if something happens to Konggu, I guarantee you won't even know where this kid is buried tomorrow."
"It really wasn't us,"
Kevin almost shouted in response. "We came here to establish a supply channel."
Coco lightly tapped her left fingers on her leg, holding the phone in her right hand.
After pondering for a moment, she responded, "There's no foundation of trust between us, so it's hard for me to believe what you're saying. How about this? If you claim this matter has nothing to do with you, then come find me, and we'll talk face to face."
"Do you take me for a fool? You don't believe me now, but if I go to meet you, you'll suddenly believe me?" Kevin frowned and replied, "If the two of us end up in your hands, will our heads still belong to us? You won't return the person, and you don't dare to meet me. Do you really think I'm just some bar hostess?" Coco sneered and said, "Then there's nothing to talk about.
Tomorrow, I'll tell you where I am, and you can burn paper for your friend."
"Wait a moment." Kevin broke out in a sweat.
"Give me some time, and I can prove this wasn't our doing."
Coco was stunned.
After carefully pondering for a moment, she glanced at her watch. "If you haven't called before dawn, we don't need to stay in touch." After saying that, Kevin heard the busy tone of the call being hung up.
"What happened?" Colin immediately asked anxiously when he saw Kevin take the phone away from his ear. "Damn it."
Kevin cursed, responding with a frustrated expression. "The woman accompanying Old Cat tonight is Brother Kang's boss. She suspects that what happened to Brother Kong was a setup by us, so she captured Old Cat."
"Shit." Colin heard this and kicked over the trash can by the roadside. "Why is everything going so badly? Not a single thing goes smoothly." On the street, Coco sat in the car with her legs crossed, resting her chin on her right hand, lost in thought. "Boss, anyone daring enough to come to our territory and capture Brother Kong must be reckless like a madman," the driver said grimly, gripping the steering wheel. "Since they've already succeeded, it's very likely they won't care about their companions anymore, which means Brother Kong is in danger. There's something else going on here." Coco furrowed her delicate brows and gently shook her head in response. "Find out if Brother Kong has offended anyone recently." "You mean?"
The driver looked puzzled.
"Ask less, do more." Coco's pretty face looked expressionlessly at the driver. "Understood, I'll call right away."
The driver nodded repeatedly. On the street diagonally opposite the main gate of Buckingham Palace, Kevin watched the large number of customers leaving due to the gunshot earlier and quickly said to Colin, "I'll go in for a bit, you wait at the door."
"Let's go together." "No need." Kevin took off his jacket, preparing to wear it inside out. "It's chaotic inside right now. Even if we run into him, it won't be easy to act."
"I'll go in and ask around, then come out immediately.
Then I'll wait nearby.
If there's trouble, you fire immediately, and I'll cover you."
"All right."
After After putting on his jacket inside out, Kevin glanced around and stepped forward to cross the street. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed, and someone nearby spoke on the phone. Something happened at the store, I'll go take a look and be back home soon. Don't worry, I'll take a day off tomorrow. It's nothing much, just had some good luck today. The boss gave me a bonus. I'll take you out later. Kevin turned his head at the sound, his eyes instantly locking onto the man on the street who was on the phone. He was wearing a thick down jacket and had a short haircut, looking unfamiliar at first glance. But Kevin still identified him from his pants, build, and body movements as the guy in the black jacket who had been talking to the ponytail man earlier. Colin, being a former police officer, had the basic memory and investigative skills, so he also recognized the man at this moment. Kevin paused for a moment, turned around, and said to Colin with his head lowered, "This makes things easier, we don't need to go in." "I'll go," Colin responded and immediately walked forward quickly. The man in the black jacket hung up the phone and immediately prepared to cross the road, heading toward the store's main entrance. "Hey, buddy." Colin caught up and patted the other person on the shoulder from behind. The man turned around and asked aggressively, "Who are you?" Colin pressed the gun against the man's waist and responded expressionlessly, "Watch your mouth and speak to me cautiously." The man froze. Over 10 minutes later, in the dim and foul-smelling street, the man in the black jacket lay on the ground, his face covered in blood, clutching his head and shouting, "Stop hitting me, big brother, stop hitting me." Kevin rolled up his sleeves and shouted, "Where are the people? What kind of person are you? Big brother, did you guys mistake me for someone else?" Colin kicked the man in the head and shouted, "Where's Kong? I don't know him." The young man clutched his head with both arms, still trying to argue. Kevin grabbed the man's collar, gritting his teeth as he cursed, "At the alley entrance, by the car, did you take the money? Damn it, still daring to lie? Do you believe I'll dig out a nest of rats and stuff them all in your mouth?" The young man responded immediately, "Are you the ones whose phone rang in the alley? You finally figured it out." Kevin struck his head with his right fist and demanded, "Where is he? Where's Brother Kong?" "Bro, I'm just the messenger." Bang! Kevin completely lost his patience, forcefully pushed the young man aside, raised his right leg and straightened it, aiming the top of his foot at the opponent's left knee, and stomped down like lightning. Crack! The sound of bones dislocating instantly echoed. "Ah!" The wailing echoed through the alley as the young man knelt on the ground, clutching his knee and shouted, "Stop, I'll talk. The one who ordered the kidnapping is Brother Xiao. It's Lei Zi from the No Man's Land. He works for the Li family in Jiangzhou. As for why they targeted Brother Kong, I don't know. They might have taken him to Jian North." "Speak clearly," Colin shouted, hands on his hips. Yes, Brother Kong was taken to Jian North by them. I'm sure, I heard them say it." The young man dared not argue further, his head knocked against the ground, his tone now tinged with sobs. In a certain freight yard on Zhongxing Street, Jian, Old Cat sat on the edge of a chair, barely perched with his buttocks, clutching his crotch, and beamed at Kiki, saying, "Sis, this is really a misunderstanding. We're here to do business, not to kidnap anyone. To be honest, I'm a police officer, a decent person. How could I possibly do something shady like kidnapping?" "Decent, are you?" Kiki removed the hair tie from her wrist and tied up her flowing hair. "You weren't exactly in that state back in the private room, were you?" "At that time, I was indeed a bit indecent, but I wasn't treating you like someone in the service industry." Before the words were finished, Coco reached out and grabbed Old Cat's chin, looking down and saying, "Don't try to sweet-talk me and waste time." "I didn't. Tell me the truth, are you guys here for Kong?" "Really not, we're here to make friends." Old Cat replied, staring wide-eyed, "My brother Colin's own big brother is already in Jiyuan's hands. Do you think we'd deliberately set up Kong? There's no benefit in that, is there? Who killed Aaron doesn't matter. What matters is who can continue to ensure Colin lives a better life." Coco sneered and said, "And the Yuan family has the ability to make that happen." Old Cat fell silent upon hearing this. "I'll wait until dawn. If your friend doesn't come back, then you and your foul mouth will stay in Jiangzhou for good." Coco released Old Cat's chin, turned around, and shouted, "The fact that they managed to take Brother Kong away so smoothly suggests there might be an insider at the Buckingham Palace. Find them and deal with it." "Understood, boss." The driver nodded and left. Coco finished speaking and stepped upstairs. The Old Cat watched Coco's back and an inexplicable chill rose in his heart. In these times, even a 5-foot-tall man struggles to survive, so for a frail woman to make it to the forefront and become a boss says a lot. At the very least, she wouldn't be someone soft-hearted or indecisive. On the road, Kevin pulled the young man and asked in a low voice, "How far is Jian North from here?" "More than 10 kilometers. The young man, limping along, responded obsequiously. Colin frowned and asked again, "What are they planning to do with Brother Kong?" "I don't know." The young man shook his head. "I don't inquire about these things. Asking too much isn't good for oneself. Kong is in danger." Kevin said briefly from the side, "That guy with the small braid, daring to take money in front of Kong, is enough to show that they don't intend for Kong to come back alive." Colin's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Over 10 kilometers is too far, and we don't have a car anymore. By the time we walk there, it'll be too late. Kevin glanced down at his watch. "We need to figure out a way to get there quickly." Colin looked around both
sides of the street upon hearing the sound. After pausing for a moment, he suddenly walked to the entrance of a restaurant and called out, "Is the owner here?" "What's the matter?" the owner asked from behind the counter. "Is the motorcycle at the door for sale? Are you crazy?" "It's not for sale," the owner replied, sitting back down again. Kevin entered the room and took out 1,000 Asian yuan from his pocket. "Will you sell it?" The boss was stunned for a moment, then crossed his legs and said with a smile, "Add another 1,000, and I'll sell it." Haha. Bang! Kevin pulled out a gun and slapped it on the table. "I'm out of money. Will this make up for 1,000? The boss leaned back in fright. Over 10 minutes later, the cold wind howled as Colin, Kevin, and the young man rode on a cheerful little scooter, heading straight for northern Jian. Late at night, in a building by the roadside in northern Jian, Brother Xiao sat at the dining table, leisurely enjoying exquisite dishes and drinking strong liquor alone. After about 10 minutes, the door to the second-floor living room was pulled open from the outside. A young man in his 20s led a middle-aged burly man into the room. These two were core members of the Li family from Jiangzhou. The young man was named Li Tong, whose father was the second in command of the family. The middle-aged man following him was Dong Chang, Li Tong's maternal uncle. This Li family initially started by trading permanent residency rights in District 7. Later, they established a trading company, but secretly, they specialized in trafficking scarce resources such as guns, food, cotton, crude oil, and so on. Over the past 7 or 8 years, this family has grown like a snowball, achieving substantial capital accumulation. However, this has brought hardship to the poor people living nearby, as prices were driven up and someone always had to foot the bill, bleeding dry. The Li family's goal was clear: they aimed to make money off the poor. In recent years, however, the social environment in District 7 has gradually stabilized, and various policies benefiting the people have been implemented. Coupled with a slower population growth compared to previous years, resources like food and cotton are no longer as scarce as they once were. Seeing the downturn in the industry, the Li family quickly adjusted their focus, turning their attention to the pharmaceutical industry. Their conflict with Brother Khan also arose from disputes over the profits in the pharmaceutical supply chain. When Li Tong entered the room, he looked at Brother Xiao with enthusiasm and asked, "So, how's the food? Tasty?" "I can't tell the difference. Everything tastes the same to me. As long as it fills me up, it's fine." Brother Xiao only glanced at Li Tong briefly but didn't even bother to stand up to greet him. "Brother Xiao, you really know how to keep a low profile," Li Tong grinned, baring his teeth as he bent down to sit beside him and replied, "With someone like you, where wouldn't you get a decent meal?" "Heh, you're flattering me." Brother Xiao put down his chopsticks and picked up the pack of cigarettes on the table. Li Tong poured a glass of white liquor, stretched his neck with a smile, and asked, "Honestly, Brother Xiao, I personally have a lot of respect for you. Why don't you stay here? We can make money together and work towards a better life." "Heh, thank you for your kindness." Brother Xiao lit a cigarette, his eyes fixed on Li Tong as he said, "But my heart isn't in this place, so let's keep things straightforward." Dong Chang responded upon hearing this, "Think it over again. Wandering outside, how can it compare to having a stable job in one place? If you stay, I'll personally talk to my brother-in-law and guarantee you at least 300,000 in dividends a year." "It's not about the money. I want to go to District 9. Brother Xiao waved his hand. "That's a real pity." Li Tong sighed, picked up his glass, and didn't try to persuade him further. "Brother Xiao, since you want to leave, I won't insist. If you ever need anything, just say the word. You know what kind of person I am. Our actions will speak for themselves." "Fair enough." Brother Xiao crossed his legs, picked up his glass, clinked it against the others, and downed it in one go. "Uncle, give Brother Xiao the money." Li Tong put down the cup and called out. Dong Chang nodded, turned around, and walked into the inner room. In less than 3 minutes, he came out holding 10 bundles of Asian yuan and placed them on the table. Brother Xiao was stunned. "Wasn't it agreed to be 50,000? The remaining 50,000 is my personal contribution for your travel expenses." Li Tong replied with a smile, "Don't be polite, just take it. You treat me so well, it makes me a bit uneasy." Brother Xiao smiled, stood up, took out 5 bundles of cash, weighed them in his hand, and said, "Heh, little brother, I appreciate the gesture, but this 50,000 is what I should take. The other 50,000 is a favor. Money is easy to spend, but favors are hard to repay. I'm used to a carefree life and not accustomed to owing anyone. Oh, next time we meet, I'll treat you to a meal." Li Tong was taken aback. "Brother Xiao, you're being too formal. Everyone has their own personality, that's all." Brother Xiao tucked the money away and habitually slid his hands into his sleeves. "That's it, I'll be off now. I'll see you out." "No need, I remember the stairs to go down." "Huh?" Brother Xiao laughed, turned around, and left gracefully. Li Tong and Dong Cheng exchanged a glance and both shook their heads helplessly. "Ah, if this person stayed, he could accomplish great things." Li Tong sighed. "This group of lazy is used to being wild, they're not so easy to incorporate." Dong Cheng consoled softly, "Besides, they're used to being unruly in their actions. If they suddenly come to our place, they might cause trouble." "Well, it's fine, it's good that he left. Did you get anything out of Kong?" Li Tong changed the subject and asked. "He's pretty tight-lipped, won't confess who in Feng Bei is supplying him," Dong Cheng said with a smile. "But we got lucky. I found some information on his phone. I'll have someone
verify it in Fongbei later, and then we can take action. This bastard stole our big deal in Fongbei, Li Tong said darkly, hands in his pockets. Since you've got the information, handle the rest as you see fit. Got it, I understand. Dong Chang stood up upon hearing this. You eat for a bit, I'll head down and take a look now. Alright, Li Tong nodded. 7 or 8 minutes later. In the basement, Dong Chang, leading 2 lackeys, tilted his head and looked at Brother Kong, who was covered in blood, and scolded, look at you, all pathetic like this. Back then, we tried to persuade you to partner with us, but you refused. Now look at you, about to lose your life. Brother Kong groggily lifted his head and cursed through his teeth. I admit it, but you guys messed with me. From now on, you'd better watch out for my boss. The boss? Who's that? That little girl named Coco. Dong Cheng chuckled, clasping his hands behind his back as he teased. Huh? Alright, got it. I'll find a chance to defend against her in bed. Go to hell. Brother Kong glared and cursed. Dong Cheng tilted his head and smiled as he called out, get to work. As the words fell, the 2 men behind Dong Cheng drew their knives and stepped forward toward Brother Kong. Ring ring. At that moment, the phone rang. Everyone froze for a moment, and Dong Cheng answered the phone. Hello, Brother Cheng? I'm Xiao Wan from Buckingham Palace. Which Xiao Wan? Have you forgotten me? I'm the one who passed the message to Brother Xiao, which led to you catching Kong. The young man in the black jacket reminded urgently over the phone. I got it. Dong Cheng signaled the 2 guys not to touch Brother Kong for now, then stepped out of the room and asked, what's going on? Why are you suddenly calling me? After Brother Kong got into trouble, the higher-ups panicked. They seemed to know it was you guys who did it. That woman somehow got hold of the information and has already sent people to Jian North, the young man in the black jacket quickly warned. There are quite a few of them, and they're going all out. My suggestion is that you guys should lay low for a while. Is the information reliable? Dong Cheng asked. Reliable. Alright, I understand. Dong Cheng nodded. Thank you, Xiao Wan. You're welcome, Brother Cheng. Alright, that's it. The 2 finished speaking and ended the call. In the uninhabited yard opposite the building, Kevin stood on tiptoe, watching the road across the street. Licking his lips, he said, get ready to go all out this time. Colin frowned and asked, will this move work? If they succeed, there's no need for them to risk their lives. Kevin said firmly, they will definitely come out, trust me. The reason the young man in the black jacket suddenly called Dong Chang was entirely due to Kevin's coercion, and the latter did so out of sheer necessity. At the moment, Kevin only had Colin by his side, and neither of them had any idea about the opponent's level, the nature of their organization or gang, or the situation inside the building. Charging in recklessly carried too high a risk of failure. Even if they had to risk their lives, they couldn't act blindly and foolishly. After all, they weren't superheroes, and they only had one life. About 10 minutes after the call was made, people started coming out from the opposite door. 2 drivers went to the back of the yard to fetch cars. Colin squinted as he observed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and said, looks like there are quite a few people. If we don't rescue Brother Kong, this trip to Jiangzhou will have been for nothing, and we still won't get old Cat back. Kevin responded through gritted teeth. There's no way out now. We have to take a gamble no matter what. Colin looked at Kevin upon hearing this and said with equal determination, this time, either the 3 of us get the job done and go back, or we all fall here together. Whoever chickens out and runs first is the son of AB*********. Let's just do it. Kevin nodded and pulled out his gun. Across the road, Li Tong stepped forward, frowned, and asked Dong Chang, is the information reliable? The caller is the informant who passed the message to Xiao, so it should be reliable, Dong Chang said with a frown. The other side knows it was us who dealt with Kong. They're definitely seeing red. These people are here to risk it all. We've already accomplished our task. There's no need to go head to head with them, Li Tong responded with his hands behind his back. Call the security team of the station troops. When they arrive, let the authorities handle them. Sounds good, Dong Chang said with a smile, pulling out his phone. By the roadside, 2 cars had already come to a halt. Li Tong and Dong Chang were surrounded by 6 people, one of whom was already jogging ahead to open the car door. In the courtyard diagonally opposite, Kevin glanced at the group of people before turning around and saying, did you see? The young one in the middle and the one pulling out the phone are the leaders. Yes. Colin nodded in response, but I didn't see Brother Kong. As the words fell, 2 more people rushed out of the building, carrying a large black bag. They walked to the back of the car and stuffed it into the trunk. Is the person in the bag? Kevin, his eyes sharp, called out, get in the car quickly. Colin heard the voice, mounted the back seat of the motorcycle, and let his right arm holding the gun hang naturally. Let's go. V-room. The motorcycle engine roared, shooting out of the courtyard like an arrow leaving the bow, heading straight for the location of the 2 cars. By the roadside, someone in the crowd turned their head after hearing the sound of the motorcycle, but the car was too fast, and the gun fired just as quickly. Bang bang. Colin, sitting in the back seat, was the first to open fire, aiming the gun straight at the crowd. Someone's here, Dong Chang shouted first, reaching out to pull Li Tong, who was already by the car. Bang. A muffled sound echoed as the motorcycle's front heavily struck Li Tong's waist, sending him flying forward with a thud against the car door panel. Kevin braked, landed on both feet, and and grabbed Li Tong's collar with his right hand. Colin dismounted the motorcycle in one swift motion, pointing the gun at Dong Chang and shouting, "Nobody move! Everyone back off!" The incident happened so suddenly that no one was mentally prepared. At this moment, everyone stared at Kevin and Colin in a daze, instinctively reaching for the weapons at their waists. Li Tong was hit hard by the motorcycle, a sharp pain radiating from his lower back. He leaned against the car door, sweating from his forehead, his face twisted in agony. Kevin got off the motorcycle, grabbed Li Tong by the collar with his right hand, shielding him in front of himself. With his left hand, he pulled out a green fuse from his pocket and shouted, "I've got a big bomb on me. If anyone takes one step forward, I'll go down with him right now." 7 or 8 people saw Kevin pull out the fuse and immediately stepped back several paces, dispersing their formation. Li Tong supported his lower back with his right hand, turned around, and looked at Kevin, saying, "The Yu family? Fewer of them coming, right? We have nothing to do with the Yu family." Kevin responded, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, "But Brother Kong was taken by you, and we brothers unintentionally took the blame. Bringing Xianger here to find you is to clear our name." "You're here for Shao Kong?" "Yes." Kevin nodded. "Shao Kong comes with us, the thunder won't strike, and no lives need to be risked." Colin pointed the gun at Dong Chang, shouting at the crowd with a raised voice, "Don't you understand human language? Step back and put your hands up." "Ha ha." Li Tong suddenly laughed while leaning against the car, his eyes fixed on Kevin as he said, "Brother, this blame is something you really have to take." Kevin was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. "You came too late. Shao Kong is gone," Li Tong added, feigning calmness. "You're talking nonsense." Kevin's heart skipped a beat, his face pale as he responded, "Don't play tricks with me. If I can't get out of this mess, then I'll definitely take a couple of people down with me. See, you still don't believe me." Li Tong turned his head to glance at Colin and responded briefly, "The person is in the trunk." Hearing this, Kevin's sense of foreboding grew stronger. He grabbed Li Tong, hesitated slightly, and immediately leaned against the car, walking slowly to the rear. With one hand, he opened the trunk. Inside the trunk, a strong smell of blood emanated from a black bag. Kevin swallowed hard and reached out to lift the opening of the bag. Congo lay in the bag, unrecognizable, with 2 obvious blood holes in his throat, still oozing fresh blood. Colin, holding Dong Chung hostage in front, heard Kevin remain silent for a long time and immediately asked in a trembling voice, how is he?" "Gone." Kevin responded with a grim expression. "Damn it." Colin's composure shattered, and the suppressed resentment, anger, and unwillingness surged into his mind all at once. At the back of the car, Li Tong raised his hand, smiling as he persuaded, "Brothers, look, the person is gone, and it seems unlikely you two can clear yourselves. How about this, you put down the guns, and we sit down to talk. How does that sound?" Bang! Kevin, hearing the sound, pressed Li Tong's head with his right hand, slamming it roughly against the car door as he shouted, "Talk my ass, my brother's already been taken. Is your brother's life more important, or your own?" Li Tong tilted his head, looking at Kevin. "I have so many people here. If we really fight, do you think you two will come out of it well?" Kevin pondered for a moment, then looked sharply at Li Tong. "Since Brother Kong is gone, sorry, but I can only take you with me to get this burden off our backs." "Ha!" Dong Chang, who had been silent all along, turned back with a grim face and asked, "Do you think that's possible?" "I've got explosives on me, anything's possible." Kevin tugged at the green fuse with his left hand and suddenly shouted, "Damn it, which works better, bullets or explosives?" As soon as he finished speaking, the scattered underlings turned their attention to Dong Chang. "You really scared the hell out of me." Dong Chang tilted his head and looked at Kevin, suddenly raising his arm and pointing at him as he said word by word, "I've been playing in the unplanned zone for so many years, and no one has ever caught me with a grenade. Come on, pull the wire, and let's see which one of us dies first." Kevin's left hand trembled slightly upon hearing this. The 3 brothers came to Jiangzhou, and all the guns and cars were provided by the station troops. Where would they even get rare grenades and explosives themselves? The green fuse was pulled off a motorcycle, and the other end was just tied to Kevin's waistband. In fact, there was nothing on his waist, he was just holding the green wire to bluff. But now, there are quite a few tough guys in the Jiangzhou Li family, and they simply won't comply. What to do? Pulling the green line definitely won't make a sound, but if there's no sound, how can you suppress the Li family's henchmen who also rely on risking their lives to make a living?